I've said it before, Wan Wan is the widow of my comrade in arms. There's nothing improper between us. Can't you stop acting like a shrew? Do you have to think of everyone so dirty? Shěn Lí, you're only making me loathe you more. Shěn Lí felt a throbbing pain in her head, and a man's voice droned on in her ears. She clutched her head, feeling so irritated she wanted to kill. At that moment she was suddenly grabbed by the arm, and yanked up. A man's voice full of suppressed anger reached her ears. Shěn Lí, I'm talking to you, are you listening? Shěn Lí hadn't heard her own name from others' lips in a long time, because she was one of only 2 5-element ability users in the apocalypse, undefeated in the wasteland. People usually called her Sister Lí, or addressed her as the Lord of Qingshui Pingbei. No one had ever called her Shěn Lí with such anger. This made her feel dazed. In a distant memory someone had indeed called her that, but that was not a pleasant memory. She endured the pain in her forehead, and opened her eyes only to see a magnified handsome face before her. It was indeed a handsome face, but twisted by rage, completely destroying its beauty, and inspiring only disgust. At this moment Minjing, wearing a woman's bun, looked fragile and helpless, raising her sleeve, as if to cry, Madam, I know I am an eyesore here, but you cannot take out your anger on the prince, and wrong him so. Madam dislikes me, I will leave. Please don't quarrel over a lowly person like me. Minjing said, and turned around, pulling the children beside her, as if to leave. How could Gu Yunzi let her leave like that? He grabbed Minjing's sleeve, and turned to glare at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí, this is my home. I decide who stays and who leaves. Apologize to Minjing, or get out of the marquis residence. Upon hearing this a cold glint flashed in Shěn Lí's eyes. Just as Gu Yunzi was about to say something more, she raised her hand, and slapped him across that handsome, but utterly unappealing face. New grudges and old hatreds surged together. A crisp slap rang out, stunning the man. In his memory, no one had dared to strike him since his father had spanked him as a child. But today not only was he struck, but it was by his own wife, who had always been docile and weak. This made Gu Yunzi feel his dignity as a husband trampled upon, especially in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Shěn Lí's hand, gritting his teeth. Shěn Lí, I am your husband. Who gave you the audacity to strike your husband? Memory she thought she had forgotten suddenly all came back when she saw these familiar, yet unfamiliar. Though she didn't want to remember her past life, the fact was that she had been reborn again. In her original life, she was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yongi Earl's mansion. But after her mother died early and her father married a second wife, he quickly all the good things in the house were given to the stepmother and her daughter. Even the marriage her mother had arranged for her was taken away by her stepsister's tears, forcing Shěn. While her stepsister married Shěn Lí's original fiancé in grand style, Shěn Lí was forced by filial piety to enter the Jinxiang Marquis mansion. At first she didn't think there was anything wrong with this marriage, just a substitution from the Duke's mansion to a Marquis, a lower rank. She had intended to live a peaceful life, but after entering the mansion, she found the situation worse than she imagined. Gu Yunzi, the heir of Jinxiang Marquis, returned from the battlefield, bringing back his comrade's widow. He indulged this woman without limits, and Minjing was a master of stirring trouble. In the half-year since her marriage, she and Gu Yunzi often quarreled over Minjing, and Gu Yunzi had never once spent a night in her room. This time Gu Yunzi even laid hands on Shěn Lí over Minjing, shoving her into a table, causing her head to hit the corner, and killing her instantly. Afterwards, by some chance, she transmigrated to the apocalyptic wasteland. She struggled and fought in the wasteland for many years, thinking she would never have a chance to take revenge. But who would have thought? In this life, Shěn Lí would again encounter that pair of adulterers. Shěn Lí raised her hand to touch her forehead, feeling sticky blood. Her eyes were cold, her pale lips slightly curled, and she let out a cold snort from her nose. Husband. Gu Yunzi looked at her like this, a flicker of pity in his heart, but when he turned and saw Minjing's fragile appearance, his heart hardened. He looked back at Shěn Lí with reproach. Shěn Lí, I've told you before, don't drag others into our matters. You were wrong today. Apologize to your sister-in-law, and this will be over. Slap. Shěn Lí raised her hand and slapped Gu Yunzi again. The blood from her fingers smeared across his face, making him look terrifying like a demon. She sneered, apologized to her. If you want to dream, you'd be better off slitting your own throat. Have I been too kind to you 2 adulterers these past 6 months? That's why you get the illusion that you can hurt me like this and still expect me to apologize. What sister-in-law? Don't you know if you have a brother yourself? And you talk about a widow. If your good brother and comrade knew you slept with his widow, guess if he'd crawl out of the ground happily. Gu Yunzi hadn't expected to receive another slap. His male pride ignited with rage. Hearing her words, he was even more humiliated and furious. He raised his hand to strike Shěn Lí's face. Shěn Lí, you shrew, how dare you repeatedly strike your own husband? This is outrageous. He was a man who had been on the battlefield, his strength naturally not small, otherwise a single shove wouldn't have killed Shěn Lí. If it were usual, Shěn Lí would not be able to dodge. But now, even though her abilities were not at their peak, dealing with an ordinary person without abilities was easy. She did not dodge. Instead, she raised her hand and caught Gu Yunzi's striking wrist, applying a little force. A crisp crack sound. The sharp pain made Gu Yunzi's face change. He suddenly looked up and met Shěn Lí's cold dark gaze. Such a gaze startled Gu Yunzi. How could this look belong to a noble lady? How could a woman who lived in the inner court have such eyes? This was clearly the look of a battle-hardened, blood-soaked general. But how could Shěn Lí have such a look? While Gu Yunzi was in a daze, Shěn Lí kicked him in the abdomen. A general who had fought on battlefields was kicked 2 meters away by a woman of the inner chambers, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden change made He Minjing's face change dramatically. She looked at Shěn Lí with suspicion and fear, then ran, crying to Gu Yunzi on the ground, "General, are you alright?" She sobbed softly, and seeing Gu Yunzi sit up holding his chest, she reached out to gently soothe his chest, then turned to Shěn Lí with reproach. "Sister, if you have any grievances, take it out on me. How can you lay hands on the general? I know you dislike me and my children living in the mansion. He'll leave, but why must you always target us? You're making the general's position difficult. You are also a lady from a noble family. Which family teaches its daughters to strike their own husbands?" Just as He Minjing was about to say something more to deepen the rift between Gu Yunzi and Shěn Lí, an angry female voice came. "Well said. I would like to go to the Yongyi Marquis residence and inquire about this. A woman striking her own husband. What kind of logic is that?" A woman dressed in a casual amber jacket, well-preserved in appearance, approached, surrounded by a crowd of maids and matrons. Her once comely face was now somewhat twisted with rage. She stormed in, heading straight for Gu Yunzi, who was on the ground. "Oh my son, are you alright?" Seeing the Marchioness of Jinxiang enter, Gu Yunzi felt humiliated in front of his own mother. This inadvertently fueled his resentment towards Shěn Lí, yet he said to his mother, "I'm fine, mother. Why are you here?" The Marchioness of Jinxiang's anger flared up again upon hearing this. "You ask why I'm here? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that the daughter of the Shěn family is so formidable. What kind of good person could a woman who beats her? I intend to go to the Yongyi Marquis residence and ask if their daughters are beyond the pale, daring to lay hands on their own husbands. If all the daughters in her family are like this, then I must go out and spread the word, so everyone knows how formidable the Shěn daughters are in their marital homes." Every word from the Marchioness of Jinxiang was a threat to Shěn Lí. After all, this era was not like the morally bankrupt later generations where one could do as they pleased. At this time, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Whether she could marry into a good family or bring significant support to her own clan, her reputation played a... When the Marchioness of Jinxiang threatened to spread word about the Shěn daughters' behavior, it was almost like driving Shěn Lí's sisters to their deaths. For a woman dependent on her family, Shěn Lí had to compromise for the sake of her clan, or else she would never be able to return to her parental home again. Parental home. Shěn Lí sneered coldly at the thought of the Shěn family's true nature. Looking at the Marchioness of Jinxiang, who thought she had found Shěn Lí's weakness, she parted her blood-stained lips and said, "Fine, I welcome it." Were the people of the Jinxiang Marquis household any better than the Shěn family? Not at all. However, Shěn Lí wasn't willing to suffer this loss silently. Pointing to the wound on her head, she said to the Marchioness of Jinxiang, "But if we're to talk, it shouldn't just be you having your say. This wound on my head is right here. Your son tried to murder his own wife at home over a widow. This matter must also be made known to everyone in the capital." Only then did the Marchioness of Jinxiang notice the wound on Shěn Lí's head. Blood was gushing from it, looking utterly horrifying. The Marchioness panicked for a moment. Men being fond of beauty and keeping multiple wives and concubines at home was normal, but killing one's legal wife for a woman was a serious matter. If the censors got wind of this, it would be disastrous. Moreover, if it were just any woman, she could dismiss it as a mere plaything for her son. But the woman he brought back was one used by another man, and she came with 2 children in tow. This already made the Marchioness of Jinxiang uncomfortable. Now Shěn Lí was causing a scene at home over a small matter, not even thinking about how to win back her husband's heart. Naturally, the Marchioness found Shěn Lí disagreeable. Now seeing the wound on Shěn Lí's forehead, she had to swallow her pride. She walked over, attempting to take Shěn Lí's hand and appeal to her emotions. But Shěn Lí's gaze was icy cold, startling the Marchioness of Jinxiang into hesitating and pulling her hand back. She took out her handkerchief, dabbed at the corner of her eyes, and said with earnest advice, "Liar, seeing you injured so severely pains me as well. But you cannot strike your own husband. If the outsiders have faults, you can punish them as you see fit. Why did you have to make such a big scene out of this? If word of this gets out, not only will you be affected, but your sisters at home will also find it impossible to marry into a good family." The Marchioness of Jinxiang felt that Shěn Lí hadn't fully grasped her point, so she decided to spell out the consequences directly. A cold light swirled in Shěn Lí's eyes, a faint chilly smile curving her lips. "If the Marchioness has something to say, go outside and say it. No need to report to me." Worried that the Marchioness might not spread the word, she suddenly kicked out with her foot, striking Gu Yunzi squarely in the lower abdomen. This unexpected kick caught Gu Yunzi, who had assumed Shěn Lí would compromise, completely off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground again. This time, wanting to cause the Marchioness pain, Shěn Lí had infused a bit of her energy into the kick, ensuring it would injure Gu Yunzi's muscles and bones. After all, neither she nor Gu Yunzi were good people, so there was no need to hold back. Shěn Lí, are you trying to kill the general?" Before Gu Yunzi and the Marchioness of Jinxiang could say anything, He Minjing rushed over. Seeing the blood at the corner of Gu Yunzi's mouth, she cried out loudly, looking at Shěn Lí with intense accusation, appearing more like a proper wife than Shěn Lí herself. The Marchioness of Jinxiang arrived a moment later. Seeing Gu Yunza on the ground, she covered her mouth in shock, but couldn't suppress the cry that escaped her lips. Zaire! She whirled around, her eyes blazing with fury at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí, how dare you? Looking down at the three of them from above, Shěn Lí sneered, there is nothing I don't dare to do. Since the Marchioness dares to threaten the reputation of my Shun family's daughters, what could I possibly fear? The Marchioness of Jinxiang was choked for words. You? Her eyes were filled with fury towards Shěn Lí, who paid her no mind. To avoid bleeding to death so soon after being reborn, she shot a mocking smile at the Marchioness. The Marchioness would be better off thinking about how to settle those two cheap grandsons of hers than nitpicking at me here. Her smile was full of contempt and disdain. There are so many women in this world, yet Gu Yunza is so repulsive that he would prey upon his comrade's widow. Even as a mere woman confined to my chambers, I am ashamed to be associated with such a person. The Marchioness of Jinxiang was furious. What nonsense are you talking? I have no grandsons. This woman is merely the widow of Zaire's comrade staying here temporarily. She wasn't blind to her own family's affairs, and her voice grew less confident as she spoke. When she turned to look at Gu Yunza, she saw a flicker of annoyance on his face. Looking at Min Jing's shy and timid expression, the Marchioness found it utterly irritating. Such a woman, such a status. The Marchioness of Jinxiang felt her son had been ruined by this woman, and her vision was beginning. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked in. Seeing the scene before him, he frowned and bellowed sternly. I could hear the commotion from a distance. What's going on here? The first thing he saw upon entering was the wound on Shěn Lí's forehead. The shocking blood streaming down her face made her, despite her usual beauty, look somewhat ghastly. Seeing her like this, the Marquis of Jinxiang's expression turned even grimmer. What is this? Shěn, sure, what happened to your head? Seeing that the head of the Gu family had arrived, Shěn Lí had no intention of saving Gu Yunza any face. Pointing at her forehead, she stated calmly. Marquis, you've arrived just in time. Please be the judge and see how the young Marquis treats his own wife. The young Marquis has been married to me for over 6 months and hasn't consummated the marriage. That's fine. If he wanted maidservants or to marry a good woman, I could have arranged it for him. But he shouldn't have set his sights on his comrade's widow. The young Marquis himself said that comrade saved his life. Keeping the man's wife and children properly in a manner would have been sufficient to honor their bond. But now not only has he brought her into this house to live, but last night he slept with the widow of the comrade who died saving him. Marquis, just listen. Is there any logic in this? As his lawful wife, I merely came to ask about it, and he flew into a rage, shoved me onto the table, and tried to kill me. Shěn Lí was not exaggerating in the slightest. Wasn't she killed in her past life? It was only by a stroke of fortune that she was alive. Otherwise she wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge on this pair of wretches. The Marquis of Jinxiang had seen men who doted on their concubines, but to hear of one shouting about killing his wife for a concubine was unprecedented. After all, the wife's family was not to be trifled with. Did the son not care about the entire family's reputation? But his son was so utterly foolish, resorting to violence against his own wife for the sake of a comrade's widow. The Marquis of Jinxiang looked at his son on the ground in shock, then at Min Jing beside him, feeling a wave of dizziness. Not answering Shěn Lí immediately, he pointed at Gu Yunza, who dared not look up, and said, You, have you truly committed such a beastly act? Gu Yunza, humiliated by having such matters exposed in public, glared at Shěn Lí with a mix of shame and fury. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed Marquis Jinxiang. That incident was merely an accident. There is nothing between her and me. Before he could finish, Shěn Lí let out a cold sneer from the side. Huh. The mockery was so heavy that it made the Marquis' eyelids twitch. Shěn Lí sneered, an accident. Nothing. You have quite the nerve, Gu Yunza. Even if you had done everything, you'd still shamelessly claim nothing happened. I see now that you weren't off fighting wars all these years. You were off practicing the art of thickening your face. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow. Yet you with your thick skin return from a campaign and end up bedding the widow of the comrade who saved your life. How impressive. After this, who would dare befriend you? Who would risk their life for you? If someone died fighting for you, and you turned around and took their wife as your own, wouldn't you just anger them back to life? These words were harsh indeed. Not only did Gu Yunza feel his blood boil hearing them, but even Marquis Jinxiang found them utterly disgraceful, feeling as though his own old face was being repeatedly ground into the dirt by these accusations. He felt compelled to interrupt Shěn Lí's tirade. Enough, Shěn. Your injury needs tending. This matter is Zaire's fault, and I shall see justice done for you. For now, go and attend to the wound on your head. After all, he was the head of the household, and carried a certain authority. When he spoke, even Gu Yunza fell silent. Although Shěn Lí was unafraid of Marquis Jinxiang, she had just returned, and her thoughts were not yet fully gathered. She needed a moment to strategize her next moves, so she acquiesced to the Marquis' suggestion. Very well. I trust the Marquis will handle this matter fairly. I shall take my leave. With that, she departed the flower hall, without offering a bow to anyone. In the apocalypse, the strong ruled. As a 5-element ability user, she had never bowed to anyone. On her way back to the Qingfeng courtyard, she had already used her wood-element ability to heal her wound. It looked severe, but it had actually stopped bleeding. Upon her return, a dutiful maid had already summoned a physician to bandage her wound. Shěn Lí touched the gauze wrapped around her head, contemplating how she should deal with the Gu family from now on. First and foremost, Gu Yunza and He Minjing, who had caused her death, could never be forgiven. Secondly, she couldn't let their blood stain her hands. No matter how difficult the divorce might be, she had to get one. Only then could she deal with the Gu family more smoothly, without worrying about bearing the stigma of being an ill-fated widow. Since she had returned, she had no intention of going back to the apocalypse to live a life of scarcity. So she couldn't just resort to killing. She needed to use a bit more finesse. With that in mind, the first step was to divorce Gu Yunza. Having made up her mind, Shěn Lí called for her 2 personal maids and instructed, "Take inventory of my dowry and have it ready for me when I need it." Both maids Biha and Bilian acknowledged the order with a bow. Biha, being more sharp-tongued, said indignantly, "Miss, look at what that vixen has done to you. You cannot let her get away with it. What kind of widow goes after another woman's husband? Even the lowest brothel has more decency than that." Shěn Lí, having often lived day-to-day in the apocalypse, had forgotten many things. Listening to Biha now, she recalled that in her past life Biha had said similar things. She had once thought Biha was truly loyal to her. But now, listening more carefully, she realized Biha had her own hidden agendas. On reflection, it made sense. If her mistress were favored, Biha, as the head maid, might have a chance to become Gu Yunza's concubine. So her eagerness to pit her against He Minjing was understandable. However, this meant she could no longer confide in Biha. She nodded non-committally, dismissing them, without bothering to placate Biha further. After she left, Marquis Jinxiang, with a grim face, ordered He Minjing and his wife to be taken away. He had a physician tend to Gu Yunza's wounds, and then dismissed him to question his son. "Didn't you say she was your comrade's widow? I objected when you brought her home, and now you act with such impropriety. Committing a mistake is one thing, but how could you raise your hand against your own wife? Instead of trying to cover this up, do you intend to kill your wife to silence her?" Gu Yunza also felt ashamed. When he had returned from the battlefield in high spirits, he had never imagined his life would come to this. He had intended to live well with his future wife, and had never harbored any feelings for He Minjing. Qi Feng had died saving him. He felt he owed He Minjing and her child a debt, so he unconsciously tried to compensate them more. As for Shěn Lí, he believed that as husband and wife they had a lifetime together, and he could always make it up to her. How was he to know things would turn out like this? Gu Yunza found it difficult to speak of it. He hesitated, then said, "I was drunk last night, and slept in the study. I thought she was Shěn Lí, so I..." Even before his own father, he couldn't bring himself to speak of these matters. Hearing this, Marquis Jinxiang's temples throbbed with anger. He pointed at his son's nose and scolded, "You speak of Shun. What did she mean when she said you two haven't consummated the marriage in half a year? Your private affairs are none of my business, but this is too much. If word of this gets out, how can the people of this household hold their heads up?" Gu Yunza hung his head in shame, unable to look up. He could only mutter, "This is all my fault, but I didn't mean for it to happen. There's so much to do in the military." Marquis Jinxiang took a deep breath, neither confirming nor denying his belief. He stood still for a moment before saying, "No matter how you spin it, shoving your lawful wife was wrong. Go and appease her immediately. Don't let her spread these stories. I'll have your mother handle the rest." Gu Yunza acknowledged with a simple yes. He hesitated, but didn't ask what would happen to He Minjing. He felt his father was too harsh. It was better to discuss it with his mother. She was softer-hearted, and would surely take better care of He Minjing and the child. Biha and Bilian had already finished inventorying Shěn Lí's dowry. Because Shěn Lí was not favored at home, her dowry had been meager. After half a year in the Marquis household, even without significant expenses, her dowry remained small, so it was quickly tallied. Shěn Lí looked at her thin dowry list, seeing only cheap fabrics and the like, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She had almost forgotten that her biological father and stepmother were not good people. They hadn't even given her a single piece of her mother's dowry when she married. Her mother's family was a prestigious pure lineage with a single heir for generations. They had accumulated immense wealth. When her mother married, she brought generations of savings with her. Yet after her mother's death, her dowry was this pitifully small. It was a laughingstock. A cold glint flashed in Shěn Lí's eyes, then quickly disappeared. No rush. Once she settled things here, everything belonging to both the Shun and Gu families would be hers. Her spatial ability could store a great deal. When Gu Yunza came looking for her, battered and bruised Shěn Lí sneered, and said, "Tell him to get lost." Biha was shocked, her eyes wide. "Miss, how can you say that? He is the young Marquis. Usually we can't even get him to come here. Now that he's finally here, how can you push him away to that woman?" Shěn Lí was utterly disgusted with anything related to Gu Yunza, and the paltry state of her dowry only added to her irritation. Seeing Bi's reaction, she gave a mocking smile. "Since you think so highly of him, why don't I give you to him?" Biha thought she must have misheard. "What, miss?" Shěn Lí's gaze was icy as she looked at her. "Go with him now. From this moment on you have nothing to do with me." The flicker of joy in Bi's heart turned to sheer terror. She fell to her knees, swearing loyalty. "Miss, I didn't mean anything by it. I only wished for you and the young Marquis to have a harmonious future. I never had any other intentions." The old Shěn Lí might have believed her, but having seen too many duplicitous souls, her understanding far surpassed that of a sheltered girl. She merely glanced at her indifferently. "This is your only chance. If you go now, I won't hold your past against you. But if you stay and do anything to displease me later, don't blame me for being unkind. Biha was terrified, not daring to entertain any other thoughts. She kowtowed frantically. I only ever act in your best interest, miss. I swear I mean no harm. Shěn Lí didn't bother to verify the truth of her words. A maid was just a maid. If she proved useless or disobedient, killing her would be a simple matter. She had Billion pack up her valuables and then left with the deed to a property from her dowry. Though her dowry was meager to maintain the facade of not mistreating his deceased wife's child, Earl Yongi had begrudgingly allowed his wife to give Shěn Lí a remote, 3-courtyard residence. It was far out of the way, but at least she had it. Shěn Lí wanted to see just how remote it was, and if it was habitable. If it was, she would move. Living under the same roof as Gu Yunza disgusted her. Shěn Lí left with Billion, leaving Biha to mind the house. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Gu Yunza, who hadn't left yet. Seeing her reminded him of the beating she had given him, and his anger flared. Shěn Lí, what exactly do you want? I already came to apologize. If you keep putting on airs, don't blame me for being rude. You hit your own husband and think you're in the right. And now you refuse to see me. Seeing him so flustered, Shěn Lí was filled with contempt, almost pointing her finger in his face. Did you think I wouldn't find out about the disgusting things you've done, eh? You're a grown man. You slept with her, so take responsibility. Though you've wronged the comrade who died for you, at least you can be true to the widow you've been with all this time, right? The act you're putting on now is truly nauseating. You bet her last night, and today you want to wash your hands of it. Does the world owe you such favors? She laughed coldly, stepped forward, and shoved him aside. Get out of my way. Otherwise, if she had to look at him any longer, she might just kill him without a second thought. Stumbling from the shove, Gu Yunza stepped aside, seething with rage. He was about to say something when he looked up and saw Shěn Lí already walking away with Billion. He was furious. The already complicated feelings he had for his nominal wife had now boiled down to pure anger. What wife treated her husband like this? Yet thinking about last night, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He didn't know how he had gotten so drunk last night, mistaking He Minjing, who had come to the study looking for him, for some maid. He regretted it deeply afterward. But He Minjing had said to pretend it never happened, that she wouldn't hold him responsible or ruin his reputation. Unfortunately, Shěn Lí had discovered it and made a scene publicly. It was in a moment of panic that he had pushed her. How was he to know she'd be hurt so badly? Now she had changed completely, and Gu Yunza couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Shěn Lí no longer held any expectations for Gu Yunza. Not striking him was the result of sheer self-restraint. She wouldn't accept his apology. Having died once, she now only wanted to live for herself. She walked out of the courtyard without a care and took a carriage from the inner gate, leaving the Marquis residence. Her dowry courtyard was in Shuangchuan Alley, so remote it nearly lay beyond the city walls. A place her own father must have racked his brains to conceive, granting her a dowry that saved face for the Marquis household. Yet, even renting out this property depended on the right timing. High officials and nobles would never set foot here, nor would commoners rent it. If Shěn Lí lived well in the Marquis residence, she would likely never come to this place. It was a complete white elephant. Dwelling on these thoughts, Shěn Lí's resolve to strip the Shěn family bare deepened. But since matters had to be handled step by step, she could take her time. Shěn Lí sat in the carriage, lost in miscellaneous thoughts, when suddenly she heard exclamations from the street outside. "Ah, my purple herbs! My dried wild vegetables! Heavens! Whose horse is this? My eggs!" Amid the clamor, a woman's voice rose above the rest, piercing and shrill. "My child!" Startled by the commotion, Shěn Lí had already lifted the curtain to look outside when she heard that cry. In the distance, she saw a richly dressed young man galloping toward her on horseback, overturning countless stalls along the way, sending their owners into shrieks of terror. Just as the horse was about to pass, a toddler of 2 or 3 years wobbled into the middle of the road. The woman, who seemed to be the child's mother, collapsed in terror, legs weak, on the verge of fainting, as she watched her daughter face imminent death beneath the hooves. Shěn Lí's instincts outpaced her thoughts. Before anyone could react, she leaped out of the carriage and delivered a kick straight to the horse's face. She used 7/10 of her strength, enough to make the horse rear up in pain, its front hooves high in the air, even if it didn't split its skull. Seizing the moment, Shěn Lí swept the child away from the trampling hooves, carried her to safety, and checked that she was unharmed. Then she thrust the girl into the arms of her nearly fainting mother. There, it's all right. Keep a closer eye on your child next time." Shěn Lí didn't consider herself particularly kind-hearted. She simply did what she could. For the rest, people had to protect themselves. After all, in this world, there were many powerful and influential people. When one couldn't stand against them, the best course was to be cautious and avoid provoking them. Shěn Lí's entire series of actions took only a blink. Many onlookers hadn't even seen what happened. Yet across the street, a squad of fully armored men had been standing motionless for some time. The man at the forefront, draped in a dark cloak, watched Shěn Lí's every move. His originally cold and lifeless eyes suddenly burst into brilliant light, as if enchanted, fixing unblinkingly on her figure. Shěn Lí felt a gaze settle on her, but she paid it no mind. In this world, she didn't believe her 5-element ability could ever fail her. Yet one thing she hadn't anticipated after she saved the child as the horse reared the young master on its back, clearly lacking in riding skill, soon lost control. The horse twisted and threw him off, then, as if gone mad, bolted down the crowded street. Shěn Lí was no saint, but she couldn't stand by and watch so many people get hurt because of one person's mistake. She was about to leap forward and stop the horse. Suddenly a figure flew out from the side, landing directly on the racing horse's back. The dark cloak fluttered in the wind as he gripped the reins firmly. The frenzied horse soon grew docile under his control. As the man rode back, the richly dressed young man scrambled to his feet, bellowing furiously, "Who dares to block my horse?" Li Shurxiu had not only fallen off the horse, but also sustained scratches on his face, looking utterly disheveled. Despite his fine silk attire, even the mother clutching her child cowered in fear, let alone anyone else daring to speak. Shěn Lí didn't expect much from them. In this world, life for ordinary people was hardly better than in the apocalypse, a word from the powerful could truly kill. Shěn Lí glanced at the richly dressed young man. His silk and satin robes, the jade pendant at his waist, clearly priceless, marked him as someone not to be trifled with. She looked at the wounds on his face and unhesitatingly declared her identity. "I am the Marquise of Jingxiang's heir's wife, and my maiden family is the Yongyi Earl." "And whose dog are you?" "Riding rampant through the streets and causing harm like a bully, relying on his master's power." Stirring trouble for the Shun and Gu families gave her no qualms. As long as she was satisfied, that was all that mattered. Li Shurxiu was almost laughed to anger. He pointed at his own nose, then at Shěn Lí, fuming. You have nerve. Do you know who I am?" Shěn Lí crossed her arms coldly, chin raised, even more haughty than him. "No, I don't. Isn't that what I'm asking you? Since you're so impressive, why don't you tell me yourself?" Her expression, righteous when right, and just as righteous when wrong, was infuriatingly obnoxious. Li Shurxiu was about to explode from her blatant disregard. Meanwhile, the man on horseback in the dark cloak watched with shimmering peach blossom eyes sprinkled with starlight, his admiration nearly tangible. Shěn Lí shuddered at that sticky gaze. She turned and saw the man seated on the horse. He wore dark armor, his sharp features making him look like a stern and battle-hardened general. Yet he was cursed with peach blossom eyes that seemed to gaze at even a dog with deep affection. And when he looked at Shěn Lí, those eyes sparkled with stars, giving him a slightly foolish air. Shěn Lí thought that such a handsome face was wasted on that silly expression. She turned away with a hint of disdain, continuing to look contemptuously at Li Shurxiu as he picked a fight. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment of contempt, the light in the dark-cloaked man's eyes grew even brighter. Li Shurxiu, infuriated by her attitude, pointed at her nose and roared, "My family is the Qingjin Duke's mansion. The Empress is my aunt. Your family is nothing but a fallen marquis, yet you dare to challenge me." Thinking of the Gu and Shun families, he sneered contemptuously, then twisted his lips into a smirk. "If you kneel before me today and apologize, say I'm sorry, young master. You'll be magnanimous and let it slide. If you don't, humph." He cracked his whip forcefully, its sharp sound cutting through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Shěn Lí sneered back at him, pointing at herself. "Today you galloped recklessly through the streets, forcing me to get out of the carriage to save someone. A man like you. If you don't kneel right here and apologize properly, saying I'm sorry, miss, don't blame me for being rude." Since becoming a bully, Li Shurxiu had never encountered such a tough nut. Everyone else knew he was the Empress' nephew and gave him face, but this woman was ungrateful. Enraged, he swung his whip at Shěn Lí, shouting, "You bitch! How dare you talk back to your grandfatherly? He'll teach you a lesson today." His whip aimed for Shěn Lí's face. He was determined, since she had humiliated him publicly, he would ensure she had no face left. As the whip whistled through the air, the man in the dark cloak was about to move, but before he could play the hero, he saw that the beauty was no weakling. She simply raised her hand, caught the whip with precision, and with a tug and a twist effortlessly snatched it from Li Shurxiu's hand. In an instant the tables turned. Li Shurxiu stared at his empty hand, then looked up at Shěn Lí in disbelief. How could this seemingly delicate woman with a wound on her forehead so easily take his whip? But shock quickly turned to deep fury. He pointed at her nose and cursed, "Bitch! How dare you treat me like this? You!" Crack! The whip cut a sharp arc through the air. Without hesitation, Shěn Lí let it kiss the former owner's face. Li Shurxiu was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The man in the dark cloak was also stunned, his eyes sparkling with even more. The crowd was stunned too, terror in their eyes. Some even wished they could gouge out their own eyes, praying they had never witnessed such a scene. Shěn Lí sneered and swung the whip again, striking Li Shurxiu's face. "Scum, who are you cursing all day? If your parents didn't teach you manners, your auntie here can show you how to speak properly. I gave you face, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for tearing it off." With that, she lashed the whip across Li Shurxiu's body several times, catching him off guard and drawing cries of pain. But he quickly recovered, stumbled back a few steps and roared, "You're out of line. How dare you do this to me? Do you believe I'll make your entire family suffer?" Shěn Lí certainly believed him. He was the Empress' nephew. How could he not teach the Gu family a lesson? If he weren't the Empress' nephew, she wouldn't have wasted her time playing with him. She declared loudly, "I don't believe you can do anything to my husband. He's a meritorious official just back from the battlefield. How could a mere son of a duke's household have any sway over a court minister? Don't think you can fool me. This is your fault today, not mine. Don't think that just because you're from a duke's mansion you can bully people like this." She shouted, Even if you take this to the Empress herself, the Jinxiang Marquis Manor and the Yongyi Earl Manor will not be afraid. She never mentioned herself, only her marital and maiden families, effectively stoking more hatred. Li Shirxiu was absolutely furious, having never been so thoroughly humiliated in his life, and by a woman no less. He could barely restrain the urge to deal with her on the spot. Yet with so many onlookers present and the woman clearly possessing some martial skill, he dared not make a reckless move. Just as he inwardly cursed his servants for their slowness, a group of stick-wielding servant-attired men finally caught up, panting heavily. Being somewhat renowned within the capital city, Li Shirxiu never bothered to have his servants trail alongside him when he was out, and today was no different. He dashed ahead, while his servants chased frantically behind. But luck was not on his side today, as he never anticipated some woman would come looking for trouble with him. Li Shirxiu was nearly exploding with rage. Upon seeing his servants arrive, he swiftly ducked behind them, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. Go beat this vile woman to death for me. These servants, loyal followers of Li Shirxiu, were accustomed to throwing their weight around. They assumed the family would smooth over any trouble, and a mere woman was hardly worth their concern. At Li Shixia's command, the group charged at Shěn Lí, brandishing their clubs with shouts of "Ya! Ah!" They had intended to intimidate her with their cries, but their shouts turned into shrieks of terror before they even got close. Shěn Lí dealt with them easily, sending each one flying with a single kick. The man in the dark cloak on horseback felt he couldn't just stand by. Spotting a servant attempting to sneak around and strike Shěn Lí from behind, he leaped from his horse, landing a powerful kick to the servant's left ribs, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. The force of the kick was such that the servant struggled to get up for a long while. He landed steadily behind Shěn Lí, silently forming a protective barrier around her. Shěn Lí kicked another servant away, glanced briefly at the man beside her, and inwardly clicked her tongue in annoyance. He was in the way. They were just a few servants after all. She could handle them herself. Who asked for his help? Still, since he had already intervened, she couldn't very well complain, and simply gave him a nod. Seeing her nod in his direction, Xie Qin's eyes lit up even brighter. He suppressed the joy within him, and returned the nod with utmost propriety. Shěn Lí didn't look at him again, feeling as if there was a light bulb in his eyes, brightening inexplicably. Having kicked all the servants to the ground, Shěn Lí sneered at the bewildered Li Shirxiu. Anyone else? Come on then. I'd like to see if I from a Marquis Manor and an Earl's Manor would ever fear you. Li Shirxiu hadn't expected his seemingly invincible servants to be so useless. He pointed a trembling finger at Shěn Lí, then at Xie Qin, who had come to help, his bravado weakening. Yet his voice remained tough. You just wait. Jinxiang Marquis Manor, is it? You wait and see. With that, he spotted an escape route, and without a thought for his servants ran off, hurling threats. Shěn Lí watched him scurry away like a rabbit, and made no move to chase him. She simply called out from where she stood. Waiting is fine. Did you think I'd be scared of you? You are just a son of a duke's manor. Don't think you're more important than the princes. Li Shirxiu was evidently furious beyond words, even turning his head mid-run to glare viciously at her. While that certainly maximized the enmity, Shěn Lí was pleased, satisfied. As long as she could cause trouble for the Shun and Gu families, she felt happy. Some in the crowd marveled at her audacity, while the more timid had already fled, fearing they might get dragged into the affair. With the matter settled, Shěn Lí returned to her carriage. Xie Qin watched her board and depart, standing silently in place. Deputy General Wang Du pushed through the dispersing crowd, his subordinates leading a horse behind him, the very one Xie Qin had subdued earlier, belonging to Li Shirxiu. Your Highness. Wang Du had barely spoken 2 words when he heard their notoriously madcap prince ask in a low, pleased tone. Wang Du, don't you think that woman just now resembled someone? Huh. Wang Du was dumbfounded, looking at Xie Qin with bewildered eyes. He saw their usually bloodthirsty and insane prince gazing at the departing carriage with a glimmer of light in his eyes. The aura of iron and bloodshed seemed to have vanished, replaced by a hint of softness. Wang Du shuddered, snapping back to his senses. No, their prince could never be associated with anything soft. It was all an illusion, a trick of his eyes. He thought hard about the woman's face, but ultimately had to reluctantly cup his fists and reply, Your Highness, this subordinate is dull-witted. Having spent 5 or 6 years at the frontier, I'm unfamiliar with the happenings in the capital. Moreover, that lady is clearly from a high-ranking family. How would I possibly recognize her? I truly cannot see who she resembles. Xie Qin glanced back at him, and Wang Du inexplicably felt the look was particularly sinister, making the hairs on his back. Wang Du dared not speak, only lowering his head as much as possible. Xie Qin only spared him that one glance before turning his gaze back to the direction where the carriage had long since vanished. His voice was low with a hint of tenderness, but the tone was unyieldingly firm. Xie Qin only spared him that one glance before turning his gaze back to the direction where the carriage had long since vanished. He was still wondering when they had gotten a princess consort when his eyes widened like brass bells at Xie Qin's outrageous words. He felt utterly flabbergasted. Wait, Your Highness, snap out of it. We don't have a princess consort. Don't you know your own situation? Do I need to spell it out? Your Highness, although others call us mad, we can't actually become mad. Wang Du's heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't know why the prince was acting crazier than usual today. If the emperor found out, would he be punished? He had to reluctantly burst the prince's bubble. Your Highness, this subordinate heard that Lada's husband is from the Jinxiang Marquis Manor. That Gu family's heir is also a veteran of the battlefield with merits to the state. We cannot harbor improper thoughts towards another man's wife. This would anger the emperor to death. But his words got stuck in his throat, choked off by fear as Xie Chen slowly turned his head. Facing Xie Chen's handsome face, he shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Xie Chen's face was cold, his voice icy, carrying a hint of menace as he said, "What wife? You misheard." Wang Du was speechless. It was over. The prince had truly lost his mind. A million screaming chickens ran rampant in Wang Du's mind, yet his face remained calm and composed. Yes, this subordinate misheard. Hearing his answer, Xie Chen turned back with satisfaction, gazing in that direction for a long moment, before finally turning and heading off in another direction. Wang Du, being closest to him, heard him muttering to himself as he turned. Jinxiang Marquis Manor. Seems a bit troublesome. They'll need to divorce. Wang Du was horrified, wishing he could go deaf and hear nothing at all. Your Highness, do you even know what you're saying? You're a prestigious prince. What can't you have? Why would you be so foolish as to covet a vassal's wife? Do you know people will condemn you for this? Wang Du's heart was wailing in misery, but he truly didn't dare to offer much advice to their madcap prince. He walked along, racking his brain for how to answer if the emperor asked about this matter, his entire demeanor utterly dejected. Shěn Lí had just stepped into the carriage when Bai Lian pulled her back and forth, examining her thoroughly. Seeing that she was unharmed, she finally let out a sigh of relief, still deeply worried. Miss, you scare me to death just now. I've never seen you practice martial arts before. How did you become so formidable? That horse was wild like that. No one dared to save anyone, but you went anyway. Did you ever think what if the horse couldn't be controlled and hurt you? But by the way, miss, when did you learn martial arts? Bai Lian was truly worried. She hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Shěn Lí's series of actions. When she came to her senses and wanted to get off the carriage, Shěn Lí's glare stopped her. Now she dared to say a few words. She looked curious. Shěn Lí knew that with her martial arts skills, she could never hide them from those close to her. She had to come up with an excuse to deceive them. She said, I learned by watching the household servants practice a few moves. Later, when the heir returned, he was always practicing martial arts, right? I just observed, and when no one was around I practiced a bit, and then I could do it. She said shamelessly, I guess it's because I have a natural talent for martial arts. That's why I could learn it without a teacher. Fortunately, I learned martial arts. Otherwise I would have had to watch helplessly as that child was trampled to death by the horse. Her words diverted the topic. Bai Lian didn't ask further about how the miss had learned martial arts. After all, whether she knew martial arts or not, the miss was still the miss, wasn't she? She said with a sigh of relief, Indeed, it's fortunate that you saved her. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to that little girl. Speaking of this, Bai Lian felt angry. She looked at Shěn Lí indignantly and said, Miss, that woman was too much. You saved her daughter. Just now, when that young master from the Duke's mansion was causing trouble for you, she didn't say a word. In the end, she even ran away with her daughter. I was so angry I wanted to grab her, but you didn't let me get off the carriage. It's infuriating. Shěn Lí hadn't realized in her past life that this girl was a bit of a hothead. Finding it amusing, she said, What else did you expect her? I chose to save the child myself. Even if I hadn't, do you think that woman could have done anything if the child had died? Under the power of the nobility, the lives of such people are as cheap as ants. If they die, they die. How many can truly When I step forward, I have the Marquis mansion and the Earl's mansion backing me. Even without that, I am not someone to be trifled with. But what do they have? If they had spoken up for me, it would have shown their conscience, but I would think it unwise for them. If they offended that man again, and he killed them in a rage, wouldn't my efforts to save them be in vain? Bai Lian was not very experienced. Hearing this, she felt as if struck by a new way of thinking. She asked in confusion, Miss, I've never heard such words before. How can someone save a person and not only expect no reward, but also not even require a word of thanks? If they did speak up for you, you would think they weren't worth saving. I really don't understand. Shěn Lí smiled and said, You don't need to understand too much. Just remember this: no matter what happens, if you feel you can't help by stepping in, either stay put or run far away. Not hindering others is a great help. This was Shěn Lí's conclusion from her struggles in the apocalyptic world. Truly, some people's help is worse than no help at all. How much better is it than someone who claims to help, but actually holds you back? Encountering such people is truly frustrating. If you say they're in the way, they were just trying to help. But if you say they're not in the way, they almost fed everyone to the zombies. Such people are more terrifying than zombies themselves. Although Bai Lian still didn't understand the meaning of these words, she knew it was never wrong to listen to her miss. She nodded and said to Shěn Lí, Miss, rest assured I understand. Next time something like this happens, I'll see if I can help. If I can, I won't show up and distract you. Shěn Lí said with relief, I'm glad you think that way. In the future, don't rush into things. Assess the situation first. Shěn Lí wasn't entirely encouraging the girl to run away. It was because she possessed a special ability that couldn't be seen by others. If this girl left, she could deal with certain people without being held back. As the two were talking, the carriage soon arrived at Xuanchuan Lane. Because the entrance to the alley was too narrow for the carriage, Shěn Lí had to get off with Bai Lian and walk a long distance before reaching the courtyard that was part of her dowry. Bai Lian unlocked the courtyard gate. What Shěn Lí saw was a yard that had been untended for who knows how long, overgrown. Walking a few steps inside, Shěn Lí discovered that the courtyard was quite spacious. If not for the mess, it would have been livable. But after seeing it, Shěn Lí decided to pass. The courtyard was too remote and distant. She would buy another one. As for not having dowry silver, well, that was a small matter. She could go back to the Yonghi Marquis mansion at night and steal. There were many of her mother's belongings inside. Why shouldn't she take them? Shěn Lí felt righteous and didn't think she was wrong at all. She waved her hand. Let's go, Bai Lian. We're heading back. Bai Lian had no idea what she had come for, but the place was remote and far, and she was frightened. Hearing this, she quickly followed Shěn Lí back onto the carriage to return. When Gu Yunzi learned that she had returned, he was still angry, and naturally wouldn't think of flattering her. The Marquis of Jinxiang, as her father-in-law, wouldn't casually meet his daughter-in-law. The Marchioness of Jinxiang, furious that her son had been seduced by a vixen, thought of Shěn Lí's lack of discretion, and angrily immediately sent for the lady of Yonghi Earl to come and talk. As for Shěn Lí's words that if she spoke ill of the upbringing of the Shun family's daughters, Shěn Lí would reveal the family's secrets, she didn't take it to heart at all. Moreover, she hadn't said it outside. She had simply called for Shěn Lí's stepmother. That wasn't an outsider, was it? The current lady of Yonghi Earl was Shěn Lí's stepmother. She had previously allowed her own daughter to take Shěn Lí's original marriage. Naturally, she wouldn't speak up for Shěn Lí. The Marchioness of Jinxiang was furious as soon as she arrived. How did you raise your daughter? She shows no respect for her mother-in-law at home and disregards her husband. How dare you marry such a woman into our Marquis mansion? What exactly are you up to? The lady of Yonghi Earl was summoned in a daze. Upon meeting, she was immediately subjected to a torrent of scolding. She was stunned and felt quite uncomfortable. Seeing that the Marchioness of Jinxiang was so angry that her face was contorted, she had to muster the composure of a noble lady and forced a stiff smile, saying, "What are you saying, my dear-in-law? If you have something to say it clearly so that no one feels wronged." The Marchioness of Jinxiang also wanted to regain some face. After her anger subsided, she felt it was necessary to clarify the matter. Since she couldn't discipline Shěn Lí herself, she should let the people from the Yonghi Earl's mansion handle the teaching. She suppressed her anger and said, "Since you want me to be clear, I'll tell you. That Shěn Lí of yours has no feminine virtue. At home, she not only stirs up trouble, but also beats her husband. I have never seen such a woman in my life. Before she pretended to be good, but now she can't hold it in any more, right? I knew it. Why did you change the second young lady who was originally betrothed to our Gu family into the eldest young lady? So you were setting us up all along. If your Yonghi Earl's mansion doesn't give us an explanation for this, then take your daughter back. Our family cannot accommodate such a woman. She is a disgrace to the family." Listening to the Marchioness of Jinxiang's words, the lady of Yonghi Earl found it very strange. She remembered that it was Shěn Lí who had married into the Marquis of Jinxiang's mansion. That Shěn Lí who usually didn't dare to say a word in the mansion, even when they swapped her marriage, she remained silent. What did she just hear? Shěn Lí had beaten the heir of the Gu family. The lady of Yonghi Earl felt as if she had heard a fairy tale and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a handkerchief as she smiled, saying, "My dear-in-law, what you say is truly something." At home, Lyre was the gentlest of girls. How could she, after being married into the Marquis mansion for only half a year, possibly beat her husband? Not to mention whether she has the ability, she certainly doesn't have the nerve. My dear-in-law, could there be some misunderstanding here? Although the lady of Yonghi Earl indeed looked down on Shěn Lí now that Shěn Lí was married, and neither wept nor made a fuss, she could still bring some benefits to the family. Moreover, the lady of Jinxiang Marquis was trying to control them with every word, and even wanted to make Shěn Lí a discarded wife. Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of her own daughter? Even if she had no other unmarried daughters, those already married would be ridiculed by their in-laws' sisters-in-law for having such a sister. How could the lady of Yonghi Earl allow such a thing to happen? Naturally, she would not agree to it. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis was so furious that her nose was practically twisted out of shape. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that your daughter is so gentle and obedient, but after marrying into our family, she beats her husband? Is that what— The lady of Yonghi Earl forced an awkward smile. Well, that's not exactly what I meant. I just want to know why the person you're describing seems so different from the one I know. In truth, she was implying that perhaps it was as she suspected. If the Marquis household couldn't keep her in check, how else would Shěn Lí have the audacity to strike her own husband? The lady of Jinxiang Marquis let out a cold laugh. Well said and well asked. I too would like to know why your second daughter was replaced by the eldest. Now that your second daughter is living comfortably in the Duke's mansion, you've sent your eldest daughter to torment our household. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis instinctively ignored her son's faults and placed all the blame on Shěn Lí. The lady of Yonghi Earl could not allow her daughter's reputation to be ruined, especially since it was Shěn Lí. She was even more unwilling. She frowned and said, "My dear-in-law, I came here with good intentions," and spoke politely. "Now you claim that Shěn Lí laid hands on your son. You must provide evidence, must you not? She was gentle and courteous at home, and before marrying into your family, she knew no martial arts. After only half a year in your household, what have you done to her? How did you turn her into someone who beats her husband?" The lady of Yonghi Earl looked at the lady of Jinxiang Marquis, her words carrying a hint of threat. After all, her own daughter was the wife of the Duke's heir, so she had nothing to fear. She couldn't let the lady of Jinxiang Marquis rant at her without consequence. As if everyone didn't already know what was going on in her household. Her own son was living with the widow of a comrade-in-arms. The people in the capital weren't fools, so could they really keep that a secret? Threatened by the lady of Yongyi Earl, the lady of Jinxiang Marquis felt that everything was going wrong. Her nostrils flared with anger. Just as she was about to say something, the lady of Yongyi Earl smiled and soothed her. I find this matter quite strange as well. But I haven't seen Shěn Lí in a long time. Since you've brought it up, and I've come, I suppose I should see her. If things are truly as you say, I will inform my husband and have him discipline her properly. What do you think, my dear-in-law? The lady of Yongyi Earl took a step back. After all, she had no affection for Shěn Lí. Whatever the issue, it was about Shěn Lí, and she would only waste a bit of saliva. There was no need to offend the lady of Jinxiang Marquis to the death over Shěn Lí. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis was already furious, but she knew she had to resolve the matter. Hearing this, she said with a stern face, "Fine then, let's see how you handle this." Having reached an agreement, the two summoned Shěn Lí, who had just returned to the mansion. Since the messenger said the lady of Yongyi Earl had also come, Shěn Lí thought it made no difference whether she met them sooner or later, so she came to see them. As soon as she entered, the lady of Yongyi Earl abandoned her dispute with the lady of Jinxiang Marquis and barked kneel. Shěn Lí had just entered when she heard these words. If she were her former self, she would have instinctively knelt. This was the lady of Yongyi Earl's usual approach at home. Whether she was truly at fault or not, she would be made to kneel first before anything else was said. Even if she was later proven innocent, she would only be told to rise in a dismissive tone. Fortunately, she was no longer the same Shěn Lí. Hearing this, she was utterly unmoved. She walked in calmly, looking at the lady of Yongyi Earl with a wry smile, and said, "Madam, whom are you ordering to kneel? I've only just entered. One might think you were ordering me to kneel." The lady of Yongyi Earl was surprised that she hadn't knelt as before and felt a surge of irritation, thinking that Shěn Lí had made her lose face in front of the lady of Jinxiang Marquis. When Shěn Lí spoke to her like that, she grew even angrier. She slammed her hand heavily on the tea table, the sound making even the lady of Jinxiang Marquis flinch. The lady of Yongyi Earl scowled and scolded, "If not you, then who else? What have I taught you at home? And what have you done? Who allowed you to beat your husband in your in-law's house?" No matter whose fault it was, as soon as the lady of Yongyi Earl saw Shěn Lí, she would assume it was her fault and immediately impose discipline. Shěn Lí looked at her scowling face and found it amusing. She stood there, posture straight as a ramrod, more like a general than a lady of the boudoir. She looked at the lady of Yongyi Earl and said slowly, "Madam, what are you talking about? Didn't you teach me at home that when married I should first restrain my temper and only act when I can no longer endure?" Her innocent expression made the lady of Jinxiang Marquis feel she had discovered the truth. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis stared wide-eyed at the lady of Yongyi Earl and said, "Indeed, your family is truly ill-intentioned." The lady of Yongyi Earl was taken aback by Shěn Lí's words. Hearing the lady of Jinxiang Marquis' accusation, she felt the veins on her forehead throb. "My dear-in-law, what are you saying? How could I have taught her such a thing? She's talking nonsense." She first scolded the lady of Jinxiang, then turned to Shěn Lí with a cold face and said, "You tell me who taught you these words. Who told you to say that? Do you realize you're ruining your own reputation? And besides, you knew nothing at home. When did you learn martial? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't blame me for applying the family discipline." When she said the words family discipline, she emphasized them heavily, for Shěn Lí had often been subjected to it at home, and the beatings were excruciating. But Shěn Lí was no longer afraid of that. She still smiled and said, "I've already said it was you who taught me, madam, but you refuse to believe. Now that my reputation is ruined, naturally you won't admit to having taught me those things for the sake of your own daughter. As for the family discipline..." Shěn Lí looked at her oddly. "Madam, have you forgotten? I am now a married woman of the Gu family. If I were to be beaten by you now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the Jinxiang Marquis? What are you thinking, madam? Do you want my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband to be the laughingstock of the capital?" She did not mention how she had learned martial arts, but by answering in this way, the lady of Jinxiang Marquis would naturally assume she had known it before. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis indeed thought so. Hearing Shěn Lí's words, she became even more convinced of her own belief. When she heard about the family discipline, her expression toward the lady of Yongyi Earl grew even more suspicious. She took a deep breath before saying, "My dear-in-law, although Shěn Lí's upbringing is indeed problematic, unless you take her back, no one is to lay a hand on her. The daughter-in-law of the Gu family is not so easily bullied." The lady of Yongyi Earl was choked by her words. She thought to herself, "Why weren't your family members beaten to death? I came to help you seek justice, and you're undermining me." She was also furious and turned to the lady of Jinxiang Marquis with a gloomy expression. "Then perhaps you should question her yourself, my dear-in-law, so I don't say or do anything to your Gu family's daughter-in-law." The lady of Jinxiang Marquis was taken aback, then realized that Shěn Lí was sowing discord. She looked at Shěn Lí with a hostile expression and said coldly, "Shěn Lí is a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. You incite your mother-in-law and your own family to quarrel. What kind of reasoning is that? Have you thrown all your upbringing to the dogs?" Shěn Lí replied indifferently, "I never had much upbringing to begin with. My mother died early, and after my stepmother came, I lost my father too, who was there to teach me the principles of life. I don't know anything about family or in-laws. You asked me questions and I answered. Why are you still dissatisfied with my answers? She looked innocent, then seemed to recall something, and asked the lady of Jinxiang Marquis, by the way, mother must have only told you about me hitting someone, right? Did she mention anything else? The lady of Jinxiang Marquis hadn't expected the once obedient and gentle Shěn Lí to be so difficult now. With just a few words, she had nearly incited a fight between them, and then she turned the conversation. The words that followed made the lady of Jinxiang Marquis' heart skip a beat. She had thought Shěn Lí wouldn't dare, but who would have guessed she would say it so bluntly? Her face showed a flicker of panic. What else could there be? Just household matters. Is there anything more important than you beating your own husband? Shěn Lí looked at her helplessly. I knew mother wouldn't have mentioned it. Otherwise you wouldn't have thought it was my fault, madam. Didn't mother say earlier that she wanted to spread the word about the poor upbringing of the Shun family's daughters? Then she should have told you about this matter as well, so that you could be informed and later help spread the reputation of the Marquis household. Lady Yongyi, observing their cryptic exchange, and Lady Jinxiang's apparent fear, was curious. When she heard Shěn Lí mention that Lady Jinxiang was even considering using this incident to ruin her daughter's reputation, Lady Yongyi felt a mix of panic and resentment towards Lady Jinxiang's ruthless tactics. Turning to Shěn Lí, she asked, tell me what exactly happened here. Your mother-in-law summoned me saying you struck your husband. The matter was explained so vaguely that I couldn't fully grasp it. Thinking of her own two daughters, she forced an awkward smile, and said, since you feel your mother-in-law has wronged you, and that you've suffered an injustice here, then tell me the whole story. Rest assured with me here, I will see that justice is served for you. Her words sounded pleasant, but Shěn Lí knew exactly what she was thinking. Fortunately, she had no intention of relying on anyone else for salvation, she simply wanted to cause as much trouble for both families as possible. So she put on a troubled expression and glanced at Lady Jinxiang, whose face had turned rigid. Lady Jinxiang took a deep breath to steady herself, then looked at Shěn Lí with a strained smile. Enough, liar. Matters between you and your husband should be discussed privately behind closed doors. I shouldn't have interfered. It's all my fault. Seeing Zayr's injuries, I lost all reason. I was wrong, mother. I shouldn't have meddled in your marital affairs. I've come to my senses now. It's truly unfair that you've suffered this grievance. Enough, you may leave. I need to have a few more words with your mother. Shěn Lí wasn't particularly benevolent. Seeing that she had piqued Lady Yongyi's curiosity, she knew it was time to stop, and didn't. After all, these noble ladies all had their own channels of information, and these matters weren't exactly thoroughly concealed. A little inquiry would suffice. If they truly couldn't find out, she could always speak up later. There was no rush. So she turned and left, ignoring Lady Yongyi's. She didn't care how the two of them would wrangle. She needed to return and conserve her energy. Since Lady Yongyi had come, it would be discourteous of her not to visit her own family home tonight. She planned to strip the Shun family home bare before the divorce, so that when she later moved things to the Gu family, no one would suspect her. Returning to Qingfeng Courtyard, she enjoyed a hearty meal, and then rested in bed. When the night grew deep and quiet, she drugged by Lian, the maid on night duty, changed into a black night suit, and slipped out of the Jinxiang Marquis mansion under the cover of darkness. Her 5 elemental abilities gave her confidence. Even moving through the night, she could use water and wood to move with absolute silence. She pondered for a long time, recalling only the general location of the Yongyi Earl's mansion. But that was fine, as she could simply search. She soon located the mansion and silently used the sleeping agents stored in her space to knock out the guards before beginning her. These sleeping agents were found in a research base during the apocalypse. Back then, everyone had abilities, so she hadn't used them, thinking they might come in handy someday. These sleeping agents were found in a research base during the apocalypse. Back then, everyone had abilities, so she hadn't used them, thinking they might come in handy. Unsure where to start, she decided to begin with the servants' quarters. Although servants lived hard lives, they hadn't shown her any kindness during her time at the Yongyi Earl's mansion. So the silver hidden by the pages was taken. The earrings and hairpins of the maids were taken. The fabrics rewarded to the older maid. She continued taking items one by one, soon reaching the room of the Yongyi Earl's unmarried daughter. Shen Yanran was a favored daughter, given the best of everything. Her bed curtains were made of soft mist silk, and the jewelry boxes were filled with pieces, many of which had been part of Shěn Lí's mother's dowry. Now they belonged to Shěn Lí. Having cleaned out Shen Yanran's room, she moved to Shen Rui's. Shen Rui, the son of the Earl and his wife, was barely a teenager, but behaved outrageously. As the only son, he was rarely disciplined, and had countless maidservants at his beck and call. His room was filled with treasures, jadeite bowls, agate plates. With a wave of her hand, Shěn Lí took them all. Shěn Lí swiftly moved to the main quarters. The Earl and his wife seemed to regard her mother's belongings as their own, with her mother's dowry items scattered everywhere. Suppressing the urge to end them both, she cleared the main rooms and headed to the storeroom. The storeroom contained few of the Shun family's own possessions, but was filled with Shěn Lí's mother's dowry. There were Wangwali canopy beds, sandalwood dressing tables, sandalwood platform beds, and chickenwing wood wardrobes, valuable items piled up as if they cost nothing. Silks and satins were packed in large chests. There were also rare ornaments and curios. She took everything, leaving not a single thread behind. Next, she cleared the kitchen of its seasonings, rice and oil, and emptied the silver vault. Having finished with the Yongi Earl's mansion, she thought of the corrupt official's residence nearby. To divert suspicion from herself, she made the extra trip to the official's mansion. And what a sight it was. The treasury held little silver, but the lotus pond was filled with chests brimming with silver. Shěn Lí collected everything with great satisfaction. To avoid suspicion, she deliberately left one or two people semi-conscious. As their eyes fluttered open, she used her water ability to manipulate streams of water surging towards the rooms. When the older one looked over, she directed a surge of water to rush directly at him. The old man never expected to see a living ghost in his lifetime. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted from sheer terror. Having done all this, Shěn Lí retracted the water and left the place without a trace. She figured that with all this wealth, she could find a good courtyard, if not a palace. She was lost in pleasant thoughts as she landed on the roof of Qingfeng Courtyard, only to come face-to-face with someone. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she looked at the newcomer. Xiachen never expected that his first attempt at playing thief would land him right in front of the mistress of the house. Feeling a rare pang of awkwardness, he pointed upwards and greeted Shěn Lí. "The moonlight is quite nice tonight. Out for a look at the moon too." He never imagined he'd be the one to initiate a conversation. Even more unexpected was that although there was a moon every other night, tonight the sky was covered in thick clouds, and there was no moon to be seen. Shěn Lí glanced up at the sky, then slowly looked at the man across from her, who hadn't even bothered to disguise himself while out thieving. With such a dark sky, it's a wonder you can see the moon at all." Xiachen was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the pitch-black sky and had to admit that his first-ever proactive attempt at conversation had only led to an even more embarrassing statement. At a loss for words, he pressed his lips together and fell silent. Seeing him like this, Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow and asked, "I saw you in full armor today, and your horsemanship is quite skilled. Have you just returned from the battlefield?" Xiachen didn't understand the intent behind her question, but answered truthfully, "Yes, I returned from the battlefield just today." He was about to express how pleased he was to have run into her, when Shěn Lí said with extreme coldness, "Soldiers who protect the nation are worthy of respect, but lately, I have a particular aversion to men just back from the battlefield. Stay away from me." Having said this, Shěn Lí returned to her courtyard without giving Xiachen any face. Xiachen stood there stunned, watching her descend. He pondered her words, feeling as though he had just been insulted. But he had just returned from the battlefield too, and he hadn't even greeted her properly. Why would she hate him? As a madman, Xiachen's greatest virtue was his ability to trouble others without internalizing problems. He naturally couldn't take action against Shěn Lí, but he still had his subordinates. Unable to figure it out, he went back and roused all his already sleeping men from their beds. Wang Du was the unfortunate soul to bear the brunt of it. Woken in the middle of the night, he was about to be angry, but seeing the mad prince standing before him, he lost his nerve. Sleep still clouding his face, he instinctively stretched his lips into a stiff smile. "Prince, you're still awake." Indeed, he had no idea that their mad prince, unable to sleep, had gone out to cause trouble, and now not content with that had returned to cause trouble for him. Xiachen nodded, then asked thoughtfully, "Your princess consort says she dislikes men returning from the battlefield lately, yet also says she respects them. Why do you think that is?" Wang Du, suddenly woken, was confused, then nearly jumped out of bed in shock. He stared in disbelief at their mad prince, utterly baffled as to how he could say such a thing so casually. "What do you mean, your princess consort? Prince, wake up. You don't have a princess consort." Wang Du's heart was bitter. Though he cursed Xiachen 1,000 times over in his mind, he dared not say a word against him to his face. He could only try his best to ignore those two words and gently remind him. "I heard the heir of the Jinxiang Marquis also returned from the battlefield half a year ago. The young lady is probably having a dispute with him these days, so she's a bit upset." He thought his hint was obvious enough for Xiachen to grasp the situation. But he was wrong. Xiachen narrowed his eyes and continued, "Your princess consort is such a good person. Why do you think the Jinxiang Marquis heir would go and make her angry?" Wang Du felt his prince was beyond saving. He took a deep breath, resisting the urge to pinch his own philtrum. "Prince, I just returned with you from the northern border. Am not very familiar with the affairs in the capital. If you wish to know, I can have someone make inquiries for you in a few days." Wang Du felt that since he had said so, it was certainly enough to make Xiachen let him off. He was already prepared to sleep. But Xiachen narrowed his eyes, his voice low and tinged with a hint of menace. Tomorrow." Wang Du was startled by this voice, his pupils trembling with shock as he looked at Xiachen with disbelief. Then now, he felt his refusal was very obvious, but Xiachen turned around without hesitation and gave him an approving affirmative answer. "Fine, go now then. Find out as soon as possible why your princess consort despises those who returned from the battlefield. Report to me once you've clarified." He finished speaking and gracefully returned to his own courtyard, took off his night clothes, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, the poor unfortunate Wang Du could only crawl out of his bed with extreme reluctance, continuing to toil and slave for the prince. The next morning, Shěn Lí got up and prepared to take Bai Lian to the local brokerage to see which courtyards were for sale. She needed to first buy a stable residence for herself before she could proceed with her plans. But just as she finished her meal and stepped out, she saw two children around 7 or 8 years old chasing butterflies in the courtyard, looking exceptionally joyful. The place where they played had a pond with many koi fish. Perhaps the children were too tired from playing, for they soon sat down by the pond to rest. Shěn Lí glanced at the two children, but then averted her eyes, refusing to fall for their tricks. These two children were from He Minjing's previous marriage. Previously, they had often framed Shěn Lí while speaking up for their mother. Gu Yunza rarely spent the night in Shěn Lí's room, all because of the mischief these two children caused. Because they were children and newcomers, no one thought they would be as scheming as the children of great households. Little did they know these two children were even more cunning than others, downright wicked and venomous. Now Shěn Lí had no time to deal with them, so she didn't want to go over and push them into the river. But these two little brats thought otherwise. Upon spotting Shěn Lí in the distance, they came running over with a patter of footsteps. 9-year-old Zhang Wenbiao smiled sweetly, his face betraying nothing, yet the words from his mouth were exceptionally venomous. "You're finished. My godfather is going to marry my mother, and you'll be nothing but a discarded wife." 7-year-old Zhang Wenmei grinned, looking as if she desperately wanted to play with Shěn Lí, but her words were, "You're finished, discarded wife, discarded wife." Shěn Lí never doubted that some children were indeed kind, but she also never doubted the influence of environment on a child. These words the children probably didn't even fully understand they could say them, because He Minjing had taught them. But one couldn't think these children were not malicious because of that, for these words indeed came from their mouths. Given Shěn Lí's temperament, she would have wanted to push them into the water at this moment, but now she had a better idea. She smiled radiantly at the two malicious little children, then under their malicious grins, she simultaneously extended both hands, seized their throats, and squeezed. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, let go. Zhang Wenbiao and Zhang Wenmei had already prepared themselves to be pushed into the water, and someone was even ready to rescue them in advance. But now Shěn Lí was not playing by the script at all, which filled them with panic. After all, Shěn Lí had survived the apocalypse. Compared to those big shots, her arm strength was not formidable, but for these two pieces of trash, her arms were a force they could never shake. The maidservant attending the two children saw this from afar, and terrified immediately ran away. No, the young princess is really going mad. Must find someone quickly. The two little brats looked at Shěn Lí in terror. Shěn Lí's gaze at them was exceptionally cold, yet a smile curled at the corners of her lips, her voice like a demon's whisper. "Still want to play the old tricks with me? I'm telling you now, it won't work anymore. If you try the old tricks with me again, you might anger me, and then I won't show any mercy. I will directly kill you." She exerted force with her hands, directly causing the two children's faces to turn purple, with no intention of letting. Zhang Wenbiao and Zhang Wenmei felt nothing but terror now. They hadn't expected that coming to cause a little trouble, as before, would make Shěn Lí truly want to kill them. They only felt suffocation, their eyes bulging almost out of their sockets. The inability to breathe filled them with panic. Yet at this moment, Shěn Lí did not let them go. With both hands gripping their throats, her crimson lips parted and closed as she said, "Do you think your mother wanted you to come? Isn't it because you're in her way?" She said, "Your biological father is gone now, which conveniently allows your mother to cling to Gu Yunza. She wants to become Lady Gu, and your existence is too much of a hindrance." Shěn Lí wore a look of regret as she continued under the children's terrified gaze. Originally, her status as a widow was already an obstacle. And your father died, saving Gu Yunza, which makes it even more contemptible. In this situation, it's already hard for them to succeed, and yet there are still the two of you. She asked innocently, "Don't you know that even if there are examples of widows remarrying, no one remarries while bringing two children? That would make the husband's family dislike her. So do you know what your mother is planning?" She looked at the two children and kindly reminded them, "Alright, since you're so foolish, she'll kindly tell you so you won't be killed by your own mother without knowing why." She exerted force with her hands, her voice echoing in their ears like an emissary from hell. "She wants to marry Gu Yunza, so she must first get rid of you two troublesome brats. But she can't do it herself lest people think she's a poisonous woman. So she wants you to come provoke me, so I'll kill you," she said, then smiled and loosened her grip. The two children, who were about to roll their eyes, were suddenly freed, gasping for fresh air. Shěn Lí threw them to the ground, looking down at them, and said, "How could I possibly fulfill her wish?" She crouched down, reached out to dust off their clothes, and said in the manner of a caring big sister, "Of course I won't kill you, it'll even be good to you. After all, as long as you exist, your mother's dream of marrying Gu Yunza is nothing but a fantasy," she said in a tone of well-meaning reminder. After all, even if Gu Yunza has the intention, the Jinxiang Marquis Manor still cares about its reputation, and certainly doesn't want two such cheap stepchildren. The two children clutched their throats, their faces full of terror as they tried to escape her hand, but unfortunately, they had no strength left, and could not do so. Shěn Lí didn't intend to scare them to death. She just wanted to take this opportunity to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. After all, she had said these words. In the future, whenever they saw their mother and thought about what she said, they would remember the suffocating pain of today. Even if they didn't see through it once or twice, she didn't believe they would still trust their mother as before. "Shěn Lí, what are you doing?" A furious shout rang out as Gu Yunza strode over, his face brimming with displeasure towards Shěn Lí. He marched up to the group and reached out to lift the two children to their feet. After more than half a year together, the children still held a degree of trust in him. Having just endured such grievance from Shěn Lí, they instinctively hid behind Gu Yunza when they saw him. Spotting the red marks on their necks, Gu Yunza grew even angrier. He shielded the children behind him and glared at Shěn Lí, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill these two children? How can you be so vicious? Do you know that their father died saving my life? We are husband and wife. Why can't you find it in your heart to accept them?" Shěn Lí had heard these words almost every day for the past 6 months. She was utterly tired of them, and her face remained completely unruffled. When he finished, she finally said, Yes, I'm vicious. I want to kill these children. Their father died saving you, not me. I've been married to you for 6 months. Have you ever treated me as your wife? And you still expect us to be one? You must be dreaming." Shěn Lí's retort was merciless. Gu Yunza felt as though all his dignity was being trampled underfoot. His chest heaved with rage, and he was about to speak when the word "you" barely left his lips before she cut him off again. "You what? Even if I wanted to kill these two children, it would be justified. I've suffered no small loss at their hands over these 6 months. Your comrade really was a fool. He died to save you, and yet you ended up sleeping with his wife. Meeting you in this life was the worst luck he could have had. I hope he never crosses paths with a scumbag like you in his next life." Shěn Lí's curse was satisfying. Gu Yunza listened, seething with fury. He felt that such words stripped him of his manhood, and he couldn't help but raise his hand high. Seeing this, Shěn Lí started rolling up her sleeves. "Oh, you want to fight? Fine, come on. Let me see just how far you'll go for your—" Her reckless, unyielding attitude made Gu Yunza pause. He couldn't help but wonder, what had Shěn Lí been like when she first— Back then she wouldn't even raise her voice. But in just half a year, how had she come to speak to him with such a desire to fight? While he was still stunned, He Minjing, having been informed by a maid, came running over. Without even checking on the children, she knelt before Shěn Lí, delicate and frail, her face streaked with tears as she looked up and sobbed, "Young mistress, if I have offended you in any way, take it out on me. I am willing to accept punishment. But please do not harm my children." She dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, her voice soft and weak. "My husband left only these two children. If anything happens to them, how will I ever face him in the after—" She wept, her shoulders shaking with each sob. From Gu Yunza's angle, he could see the delicate pale curve of her neck, and his heart softened involuntarily. A tangled web of emotions swirled within him, leaving him uncertain of what he truly felt for He Minjing now. Yet one thing was clear: He Minjing's husband had died to save him, and so he must take responsibility for his family. He reached out and pulled He Minjing to her feet, his tone firm. "Get up. Why beg her? She has always been cruel and vicious." Shěn Lí nearly laughed at their display of mutual affection. "Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? What do you mean by always been— Gu Yunza, why don't you think carefully? How did I treat you before? And how did you treat me afterward for the sake of that mother and her two children? Now that I've given you back just a tenth of that, you can't take it. And you call me vicious?" Her gaze was icy. "I haven't even begun to show my true viciousness. Consider this a warning. Keep them far away from me. If they dare come before me again like they did before, I won't care who they are. I'll beat them to death, and that'll be the end of it." With that, she walked straight past them, leaving without any explanation. Watching her retreating figure, recalling her words, Gu Yunza couldn't help but think back to when Shěn Lí first entered the household. Back then she spoke softly. But on their wedding night, Zhang Wenbiao had a high fever, and He Minjing was terrified, so he had gone to attend to them. From that point on, Shěn Lí acted as though he had betrayed her. Such incidents happened again, but they were not the reason Shěn Lí had changed. Could a man never have any affairs? He couldn't be expected to stay home with his wife all the time, could he? Gu Yunza did not believe he was wrong, at least not in helping his comrade's children. "Boo-hoo, the young mistress is angry with me. Because of me and the children, the general and the young mistress have been quarreling. It's no good." He Minjing wept, her eyes darting toward Gu Yunza, but then pretending not to dare look at him as she discreetly poisoned his mind. "Perhaps it would be best if I took the children back to the countryside. That way the young mistress won't have to see us, and you won't have to quarrel with her. You can serve your post outside without worry." Gu Yunza was agitated. Listening to her cries, thinking of the battlefield, and recalling how he had slept with He Minjing, thinking of her as a maidservant, he took a deep breath and said irritably, "Don't mention going back to the countryside again. I've said it before, you are Zhang Chaos family, and that makes you my family. It's only right for me to provide for you. The affairs of this household are not for her to decide. Don't mind what she thinks. Just stay in the house, and don't worry about anything else." He then looked at the marks on the children's necks and gritted his teeth. Shěn Lí's hand is too heavy. He asked the children, "Does it?" Zhang Wenmei, being a girl and 2 years younger, burst into tears at his words. She threw herself into Gu Yunza's arms and sobbed, "It hurts, Godfather. It hurts so much. The young mistress really wanted to kill us just now. I'm so scared, Godfather. I was afraid I'd never see you again." To make his care for them more legitimate, Gu Yunza had formally adopted them as his godchildren. No one could have foreseen what would happen. Feeling guilty toward the children, Gu Yunza held Zhang Wenmei and comforted her for a while before ordering a servant to fetch it. The household was thrown into chaos. When the bedridden wife of the Marquis of Jinxiang learned that her son had turned the house upside down for the sake of 2 little bastards, she lay in bed furious and cursed. It's all that seductress' fault. If she hadn't entered the house, how could the Yongi Earl's mansion have swapped their daughter? They sent a demon into our home determined to tear us apart. Her trusted old maid hurried to comfort her. Madam, please don't be so angry. Don't harm your health. The young master is no longer a child, he knows what he's doing. The wife of the Marquis of Jinxiang clutched her chest in pain. What does he know? The moment that fox cries, he forgets everything. It's been half a year, and they haven't consummated the marriage. I'm too ashamed to even speak of it outside. If it weren't for me covering up the messes he's made, he'd have lost his official post long ago. Does he think the censors are all idle? The trusted old maid also found it all quite absurd, but she dared not say so. She could only continue to soothe her mistress. Shěn Lí wondered what the Gu family would become after she left. She had already arrived at the property agency, and after inspecting several courtyards, settled on a 4-courtyard residence near the city center. Clean this courtyard thoroughly, and I'll add 100 taels of silver for you. 100 taels was no small sum, and the agent beamed with delight as he agreed. The house was bought in an instant so quickly that Shěn Lí found it almost surreal. Passing by the Bazhen Pavilion, she recalled that its pastries had always been the finest, and decided to go in and buy some to celebrate owning a home of her own. She had just entered and asked for the last bundle of peach blossom pastries to be wrapped when a voice cut in, "Sister, give that bundle of peach blossom pastries to me." The voice was soft and delicate, but carried a hint of smugness and entitlement. Without turning around, Shěn Lí knew exactly who it belonged to, the second daughter of Count Yongi Shinyanyu, the very one who had married her former fiancé, the heir of Baowu Duke. Had it been anyone else, Shěn Lí might have handed it over, but for this one she genuinely felt she couldn't. Without a word, she took the oil paper bundle from the shop assistant and turned to leave. But Shinyanyu refused to let her go so easily. She had the maids and servants block the door, then stepped in front of Shěn Lí with a provocative smile. "Sister, I'm pregnant, and right now I crave peach blossom pastries. Just let me have this bundle." As she spoke, she gently stroked her belly, which had not yet begun to show. Shěn Lí found it odd. "You're pregnant?" Shinyanyu raised her chin proudly, a smile on her face as insufferable as ever. "Yes, I'm pregnant. Almost 3 months." Shěn Lí nearly rolled her eyes. "Oh, and what the hell does that have to do with me?" At her blunt words, Shinyanyu's eyes reddened. "You? How can you speak so crudely?" Shěn Lí's patience wore thin, and she fixed Shinyanyu with a cold stare. "Don't think that just because you're blinking red eyes you're a rabbit. You're not half as cute as one, so stop playing the pitiful act. Have you ever heard of first come first served? The pastries I bought are mine to eat or give away as I please. And honestly, you're pregnant, but the child isn't mine. So why on earth should I give in to you? Am I your father? Or your mother? That I have to pamper you?" Her rapid-fire words left Shinyanyu, who had thought she had Shěn Lí all figured out, completely stunned. She even forgot to cry. When had Shěn Lí become so sharp-tongued? The Shěn Lí of before never spoke up no matter how they bullied her, and at most she would only cry when pushed to her limit. How was she so different now? How vulgar. A man's voice cut through, laced with displeasure. Soon a young man in elegant brocade robes embroidered with lake blue bamboo leaves entered through the doorway. His features were regular and could be considered handsome, yet a sharp, mean-spirited look between his brows undermined that handsomeness. As soon as he came in, he spoke to Shěn Lí with clear disapproval. "How can you speak with such vulgarity? What is all this about fathers and mothers? How utterly unfilial must one be to say such things to one's own sister? Your heir merely asked you for a bundle of peach blossom pastries, and you refuse. You are hardly behaving like an older sister at all." Shěn Lí looked at him as he approached, her disdain practically written across her face. "You actually have the nerve to ask me for things. Don't tell me the child in her belly isn't yours. Whose is it then? If you don't have the money to buy her food, just say so, and let the father of her child go buy it. Stop playing the beggar here. A bundle of pastries, and you still need me to hand it over. As if that child is mine. How shameless can the two of you get? And don't call me sister. I don't see you acting like a proper brother-in-law either. What does the Baowu Duke's mansion teach its people? A dignified heir running into his wife's elder sister doesn't offer a single greeting, and instead puts on airs like a senior lecturing a junior. I'd love to go to the Baowu Duke's mansion and ask whose rules these are." Shěn Lí's face was stone cold as she looked at her former fiancé Bai Yinlang. Back when the Baowu Duke's mansion had fallen on hard financial times, it was her maternal grandfather who had bailed them out with silver. It was then that, since her grandfather's family had no daughter of their own, they arranged for her to be betrothed to the Baowu heir. Yet who would have thought that when the wedding came, the Baowu mansion would so easily agree to a swap of brides? Given all that, she held no expectations for this former fiancé. Having lived through this twice already, anything that displeased Bai Yinlang, having earned some reputation through his scholarly pursuits, was unaccustomed to being spoken to this way, whether at home or outside, and to have it come from his former betrothed made it worse. It gave him the unbearable feeling of being outdone by the woman he had once been engaged to. In an instant his face flushed crimson. He thrust his fan toward Shěn Lí and sputtered, "You." Without hesitation, Shěn Lí chopped her hand down, striking Bai Yinlang squarely on the wrist. A sharp, numbing pain shot through his tendons, and the fan flew from his grasp. As luck would have it, Shinyanyu was standing right there. The fan smacked straight into her belly, sending her clutching her stomach with a shriek of terror, her eyes fixed on Shěn Lí in utter shock. Bai Yinlang hadn't expected the new Shěn Lí to resort to violence so readily. His face burned red with rage. You shrew. Thank heavens I didn't marry you, or the Bai family would have been turned upside down by your antics. Shěn Lí had been ready to let him off the hook, but since he was so clueless about reading the room, she planted a kick squarely into his stomach and sent him flying straight out of the Bazhen pavilion. There was no helping it. Shěn Lí kicked him in the gut and sent him flying straight out of the Bazhen pavilion. Shen Yinyu didn't react until she saw Bai Yinlang sprawled on the ground outside. The kick had been so hard that he remained doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to get up for a long while. Husband! Shen Yinyu cried out and rushed over to help him up, while the maids and servants they had brought hurried forward to check his injuries, all dreading the punishment awaiting them back home for letting this happen on their watch. Shěn Lí, what is the meaning of this? How dare you lay hands on your own brother-in-law? Unable to restrain herself, Shen Yinyu turned and glared at Shěn Lí with a look that could kill. But by now a crowd had gathered. A thought crossed Shen Yanyu's mind, and her face suddenly twisted into an expression of sorrow. She pulled out a handkerchief, dabbed it at her eyes, and sobbed, Sister, I know you're bitter that you didn't marry Lord Bai, but it's already done. You should mind your womanly virtues, stay home, and serve your mother-in-law and husband well. If you keep chasing after Lord Bai, you'll not only bring shame upon the Shen family, but also disgrace your own in-laws. At these words, Shěn Lí's face turned even colder. Such talk was a direct strike against a woman's reputation. Had this been the old Shěn Lí, she might have felt utterly shamed by such words, let alone been drowned by the gossip that would surely follow. But this Shěn Lí only felt the urge to kill Shen Yinyu on the spot. She let out a cold laugh. Like attracts like indeed. Now I see why the Baowa mansion didn't utter a single word during the bride swap. It turns out the two of you were in it together all along. Shěn Lí had no weaknesses in the Shun family and cared nothing for reputation. You two must have been carrying on behind everyone's backs long before that, weren't you? That's why you were both so happy to swap brides. And honestly, you two are pathetic. You were already together before the wedding, and she's only pregnant now. Heir of Baowa, your stamina leaves much to be desired. With the two of you like this, how could I possibly still be interested? The Gu family may not be much, but the Bai family is even less worth my regard. With her supernatural abilities backing her up, Shěn Lí was now unleashing indiscriminate attacks, and she felt terrifyingly. This time Shen Yinyu was genuinely brought to tears by her words. If such talk got out, not only would her husband begin to suspect her, but the ensuing gossip would utterly ruin her reputation. Forgetting Bai Yinlang entirely, she stood up and pointed at Shěn Lí. You're lying. I never did anything with Lord Bai before that. It was because you failed to uphold your virtue and seduced my fiancé that mother had no choice but to help us swap the marriage. Shěn Lí replied in a tone of helpless resignation, Fine, she's your own mother. Now that you're pregnant, anything said is too late. Of course she's going to cover for you. After all, wasn't it your mother who hid your little affair with the household servant from the Baowa mansion? To get you married into the Baowa mansion without a hitch, your mother went through a lot of trouble. Shen Yinyu, you'd better take good care of her from now on. Shěn Lí was poisoning the well with all her might. What man could accept his wife having been involved with another man, especially a mere servant in the household? Even if it had never happened, how could such a thing ever be explained away? Suspicion breeds shadows. Once a rumor takes root, it only grows larger without limit, and there was no way the couple could ever return to how they were at the start. Shen Yinyu couldn't believe how casually Shěn Lí was spouting such nonsense. Her chest heaved violently with rage, and she let out a shrill scream. Shěn Lí, she lunged forward to scratch Shěn Lí, but Shěn Lí wasn't about to let her get within arm's reach, especially since Shen Yinyu was pregnant. She stepped back 2 paces wearing a look of complete innocence. What's wrong? Is it because I said something I shouldn't have? You can't take it anymore. Then looking at the fallen heir of Duke Baowa, he said, Oh dear, I'm so sorry, brother-in-law. In front of everyone, how could I have let that slip? I truly shouldn't have. But now that the words are out, I can't take them back. I have no choice, brother-in-law. Please forgive me, and don't take it out on my sister when you She may have been unruly in the past, fooling around with servants at home, but now that she's married to you, she must have reformed. The child in her belly is yours, don't doubt it. She has definitely changed now, so rest assured. The child in her womb is certainly yours. Whether it was true or not, it had to be said. After finishing her rant, Shěn Lí could only leave Shen Yanyu's fate to the heavens. The Duke Baowa heir, already badly hurt from Shěn Lí's kick, grew even more furious at her words. He couldn't catch his breath, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Fortunately, several maids and servants caught him, preventing further harm. Whether it was psychosomatic or not, Shen Yinyu also felt a sharp pain in her belly. Since marrying into the Duke Baowa mansion, the Grand Dowager had a poor impression of her due to the bride swap, and Bai Yinlang had many concubines, making her life difficult. Now the child in her womb was her greatest leverage. She didn't want anything to happen to it, so she clutched her belly and cried, Ouch, it hurts. My stomach. Quick, call the imperial physician. Instantly, the maids and servants of the Duke Baowa mansion were in a flurry, busy escorting the 2 masters back to the residence. No one had time to bother Shěn Lí. After the Duke Baowa people left, the onlookers' faces full of scandalous delight began to disperse in 2s and 3s, still whispering in low voices. Heavens, was I just dreaming? Did I hear that a Miss Shun dallied with a servant in the mansion? You can't say that. That was the one who married into the Duke Balwa mansion. The other young ladies are innocent. How can you be sure? The second miss who married into Duke Balwa is the twin sister of the unmarried one. Who knows if that miss did the same thing back home? No one speaks out, so we can't be certain. That means the Duke Balwa heir got the short end of the stick. He married a woman who's been used by others. How could he swallow that? Why not? The sons of great families care most about face. Once married, even if the wife isn't a virgin, they won't say a word, otherwise everyone would know he's been cuckolded. Shěn Lí passed by them while they were still gossiping, and she felt quite satisfied. Yes, let everyone talk. There's safety in numbers. Whether true or false, as long as enough people talk about it, even falsehood becomes truth. The masses only believe what they want to believe. Shěn Lí had verbally demolished the Duke Balwa heir and his wife, causing them to faint, and returned home triumphant. Meanwhile, Wang Du, after a night and half a day of work, had obtained preliminary information about the Gu family. He felt the Gu family was like a sieve, with just a little probing news came to him, without much effort. He hurried to report his findings. Although their prince was somewhat mad, his martial skills were formidable. Wang Du feared that if he delayed, he might lose his own skin. Xiechun had just returned from the palace, and was practicing a set of spear techniques on the training ground. When Wang Du arrived, he only gave him a cold glance, before continuing his practice. Speak if you have something to say. Despite Xiechun's poor attitude, Wang Du dared not show disrespect. He beamed, and said, yes, your highness. I found out about the Gu. He paused, hoping to gauge Xiechun's reaction, but Xiechun merely focused on his spear, paying him no heed. Wang Du rubbed his nose in frustration, thinking that with Xiechun's intensity the day before, he would be thrilled to hear the news today. It seemed it was just a passing whim. Embarrassed, Wang Du quickly adjusted his mindset, and replied, I found out that half a year ago Gu Yunzi, the heir of Jinxiang Marquis, returned to the capital. His first act was to marry the eldest daughter of the Yongyi Earl. He felt the need to explain further, but the eldest daughter of Yongyi Earl was not originally betrothed to the Jinxiang Marquis. The one betrothed to the Gu family was the second Miss Shun, who is now married to the Duke Balwa heir. Later, when it was learned that the Jinxiang Marquis heir had returned from the battlefield with a comrade's widow and 2 children, the Shun family swapped the marriages of their 2 daughters. After that, the second Miss Shun married into the Duke Balwa mansion, and the eldest Miss Shun, the one we encountered yesterday, married. I've learned that since the wedding, the comrade's widow has been stirring up trouble. One day the child has a fever, another day she's unwell, always managing to call the Jinxiang heir away from the eldest Miss Shun. Because of this, although the eldest Miss Shun initially treated the returned soldier well, she now seems to resent the Jinxiang Marquis. Wang Du thought it unwise to keep contradicting his master. Knowing their mad prince's nature, the more you oppose him, the more he'll oppose you. He decided to change his own wording to avoid inadvertently giving Xiechun the idea of taking another man's wife. Xiechun was pleased with his correction and gave him an approving glance. He put away his spear and said, so the crux of the matter lies here. At the mention of the Jinxiang Marquis heir, his brow furrowed with impatience. I don't know if Gu Yunzi went to war or to babysit. Others return laden with military glory. He alone brings back another man's wife and children. Then he muttered softly, but that's good too. It was fortunate that Gu Yunzi had brought them back, causing discord with his new wife and failing to cherish her while treasuring another man's wife. This gave him an opportunity. His voice was too low for Wang Du to hear, or Wang Du's hair would have stood on end, realizing that Xiechun's ulterior motives had not been quelled by his change of words. Xiechun threw his spear to the ground. Though it seemed effortless, the spear embedded itself deeply into the earth. Continue investigating. I want to know everything about her and the Gu family. Wang Du lamented inwardly, wanting to say it was improper, but seeing the spear buried 3 inches deep, he lost his nerve and resignedly cupped his hands. Yes, I will investigate it once. As long as disaster fell on others, not himself, it was fine. A mere Jinxiang Marquis heir, he could afford to offend him. My son, what has happened to you? Inside the Duke Protector's mansion, the Duchess, seeing her son carried back, wept with heartache. By this time the Duke's heir had regained consciousness, but the pain from the kick was so severe that he remained lying on the bed supported by 2 maids. The Duchess didn't even have time to check on the pregnant Shěn Lí, her only concern being her son's well-being. A matron attending to her reported, according to the maids who accompanied them today, the young heir and his wife encountered the eldest miss of the Shěn family, who is now the Marchioness of Jinxiang. During their conversation, this Marchioness abruptly kicked our young heir, causing his injury. She hesitated, then added, she also spoke some unpleasant words. The Duke's heir felt deeply humiliated and gritted his teeth. Mother, the Shun woman has insulted me so gravely, I cannot let this go. Hearing this, the Duchess' chest heaved with fury. Looking at her son clutching his lower abdomen, her face was full of distress, but her eyes showed determination. My son, rest assured I will go to the Jinxiang Marquis mansion right now, and ask them what makes their daughter-in-law so formidable that she dares to lay a hand on my son. A cruel glint flashed in the Duke heir's eyes. Mother, when you go you must make her kneel and apologize, and I must kick her back. The Duchess would never refuse her heir's son anything. Alright, I'm off. As she left, the Duchess thought of Shun Yinyu, who had also gone out with the heir, and frowned, asking with displeasure, where's the young heir's wife? She's pregnant, and still running around everywhere. If anything happens to my grandson, can she bear the responsibility? The servants were trembling with fear. With two masters in trouble, they worried about being scapegoats for their superior's anger. The young heir's wife felt stomach pains just now, and is currently being examined by an imperial physician. It seems the child might— The Duchess gave a heavy cold snort. So now she thinks to call a physician. When she was told to stay home, she insisted on going out. Now look what's happened. Her sister is no easy person to deal with as she had to go and provoke her, and instead my son suffered for it. Feeling overwhelmed by anger, she raised a hand to soothe her chest. At this moment the matron who had spoken earlier approached, and added a few more words. Earlier in the room, I dared not speak for fear of angering the young heir further. But I believe some things should be reported to you, madam. The Duchess, thinking nothing could anger her further, told her, go ahead and speak. The matron then said, I heard from the servants who returned that the Marchioness of Jinxiang said that before our young heir's wife was married, she had improper relations with the household servants. She implied that the child she carries now might not even be the heir's. How dare she? The Duchess felt a wave of dizziness and rage beyond measure by these words. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand, grinding her teeth. How many people heard such words? The matron lowered her head, also somewhat afraid. While they were speaking on the street, so quite a few commoners gathered and overheard. This meant many had heard, and it wasn't something the Duke Protector's mansion could easily suppress. The Duchess spat hatefully. I told her not to go out, and now she's brought back a mountain of trouble. If such rumors spread, not only will she be ruined, but it will also affect the heir's reputation. I should have never allowed someone like her into our family. Having spoken, she remembered that the daughter-in-law she had initially chosen was precisely the one who had struck her son today, and her mood soured further. She rubbed her forehead. Enough. I won't think about her, or I'll be truly angered to death. Come, let's go to the Jinxiang Marquis mansion. Saying this, the Duchess led a large entourage towards the Jinxiang Marquis mansion. After wandering outside for a while, Shěn Lí returned and shared the peach blossom pastries she had bought with Bailan and Biha, telling them to eat them. She then instructed them to take stock of her dowry in preparation for moving out. Just then the Marchioness of Jinxiang sent for her again. A matron arrived, her attitude rather poor. Young madam, the madam requests your presence. The Duchess of Baohua has arrived. The matron had overheard everything the Duchess had said, and felt that this young madam had been causing too much trouble for the family lately. If she had been this troublesome before, they would have cast her aside long ago. By mentioning the Duchess' arrival, the matron intended for Shěn Lí to realize the gravity of her mistake. However, Shěn Lí didn't feel she had made any mistake. But the Duchess' visit gave her an idea to negotiate terms with the Marquis, so she leisurely finished a piece of peach blossom pastry before following the matron to the Marchioness' quarters. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she could hear a voice that didn't belong to the Marchioness. Just look at your so-called daughter-in-law. When she encounters her own sister and brother-in-law on the street, not only does she fail to greet them, but she also resorts to violence. Let me tell you, my daughter-in-law is pregnant and currently under a physician's care at home. If she's fine, then all is well. But if anything happens, the Duke Protector's mansion will not let this rest with you. Shěn Lí couldn't quite place the voice, but since it wasn't the Marchioness, it must be the Duchess. Without waiting for an announcement, Shěn Lí entered, a smile in her voice. What is it that you want let rest? As she spoke, she stood before the two women who were seated in the main hall's armchairs. The Duchess seemed all right, but the Marchioness, upon seeing her, clutched her chest, her face contorted with fury. She pointed at Shěn Lí and roared, kneel down. Shěn Lí remained standing, not even bending her knee, simply smiling at them as if she hadn't heard a word. Seeing this, the Duchess looked back at the Marchioness in surprise. The Marchioness felt the look was full of mockery, as what mother-in-law couldn't command her own daughter-in-law to obey. Yet she happened to be one. The Marchioness felt utterly disgraced, but Shěn Lí had been exceptionally stubborn these past 2 days. Even the Marquis couldn't discern her intentions, fearing that forcing her would backfire, so he dared not say much. Suppressing her anger, the Marchioness looked at Shěn Lí coldly and asked, what did you do when you went out today? Seeing no harm in answering, Shěn Lí replied casually, I went out to buy peach blossom pastries. The Marchioness continued coldly, why did you attack your sister and brother-in-law while buying pastries? Did they provoke you? Have you no sense of propriety? Shěn Lí spread her hands and said, oh, didn't I tell you last time? I have no upbringing, and all the Shěn daughters lack it. If we had any, my sister wouldn't have tried to snatch the pastries I bought, would she? And as for my brother-in-law, he's even more amusing. One might think he was my father the way he started lecturing me. I suppose we are all equally lacking in upbringing. With that, she effectively nailed the reputation of the Shěn daughters to the pillar of shame, while also taking a dig at the Duke's heir. Well, no one is innocent here, so there's no point in coming to pick a fight. The Duchess, hearing this, felt it differed from what her family had said. Being by Yinlang's mother, she naturally had to defend her son. She said coldly, you can say whatever you want now, since there's no one else here to contradict you. You kicked my son into that state. My daughter-in-law is lying in bed moaning about stomach pain, and yet you're still here gossiping behind their backs, ruining their reputations. How could Yin Yu have such a venomous elder sister as Yue? Shěn Lí found it quite ridiculous. Instead of standing, she sat down in a nearby chair. This bold move stunned even the Duchess, who had intended to discipline her. How dare you? How can you sit before your elders have given you permission? Have you no rules? Do you have any respect for your mother-in-law? Shěn Lí gave her a strange look. Duchess, have you forgotten? This is the Jinxiang Marquis mansion, and I am its young madam. Here I am the host, and I can sit whenever I please. My mother-in-law hasn't said a word, so why do you have so much to say? Her chaotic, unorthodox retorts left the Duchess speechless, rolling her eyes in frustration. Unaccustomed to such blunt disrespect, she turned her furious gaze to the Marchioness. The Marchioness was also worried that if Shěn Lí spoke to her like that, she would lose all face as the mother-in-law. Just as she hesitated, Shěn Lí spoke again. Lately I've been hearing people call me venomous. So far I haven't figured out where my venom lies. She wore a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with mockery, as she looked from the Marchioness to the Duchess. Speaking of venom, I must bring you up, Duchess. The Duchess, whose name was called, didn't know what she intended but instinctively became wary. Shěn Lí said slowly, don't tell me you knew nothing about the marriage swap your daughter-in-law and I were subjected to. Yet I didn't see you getting particularly angry about it. Your family is quite shameless. You received so many benefits from my maternal grandfather's family. It was agreed that our families would be united by marriage, but the moment my mother died you turned your backs on that agreement, didn't you? And now you call me venomous. I truly don't know where I'm venomous. If I were, I would have killed everyone in your family rather than stand here listening to you call me names. As she spoke, she cast a chilling glance at the Duchess. The Duchess felt her scalp prickle from that look. It felt as if she were being stared down by a fierce beast. Although Shěn Lí's eyes didn't explicitly promise death, the Duchess felt a primal fear. Shěn Lí curled her lips into a smile. And as for your son, he was making eyes at my sister, even when we were betrothed. Did he take— I kept quiet to save your family's face. But since you've thrown all decency to the wind, I see no reason to preserve it for you. Whether the child your daughter-in-law is clutching, is even your grandson, is uncertain. Since you've come, you must have heard that your daughter-in-law was carrying on improperly before her marriage. It was only because her mother managed the household that her affairs never came to light. Hearing such nonsense, the Duchess nearly fainted from rage. She patted her chest to calm herself, then looked at the Marchioness and said, is this how your family treats guests? Are you trying to let your daughter-in-law anger me to death? Over the past few days, Marquise Jinxiang had witnessed Shěn Lí's unhinged behavior. She truly showed no regard for kids. To be honest, she now harbored a genuine fear of Shěn Lí, and even felt a twinge of satisfaction seeing Duchess Baohua so infuriated by her. After all, they had both married daughters of the Shěn family. It wouldn't be fair if only she suffered at home, while the Duke of Baohua's household got off scot-free. Now that Duchess Baohua was coming over to be berated, what more could she ask for? She was inwardly delighted, of course. However, being scolded by her own daughter-in-law in her own home, Marquise Jinxiang also worried that Duchess Baohua might later come seeking trouble. Frowning, she looked at Shěn Lí and was about to speak. However, being scolded by her own daughter-in-law in her own home, Marquise Jinxiang also worried that Duchess Baohua might later come seeking trouble. Frowning, she looked at— it was a blatant threat, and Marquise Jinxiang was struck speechless, her weakness exposed. After all, her son still had a career to protect. If word got out that he had slept with his fallen comrade's widow, the consequences would be disastrous. She fell silent, but Duchess Baohua was beside herself with rage. Pointing first at Marquise Jinxiang, then at Shěn Lí, she sputtered, "You. The two of you are birds of a feather. Are you refusing to take responsibility for this?" Shěn Lí rose with a cold sneer, looking down at Duchess Baohua. "Responsibility? For what? Your son deserved that beating. If he dares to swagger before me again, I'll hit him again. Oh, and by the way, your daughter-in-law is carrying your family's grandchild. Can't you even spare a piece of peach blossom pastry for her? She had to come snatch it from my hands. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to let all of Shanjing know that your family not only swapped brides, but also condones your daughter-in-law's infidelity." Duchess Baohua was nearly apoplectic with fury, but she knew she wouldn't gain any advantage today. It was better to return early and report this to Duke Baohua, letting him devise a plan. She stormed off in a huff, her face still flushed with anger. Marquise Jinxiang had intended to see her off, but Duchess Baohua, driven by rage, departed so swiftly that Marquise Jinxiang couldn't catch up. Sighing, she turned back and saw that Shěn Lí hadn't left yet, and was having a maid serve her tea. Seeing her enjoying the tea so leisurely, Marquise Jinxiang felt a pang of irritation. "What are you still doing here? You've already driven Duchess Baohua away." Shěn Lí found her stony expression utterly amusing. "You're mistaken. It's not just the Duke of Baohua's household. There's also the Duke of Qingjin's. You see, madam, I gave their young lord a beating yesterday. Who knows how they'll retaliate against you now?" She sipped her tea while uttering these infuriating words. Marquise Jinxiang was dumbfounded. "The Duke of Qingjin's household? How did you get involved with them? Wait, why did you beat their young lord? Why would you go and offend them?" Shěn Lí replied, "I didn't intend to offend them. They came after me. I used to be a pushover so anyone could walk all over me, but not anymore. Now that I can fight back, why should I let myself suffer? So now no matter who it is, I'll strike. Don't think anyone is the exception." Shěn Lí smiled with feigned innocence, but her words were anything but. Marquise Jinxiang was so furious she nearly toppled over, and only the steadying hand of the matron behind her kept her upright. She pointed at Shěn Lí, seething, "What kind of daughter-in-law are you? If you keep this up, don't blame me for having my son divorce you." She thought this was a heavy threat. No woman would want to be divorced. It was for this very reason that many women silently endured humiliation in their husbands' homes just to remain there and avoid public mockery. Little did she know her words played right into Shěn Lí's hands. A triumphant smile spread across Shěn Lí's face as she set down her teacup. I won't be divorced, but am open to a mutual separation. Since you've brought it up, I'll say it plainly, I accept the separation, but I will not be cast out. If you've all come to an agreement, I'm ready to leave the Gu family at any moment. But if you take too long, and I end up offending more households in the meantime, that'll be on the Jinxiang Marquis. You'd best come up with a plan quickly. Shěn Lí's purpose today was to show Marquise Jinxiang just how much trouble she could stir up, thereby persuading her to agree to his separation with Gu Yunzi. After all, she was now willing to do anything to cause trouble for both the Shun and Gu families. Oh, she wondered how the Shun family was faring. They must have discovered that their house had been stripped bare by now, right? While Marquise Jinxiang fumed at her words, Shěn Lí was busy speculating about the Shun family situation. The Shun household she was thinking of was not doing well at all. One could even say they were in a miserable state. The kitchen servants at the Shun residence rose early to prepare breakfast for their masters. Since Shěn Lí had left them their usual clothes, they didn't immediately notice anything amiss. But upon entering the kitchen, as usual, they felt that the whole place seemed strangely bare. Taking a closer look, any lingering drowsiness was instantly shocked away. Where's my wok? How is the wok gone? My ground pepper. That was precious. Why is it gone too? Wait, where's the vegetables? The rice? Where did everything in the kitchen go? I can't see any of it. Damn it. That jar of lard I rendered yesterday. Where is it? Where did it go? While the kitchen erupted in chaos, the maids in the main courtyard who were preparing to attend to their mistresses also began to shriek. Oh no, where are my clothes? My earrings. Where are my earrings? Has anyone seen them? Hey, my trunk was at the head of my bed. Where did it go? Where's the flint? Light it so I can see. The maids bickered among themselves until one finally managed to find a flint. When its flame illuminated the room, their cries of shock grew even louder. Why is the room empty? No wonder it was so cold in the night. Where are my blankets? My trunk? Our dressing table? When they had woken up, they hadn't noticed anything wrong. Now that they saw it, they realized everything was a problem. The room they lived in was completely bare except for the heated brick bed. Clad only in their undergarments, they stared at each other in the flickering firelight. Shěn Yinran, who had just woken up, let out a piercing scream at the sight of her empty room. Her maids, also in their undergarments, came rushing over, looking as wilted as frosted eggplants. Miss, our clothes are all gone. So many things in the residence have vanished. Shěn Yinran couldn't accept that the jewelry she had just acquired was gone, and even the potted plants in her room had disappeared without a trace. She screamed enraged. Who stole my things? Come out. Show yourself. Her eyes blazing red with fury, she looked at the maids who had entered. Not one of them was fully dressed, they all cowered with their necks drawn in like quails. She didn't know where to direct her anger. How could this happen, she wailed. I just got a ruby phoenix hairpin from Mother yesterday, and it's gone today? Who did this? Who stole my things? I'm going to tell Mother. When I find out who did this, I'll make them pay. Hurry up and dress me. I need to see. She fumed, completely oblivious to the maids' uncomfortable expressions. They instinctively stepped back at her command until the one she favored most stepped forward and said hesitantly, Miss, the wardrobes were stolen, so the clothes inside are gone too. It's not just your things. Even our belongings have been taken. Shěn Yinran grew even angrier. How can this be? What are those guards outside doing? How could they let someone strip the house bare? Where's Mother? I need to see her. They'll have Father and Mother make it right for me. They'll make them replace everything. With that, she stormed out. Fortunately, she still had some sense of decency. While in her undergarments, she had the maids. The maids, however, suffered. Already embarrassed to be in their undergarments, they were also forced to block the wind, and even in the not-so-cold morning, it was more than enough to chill them to the bone. When they finally reached the main courtyard, they realized what true chill to the bone really meant. Before they had even fully entered, they could hear the sound of Baron Yangyi's wife cursing at the top of her lungs. Which thief is so bold as to steal the Earl's official robe? This is a capital crime. Does this thief have no regard for them? From the voice alone, one could tell how furious the Countess of Yomi was. The Earl was equally enraged, for he was supposed to attend court that morning, but with his official robe missing, he had no choice but to request leave. He retorted with irritation, Enough? The thief has already committed a capital crime by stealing so much. What difference does one more item make? Is he going to choose the manner of his own execution? The Countess was momentarily silenced by his words. Shěn Yinran rushed in, utterly bewildered, staring at her parents, who were also in their undergarments. What is going on? Father, Mother, what has happened to our home? Where are all our belongings? Seeing her daughter arrive, disheveled, the Countess felt a surge of despair. All her precious possessions gone without a trace. She wept. What else could it be? We've been robbed by a cursed thief. Not just our belongings, even your father's official robe. My lord, you must speak to the officials at the Court of Judicial Review. This is utterly disgraceful. We are a noble household. To have our things stolen while we sleep soundly in our own home. What are they even there for? They can't even manage this simple task. The Countess was furious with everyone, and the Earl was equally angry, but he held little real power and couldn't easily confront the officials of the court. He suppressed his anger and said, "Enough, stop your complaining. First send someone to the estates to have the New Year's supplies delivered early so we can manage the immediate crisis." What else could the Countess do? She could only hasten to make the arrangements, though she couldn't help but mutter, "The New Year just passed not long ago. Asking the estates to send more supplies now. They probably won't have much to offer." The Earl said, "What other choice do we have? We can't just do nothing. Do you expect me to go out like this? I'm not that bold." The Countess had met Shěn Lí just yesterday, and now today their home was robbed. She instinctively suspected Shěn Lí was behind it, though she couldn't fathom how she could have pulled it off so secretly. But her gut feeling told her this was Shěn Lí's doing. Seizing the moment while the Earl was angry, she began to sow discord. "My lord, didn't I tell you just last night that our daughter Lí isn't as obedient as she used to be? When she was at the Jinxiang Marquis residence, she showed no respect to anyone, not even to me or her own mother-in-law. I think she's grown bold now with no sense of propriety, only caring about tarnishing our family's reputation outside. Perhaps she's gotten involved with some disreputable people and conspired with them to strip our household bare." She wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, "My lord, we can endure some hardship, but Lí is too heartless. How could she even steal your belongings? Even if she harbors resentment towards us, she shouldn't have taken your official robe. If people find out how you lost it, you'll become a laughing." The more the Countess spoke, the more incensed she became. She had already decided that whether or not Shěn Lí was responsible, the blame must be pinned on her. Otherwise, who would compensate them for all their losses? Even if Shěn Lí couldn't pay for it, it didn't matter. Wasn't there still the Jinxiang Marquis residence? And the treasures in the storeroom? Those were precious items. If Lí wanted to take a few things, fine, but why did she have to take everything? As she spoke, the Earl, despite himself, began to follow her line of thinking, and the more he did, the more his heart ached. Perhaps others didn't know what was in the storeroom, but he certainly did. Those were the treasures left by his late wife. She had come from a refined and noble family, and though their possessions weren't flashy, their true value could rival that of the royal families. He hadn't been willing to let his late wife take them as burial goods, nor had he allowed his eldest daughter to take them as dowry. Now that they were stolen, how could his heart not ache? Although he found the Countess' accusations hard to believe, he knew Shěn Lí's character well, and she certainly wasn't capable of sneaking back to rob her own family home. He felt the need to have someone to blame. Otherwise, the pain of his loss would be unbearable. At that moment, a servant returned from gathering information. The expression on his face was unreadable, a mix of relief and something else. He reported, "My lord, my lady, the household of Minister Su next door has also been robbed. They were cleaned out completely. The servants there claim they saw the thief with their own eyes, and it wasn't human." Recalling the vivid tale told by the Su household's page, who was also in his undergarments, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. "They say there's a deity in the lake within their residence, and it was this deity who took their belongings." Having just blamed Shěn Lí for the theft, the Countess felt her face sting with embarrassment as the servant returned with a different story. She immediately scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? In broad daylight, where would any spirits or deities come from?" The servant, still lost in her own terrifying recollections, failed to notice the Countess' displeasure. She spoke with a horrified expression, "My lady, this is truly what I heard." The man said he saw it with his own eyes. The lake water suddenly surged up right in front of him, and he fainted from fright. The Su household is in complete chaos right now. Their courtyard is constantly covered in water. Who knows, maybe the deity hasn't even left yet. I heard that Master Su fainted from crying by the lake. Perhaps he's gone to keep the deity company. As she spoke, she shuddered, making everyone around her feel that everything about this morning was eerily strange. Those who knew each other instinctively drew closer together. The Countess felt her own hair stand on end at the tail, but the Earl furrowed his brow. "You say the Su household was robbed as well?" It wasn't that he cared about who the thief was, but if the Su family had also been robbed, it would be harder to pin the blame on his eldest daughter, as she had no quarrel with them. Shěn Yinran, usually arrogant, had a rare moment of cunning. She said to the Earl, "Father, I believe the theft at the Su household was also carried out by our eldest sister. She did it to blind us, to make everyone think she had no grudge against them. But since the Su family was also robbed, it clears her of suspicion. Father, this was definitely her doing. You must seek justice for me." Thinking of her own stolen jewelry and Shěn Lí living a life of luxury in the Jinxiang Marquis residence, she felt a surge of resentment. Anything that could upset Shěn Lí, even just to annoy her, would bring her immense satisfaction. The Earl pondered for a moment, looking at his own and his family's state of undress. Though he felt it was somewhat shameless, it was also the best course of action available. The Marquise of Jinxiang felt threatened, and by her own daughter-in-law no less. She felt an ache in every part of her body. She said to her trusted confidant, "When the young Marquis returns, have him come see me immediately. If he doesn't, he'll be dead." Hearing this, the confidant quickly sent someone to wait for him, then returned to console the Marquise. "My lady, please don't be so upset. The young madam has been like this for the past couple of days, not wanting to speak to anyone. It's not directed at you personally." The Marquise clutched her chest, this time truly pained. Her brows knitted tightly as she said, "I never noticed she had such a sharp tongue before. She snaps at everyone these days, and today she even mentioned divorce. I don't even know what to say to her." The confidant said, I expect the young madam was just speaking in anger. It's not easy for a woman in this world. Without her husband's family's protection, which natal family would take back a divorced daughter? Besides, her own family isn't one to support her. They were willing to swap her into this marriage before, so why would they back her now? Her threat of divorce is likely just a reaction to your mention of casting her out. She's trying to threaten you in return. If it truly came to divorce, she'd have no one to rely on. How would she survive? She wouldn't dare. The confidant spoke with conviction. The Marquis, lacking a better idea and believing that Shěn Lí didn't have the courage, nodded at the Prince Jean's mansion. What? She wants a divorce. Really? Shěn, who had been reviewing intelligence reports from the border, stood up with a face full of joy. Wang Du, who was reporting, felt a twitch in his eyelid and couldn't bear to look at the mad prince's grin, which seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Shěn paced the room, unable to contain his excitement. He clapped his fist into his palm and turned to Wang Du, saying, "We must support this wholeheartedly. Whatever she needs to finalize this divorce, we will make sure it happens as quickly as possible. And see if she needs any help. If so, take care of it for her immediately. Don't let her go to any trouble. Oh, and also have the household prepare to welcome their new mistress." Shěn felt he had never been this happy. The thought of that valiant and spirited woman becoming his princess's partner for life filled him with immense joy. Wang Du watched his prince lost in joyful thoughts and felt his eyelid twitch again. He wanted to say, "Your Highness, she's getting a divorce. What's there to be so happy about?" Well, for their prince it was indeed something to celebrate. "But Your Highness, have you considered how the Emperor would ever agree to you marrying a divorce?" Wang Du grumbled inwardly but dared not voice a word of it. He simply nodded in meek agreement. Couldn't she have brought this up later? He was a man. What was so wrong about sleeping with a woman? It was only because his Minjing status was unsuitable that she was making such a fuss. Thinking of this, Gu Yunzi felt his guilt completely vanish. "Mother, please drop this matter. I will not divorce Shěn Lí, nor will I cast her aside. I've just returned and gotten married. If I were to abandon my wife immediately, what would people think of me?" Moreover, although he felt a sense of duty to care for his Minjing and her children, he had never considered divorcing his wife for their sake. Even though Shěn Lí constantly argued with him at the residence, he didn't find it annoying enough to resort to divorce. Hearing this, the Marquise of Jinxiang choked on her words, then thumped his arm with her hand. "That's what you say now, but Shěn Lí doesn't see it that way. She's out there causing trouble every day, showing no respect for anyone in this household. Today it's these two mansions, tomorrow who knows whose home it will be. My son, although we are a Marquis household, we don't have much real power. There are many noble families in the capital. If she keeps this up, I worry about your future." Gu Yunzi frowned, then comforted her. "I will have a proper talk with Shěn Lí about this. Mother, rest assured. She is the wife of the Gu family now, and no matter what she does, she wouldn't disregard her own safety." The Marquise of Jinxiang, recalling Shěn Lí's sharp tongue over the past 2 days, clutched her chest and wept. "I doubt it. She's been acting like a madwoman lately with none of her former gentle demeanor." She wanted to say that it was Gu Yunzi and he Minjing who had driven the girl to madness, but thinking he was her own son, she held her tongue. All the fault lay with that slut he Minjing. Yes, move it all out. Anything that belongs to me, not even a single blade of grass can stay." Shěn Lí didn't know when Gu Yunzi would finally divorce her, but that didn't stop her from making her stance clear. She directed a group of newly purchased servants as they carried things out. Billion watched from the side, while Biha, growing increasingly anxious, had already sent a maid several times to summon the Marquise and Gu Yunzi. Shěn Lí saw this, but said nothing. Her decision couldn't be changed by anyone's arrival, though she could take this opportunity to get rid of Biha, so she wouldn't have to deal with her obstructive presence later. The belongings from Qingfeng courtyard were being moved out in an orderly fashion, but the Marquise had yet to arrive. Biha, frantic with worry, stepped forward to plead with Shěn Lí. "Young madam, you can't do this. If you move everything out now, where will you go? If you try to return to the Yongyi Earl's residence, you'll likely be thrown out before you even cross the threshold. The Countess is not easy to deal with, as you well know, young madam. Is there any problem that can't be resolved? Young madam, please don't be so impulsive. Can't we just talk things through calmly? You've always acted for the young lord's benefit, and I'm sure he knows that. If anything, just go and apologize to him, soften your stance a little. He surely won't hold a grudge against you. He'll go and fetch him right away." Biha turned to leave, but Shěn Lí, irritated by her words, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across her face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed across the entire courtyard. The bustling activity seemed to hit a pause button. Everyone simultaneously stopped their work. Billion, who was in charge of inventory, glanced cautiously at Shěn Lí, then shot a helpless look towards Biha. She wondered how Biha could forget who their true mistress was. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? Shěn Lí's slap was forceful, sending Biha sprawling to the ground. Stunned, Biha slowly touched her face. As the fiery pain spread, she looked up in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. "Young madam, you hit me." At that moment, Bai's sense of grievance peaked. "I have only ever acted in your best interest. Why would you? What wrong have I done?" Slap! Another slap sent Bai's head snapping to the side. Shěn Lí coldly rubbed her wrist, her voice as icy as frost. "Failing to see your place. That is your greatest mistake." Her gaze swept coldly over the newly bought servants. "I will say this once. Next time I will punish directly. The servants I buy are meant to serve. My orders are the absolute command. I didn't pay to get a boss. I don't need anyone. If anyone can't figure out where they stand, then I have no use for them. Such people better find a way to escape from me, or else I won't be lenient. The new servants trembled in fear and replied in unison, "We will follow only your orders, miss." Shěn Lí nodded satisfied and averted her gaze. She then looked down at Biha on the ground. "Now do you understand where you went wrong?" Biha, feeling half her face swollen, spoke with resentment. "I don't understand. I haven't done anything. I never tried to command you. How have I offended you?" A wave of irritation washed over Shěn Lí. She kicked Biha, then planted her foot firmly on the servant girl's head. "You still don't get it. You're annoying me, you know that. Don't I know who you're really loyal to? Stop playing these mind games with me. Do you think you're some cunning fox spirit? If you want Guyunza, go ahead and try your luck. I won't stop you. But why do you keep pushing me to chase after him? Am I a weapon for you to wield? Do I just do whatever you say? And another thing, I am leaving today. Since you're my maid, you should be listening to me, not standing around doing nothing and trying to interfere with my—" She ground her toe into Bai's cheek with moderate pressure. Biha felt utterly humiliated, tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. Shěn Lí said coldly, "Since you wish to stay, then stay. I'll give you your deed of servitude as well to honor the bond we've had as mistress and maid. As for what happens after this, that will be up to you." She held out her hand towards Billion. Understanding the gesture, Billion quickly retrieved Bai's deed from the box she carried and presented it to Shěn Lí with both hands. Shěn Lí took the deed and threw it onto Bai's face. She then lifted her foot and said coldly, "Here, it's yours now." She had barely lifted her foot before Biha reacted. She never imagined that 2 sentences would get her dismissed so abruptly. She couldn't comprehend why this had happened. She felt lost and helpless, but finally a bitter thought crept in. Shěn Lí had abandoned her. So in that case, she wasn't really betraying her mistress. She scrambled to her feet, clutching her deed, thinking that staying in the Marquis household might not be so bad after all. When the Marquise of Jinxiang arrived upon hearing the news, she saw the half-empty Qingfeng courtyard and its tense atmosphere. Ignoring everything else, upon seeing Shěn Lí's belongings piled up in the yard, she could no longer contain her fury. "Shěn Lí, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing the Marquise, Biha rushed towards her, as if she were a lifeline, clutching her deed and holding her swollen face. "Madam, the young madam is moving her things out. She wants a divorce from the young lord." Shěn Lí was no longer angry at Bai's betrayal. After all, she was no longer her maid. She looked at the Marquise calmly with no intention of defending herself. There was truly no point. The Marquise felt a headache coming on at the word divorce. "Shěn Lí, first have them put everything down and leave. What is the meaning of this spectacle? Since when does a daughter-in-law try to strip her husband's family home bare?" Shěn Lí found it amusing. "Madam Gu, are you not seeing clearly? These are my things, not your family's possessions. I have every right to move my belongings out whenever I please. Oh, and have you forgotten? You were the one who previously suggested I divorce Guyunza. What's the matter? Now that I'm actually moving my things, you're having second thoughts." Shěn Lí stood with her arms crossed, projecting an air of superiority that made her seem taller than the Marquise despite being The laws of Great Chu state that a married woman without children may take all her personal belongings when she returns to her family. These items are mine. So what's the problem if I wish to take them? The Marquise was left speechless. She realized that ever since Shěn Lí had changed, she had been constantly bested in their verbal sparring. Now she could only weakly defend herself. "When did I ever say you should divorce? I said that if you wish to leave, it would only be through being cast aside." Shěn Lí let out a derisive snort, her autumn water eyes turning icy as she stared at the Marquise with contempt. The Marquise found the gaze almost unbearably piercing. She knew that look meant nothing good would follow. "Sure enough," Shěn Lí sneered, "cast aside. Madam Gu, I'm giving you face. You'd better take it while you can, or don't blame me for being rude later." The Marchioness of Jinxiang felt herself threatened, but at this moment Guyunza had gone to his official duties, leaving her with no one to turn to for help. Only the servants supported her, preventing her from collapsing on the spot. Just then a servant hurried in to report, "Madam, young madam, the Countess of Yongyi is here waiting in the flower hall." The Countess of Yongyi had come again. The Marchioness of Jinxiang felt her breath unsteady. Last time it was she who had summoned the Countess, but now she had no idea why the Countess had come. Her own daughter couldn't even be controlled. What was the point of the Countess' visit? She wanted to refuse the meeting, but with Shěn Lí still present, she had no way to handle her. If she stayed, she might be driven to a worse state by Shěn Lí's provocations. She turned to leave, muttering, "She came at just the right time. I shall go and ask her what exactly the daughters of the Shin family are up to." The Marchioness of Jinxiang bustled in with a crowd of servants, and then bustled out just as quickly, leaving Biha utterly bewildered. Shěn Lí let out a cold laugh, waved her hand grandly, and said, "Continue moving." In the flower hall of the Jinxiang Marquis residence, the Countess of Yongyi, wearing clothes borrowed from her mother's family, sat with Shen Yinran. The fury on their faces was visible from afar. They had already decided at home that this matter must be pinned on Shěn Lí. Now the flower hall was filled with servants of the Jinxiang Marquis residence, who could not speak freely. However, judging by the anger on their faces, the two women had clearly come with hostile intentions. When the Marchioness of Jinxiang arrived, she saw the mother and daughter from a distance. but she was already seething with anger, unable to think clearly about anything else. As soon as she entered the flower hall, she launched an attack on the Countess of Yongi, sneering, "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the Countess of Yongi who can't even discipline her own daughter? How dare you still show your face in our residence? Are you here to bring another scourge into our home?" As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Shun Yinran, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The Countess of Yongi had not expected that before she could even voice her accusation, the Marchioness of Jinxiang would speak first. She found it utterly ridiculous. She stood up and stepped in front of Shun Yinran, foregoing any pleasantries, her face twisted into a sneer. The Jinxiang Marquis residence has quite the fine upbringing, instructing a married daughter to return to her mother's home and steal. Who knows where those stolen goods are now hidden in your residence? I'm telling you, if you have any sense of propriety, hand them over immediately and spare us the trouble. If you refuse to produce them and insist on denying everything, don't blame us for taking this to the authorities. We'll go straight to the Dali Temple and have the magistrates come to investigate. When that happens, if it damages the relations between our two families, don't come crying to us." The Marchioness of Jinxiang had thought that by seizing on the Shun family's mistake, she could force the Countess of Yongi to submit. But after hearing such a long tirade, she was completely baffled. She felt as if she hadn't understood anything these past 2 days. Raising a hand to stop the Countess, she said, "Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean our residents instructed a married daughter to return home and steal? Who instructed whom? Who stole what? What exactly was stolen? Explain yourself." "I don't understand. I merely made a few remarks about the improper way your family raises its daughters. Instead of reflecting on yourselves, you come to our Marquis residence to throw your weight around. Is this the code of conduct of the Yongi Earl? Is this the so-called rules of the Yongi family?" The two madams confronted each other. Shun Yinran had always been at odds with Shěn Lí, and now that her jewelry was missing, the jade hairpin in her hair was a gift from her grandmother who had taken pity on her, she was practically fuming. She had forgotten all about propriety. Hearing the Marchioness of Jinxiang's words, she stood up abruptly and interrupted. "What's wrong with the daughters of our family? No matter what, we don't have the habit of stealing. Call Shěn Lí out immediately and ask her why she came back to our mother's home to steal things. Make her come out and return my jewelry and clothes. She even stole our father's official robe. How could she do such a thing?" Shun Yinran grew angrier with every word. Although she wasn't sure who had actually stolen the items, since the blame had been pinned on Shěn Lí, she felt as though all her anger now had a target. She only wanted to summon Shěn Lí so she could vent her fury by cursing her out thoroughly. The Marchioness of Jinxiang's face darkened. Whose family's rules are these? When the madams are speaking, a young lady interrupts. She cast a cold glance at the Countess of Yongi. "Truly fine upbringing. With such education, I wouldn't be surprised if your daughters..." Though she was reluctant to admit that her daughter-in-law had stolen anything, she also didn't want Shěn Lí to move all the belongings out now. It would be a laughingstock if others found out. Seizing the opportunity, she ordered a servant, "Go and summon the young madam. Tell her that her mother and sister from her maternal family are here and accuse her of stealing from her mother's home. She must come immediately to clarify what she has stolen." The servant hurried off and relayed the Marchioness' words exactly. Billion looked at Shěn Lí with worry, but Shěn Lí gave her a reassuring glance. "Keep moving the things. I'll go and see what's happening." Billion, knowing how poorly the Countess of Yongi had treated Shěn Lí at home, said worriedly, "Miss, please be careful." Shěn Lí nodded and followed the servant to the flower hall. By now the Marchioness of Jinxiang and the Countess of Yongi had taken opposite sides of the table in the flower hall, ignoring each other. Shun Yinran, having been scolded by the Marchioness of Jinxiang and worried about her own marriage prospects, dared not say much else. But as soon as she saw Shěn Lí enter, she couldn't help but stand up and rush toward her, raising her hand to push her as she had done before. "Shěn Lí, you unfilial daughter. How dare you come back to our mother's home to steal? Who taught you to do this? Do you know how disgusting you are?" Shěn Lí sidestepped, slightly dodging Shun Yinran's outstretched hand. Shun Yinran stumbled and nearly fell, then turned back to glare at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí crossed her arms and watched coolly, replying with a frosty tone, "I don't see anything disgusting about you." Shun Yinran was speechless with rage, her eyes wide as she pointed at Shěn Lí. "You?" Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. What about me? I find you disgusting." Shun Yinran was furious. She hadn't expected that after marriage Shěn Lí's words would become so infuriating. The Marchioness of Jinxiang had been displeased when Shěn Lí had spoken to her like that, but now seeing someone else being silenced by Shěn Lí, she felt a surge of satisfaction. The Countess of Yongi had already witnessed Shěn Lí's disregard for anyone's face last time. Seeing her daughter about to be crushed by Shěn Lí's words, she quickly interjected, coldly scolding, "Shěn Lí, do you have any manners? Is this how you speak to your own sister?" Shěn Lí gave her a frosty glance. "My sister? The moment she sees me, she starts pointing and cursing. That's more like an enemy. Besides, you know very well how you treated me before, so don't come here pretending to be my elder. If you have something to say, just say it." "Oh right, the servant just told me you accused me of stealing from my mother's home." "Fine, let's hear it. What exactly did I steal?" She wore a nonchalant expression, and of course, she would be nonchalant, for she did not believe anyone would witness her emptying the Shun and Su households, nor did she think her hidden space would be discovered. Thus she was not flustered in the slightest. It was the arrival of the Shun family today that had refreshed her perception of their sheer audacity. They came to her the moment something went missing at home, as if she were their personal scapegoat. Before the Countess of Yongyi could speak, Shen Yinran in a fit of fury demanded, "What did you say? What else? My jewelry, my clothes, and even the potted plants in my room are gone. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" The Countess of Yongyi, mindful that they still relied on Shěn Lí to replenish these items, was wary of provoking her further. Though her tone was not as aggressive as Shun Yanran's, her expression was equally grim. "And the goods in the family storeroom, those are family possessions. How could you move them to your husband's home? And your father's official robe? Tell me if you feel we've wronged you, just say so. You could even vent your anger at me, but how could you steal your own father's official robe? If you had taken other things, we as a family could simply ask for them back. But this robe is a matter of great importance. If anything were to go wrong with it, how could we possibly deal with the consequences?" The Countess of Yongyi spoke with earnest, well-intentioned persuasion. Had Shěn Lí not known exactly what they were scheming, she might have been convinced by their rhetoric herself. Indeed, had this been the old her, she might have racked her brains to replace all these items for them. After all, they were her family. But now, she had already gotten her hands on these things. Want her to let go? That would be a firm no. The Marquise of Jinxiang had found their story utterly ridiculous from the start. Now listening to them continue, she was no longer angry, merely curious to see how Shěn Lí would handle this. Shěn Lí felt she was dealing with lunatics. She looked at the Countess of Yongyi, as if she were a fool. "I know you've always despised me at home. Even though I obeyed you and married Gu Yunza, I understand that you think I'm easy to bully because the Marquis' residence isn't as noble as the Duke's. But to accuse me with such outrageous lies, that I cannot comprehend. You speak of jewelry and official robes. Are these not private possessions of your household? They aren't things displayed in public. I haven't even set foot back home these past days. Even if I had, how could I possibly have stolen them? And as for your storerooms, it's a wonder you can even bring that up. You could take this story to the Golden Throne itself, and it still wouldn't. You're truly amusing. I wonder who put these ideas in your heads. Your things are missing and you assume the Marquis of Jinxiang's household is an easy target, so you come here." She began to subtly stir the pot. The Marquise of Jinxiang found it satisfying to hear, but with each mention of the Marquis' residence being inferior to the Duke's, her own displeasure grew, even though she knew it to be true. "Exactly," the Marquise said. "Liar has been in our residence these past few days. At most she's gone out for a stroll. I've heard nothing of her visiting your home. If your possessions are missing, you should send people to search for them properly, not come here, making a scene." The Marquise of Jinxiang glanced at the somewhat outdated attire of the Countess of Yongyi, and let out a scoff. With a seemingly casual gesture, she raised her hand to touch her hair, revealing a pair of exquisite water-rich jade bracelets on her wrist. Her fingers also brushed against a ruby, plum blossom hairpin of the purest color. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she added, "If your household is truly lacking considering we are in-laws, you need only say the word. We might spare a few clothes, but to come here and cause trouble like this, then I have nothing more to say." Her demeanor, as if looking down on poor country relatives, infuriated the Countess of Yongyi. Shen Yinran, who had never been spoken to in such a manner, was immediately incensed. Her eyes blazing, she shot to her feet. "What is the meaning of this? You stole our things and refused to admit it, is that it?" The Marquise of Jinxiang's face turned cold in an instant. She slammed her hand heavily on the table, startling Shun Yinran. "How dare you? You come to my residence babbling about theft. Do you truly believe the Marquis of Jinxiang is so easily bullied? I'm telling you, even if we are merely a Marquis household, we are not afraid of your baseless accusations. You are ladies and misses of official families, yet you speak of theft so casually. Since you claim my daughter-in-law stole from you, then produce the evidence. Without a shred of proof, you hurl accusations. Even if you took this to the authorities, no one would believe you." The Marquise of Jinxiang felt utterly exhausted. These past 2 days had been pure torment. Shěn Lí had indeed been true to her word, though as long as she remained in the residence, the household would know no peace. Even though she was defending Shěn Lí now, to save face, her gaze towards her was far from kind. Shěn Lí pretended not to notice, completely indifferent. Truly, she couldn't care less. The Countess of Yongyi knew this wouldn't be easy. She had already resolved that if she couldn't get any benefit for her own family, she would make sure the Marquis of Jinxiang's household didn't get off scot-free either. "Evidence. The evidence is in your storeroom. The goods must be hidden there right now. If you claim to be innocent, then open your storeroom and let us see for ourselves." The Marquise of Jinxiang was so angry she laughed. She rose from her seat and walked over to the Countess of Yongyi, tempted to slap her across the face. Only her upbringing as a noble lady held her back. "Our storeroom. You have the audacity to ask. If I open it for you today, tomorrow someone else might claim their things are missing and demand to search my house. Am I to oblige them all? If you have no evidence, then leave at once. My home is not open to just anyone. If you come as relatives, we will receive you properly. But if you claim to have lost goods and wish to inspect our storeroom, then come back with the officers of the Court of Judicial Review. If they say our household warrants a search, I want object. But if it's just you asking, then I'm sorry, but that is not going to happen." The Marquise of Jinxiang, displaying a rare moment of authority these past 2 days, declared with a stern face, "Show our guests." Among noble ladies, such a direct dismissal was a severe slap in the face. But since the Countess of Yongyi had come to her home to accuse them of theft, the Marquise felt that giving her any more courtesy would make her a doormat. The servants waiting outside had not dared to enter upon hearing the commotion. Now upon hearing the command, they quickly came in and escorted the mother and daughter from the Yongyi residence out. The Marquise of Jinxiang watched their retreating backs, then turned her gaze to Shěn Lí, who stood there like a detached bystander. She said crossly, "This is all trouble you've brought." Shěn Lí did not deny it, though she would never admit it. The fact was that this had all started because she had emptied the Shun household. She smiled at the Marquise and said, "Then you could just have Gu Yunza divorce me quickly. Once we are divorced, whatever trouble I cause will have nothing to do with your household. Well, I'm done here. You'll be taking my leave now." With that, she turned and walked away, showing not an ounce of respect for her current mother-in-law. The Marquise of Jinxiang was so furious she nearly choked. She pointed a trembling finger at a servant and ordered, "Go. See where she's headed." The servant went and quickly returned, reporting nervously, "The young madam left the residence as soon as she went out, taking over a dozen carts of belongings into a fairly large courtyard. However, the courtyard has no name, so this servant couldn't tell where it was." The Marquise of Jinxiang trembled with rage. "So that's why she's so bold. She has her own place to stay, and that's why she doesn't regard me, her mother-in-law, at all." The Marquise was furious, but could think of no way to deal with Shěn Lí. She could only say, "Tell the young lord to come see me when he returns." The servant stammered in fearful agreement. At the War Prince's mansion in the training grounds, Xiechun lowered his spear, casting it to the ground with a distinct smile on his face. "Is that so? She has already left the Jinxiang Marquis residence." Wang Du felt utterly exasperated. Here he was a perfectly respectable deputy general, and this was the kind of work he was doing now. Yet he had to answer with due respect on his face. "Yes, the eldest Miss Shun has already left the Gu family. All her belongings have—" Xiechun nodded with satisfaction, releasing his grip on the spear to flex his wrists. "Good. If Gu Yunza wouldn't cherish her, there were others who would. By the way, didn't you mention that the widow came from the countryside? Send someone to that village to investigate. See if you find anything. If you do, report back to me with haste." As a military commander, Xiechun understood the value of intelligence. He wasn't worried about not having Shěn Lí yet. Gathering every piece of information about her would surely open new opportunities for him, wouldn't it? That widow was causing quite a stir. While it all benefited him, Xiechun sensed it wasn't so simple. What else could Wang Du say? He naturally agreed. Gu Yunza was summoned again by his mother. Upon entering, he saw the Marchioness of Jinxiang lying on the couch, unable to speak. He felt a sense of helplessness tinged with a growing irritation. "Mother, my son." Just hearing his voice, the Marchioness broke down in tears. Looking at her tall son, she felt a shred of confidence return. "You have no idea how outrageous the Earl of Yongyi's family was today. They came to our doorstep accusing us of harboring stolen goods. They even claimed we instigated Shěn Lí to steal from her own family. Tell me, how can they bully us like this?" Gu Yunza frowned. They really came to make a scene. "And Shěn Lí, did she say anything?" The Marchioness wiped her tears. Of course she denied it. Even though Shěn Lí has been making a fuss at home these past 2 days, the Yongyi family is utterly shameless. The things they say. I haven't heard of Shěn Lí going back to the Shun residence these past 2 days. How could she have stolen anything from them? Even if she did steal something, where would she hide it? And think about it, she dared to tell us about offending the Chunggong Duke's mansion. If she had truly done something to her own family, why would she hide it? In the end, it's just that the Yongyi family thinks they're above us because they're allied with the Duke's household. They look down on our Marquise." Gu Yunza felt a surge of annoyance hearing this. The fact that the Yongyi family dared to accuse his household of theft was a clear sign of disrespect. They truly didn't see his family as worthy of consideration. Not only that, but they clearly didn't think much of Shěn Lí either. The thought stirred a pang of pity for her, neglected in her own home, married into his, and he for various reasons had yet to consummate the marriage. Gu Yunza sighed, inwardly feeling he ought to make amends to her. Otherwise, if she kept causing trouble like this, when would peace ever return to his household? The Marchioness, unaware of her son's thoughts, continued through her tears. "The Yongyi family's bullying aside, your wife is no easy character either. While we were away, she had her belongings moved out. Now she's staying at a residence outside. From the looks of it, she's determined to divorce you." Gu Yunza's face darkened at the mention of divorce. "Mother, I've told you I will not divorce. Don't bring this up again." The Marchioness choked on her words, then glared at her son. "I wouldn't want to bring it up either, but you haven't exactly handled this well. Now she's made her stance clear, she doesn't want to be with you anymore. And you haven't even sorted out that woman and her 2 children in the house. What's the use of telling me all this now? If you don't want a divorce, you'd better go and coax her back soon. Otherwise, she's holding leverage over you. If she decides to expose it, it will ruin your official reputation. The censors might impeach you, and you could lose your position entirely." This again, Gu Yunza felt a wave of intense frustration. And it was a frustration he couldn't even voice. The thought that Shěn Lí had already moved out only made it worse, extinguishing the faint flicker of pity he had felt moments ago. Shěn Lí was being so unreasonable, making such a fuss over a trivial matter instead of staying put. It was getting on his nerves, but he had to admit his mother was right. Shěn Lí held his secret. If she got angry enough to reveal it, the consequences were not something he wanted to face. He narrowed his eyes, trying to reassure his mother. I understand. I will go and talk to her about this. Don't worry yourself over it anymore, mother. Please rest, and take care of your health. The Marchioness was momentarily speechless. If she didn't have all these troubles, wouldn't she be resting just fine? It wasn't that she didn't want to rest. It was that she simply couldn't. Gu Yunza felt weary. The past couple of days, every time he returned, his mother would corner him with household matters, making him even more irritated. Now even when she invited him to stay for a meal, he had no appetite for it. Taking his leave from his mother's chambers, Gu Yunza thought he should go find Shěn Lí and settle things between them. He had never once considered divorce. On the night he lifted her veil, he had truly wanted to stay. But wasn't the situation just impossible then? Things had escalated to this point, and it wasn't what he wanted. Gu Yunza mused that no matter how much Shěn Lí had been causing trouble these past 2 days, it was only because she cared about him. Why should he stoop to her level and argue? Fine. He would go talk to her, bring her back home, and put an end to this. It would also give her a way out, preventing things from spiraling. With this in mind, he headed towards the main gate. Just then a maid serving He Minjing came rushing over frantically. She threw herself at Gu Yunza's feet. My lord, something terrible has happened. Sister He is taking the 2 children and leaving the mansion. She was speaking so quickly that Gu Yunza didn't catch what she said at first. However, he recognized her as the maid who attended to He Minjing. He had seen her around over the past 6 months. So he instructed, get up and speak clearly. What's happened? Is something wrong with the children? Tao Hua didn't dare rise. She lifted her head, her forehead beaded with sweat, looking extremely anxious. She spoke rapidly again. I dare not get up, my lord. Please hurry. Sister He has already left with the children. If they get too far, you won't be able to catch them. This time Gu Yunza understood. He Minjing was leaving with the children. Shocked, he abandoned Tao Hua and dashed off in pursuit. Sister-in-law, stop right there, don't leave yet. As Gu Yunza hurriedly chased after her, he saw He Minjing carrying a small bundle, holding her son with one hand and her daughter with the other, walking out through the back door. His heart tightened instinctively, and his steps quickened with urgency. Because he was too worried at that moment, he failed to notice how slowly He Minjing and her 2 children were moving. They only quickened their pace after he appeared. Gu Yunza rushed out in a panic, but He Minjing had already led her children out the door. However, a woman and children could never outpace an adult man, and Gu Yunza quickly caught up, blocking their path. He Minjing did not stop, but instead she pulled the 2 children and tried to pass him. Gu Yunza frowned, disregarding propriety, and grabbed her wrist, saying sternly, Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why must you leave? He Minjing struggled a little, but couldn't break free. Tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look pitiful. She choked out, General, you have been troubled these days. It is better for us 3 to leave. We were never meant to stay in the mansion. It is not our intention to cause discord between you and the young madam. Now that the young madam has taken her belongings and is leaving, if we remain in the mansion, we might tarnish your reputation. It is best if we go, so you can bring her back and restore harmony to the family. Hearing her cry, Gu Yunza felt a surge of pity. He thought of how her husband had died saving him, and now he could not even protect his widow. What kind of man was he? He frowned, tightening his grip on her wrist. How could keeping the widow of a fallen comrade harm my reputation? Don't overthink this. The troubles in this household did not arise because of you. This time it is all because she was unreasonable, causing you and the children to suffer. I am at fault. I will go and make her come back to apologize to you. Sister-in-law, I promise you, as long as I am here, the Jinxiang Marquis Manor is your home. You have nothing left in your hometown. How will you manage with 2 children? Stay here. Do not listen to anyone. I will stand up for you. He spoke with firm conviction. Perhaps because of their deeper connection, Gu Yunza now looked at He Minjing with a possessive gaze, as if she were his woman. He Minjing was no longer just the widow of a fallen comrade. She was his woman. If he let her leave like this, not only would he lose face, but he would also feel that Shěn Lí had slapped him in the face. He Minjing wept silently, while Zhang Wenmei cried out, Godfather, please let us go back. I am so scared. The young madam almost choked me to death. If I stay, will she kill me? I am afraid, Godfather. Please let us return. Life back home is hard, and we often go hungry and cold, but my brother and I can work hard, dig for wild vegetables, and still survive. If we stay here, I fear that my brother and I might lose our lives without knowing when. Zhang Wenmei, taking advantage of her youth, wept bitterly. He Minjing held her, crying silently. Although He Minjing was a country woman, Zhang Chao had supported her with silver before, so she had never done much work at home. She had always been well maintained. After arriving at the Marquis Manor, she was attended by maidservants daily, and her food and clothing followed the standards of the family's masters, naturally improving her condition further. Though she did not cry aloud, her delicate and fragile appearance was even more pitiful than loud wails. Remembering that night of ecstasy, Gu Yunza naturally favored He Minjing. He assured, Maya, rest assured. Your godfather will not let you suffer this time. I will make the young madam come and apologize to you. Zhang Wenmei sobbed, the young madam is so fierce. She won't apologize. She wanted to choke us to death. Gu Yunza was already dissatisfied with Shěn Lí. Hearing this, and recalling her recent behavior as well, as what the Jinxiang Marquis wife had said. His anger flared. He said bluntly, how dare she not apologize? If she refuses to admit her mistake, then the Jinxiang Marquis manor has no place for her. The words slipped out without thought. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of regret, but also a sense of relief. It wasn't so hard to— He thought if he said this to Shěn Lí, she would surely obey. Unseen by Gu Yunzi, a flicker of joy passed through He Minjing's eyes, but she did not show it. Instead, she whispered tearfully, General, do not speak such words lightly. The young madam is the legitimate daughter of the Earl's manor. How could she be easily divorced? Besides, we are of low birth and do not deserve her apology. We understand. Please do not trouble yourself. Gu Yunzi, hearing this, recalled how the Earl's manor had come to make a scene. They had not treated Shěn Lí as their own daughter then. If they were not even willing to support her before divorce, how could they become her backbone after? He sneered. So what if she is the legitimate daughter of the Earl's manor? She is still a woman of the Gu family. Then softening his tone toward He Minjing, he said, come back with me first. We will discuss the rest later. He Minjing saw that he was already angry, though not at them, and decided it was best not to provoke him further. After all, they had never intended to leave the Marquis manor. This was merely a performance. If they truly left, their lives would be— Since Gu Yunzi had spoken so gently, He Minjing stopped insisting on leaving and followed him back into the mansion. Because He Minjing's stage departure had soured Gu Yunzi's mood, he did not immediately go to fetch Shěn Lí. He decided to let her cool off, hoping she would come to her senses and return on her own. When he went to the Qingfeng courtyard to check, he found it empty except for Biha. The tables, chairs, and benches were all gone. His brow furrowed deeply. Biha, who had lost her mistress, saw him and could not hide the joy in her eyes. She touched the deed of sale in her hand, walked toward the tall, imposing figure, and knelt before Gu Yunzi. Young lord. Gu Yunzi looked at Biha, who was kneeling before him. Having already been slapped twice by Shěn Lí and had her face stepped on, her appearance was far from pleasant. Still, Gu Yunzi managed to recognize her as the maid who had appeared before Shěn Lí. Bismething, he muttered, frowning. Everything about Shěn Lí now irritated him. Didn't your mistress leave? What are you doing here? Did she send you to wait for me? Biha caught the dissatisfaction and impatience in his voice, and her hatred for Shěn Lí deepened. It was all her fault that she was now being treated coldly by the young lord. She lowered her head with a pitiful air, offering up her deed of indenture with both hands. Since the young madam has married the young lord, she is the mistress of this Marquis manor. I could do nothing about her foolish behavior, young lord. I tried to advise her, but she wouldn't listen to me. I had no choice, and she even struck me. Now I am without a master. Please, young lord, take me in. This is my deed of indenture. She raised her eyes coyly, trying to cast a demure glance at Gu Yunzi, but her face was bruised and swollen, her usual delicate features gone. The sight made Gu Yunzi involuntarily step back, his stomach churning. After a moment's hesitation, however, he accepted her deed. Fine. Since you're so sensible, I'll keep this. You can serve in my courtyard with the same treatment as before. He paused, then added, I'm thinking of bringing the young madam back, but I'm not sure when would be a good time. You've been with her longer. When do you think I should go? Biha was overjoyed that he had taken her deed, the glee barely concealed on her face. When she heard he still intended to fetch Shěn Lí back and recalled the humiliation she had just suffered, she was consumed with hatred for Shěn Lí. How could she possibly want her to return? But she also knew that since Gu Yunzi had asked, he wasn't planning on divorcing Shěn Lí. And as Shěn Lí's maid, she could only maintain her standing if Shěn Lí remained the mistress. After thinking it over, she said, Young lord, my mistress has never been truly resolute. She always adored the general, and she was never favored in her own home. She relies entirely on the Marquis' protection now that she's married here. This outburst of hers is just her way of wanting you to pay her more attention. Why not ignore her for a couple of days? It will wear down her temper. Once she thinks it through, and returns, you won't have to worry about her trying this again. As Biha spoke, Gu Yunzi pondered her words and found them sensible. She was, after all, Shěn Lí's maid, one of the people who knew her best. He decided to heed her advice so that when Shěn Lí eventually returned, she wouldn't dare to be so haughty with him again. Thus he agreed with Biha's suggestion and abandoned the idea of going after Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí, meanwhile, had no time to dwell on the Gu family's affairs. She knew divorce was no easy matter in this era, so she didn't rush to pursue it. For now she was still the Gu family's daughter-in-law, which meant any trouble she caused wouldn't fall solely on. She was now focused on building something of her own, something that would ensure a steady stream of income for the future. The simplest option was soap, easy to make and highly profitable to sell. She had her servants produce a batch and place them for sale in a shop that had previously sold tea, which had been cleared out so the scents wouldn't clash. She used one bar herself for washing clothes. As the young madam of the Marquis manor, she naturally received social invitations. When an invitation to the flower viewing banquet at the Zhongyong Marquis residence arrived, she brought 2 bars of soap along to the gathering. The flower viewing banquet, despite its pleasant name, was essentially a matchmaking event for unmarried men and women. It wasn't for the young people themselves to inspect one another, but for the elders of their families to assess potential matches. If the elders approved, the 2 families would discuss the matter privately. If not, nothing was said, and they moved on to the next prospect. For a married woman like Shěn Lí to attend such an event was purely for the purpose of expanding her family's social connections. While Shěn Lí had no intention of expanding connections for the Gu family, she was there for her own business. When she arrived, the matrons were already seated together in conversation, while the young ladies hoping for good marriages diligently suppressed their true natures, presenting themselves as gentle and obedient. Some of the matrons, when the conversation grew lively, would tell the young ladies to go off and amuse themselves, a chance for them to forge friendships with peers, securing allies for the future. Shěn Lí quietly surveyed the lotus pond, pondering how to open her first avenue of trade, when she heard a delighted call, "Liar." The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but it had been so long that she couldn't place it. Turning, she saw a young woman in a sky-blue water-patterned gauze dress approaching with two maids in tow. At the sight of Shěn Lí, her beautiful eyes sparkled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. She came straight up and grasped Shěn Lí's hands, exclaiming happily, "I knew that if I came here today there was a good chance I'd run into you. How have you been?" Her face then fell with regret. "It's all my fault for following my husband to his post these past years. I even missed your wedding. You mustn't hold it against me." As she spoke, she shook Shěn Lí's hands, looking as if she feared being scolded. Seeing her like this, Shěn Lí slowly recalled who she was. Surprised and pleased, she said, "Yao." Su Yao was delighted that Shěn Lí still recognized her eyes curving into crescents. "It's me. I thought you might have forgotten me after all these years, but I see you haven't." Seeing her old friend again felt almost surreal to Shěn Lí. Smiling, she took Su Yao's hands in return. "How could I ever forget? I was afraid you'd forgotten me. You left with your husband for his post right after getting married. What brings you back now?" Su Yao was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, married to a distinguished young nobleman of a prestigious family, one who was also capable, having passed the imperial examinations and served as a local official. Su Yao replied with a smile, "My husband's 3-year term was up and my father secured him a position in the capital, so we've returned. You never told me about your wedding. I only heard about it from my grandmother after I got back. Grandmother said you hadn't come to visit her since your marriage, so you must have been busy with household matters. I didn't want to intrude. I thought that on an occasion like today you'd surely come no matter what, so I decided to come with my mother to see. And sure enough, I found you." Su Yao was as talkative as ever, but Shěn Lí found no boredom in listening to her. When she finished, Shěn Lí spoke. "I have indeed been busy these days. Once things settle down, I'll go visit the Grand Matriarch. If it weren't for her help back then, I'd have been worn down to nothing by my stepmother. How could I ever forget her? And how have you been? Have you and your husband been safe and well at your post?" Upon seeing her friend, Shěn Lí set aside her business and immediately pulled her aside to ask about her travels. At the mention of this, Su Yao's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly smiled and said, "It was fine. By the way, I've been away from the capital for so long and haven't had a chance to ask. Have you been to see Xiaoyu? Is she well?" And Nanyue was their mutual close friend from their maiden days, who had married the hereditary son of the Duke of Jin 2 years prior, a match with her childhood sweetheart. Thinking about how she had lost touch with her friend since her own marriage, Shěn Lí found it rather ironic. The endless troubles of the Gu family were truly a headache to even mention. "I've had no time in the capital either. You have no idea about the affairs of the Gu family, and I simply couldn't get away. But since you've come today, she must have as well. Shall we go look for her?" Su Yao thought this was reasonable, and so the two walked and talked about the past 3 years. Having been apart for so long, they had an endless stream of things to discuss. As they reached a pavilion, they suddenly heard a stern female voice. "Shěn Lí, you stop right there." The voice wasn't very familiar, but its tone clearly indicated a poor relationship with Shěn Lí. Su Yao frowned and turned to look at the imperious woman. The woman was dressed in a peach-red brocade dress adorned with gold and silver hairpins, looking quite overdressed for the weather. Shěn Lí noticed a resemblance in the woman's features to Gu Yunzi and raised an eyebrow as she recognized who she was. Gu Qinxue, Gu Yunzi's younger sister, had been at her grandmother's house last month. She must have returned recently and came straight to this flower-viewing banquet to cause trouble for her. Shěn Lí found the girl audacious. What kind of occasion was this? Did she dare to pick a fight here? Did she think her own marriage prospects were too secure? Gu Qinxue, oblivious to Shěn Lí's thoughts and paying no mind to Su Yao, strode over and glared at Shěn Lí. Why did you leave? Why did you cause so much trouble for the family? Do you even realize you've made mother ill from anger?" Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow at the accusation. "If your mother is ill, shouldn't you be at home, tending to her rather than coming here to harass? Don't you know what kind of day this is? Your own marriage isn't settled yet. If you keep making a scene here, your chances of finding a good match might just vanish." Gu Qingshu's face changed at the threat, and she glared viciously. "You think you can scare me with that? Don't get cocky, Shěn Lí. Go ahead and do as you please. My brother won't come to fetch you. If you're so capable, then actually go through with the divorce." Shěn Lí's gaze turned cold. "Whether I divorce or not is none of your business. This isn't the Gu residence. If you say another word to me, don't blame me for tearing that face of yours off." Gu Qinxue was momentarily startled by her words, but still refused to believe Shěn Lí would do such a thing. After all, when Shěn Lí lived at home, she never raised her voice no matter what they said. Although her mother had mentioned that Shěn Lí seemed different lately, she still couldn't believe Shěn Lí would actually harm her. However, she was also aware that she was here to secure a good marriage and wouldn't risk any unexpected incidents. Gu Qinxue sneered, fine Shěn Lí. You'd better stay this tough and never come back to the Gu family. Otherwise just you wait. He'll make sure my brother never speaks to you again for the rest of his life. Slap. Without a word, Shěn Lí raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound startled Su Yao, let alone Gu Qinxue, whose head reeled. A flush spread rapidly across her cheek, whether from the impact or rage was unclear. Shěn Lí flexed her wrist and said coldly, I told you not to run your mouth at me. You didn't listen, so you've brought this upon yourself. The maid beside Gu Qinxue was too terrified to even breathe. Gu Qinxue clutched her face, staring at Shěn Lí in disbelief. You? How dare you hit me? How dare you? Shěn Lí raised her chin with a contemptuous smile. Why wouldn't I dare? Even if I weren't your sister-in-law, someone like you. I'd hit you whenever I please. Do I need to pick a special day for it? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Qinxue was intimidated by this relentless attitude. The Shěn Lí before her was nothing like the one she knew. This new demeanor left her momentarily speechless. Finally, she could only stomp her foot and say, I'm going to tell my brother. Then she turned and ran off. Shěn Lí was right. If she made a scene here, she would be the one to suffer, being the younger sister-in-law. But if she went home and reported this, letting her brother or mother defend her, then it would be out of her hands. As Gu Qinxue ran off, Su Yao watched her retreating figure and asked Shěn Lí with concern, Is that your sister-in-law? It sounds like your husband's family isn't treating you well. Su Yao had just returned and was naturally unaware of recent events in the capital. Shěn Lí had no reason to hide her situation, so she said as they walked, My husband's family. Just ask around a bit. They're supposed to be a noble house, but even a destitute family wouldn't do the things they've done. Su Yao was shocked. What? What happened? I remember you were engaged to the Marquis of Beoguo's family. How come I heard you ended up marrying someone else? Shěn Lí explained, It's nothing much. My stepmother swapped the marriage. Because my husband, when he returned from the battlefield, brought back a woman and her 2 children, claiming they were his fallen comrade's widow and orphans. He said they were his comrade's widow, but the way he treated them was nothing like that. Now I understand why my stepmother went through all that trouble to change the engagement, even though the 2 families were comparable. It's utterly shameful. He had the nerve to treat the widow of the man who saved his life as his own wife. I naturally refused to accept it. We argued several times, and this last time he went too far. He shoved me to the ground and nearly killed me. Don't you think I was right to run away? In truth, she had died, but she couldn't say that. Even close friends need their secrets. Su Yao was stunned, then pointed back to where Gu Qinxue had gone. After all that, how does she still have the nerve to come and blame you? Recalling Shěn Lí's words, Su Yao's face twisted in disgust. That family has no decency. A concubine is just a concubine. Any woman would do. Even if they didn't fancy the household maids, they could find a respectable woman outside. How could he set his sights on a comrade's widow? And especially someone who saved his life. It's truly revolting. Shěn Lí laughed at her reaction. Isn't it just? I find it disgusting too. That's why I've already moved out. I want to see exactly what else that family is capable of. Su Yao was even more astonished. What? You moved out? Why? Because of that woman. Speaking of this, Su Yao remembered the Shun family and frowned. Liar, you know how your family is. With that stepmother of yours, if you've moved out now, whatever you decide to do, you won't get their support. And they might even be pressured by your husband's family to force you to go back. Su Yao felt her own life was far better than Shěn Lí's. Shěn Lí was like a bitter weed. She had known little warmth since childhood, and her marriage was a disaster. There was no contest, as she was clearly the most miserable. Shěn Lí chuckled lightly at the mention of the Shun family. Don't worry about them. They have plenty of their own troubles right now. They won't have time to meddle in mine. Don't worry. You've just returned, so you haven't heard the news yet. Give it a couple of days, and you'll learn that my maiden family was robbed, and they're in a complete panic. I wonder if they've managed to cover the deficit. Do you think they have any energy left for me? Su Yao felt she had been away for so long that she couldn't quite follow Shěn Lí's words. But since Shěn Lí said it was fine, she chose to believe her, thinking she should ask more about the capital's affairs to avoid being so out of the loop. The 2 searched around, but didn't see Nanyue. Su Yao found it strange. What's going on with her? She's not coming out even for a gathering like this. I remember she has 2 younger sisters at home. How could they possibly miss this banquet? Shěn Lí didn't know either. These past 6 months, she had been overwhelmed by her own family troubles and was truly out of touch with the outside world. She shook her head. Since she didn't come, let's arrange to visit her another day. I haven't seen her in over half a year myself. Su Yao, having just returned and missing everything about the capital, nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. I have nothing much to do now. Just tell me when you're free and he'll come find you, and we'll go see you together. Shěn Lí agreed. Having run into an old friend, she didn't continue trying to sell her soap. However, knowing Su Yao was from a prominent family, and thus a potential customer, she gave her 2 of the soap bars she had brought before they parted ways. The soaps Shěn Lí made were intended for wealthy ladies, so they came in delicately carved red sandalwood boxes. Su Yao opened one right there in front of her. A fragrant scent wafted out. Looking at the round object, Su Yao was surprised. What is this? It smells so wonderful. It's even more fragrant than the incense balls I have at home. Shěn Lí smiled and said, It's something I made by reading books. It's called soap. It's excellent for washing your hands or bathing, and the scent lingers on you for a long time. The one I gave you is made with roses, and the other is made with lotus. The lotus one isn't as strong, but it has a subtle, delicate fragrance. Try it when you get home, you'll love it. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, but then she realized that Shěn Lí wouldn't bring household items to a banquet. She guessed Shěn Lí's intention, and looked from the soap in her hand to Shěn Lí's face in surprise. You brought this to a banquet. What for? Shěn Lí didn't hide it from her. I plan to sell these in my shop, but it's a bit far, so I brought them along to let these ladies try. If they take a liking to them, they can go buy some, or spread the word for me. That way I'll have a big business on my hands. Su Yao didn't find anything wrong with this. In fact, women like them always had some private property when they got married, which served as the foundation and confidence for their future lives. Su Yao didn't have many ideas herself, so her shop only sold things like spices and nothing particularly special. But upon hearing Shěn Lí's method, she found it excellent, her eyes lighting up. This product of yours is good, and your idea is even better. Rest assured, since I've accepted your goods, I won't use them without giving back. They'll definitely put in a good word for you. Although Shěn Lí didn't entirely mean it that way, she still said generously, alright then, I'll thank you in advance. Su Yao smiled. It's nothing. Just tell me where your shop is so I can direct people who ask. Shěn Lí told her the location, and Su Yao noted it down before taking her leave. Shěn Lí watched her carriage disappear into the distance before turning to board her own. She wasn't returning to the Gu residence now, but to her own courtyard. She had named it the Shun residence. Since she now had money, she could do whatever she pleased, and everything in the house was arranged according to her own taste, making the entire courtyard feel quite comfortable. After returning to the residence and having a meal, Bai Lian led the maidservants with basins of water to wash her hands. Shěn Lí lounged lazily enjoying their service and felt that this was truly the life. In the apocalypse, let alone having servants, there were times when she couldn't even eat on time if she encountered zombies. Bai Lian said, Miss, after you left today, someone from the Earl's residence came by saying you should return there as soon as possible. Shěn Lí wiped her hands with a handkerchief and sneered at the message. They really have thick skin. What time do they think it is? How many times have they come to make a scene in front of me? Why can't they learn their lesson? Do they have to keep looking for trouble? Bai Lian also felt that the people at the Earl's residence hadn't grasped the situation. The current miss was no longer someone they could push around. Still, she said, according to the servant who came to deliver the message, it was the Earl's order. He said you should go back once you return. Shěn Lí thought for a moment. She figured her father probably thought she had already offended her in-laws and could only rely on her natal family now. But since the stepmother's words weren't as effective as the biological father's, he wanted to play the family card with her. Shěn Lí didn't care what they thought. There was no way she would obediently return just because they asked. She already had her own place to live. If she were to go to the Earl's residence, wouldn't it be entirely up to her own mood? She waved her hand. Never mind about that for now. Did you manage to make any soap at home today? Since the soap recipe was simple and easy to make, Bai Lian and a few of the more skilled maidservants would make it and then sell it. At the mention of this, Bai Lian's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, we made quite a lot today. Then she said with a hint of worry, but we've run out of rose petals, and we can't find any more in the residence for now. I'm afraid the rose-scented soap will have to be put on hold. The scent of roses was the easiest for people to accept, and since roses bloom all year round, they couldn't just stop making it. But what Bai Lian said was indeed a problem. Shěn Lí said helplessly, don't worry. They'll have to think of a solution. This year I'll see where I can buy some. But next year it would be best if we could grow more of our own, so we won't have to worry about a shortage of petals. Bai Lian thought for a moment, and said, Miss, this servant has something to say, but I'm not sure if I may speak. Bai Lian had learned to be smarter now. Since Bai He had been punished for acting on her own, she now asked for Shěn Lí's opinion on everything. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. Alright, go ahead. Let me hear it. Bai Lian thought she had been cautious enough, but she still felt a bit scared seeing Shěn Lí like this. She gulped nervously and bowed her back a little lower before speaking. This servant thinks perhaps we should make more of the regular soap. This year we can focus on selling the regular ones. Then next year when we have more roses at home, we can make rose soap and sell it to those ladies. The ladies have seen all sorts of fine things in their lives, and what they use is naturally not what you can easily find on the streets. With fewer roses at home, they might find the soap even more delightful. After saying all this under Shěn Lí's gaze, Bai Lian felt cold sweat trickling down her back. She was truly worried that if she said one wrong thing, she would be dealt with by Shěn Lí. When she was done, she stole a glance at Shěn Lí and waited nervously for her response. Shěn Lí looked at Bai Lian with a hint of newfound appreciation. She hadn't expected this girl to have such a head for business. She had ideas that even Shěn Lí hadn't thought of. Shěn Lí could also see her nervousness and knew she was worried about ending up like Bai He. But she had dealt with Bai He because she knew from her past life what kind of person she was. It wasn't as if she went around punishing everyone around her. She thought for a moment, and then said, Your idea is quite good. Well, do as you suggest. Bai Lian looked at her in disbelief as if she couldn't believe her suggestion had been accepted so easily by Shěn Lí. This was Shěn Lí, the one who had just dealt with Bai He. Shěn Lí was amused by her reaction and deliberately asked, Do you think I'm some kind of tyrant who would casually punish the people around me? Bai Lian was terrified by these words and immediately fell to her knees, her voice trembling. This servant wouldn't dare think that of you, miss. This servant has never thought that of you. Shěn Lí reached out to help her up, but as soon as her hand touched her, Bai Lian's body couldn't help but flinch in fear. Shěn Lí felt helpless. She helped Bai Lian to her feet, and then said, "Why would you think I would casually punish people? You've grown up with me. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Bai Lian thought to herself that she knew the Miss of the past, but the Miss of now always felt a bit different somehow. Yet she had secretly checked, and the position of the small mole on Shěn Lí's body was the same as before. That is to say, even though this Miss had changed in temperament, she was indeed their own Miss from the family. Shěn Lí pretended not to notice her wandering thoughts, and continued, "You saw why I dealt with Bai He. Her heart was no longer with me. Since she had already decided where she wanted to go, I naturally couldn't stop her. But I simply cannot tolerate betrayal. I only gave her some punishment. Do you also think I was wrong?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lian moved to kneel again. This servant wouldn't dare. Shěn Lí reached out to stop her, preventing her from kneeling. She said calmly, "Rest assured, as long as you are loyal, I won't do anything to you. Even if you want to go and serve someone else, just say the word, and I'll let you go. But if you stay by my side while your heart is elsewhere, I will not be lenient." Although her tone was calm, Bai Lian could truly feel the pressure in her words. Her heart tightened, and she knelt solemnly before Shěn Lí. This servant understands. This servant would never dare to have a disloyal heart, and will never end up like Bai He. This time Shěn Lí didn't stop her. After she had knelt and spoken, Shěn Lí waited for a few breaths before helping her up. "Alright, I believe you. You'll leave the matter you just mentioned in your hands. If you do well, there will be a reward." Shěn Lí wouldn't talk about giving Bai Lian a share of the profits. That was completely unnecessary. Bai Lian belonged to her entirely. Even if she didn't give her a single cent, Bai Lian couldn't complain. Although giving a share might not amount to much money, it could easily fuel ambition, and such ambition could lead to a person's downfall. However, she could give rewards. As long as they did well, she would give them rewards as she saw fit. This would also make people work diligently without giving those who were already of servant status any ideas. Bai Lian happily agreed. Whether it was because of the reward, or because things were now clear, she no longer seemed as afraid of Shěn Lí as before. It seemed she had truly returned to her former self. When it was time to sleep at night, Shěn Lí didn't need anyone to attend to her, so Bai Lian led the others out. They planned to use the evening time to quickly make some more soap. The night breeze was cool, and the stars in the sky seemed to twinkle at people. Shěn Lí was lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when suddenly she snapped her eyes open and stared at the ceiling. On the roof, Shěn carefully laid himself down, making sure he was perfectly positioned. At the same time, he peered through a gap to see where Shěn Lí was sleeping, then tried his best to lie right next to her. Since he couldn't marry his wife for the time being, he had no choice but to rely on his own efforts. He looked at the starry sky, contemplating the possibility of becoming a widower. Suddenly, a female voice sounded right by his ear. "Well, quite the leisurely mood tonight. Come to bask in the moonlight on my rooftop." Shěn turned his head in shock, only to see Shěn Lí standing there in a sheer gauze dress, arms crossed, looking at him with a teasing smirk. Under the moonlight, she seemed like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, shrouded in a hazy lunar glow, as if she might drift away on the wind at any moment. Shěn instantly stiffened. The man who was invincible on the battlefield found himself parched and tongue-tied in her presence, barely able to speak. He lay there utterly unable to move. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're mute. We've met before, you weren't like that." Even a madman could feel embarrassed. Shěn felt this was exactly his situation. A perfectly respectable prince lying on someone else's rooftop like a lovesick fool, and getting caught by the very person in question. He felt rather awkward at the moment. Why are you still silent?" After waiting a while, and seeing he remained quiet, Shěn Lí asked again. Shěn felt that if he didn't speak, now had seemed utterly foolish. He paused for a moment, then said, "The moon is quite beautiful tonight. I couldn't resist, and came over to take a look." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Shěn Lí. In his sight, even the radiant moonlight couldn't compare to her beauty. Hearing this, Shěn Lí looked up at the sky. Just as he spoke, the moon, which had been quite lovely, shyly hid behind the clouds, becoming completely invisible. When she looked up, Shěn followed her gaze, and saw the moon hidden within the clouds. Shěn was speechless. Even he who had commanded thousands of troops was at a loss now. No one had ever told him how to command the moon. He pressed his lips together, and looked at Shěn Lí, saying, "The moon really was beautiful just now." Truly. His handsome eyes were filled with sincerity, and his striking features took on an added touch of devilish allure in the night. Shěn Lí averted her gaze. She was not one to be swayed by beauty. Men as a species were merely incidental embellishments in her life from now on. So, just because the moon was beautiful, you came to my rooftop to watch it?" Hearing her question, Shěn initially wanted to tell a lie, but looking at her, he found he couldn't. He paused, then said, "Actually, I also wanted to come and see how you moved out, and whether you needed any help. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Anything I can do for you, I will." The words were too intimate, especially at night. Shěn Lí felt this man must be running a fever to come over at this hour. She looked at him with a strange expression for a while, making Shěn fidget uncomfortably before she said, "Don't you think it's odd to come here and say such things to me, a married woman?" Shěn instinctively retorted, "Aren't you already at odds with the Gu family? I think it's only a matter of time before you Wang Du, who had just rushed over from a distance, stumbled, almost falling off the rooftop. Heaven help him. He had discovered the prince missing in the middle of the night, and remembering the location he had told him, rushed over to find him, worried that the prince would end up sleeping on someone's rooftop all night. But what had he just heard upon arriving? Wang Du wished he had heard nothing at all, wailing inwardly. Your Highness, even if you're mad, we can't do this. Who tells someone to their face that they're going to get a divorce? Aren't you afraid of getting... Wang Du didn't dare go over. He was afraid that if he did, the prince's blood might splatter onto him. Although his investigations had shown Shěn Lí to be gentle-natured, he had noticed these past days that this gentleness was a thing of the past. Ever since her big confrontation with the Gu family, the eldest Miss Shen's temperament was evidently no longer so mild. Wang Du decided that for his own safety, he should not go over there right now. He found a place to hide, resolving to wait until the prince was incapacitated before going out to drag him away and escape. Shěn Lí looked at Xie Qin's self-righteous expression and was speechless. Do you know that you're likely to get beaten up like this? Xie Qin said, I'm not boasting, but there are very few people in this world who can defeat me. Shěn Lí thought to herself, my abilities aren't from this world. Do you think I can beat you? However, her abilities had other uses. She still needed to go and pilfer the Gu family's belongings later, so she couldn't reveal her. She looked at Xie Qin speechlessly for a moment, and estimating that he posed no threat, she turned and descended from the rooftop. Alright, don't disturb my sleep. After getting down, she went inside and shut her door. Hearing the sound of the door closing below, Xie Qin raised a hand to his chest where his heart was pounding rapidly, thumping incessantly. Wang Du, seeing from afar that Shěn Lí had left, slowly approached, only to see Xie Qin wearing a foolish, lovesick grin. Wang Du, did you see that? Even though she was going to sleep, she didn't tell me to leave immediately. She must have feelings for me too. Otherwise, why wouldn't she chase me away? Wang Du, who was about to urge him to leave, stumbled and nearly tumbled off the roof. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous at this Xie Qin he no longer recognized. He desperately wanted to ask him, wasn't what she said clear enough? She already went inside. What more did she need to say? I mean, don't be too ridiculous. We can be mad, but we can't be stupid. Wang Du was miserable. Since returning to the capital, he felt his heart was more bitter than a mangosteen. Heavens, when will these days ever end? Wang Du, feeling dejected, braced himself and coaxed Xie Qin into leaving. Alright, let's not disturb her sleep anymore. Otherwise she might really come out with a big broom to chase us away. Shěn Lí slept soundly through the night. The next morning, after breakfast, with nothing else to do, she leisurely strolled back to the Yongyi Earl's residence. Although the Yongyi Earl's residence hadn't returned to its former state, pooling together resources from various estates was enough to keep the family fed and clothed. Shěn Lí decided to go back and check. If they were living too well, she had planned to move their things out again. She absolutely would not let these people have too easy a time. As soon as she returned to the Earl's residence, the servants inside hurriedly went to inform the matriarch. The eldest mistress is back. The eldest mistress is back. The Yongyi Earl's wife, who had been eating plain vegetables for days, nearly turned green with rage upon hearing this. So she finally deigns to return. I'd like to see who dares to back her up this time. With that, she made to storm outside, her maids and servants trailing behind her in a formidable procession. In comparison, Shěn Lí, accompanied by only 2 young maids, appeared far less imposing. She walked along, looking around, searching for anything worth taking. Shun Yinran moved faster than her mother, charging over furiously with 2 maids in tow like a fighting cock, almost pointing her finger in Shěn Lí's face. Shěn Lí, how dare you show your face here again? You've ruined us so badly that I'm too embarrassed to go out and meet people. Every time I run into those young ladies, they look at me differently, and it's all because of you. Shun Yanran's nostrils flared with anger. Shěn Lí looked at her calmly, and when she finished, crossed her arms and said, You say everything is because of me. Why don't you consider your own faults? Shun Yanran was taken aback by her words and retorted, You're talking nonsense. What cause could I possibly have? Shěn Lí sneered and said, How could you not have a cause? Not only do you have a cause, but your mother also has a cause. Have you never considered that if your mother hadn't exchanged my marriage for the sake of your elder sister, how would the ladies in the capital have come to know about it? If it weren't for your mother's doing, you wouldn't be without a matrimonial match by now. Do you think it's my fault that you have no suitor? Isn't it all because of your elder sister and your mother? Oh, and there's also yourself. You are at fault too. You gossip in front of everyone every day, thinking they are all on your side. In reality, who knows what they say behind your back? When something goes missing in your household, you don't report it to the authorities, but instead come to trouble me. Isn't that just making a laughingstock of yourself? How is it related to me? It's all your own fault. Shěn Lí's words left Shun Yinran completely bewildered. How could it still be her fault in the end? You're talking nonsense. Lady Yongyi Bo finally arrived, and overhearing Shun Lí's words, immediately burst into curses. She realized that in front of Shun Lí she could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor. She let her people over, stared coldly at Shun Lí, her eyes like venomous snakes, and said, You have done wrong, and we cannot even seek justice. Don't mention the marriage exchange. That betrothal was originally yours. What does it have to do with you? Don't you stir up trouble in our household, and then turn things around to blame us. I tell you it's impossible. Suddenly she let out another cold laugh, her eyes toward Shun Lí carrying a hint of satisfaction. Do you think your father called you back? Could it be to seek justice for you? No, it's because you stole from the household and refused to mend your ways. He called you back to discipline. She thought that saying this would leave Shěn Lí incredulous and devastated. In truth, Shěn Lí had long ceased to harbor any affectionate feelings toward her biological father, so naturally, she felt no undue emotion. She gazed calmly at the two before her, as if watching a pair of buffoons. Lady Yonghi-bo particularly detested Shěn Lí's expression. Just like before when she first entered the household, Shěn Lí had looked at her with that same indifferent gaze, as if she were forever the inferior second wife. Later, through constant torment, she managed to make that look less indifferent. Finally, after marrying Shěn Lí off, she returned, and once again fixed her with that same stare. Lady Yonghi-bo felt a surge of suffocation. What do you mean by this? Do you no longer heed your father's words? Are you now so independent that you need no one? Shěn Lí scoffed. What have I ever relied on you for? For you to beat me, scold me, and feed me nothing but cold leftovers. Having a father is worse than having none. After all, I was never taught anything, was I? You are insolent. Lady Yonghi-bo's eyes widened upon hearing this, never expecting Shěn Lí to utter such words. Shěn Lí studied her flared nostrils in anger, and suddenly laughed, her voice laced with provocation. She said, yes, I am insolent. So what? What can you do about it? Such provocation was too much of a slap in the face. Lady Yonghi-bo, enraged beyond reason, immediately raised her hand to strike Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí's eyes turned cold, and just as the blow was about to land, she swiftly reached out, seized Lady Yonghi-bo's wrist, and then raised her own hand. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. Even as a stepmother, Lady Yonghi-bo never imagined Shěn Lí would be mad enough to strike. After the slap, she was still slow to react, clutching her face with a look of shock and bewilderment. Shin Yinran, standing nearby, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who could believe that Shěn Lí had become so formidable? She would slap anyone without hesitation. He'll kill you. Lady Yonghi-bo finally came to her senses after a long moment. Being slapped by her own stepdaughter was something she could never. She lunged forward to strike Shěn Lí again, but Shěn Lí was not to be trifled with. She raised her foot and delivered a swift kick to Lady Yonghi-bo's ribs. How could a pampered lady of the inner courtyard compare to a black-heart lotus returned from the apocalypse? The kick was neither too hard nor too soft. Lady Yonghi-bo did not even fall, but she felt pain spread through her entire body, converging into one excruciating point, leaving her gasping coldly. Madam, what's wrong? Mother, what's wrong? The maidservants and Shun Yinran rushed over to check. Seeing Lady Yonghi-bo's face as pale as paper, Shun Yinran turned angrily and pointed at Shěn Lí. You wretch! How dare you lay a hand on my mother? She is the mistress of the Bow Mansion. Are you trying to court death? Shěn Lí shot back. I think you are the ones courting death. If you weren't, you wouldn't keep trying to lay hands on me. Once or twice is enough, but you never learn your lesson, do you? Shun Yinran choked, remembering that it was indeed her mother who had tried to strike first. She cried out, my mother is your mother too. What's wrong with her hitting you? How dare you treat her like this? Even if she beat you to death, you would deserve it. Slap. Without a word, Shěn Lí dealt her a slap. Shun Yinran froze, staring blankly at Shěn Lí, as if unable to comprehend why she had been struck. The surrounding maids and old servants were all struck dumb, not daring to breathe loudly. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. The eldest young lady had gone mad. She dared to strike the mistress of the household. They dared not make a sound, fearing they might receive a couple of slaps too. Shěn Lí, how dare you hit me? Shun Yinran was nearly driven mad with rage. Shěn Lí said, I am your elder sister. What's wrong with hitting you a little? I am your elder sister. Even if I beat you to death, you would deserve it. If you dare to fight back, don't blame me for spreading the word and ruining your reputation. Shun Yinran was stunned, thinking of her still unmarried status. At a loss, she turned to look at her collapsed mother and cried out, what are you all standing there for? Quickly, call a doctor, summon the imperial physician. Send for my father. We are being bullied to death here. The maidservants crowded around them, but not one dared to move. First, because the household had been short of money lately, their monthly allowances had been reduced. They were deeply dissatisfied with this. Second, because the eldest young lady was too terrifying. Especially those who had once bullied her now wished they could disappear, fearing they would be slapped next. Under such circumstances, how could anyone listen to Shun Yinran and run to fetch a physician? Shěn Lí watched them with their heads bowed, a cold smile on her lips. A bunch of cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. In her past life, these very people had slowly stripped her of her former self. She scoffed. What's the matter? You are maidservants of the Bow Mansion, and now you won't even listen to your own young lady. Do you want to? If there was one thing these maidservants feared most, it was being sold away. Even if punished in the mansion, at least they knew they had a place to live. But once sold, they had no idea where they would end up. It was not unheard of for them to be sent to filthy places. Hearing this, many of them couldn't help but shiver. In the past, no one would have believed Shěn Lí's words, but now her words carried more weight than Shun Yanran's. Shun Yanran's maidservant could no longer hold back and rushed to deliver the message. After all, Shun Yinran was their rightful mistress. If anything happened to her, they would have no good ending either. Shěn Lí, seeing this, said nothing and casually wandered off to explore the courtyard herself. She naturally had no lingering attachment to this place, as she simply didn't want to see that mother and daughter pair, and also wanted to see if there was anything worth taking away. Shên Yinran watched her act more at ease in her own home than she herself did, and the anger in her chest refused to subside. But for now she could do nothing against Shên Lí, and could only hope that Yongyi Bo would return to deal with her. She ordered the maidservants to carry Lady Yongyi Bo back to her room. During the process, the loudest cries of pain were heard. The imperial physician arrived quickly. Having long heard that the Yongyi Bo mansion had been stripped bare, he was eager to see it for himself. But as imperial physicians, they usually had no reason to visit noble households unless summoned. Now that someone had invited them, many were keen to come and see just how empty the mansion had become. Upon arrival, he found that apart from some missing ornaments, nothing seemed particularly unusual, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment, having hoped to witness a good show. However, while he was disappointed, a good show was unfolding elsewhere. Yongyi Bo arrived almost at the same time as the physician. As soon as he appeared, Shên Yinran threw herself at his feet, sobbing, "Father, I've been beaten terribly. If you hadn't come back, sister said she would beat me to death." Hearing this, and looking at Shên Yinran's swollen face, where one eye was nearly swollen shut, Yongyi Bo's anger began to rise. Seeing her father's reaction, Shên Yinran continued, "It's not just me, mother was also beaten by sister. Not only that, she even kicked mother, who is now lying in bed." Hearing that his wife had also been beaten, Yongyi Bo grew even angrier. She dares to act like this in our own home. She has no respect for the law. After comforting Shên Yinran with promises of retribution, he went to the room to see Lady Yongyi Bo. Having been together for so long, Yongyi Bo still held some affection for her. As soon as she saw him, Lady Yongyi Bo felt both wronged and enraged, and the pain in her body intensified. She didn't care if the physician overheard, as she knew he would be discreet. She pointed angrily at her face and said, "My lord, look at my face, look at me. That slut Shên Lí did this. What am I How can I ever show my face in public again?" She fumed, then burst into tears again. "My lord, you sent for her yesterday, but she only came back today." The moment she arrived, she started accusing Yinran. "I merely said a few words and she attacked me. Not only did she beat me, but she also gave Yinran a thrashing. What kind of young lady behaves like this? I am her stepmother after all. I raised her from a young age, saw her married off, and yet she comes back and raises her hand against me. Wah! My lord, I have no face to see anyone anymore." The physician, upon hearing such a juicy piece of gossip, perked up his ears. Yongyi Bo, upon learning that it was Shên Lí who had beaten his wife, felt as if his own face had been slapped. He roared, "How dare she? Where is she now? Has she run back? Does she think I'll let this go? I'm going to the Jinxiang home mansion to demand she be handed over." He turned to leave. Lady Yongyi Bo was pleased to hear he intended to deal with Shên Lí, feeling a sense of satisfaction. But when she heard he was going to the Jinxiang home mansion, her heart sank again. She hurriedly called out to stop him, "My lord, wait. Don't stop me, madam. She dares to strike her own mother. It's only right that I punish her to avenge you." Yongyi Bo thought she was trying to stop him, but Lady Yongyi Bo couldn't be bothered to put on a pretense anymore. Why would she plead for Shên Lí? She wiped her face with a handkerchief and said tearfully, "My lord, there's no need to go to the Jinxiang home mansion to find her. That one doesn't care about us at all. She's not afraid, and she hasn't even left the house. She's probably off wandering in some courtyard right now." These words made Yongyi Bo even angrier. He reasoned that if someone who had done wrong fled in fear, it showed they still held some reverence for you. But if they had done wrong and still strutted around your home, it meant they had become utterly arrogant and unbridled. Furious beyond measure, Yongyi Bo immediately sent servants to find Shên Lí. They went out in waves and finally located her, but she refused to move. When the servant reported this, Yongyi Bo nearly kicked him to death on the spot. Fortunately, he retained a shred of reason and ordered the man to be taken away for treatment. Then he went himself to the place the servant had indicated to find Shên Lí. He was so angry that he couldn't wait for her to come to him. He wanted to teach her a lesson right then and there, to show her who was the father and who was the child. When he arrived at the location, he saw Shên Lí sitting on the grass by the pond with absolutely no semblance of a proper young lady. His anger flared and he pointed at her, shouting, "Shên Lí, what do you think you look like? What did your governesses teach you? Who told you to sit on the ground? Get up at once. Tell me, why did you lay your hands on your mother and sister? You've beaten them to such a state, and you don't show a shred of remorse. And you dare to sit here? They'll beat some sense into you today, you unfilial wretch." Relying on his position as her biological father, Yongyi Bo raised his hand and stepped forward. But Shên Lí turned her head, a mocking smile on her face, her voice soft as a ghost's whisper. "Father, do you remember where this place is?" Yongyi Bo paused, and involuntarily his mind followed her question. He looked around. It was just the mansion's pond, surrounded by a few weeping willows, looking refreshingly cool in the summer. He roared, "You rebellious girl, what tricks are you trying to play? Don't think your mumbo-jumbo will make me spare you. You come back to your natal home to throw your weight around, and I won't indulge you." A look of disdain crossed Shên Lí's face. She stood up, brushing the dust from her clothes. "When have you ever indulged me, father? Have you forgotten? When I was a child, there were no new clothes for me. When I grew up, there was no jewelry for me. Even when I was to be married, there was nothing for me. When you went out, you would always buy new hairpins and pastries for your other daughters, but never for me. If that counts as indulgence, then I've certainly learned something new." Yomi Bo was choked for words, but he would never admit it. Why are you bringing all this up? Have I never bought you anything? Those things are long in the past. Of course you can say whatever you want now. I've truly raised an ungrateful wolf. Shěn Lí pointed at the pond and said coldly, Father, aren't your words weighing on your conscience? Open your eyes and see clearly, and ask yourself honestly, have you ever wronged me? My mother is watching from heaven above. The moment she mentioned her mother, Yomi Bo felt a chill run down his spine. Long-suppressed memories came flooding back. He realized he hadn't looked at the lotus flowers in the pond for a very long time. Because his first wife, Shěn Lí's birth mother, had been submerged in this very lotus pond for too long. Her health was already poor, so even after being rescued, she couldn't be saved. Yomi Bo shuddered and took a step back, his voice blustering but lacking conviction. Why are you talking about that? Her death had nothing to do with me. Even if you bring her up, I have nothing to fear. I raised you, is that wrong? Wasn't everything for your marriage prepared by me? Your mother also put in effort for you. Why are you so ungrateful? Now that you have everything, you turn around and say it's all my fault that everyone in the family has wronged you. Just how capable you are, you Yomi Bo's face was flushed with anger. He never thought he would one day argue with his own daughter about this, and he felt deeply humiliated. Shěn Lí sneered, speaking of my dowry, I'd like to ask my good father, where is my mother's dowry? I remember many people told me that mother brought a magnificent dowry when she married you. Mother died early, but she left me a substantial dowry. Combined with hers, I should have had a grand dowry too, shouldn't I, eh? But father, my good father. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. The total value of everything on my dowry list wouldn't even amount to 5,000 taels of silver, would it? I want to ask, where are the things my mother left for me? Where is the dowry you were supposed to prepare for me? How is it that my mother left me so much, and you only prepared this little? And I'm supposed to be grateful to you for that. You and your good wife have done splendidly. And I've received so much. I ask you, what have I received? Your mistreatment. Yomi Bo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of her mother's dowry. Shěn Lí had been very young then, he never imagined she would know about these things. But in truth, he wasn't afraid of her knowing, because Shěn Lí's character was just so weak, kind, and easy to bully. Even if she knew about the dowry, what could she do? He was her father, what could she possibly do to? As her father, what was wrong with keeping those things? But he never expected Shěn Lí to confront him directly about it one day. It felt like having his own face ground into the dirt. His face flushed crimson, and he roared, what kind of attitude is this? Is this how you speak to your father? Shěn Lí, don't you forget who raised you, who sent you off to be married. You've grown bold, have you, daring to question me? Your mother's family was just a modest scholar's household. What good things could they possibly have had? When she married me, her dowry had only a few presentable pieces. Later, when she fell ill, most of it was used to pay for her treatment. What are you going to dig it up from the grave? Shěn Lí, how did I end up with such an unfilial daughter like you? All you care about is the family's possessions. Half of the silver in the family treasury went to you, and the other half to your second sister. And you still complain it's not enough. Are you trying to anger me to death? Shěn Lí watched him tremble with rage, unable to suppress a scoff. She crossed her arms and looked at him, saying, pure, and do I know if it would anger you to death? I don't. But I do know that my mother's family had a single heir for 9 generations. Only in her generation was there an extra daughter, and much of the family's wealth came with her as dowry to the Shěn family. There should be plenty of usable things. According to what you said, some items were indeed buried with my mother, but many pieces of furniture and such should still be in the storeroom. So why are they missing from the dowry list? She chuckled mockingly and added, could it be that father's fine wife took all the belongings that were my mother's and gave them to her own daughter to carry into the Duke of Beogwo's mansion? As she said this, a thought struck her. She had forgotten to visit the Duke of Beogwo's mansion. No, how could she forget that family? Most of those things came from her maternal grandfather's household, so shouldn't she reclaim some of them? Although she had posed it as a question, she was already certain that Shěn Lí's dowry included her own mother's possessions. Even if she wanted to take them back, it would only be right, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Earl Yomi choked on his words, momentarily unable to retort. He knew full well that his wife had taken many items from Shěn Lí's mother's dowry and given them to Shěn Lí, all to minimize the scandal of the bride swap for his favored daughter. Seeing this, Shěn Lí sneered. What's the matter? Lost for words. Hit the mark, did I? Is this how you act as a father? You take my things to be generous to your other daughter, yet you treat me with nothing but disdain. My belongings have always been the least in this household, yet my mother contributed the most to it. You know exactly how much your current wife brought with her when she entered this house, don't you? She's the daughter of a fallen family with a crowd of brothers and sisters. How much could they have given her at her wedding? But look at the life she's lived here all these years. Her daughter is draped in gold and silver every day. Where do you think all that came from? Do you truly not know? Father, my dear father, you're not going to play dumb with me, are you? Shěn Lí was relentless, her words sharp and piercing. She stood like a finely honed sword, inspiring fear in anyone who dared to face her. Earl Yomi was driven back a step by her barrage of words, but as soon as he retreated, he was startled. Why had he retreated? He was the head of this household. Why should he fear Shěn Lí? She was only his daughter. It should be she who feared him, not the other way around. He glared at her in fury and snapped. How dare you? Do you no longer want the support of your natal family? You've grown bold, haven't you? What gives a married daughter like you the right to come back and meddle in this household's affairs? My wife uses household goods. What business is that of yours? She's a daughter of a fallen family, but what makes you and your mother any better? Seeing him like this, Shěn Lí suddenly asked, Father, did you have anything to do with my mother's death? Caught off guard, Earl Yongi instinctively wanted to deny it, but strangely the image of that beautiful, sorrowful face gazing at him flashed across his mind. He faltered, and in that momentary hesitation, Shěn Lí saw everything she needed. With certainty she said, so there is a connection. She let out a mocking laugh, through her nose dripping with contempt. You used my mother's silver to support your concubines and children, yet you wouldn't even leave her a path to live. Father, you are truly heartless. Something she said struck a nerve, and Earl Yongi exploded in fury. How dare you? I am your father, the one who raised you. How can you defy me so insolently for the sake of a dead woman? Your mother fell into the pond on her own. What does that have to do with me? Her health was frail, and even when they pulled her out, she couldn't be saved. Is that my fault? Just because she died I can't remarry. Was I supposed to remain a widower for the rest of my life for her sake? Enraged beyond reason, Earl Yongi raised his hand to strike Shěn Lí. I am your father, and I don't have to explain myself to you. Don't think that just because you're married you've grown too big for your boots. If I want to hit you I still can. He could already imagine his palm connecting with Shěn Lí's face, picturing her begging for mercy. But in his fury he failed to notice how fast he was moving, nor did he realize that Shěn Lí was standing right by the edge of the pond. Perhaps he was too arrogant, never considering that when he as her father moved to slap her, his daughter would actually dodge. Indeed, Shěn Lí sidestepped his swinging hand with ease. The force of his missed swing was so great that it carried him forward, and with a stumble he plunged headfirst into the pond. A loud splash sent water flying everywhere. Shěn Lí stood on the bank watching coldly as Earl Yongi floundered and help, glub, help me, help, glub glub, save me, glub glub glub. Earl Yongi couldn't swim. As a scion of a noble house, he had never bothered to learn. Now he flailed in the water as pathetically as a drowning dog, his limbs thrashing wildly, yet he could not escape his fate of sinking. He thrashed about in the pond, his head bobbing up and down, his face a mask of sheer terror. Shěn Lí simply stood there watching, as if observing something amusing. Finally, Earl Yongi managed to grab hold of a rock at the pond's edge, just enough to keep his head above water. But he lacked the strength to pull himself out. Clinging there, he glared at Shěn Lí and snarled, Who told you to dodge? What are you standing there for? Can't you see I've fallen in? Why aren't you coming over to pull me out? He was utterly pathetic now, a strand of waterweed draped over his head, soaked from head to toe, with not a trace of noble dignity left. Shěn Lí stood on the bank looking down at him. Seeing his sorry state, she smiled. Father, how did you end up falling into the pond? You really are careless. Oh, are you trying to experience what mother felt before she died? It seems father isn't entirely without feelings for mother after all. Since you're so eager to relive her final moments as a filial daughter, I must oblige you. Shěn Lí smiled innocently and generously. Father, no need to thank me. Then she viciously stomped on the hand he had clamped onto the rock. A pig-like squeal escaped his lips. The next moment, she kicked him hard in the chest, sending him drifting further from the shore. No. Glub glub. Unfilial wretch. You. Glub glub. How dare you? Glub glub. I am. Glub glub. Your father. Glub glub. You. Glub glub. You're trying to kill me. Shěn Lí stood on the bank watching the figure splashing in the water, her smile radiant as the sun. Father, I know, how could I possibly bear the crime of patricide? Wasn't it father's own wish to experience mother's feelings in the... I am merely fulfilling your wish, father. Instead of thanking me, you blame me. As Yongi Bo floundered in the water, he saw his daughter standing on the bank and felt a chill creeping into his heart. The daughter he had raised actually wanted to kill him. The fear of impending death made him afraid of Shěn Lí as well. He seemed to see a specter standing on the shore ready to devour him the moment he neared the bank. Was he not going to survive? Yongi Bo thought, and with that his will to live began to fade. Shěn Lí watched him struggle in the pond for a while, then smiled, though her face was cold. Father, it seems one cannot commit evil deeds, or you will face retribution. As for the evil deeds she had done herself, forget it. She had done so many good deeds before, and was still bullied. If she was to do evil now and go to hell for it, then so be it. She had no regrets. Shěn Lí cast another glance at Yongi Bo, who was about to sink, then turned and walked away from the pond. She went to a distant spot where two servants were waiting. Seeing her approach, they no longer wore the contemptuous looks they once had, but instead showed utmost respect. Shěn Lí gave them a faint look. The earl has fallen into the pond. Go and pull him out at once. If you delay, he might be gone. With that she left. She had no intention of killing Yongi Bo, no matter what, he was still her father in name. Yet her father could not bully her with such impunity. If Yongi Bo still failed to learn his lesson this time, she would not hesitate to teach him again, making him face reality and realize she was no longer the pushover she used to be. The two servants exchanged bewildered glances, then sprinted towards the pond. Damn it, if the earl died while they knew about it, their own lives would be forfeit. When had the eldest young lady become so terrifying? She wasn't like this before. Why did every word she spoke sound like she wanted to... Gu Yunza felt that the past 2 days had been unusually rough for him. Not only did he constantly hit dead ends in the military camp, but even those he had good relations with seemed to be avoiding him. Even in the most ordinary sparring matches which used to end with a touch, there was no longer that sense of restraint. Those people seemed intent on beating him to death. As a result, he had been covered in wounds these past 2 days. Feeling too battered and embarrassed, he kept putting off the matter of sending for Shěn Lí to return. At the same time, he harbored resentment towards Shěn Lí. He was already this injured, and even his sister-in-law He Minjing knew to care for him, so why didn't she come back to see him? Gu Yunzi's resentment gradually turned into dissatisfaction, and he no longer planned to call Shěn Lí back. Whether she returned or not, he would still be in pain, and he didn't want her to come back and see him like this. Oh dear young Marquis, how did you get hurt again? Why are the people in the camp like this? It's just a spar, why take it so seriously? Biha was now serving in Gu Yunzi's quarters. Seeing him return with a bruised face again, her heart ached, and she was also worried that He Minjing might come and steal her duties. She attentively stepped forward to change his dirty outer garment and brought some healing ointment. Young Marquis, let me apply the medicine for you. If the madam sees you like this, she will surely be grieved. Gu Yunzi felt a headache coming on at the thought of his mother. He felt that she was getting old, and as a result talked far too much. He sensed his mother wouldn't be sad, but would just lecture him endlessly about this matter. The very thought gave him a headache, so he agreed to let Biha apply the medicine. While applying the medicine, Biha kept brushing against Gu Yunzi, which agitated him and made him look at her a few more times. The wound on Bi's face had healed, and she no longer looked like her face was swollen into a puffy steamed bun as before. She now appeared somewhat more delicate and pretty. Gu Yunzi, having grown up amidst luxury, would never deny himself comfort. If he felt uneasy, he would seek pleasure to soothe himself. After all, since Biha was allowed to stay in the residence, it meant Shěn Lí had tacitly accepted this arrangement. Without even waiting for her to finish applying the medicine, he pulled her waist and drew her towards the bed, seeing the surprise mixed with delight in Bi's eyes. Knowing she was about to get what she wanted, Biha couldn't contain her joy. She wrapped her arms around Gu Yunzi's neck and shyly buried her face in his chest. Just as the two were entangled in their amorous play, a panicked voice came from outside. Young Marquis, something terrible has happened to Sister He. Please come quickly. Hearing this at the height of his passion, Gu Yunzi didn't want to go at all. He Minjing was after all the widow of his comrade-in-arms. The consequences of him being with her had been too severe, leaving him unable to speak a single assertive word to his wife. Being with He Minjing was almost like going against the whole world. But with so many maids in the residence, why would he choose to defy the world? He remained silent and continued to embrace Biha. The sound of the voice annoyed Biha to no end, but Gu Yunzi's disregard for He Minjing's situation pleased her greatly. It seemed that in the young Marquis' heart, she was more important than the other woman now. Peach Blossom was terrified, but she still had to speak her piece. Young Master Sister, he is truly unwell. She has been vomiting incessantly. Please send for an imperial physician to examine her. Gu Yunzi's movements halted and his arms around Biha loosened. Given such specific details, this was clearly no trivial matter. He pondered for a moment, then said, have someone take my name card to summon an imperial physician. I am no doctor myself, going there would be of little use. His recent days had been fraught with misfortune, and he had no desire to return to a household mired in disputes. With that said, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Peach Blossom, worried that He Minjing might vomit herself to death, promptly sent someone to fetch the physician upon receiving Gu Yunzi's instruction. Though He Minjing had deceived Gu Yunzi many times before this time, she was not lying. She was genuinely unwell, her stomach churning violently. As a woman who had borne children, she recognized this feeling all too well. A surge of joy mixed with a hint of smug satisfaction welled up within her. If her suspicions proved true, the entire Gu household would be hers. The child in her belly would be Gu Yunzi's eldest son, but nothing was certain yet. She needed the imperial physician's diagnosis to be sure, so she didn't mind that Gu Yunzi hadn't. Sooner or later he would come to her. What He Minjing wanted now was confirmation of her pregnancy. If she was indeed with child, even if Shěn Lí returned, there would be nothing she could do about it. Thinking of her child being older than Shěn Lí's, she couldn't help but smile. Zhang Wenmei, seeing her mother in such distress, kept patting her back, frantic with worry. Mother, what's wrong? Why are you so ill? Where is the physician? Why hasn't the physician arrived yet? Zhang Wenbiao, being a few years older and more sensible, caught the smile on his mother's lips and sensed that this was good news. This reminded him of what Shěn Lí had said, that their mother's greatest wish was to abandon them. Was it true? But that wasn't what his mother had told them. She had said they came to the capital to live a better life, not to suffer. So whatever illness their mother asked them to feign, they would obey willingly. But what if their mother truly intended to cast them aside? For instance, if she had a child with their godfather, would she still want them two burdens from a previous marriage? Would she? Zhang Wenbiao knew he wasn't clever, but he dared not dwell on it further, fearing that he and his sister would end up with nothing. The imperial physician arrived promptly, as befitting a Marquis household. However, upon learning that he wasn't there to treat the Marquis, the Marchioness, or even the young Marquis, his displeasure was evident. He was after all an imperial physician of rank. Did these people think anyone could summon him at will? But since he was already here, he wouldn't openly offend the Jinsheng Marquis household, so he went to see the patient. He Minjing waited patiently as the physician took her pulse. He checked twice with great care, mentally sorting through the household's complex relationships, and found himself utterly bewildered. Seeing his grave expression, he Minjing urged, "How is it, physician? What's wrong with me?" She was already fairly certain, but she dared not voice it until the physician gave his verdict. The physician, still puzzling over whether the child belonged to the Marquis, or the young Marquis, reasoned that since the household had summoned him with their name card, they must acknowledge the child. So he ignored the two children behind, he Minjing, and ceased his idle speculation. Feigning ignorance, he clasped his hands, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, madam. You are with child. If my diagnosis is correct, it has been about a month. However, this pulse is not entirely definitive. It would be best to re-examine in a month's time." Upon hearing this, he Minjing was so overjoyed that she forgot everything else. She covered her belly with her hand, her face beaming with happiness she couldn't conceal, and the ambition in her eyes was equally impossible to hide. The physician pretended not to notice and quickly made an excuse to leave. Just as he departed, Gu Yunza, having finished his business, decided he should check on he Minjing. As he entered, he heard her happily telling Zhang Wenbiao, "Mother is pregnant. You might have another little brother soon. Aren't you happy?" Zhang Wenbiao was not happy, but seeing Gu Yunza enter, he lied anyway. "Yes, I'm happy. Mother, don't worry. If you have the baby, I'll work hard and earn money to support you and my younger siblings." He Minjing was quite pleased with his response. Then, as if just noticing Gu Yunza, she stood up and feigned surprise. "General, why are you here?" She always called him General, a constant reminder that her husband had died for his sake, and that they had all journeyed to the capital together. Gu Yunza, having just arrived, was still a bit dazed. "What were you talking about so happily?" Zhang Wenbiao remained silent, while he Minjing instinctively clutched her belly, lowering her head, with a look of shy confusion. Seeing her feign this way, Zhang Wenbiao inexplicably felt a surge of disgust. He found his mother's behavior utterly nauseating and hypocritical. He was like that, and his sister was too. They were both so hypocritical. But there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change any of it. Zhang Wenmei looked at Gu Yunza innocently, and said, "Mother is pregnant. She's going to give me and my brother a little brother. Godfather, are you happy?" Gu Yunza felt as if had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at he Minjing's belly, unable to believe that a single indiscretion could have resulted in a child. Happy? He asked himself. Of course he wasn't happy. How could Gu Yunza possibly be happy? This was his shame, a disgrace he could never erase for the rest of his life. He had slept with his fallen comrade's widow and gotten her pregnant. How could he face his dead comrade or withstand the scathing criticism of the court officials? A man being promiscuous or taking concubines was a minor matter, but there were some people that were absolutely off limits. If those people ever learned that he had slept with his comrade's widow, Gu Yunza dreaded to think how vicious the rumors would become. Worse still, he could lose everything he had now. With that thought, how could he possibly be happy? His face darkened instantly, and the look he cast at he Minjing's belly was filled with a murderous intent, as if he wished the unborn child would simply vanish. He Minjing was frightened by his gaze. She clutched her belly and shrank back behind Zhang Wenbiao. "What? That vixen is pregnant." Upon receiving the news, the Marquise of Jinxiang rose to her feet in a fury. She paced back and forth across the room, twice, yet found herself unable to suppress her rage. "Come, I shall see for myself what other tricks this vixen has up her sleeve." When the Marquise arrived, he Minjing was weeping before Gu Yunza. "If you truly do not want this child, then so be it. At worst, I shall perish along with it. But if I die, what will become of Biaoer and Meyer?" The mother and her two children wailed together, a pitiful sight to behold. Gu Yunza felt a throbbing ache in his head. Recalling he Minjing's gentle companionship on their journey to the capital, and thinking of Zhang Chao, who was already dead, he found himself utterly at a loss. It was at this moment that the Marquise of Jinxiang arrived. The moment she entered, she ordered two maids to yank he Minjing to her feet, and immediately struck her across the face. A sharp crack echoed through the room. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Gu Yunza was slow to react, bewildered as to how his mother had arrived so quickly. Only when the pain seared through her cheek did he Minjing struggle and cry out, "What are you doing? Release me." She then caught sight of the Marquis's icy countenance. As a lady of distinguished lineage who had managed her household for years, the Marquise carried an imposing air of authority that brooked no defiance. Meeting that cold gaze, he Minjing involuntarily flinched. Remembering that Gu Yunza was present, she began to sob softly. "Madam, what is the meaning of this? I know not what I have done wrong. Why must you treat me so?" The Marquise let out a cold laugh. "Drop that seductive act of yours. You think I haven't seen through your little schemes. As for the child, let me make this clear. Any bastard you bear will never be accepted into this household. You will only keep that child over my dead body." "Mother." Gu Yunza was taken aback by the severity of his mother's words, and couldn't help but speak up. The Marquise shot him a frigid glare. "I have allowed you your indulgences, but this is going too far. This crosses every line I have. I will not tolerate it any longer. If word of this disgrace gets out, your future will be ruined. Would you sacrifice this entire family for the sake of a shameless woman?" Gu Yunza's expression darkened. Hearing his own mother call he Minjing a shameless woman felt like a slap to his own face. He Minjing's face contorted in shock. Even after everything, the Marquise still refused to accept her and spoke to her with such contempt. Did she not realize that her womb carried the Marquis's own grandchild? Madam, what do you mean by this? I carry the General's child. Is it fitting for you to speak of your own grandchild in such a manner? Though anger flared within her, He Minjing still fixed her gaze on the Marquise with a pitiful, pleading look. The Marquise sneered, I will have many grandchildren in the future, but not one of them will ever come from your womb. Stop dreaming. He Minjing's face paled at the insult. Biting her lip, she said, Madam, this was not my choice. I never wanted this either, but I had no way out. Now that the child is in my belly, what will become of me if I don't give birth to it? Hearing this, Gu Yunza couldn't help but recall that night. It was indeed he who had initiated it. Through his haze, he remembered hearing He Minjing's struggles, but his strength had overwhelmed hers, and in the end she could not resist. A pang of discomfort struck Gu Yunza at the memory. Frowning at his mother's harsh words, he said, Mother, this is my fault, not hers. Stop calling her such names. It's beneath you. Her husband saved my life. The Marquise was nearly driven to madness by her son's stupidity. She wondered how she, who was no fool herself, could have given birth to such a simpleton. Watching him be led around by the nose by a woman, she said with bitter disappointment, You know nothing of the intrigues of the inner chambers. You have no idea what scheming women will do to secure a life of comfort. I told you before, it was her husband who saved you, not her. Being kind to her 2 children would have been enough, or even securing them a promising future. But what did you do instead? You went to see her day after day, forgetting that you are a married man. Anyone would think she was your wife. No wonder Shěn Lí was so furious she still hasn't returned home. The Marquise was so enraged, she could barely catch her breath. Remembering how the gentle Shěn Lí had been driven away by He Minjing, her fury blazed even hotter. She did not order the maids to release He Minjing, but instead struck her twice more across the face. Slap! Slap! You vile creature! You've corrupted my good son. I've seen plenty of vixens like you, but never one so shameless. Your own husband is dead, and instead of honoring his memory, you go seducing another woman's man. The lowliest courtesan is more honorable than you. You've torn my son's family apart, and still you sit here blubbering. Disgusting. Having vented her fury, the Marquise finally felt some relief. But Zhang Wenbiao and Zhang Wenmei rushed forward, clinging to their mother, and crying out, Don't hit our mother. Please, madam, don't hit our mother. Their pitiful cries were so heart-wrenching that even onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. He Minjing sobbed, quietly casting a pitiful glance at Gu Yunza. She said nothing, but the swelling on her face was enough to make him feel a deep sense of guilt. Looking at the 2 children, crying so miserably, Gu Yunza could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, placing himself between his mother and He Minjing, and said in a low voice, Mother, I've told you. This has nothing to do with her. The child she carries is mine, and I will take responsibility. Say no more on this matter. Just wait to hold your grandchild. The Marquise was astonished. She had come to put an end to this, but instead she had only strengthened her son's resolve to keep the child. Staring at him in disbelief, she pressed a hand to her chest and asked in a trembling voice, Are you serious? You would keep this bastard child? Have you no shame? No reputation to protect? No position to uphold? Of course Gu Yunza wanted those things. In truth, he hadn't thought it through when he spoke. Now that his mother had confronted him, a flicker of regret stirred within him. But the regret vanished as quickly as it came. Seeing the look of adoration in He Minjing's eyes as she gazed at him, he couldn't bring himself to take back his words. He said solemnly, Mother, if I cannot even protect my own child, then those things are nothing but burdens to me. The Marquise was left speechless, her head spinning. Things that others could only dream of, and her son called them burdens. The Marquise concluded that her son was truly beyond saving. She pointed a trembling finger at Gu Yunza, trying to speak, but her fury left her wordless. Finally her eyes rolled back, and she fainted dead away. The attendants scrambled into action. The 2 maids restraining, He Minjing immediately released her, and rushed to support them. In an instant, cries for physicians and healers filled the air. In the end, it was Gu Yunza who carried the Marquise back to her. He Minjing did not follow. She stood in the room, one hand resting on her belly, her eyes fixed on the Marquis's retreating figure with venomous malice. A vicious curse echoed in her heart, Let that old hag die, and die soon, so nothing stands between her and the Once that old woman was gone, she would walk through those doors and seize control of the entire household. Then she would be the one adorned in gold and silver, living a life of luxury. Just the thought filled her with delight, lifting the gloom left by the beating. A smile crept across her lips. Zhang Wenbiao watched his mother, and for reasons he couldn't explain, a chill crept through his heart. He suppressed the feeling, but he realized that lately many thoughts were no longer things he wished to share with his own mother. Shěn Lí departed from the Earl of Yangyi's residence, and took a carriage back to the Shun Manor. As soon as she entered the gate, Bai Lian rushed over excitedly to report, Miss, the people you assigned to keep an eye on the Gu family have sent back word. Seeing her expression, Shěn Lí knew there must be good news. She nodded, signaling for her to continue. Bai Lian lowered her voice, though she could not contain her delight. Miss guessed correctly. Something has indeed happened at the Gu residence. The person watching saw an imperial physician enter today. When the physician came out, they intercepted him, offered some silver, and inquired. The physician, believing we were also connected to the Gu family, told us everything. The physician said that the lady of the household today has nearly been confirmed to be showing signs of pregnancy. As Bai Lian spoke, there was no longer any trace of the anger from Shěn Lí's betrayal. All that remained was joy for her mistress. What had they been waiting so long for? Was it not for this very day to finally have the Gu family in their grasp? Shěn Lí truly hadn't expected that the Marquise of Jinxiang from such a distinguished noble house would leave behind such a glaring vulnerability. She had even thought of alternate plans if this one failed, but it seemed the Gu family wouldn't get the chance to see her other tactics. Shěn Lí hadn't anticipated encountering so many delightful developments today. She had considered returning to the Earl's residence tonight to move more belongings, but now it seemed more pressing to return to the Gu family. She said with a smile, "Prepare everything, we're returning to the Gu residence." Bai Lian, thinking of how pleasant life had been lately, also didn't want her mistress to endure the Gu family's mistreatment again. But they had to go back today. She had to go back to free herself from this situation. She happily agreed. Yes, they'll have the carriage harnessed at once. Bai Lian hurried off cheerfully, and Shěn Lí followed at a leisurely pace towards the main gate. What? She's returned to the Marquis of Jinxiang's residence. Why? Xiechun, who had just finished training the soldiers and returned, heard this news upon entering and felt rather unsettled. When on earth would she finally get that divorce? Wang Du's mouth twitched. He certainly couldn't voice the dark thoughts in his lord's mind, but it just so happened that his wish might come true today. He said softly to Xiechun, "My lord, Miss Shěn has returned today specifically to finalize the divorce." Xiechun's eyes lit up instantly, and his voice was low. Really? Wang Du couldn't bear to look at those eyes, which were as bright as lanterns, so he turned his head slightly and replied, "Yes, because today Miss Shěn received news that the widow of a fallen comrade residing at the Marquis of Jinxiang's residence is pregnant. So she went back. It seems the divorce won't be long in coming." Even as he said this, Wang Du's tone was laced with disdain. He had never heard of a young master getting entangled with his deceased comrade's widow, let alone getting her pregnant. And now their already madcap prince was about to become even more unhinged. Xiechun strode towards the mansion, his voice brimming with joy. "Quickly open the storehouse and bring out all the items for inspection. I need to prepare the betrothal gifts." Wang Du followed behind, thinking that his lord had truly lost his mind. Who prepares betrothal gifts for someone who hasn't even finalized her divorce yet? What if she doesn't go through with the divorce? However, he dared not voice such thoughts, only silently complying, as he helped Xiechun bring out items from the storehouse, selecting each piece in preparation for the betrothal gifts to Shěn Lí. The Marquise of Jinxiang truly shouldn't have made such a grave mistake. She had been so flustered by Shěn Lí's recent behavior that she had paid less attention to him Minjing and eventually forgot the matter entirely. Thus she missed the optimal window. In the inner chambers, there were countless methods to prevent pregnancy. What matriarch didn't possess such skills? Yet she had overlooked him Minjing, and now the Marquise of Jinxiang was consumed by regret. She couldn't help but think that if her grandson were to be born from the womb of Gu Yun's comrade's widow, then Gu Yun's future would be utterly ruined, to say nothing of everything else. And then there were the noble ladies of the capital. Though they maintained a facade of civility, they were at odds beneath the surface. If they learned that her grandson was born of that contemptible woman, how they would mock her. At this thought, the Marquise of Jinxiang felt even more ill. The imperial physician, who hadn't gone far, was summoned back. After a flurry of diagnosis and medicine preparation, the entire household was thrown into chaos. Just then Shěn Lí returned. Upon hearing the news, the Marquise of Jinxiang angrily sat up in bed and pounded the mattress, fuming. She finally remembers to come back, does she? Does she even remember she's a daughter-in-law of the Gu family? Let her look around the capital. Which family's daughter-in-law lives outside like she does? The trusted old nanny attending to her felt the Marquise might be delirious from her illness, and cautiously reminded her, "Madam, why would the young mistress return now of all times? It might be wise to be cautious." That remark jolted the Marquise of Jinxiang awake. Indeed, why would Shěn Lí return at this moment? Had Shěn Lí simply come back on her own, it would have been a sign of submission to the Gu family. But returning at this particular time forced the Marquise to consider the worst possibilities. A thought struck her, and her heart skipped a beat. She looked at her trusted nanny with shock in her eyes. Could it be? She already knows that when she's pregnant. The old nanny was uncertain. They'll send someone out to investigate. The Marquise of Jinxiang was terrified, knowing how devastating it would be for her family if this were exposed. And now Shěn Lí was someone she could no longer predict. She felt that Shěn Lí would now stop at nothing. Consumed by shock and fury, the Marquise collapsed back onto the bed. He Minjing quickly learned of Shěn Lí's return. Thinking that with Shěn Lí back, there would be no place for her in this household, she touched her belly and felt she couldn't just sit idly by. Relying on the fact that she was now pregnant, and Gu Yunze would not abandon her, she took Tao Hua and went to the garden to intercede. From afar she saw Shěn Lí dressed in a flowing water blue gown with a light purple silk sash draped over her arm, looking exceptionally fresh and elegant. Her aura was otherworldly. Had it not been for the fact that this woman was vying for her man, He Minjing would have had to admit she was beautiful. He Minjing clenched her teeth, but the thought of the child in her belly gave her some confidence. She cast a contemptuous glance at Shěn Lí's flat stomach and sneered inwardly. What did it matter if she was of noble status? She was nothing more than a pitiful woman who couldn't even hold her husband's heart. She was already pregnant, while Shěn Lí hadn't even consummated her marriage. As a woman, she was a complete failure. With these thoughts, He Minjing raised her head high and walked towards Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí pondered whether she should first speak with the wife of the Jinxiang Marquis or directly confront Gu Yunzi. The Marquis' wife had repeatedly given evasive answers, and it seemed she would be of no use. Shěn Lí felt that such matters ought to be addressed with Gu Yunzi first. After all, he was the one who had brought that woman back, and he was the source of the trouble. Just as she was thinking, Bai Lian reminded her from the side, "Miss, that woman is coming." He Minjing held no respectable status in the manor. Oh, everyone simply called her sister. He and Bai Lian had done the same before. But now things were different. Bai Lian could not bear to utter those words. Hearing this, Shěn Lí looked up and saw He Minjing approaching with a young maid clearly advancing toward her with ill intent. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. If she couldn't tell that this wretch was scheming, she would have wasted all these years of living. She thought for a moment and decided not to move, standing still and waiting for He Minjing to come over. She wanted to see exactly what trick He Minjing was trying to pull. He Minjing noticed she had stopped, presumably having seen her. Unfazed, she approached with a smile, offering no curtsy, and said, "Young madam, so you finally returned." In the past, such a remark would have sent Shěn Lí into a rage, lashing out with sarcasm or even violence. But today Shěn Lí regarded her as if she were a clown, watching her performance in silence without uttering a single word. He Minjing seethed inwardly at Shěn Lí's demeanor. It made her feel like a fool, and she despised that sensation. A flicker of malice crossed her face before she quickly composed herself, speaking with a provocative tone. "Do you think that by leaving the general would rush to find you? You're wrong. During your absence you have no idea how happy he was." She touched her belly, looking at Shěn Lí with the air of a victor, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you some good news." She laughed boldly, enunciating each word. "I am pregnant." She stared intently into Shěn Lí's eyes, unwilling to miss any expression, and curled her lips. "It's the general's. He is overjoyed, naturally forgetting about your departure." She made no effort to hide her ambition in front of Shěn Lí, believing that this would provoke Shěn Lí into anger and ultimately drive her away. In truth, Shěn Lí would indeed leave, but not because of her. It was because Gu Yunzi was unworthy. Shěn Lí glanced at her smug expression and let out a contemptuous snort. "You imbecile." He Minjing was hypersensitive to such disdainful mockery. Her face darkened, but then she seemed to recall something and laughed again, gloating. "I knew you would be angry. After all, you've been married to the general for half a year and haven't even consummated the marriage. You must be feeling quite bitter. As a noble lady, being unable to win your husband's heart after marriage. Though I cannot fathom such pain, as a woman, I can sympathize. It's only natural for you to be angry now. After all, I am carrying the general's child, while you have nothing." He Minjing believed she had sufficiently provoked Shěn Lí. She smugly anticipated Shěn Lí's outburst and planned how to but Shěn Lí remained utterly cold, regarding her as if she were a pitiable and pathetic grasshopper in late autumn. This enraged He Minjing, who could no longer contain her temper. Her face twisted with fury as she demanded, "Why aren't you saying anything? The general doesn't love you. He doesn't even fulfill his duties as a husband. Clinging to the Marquis' estate like this will do you no good." She touched her belly as if drawing strength from the gesture, and said, "My child will be the general's firstborn. Whether among commoners or officials, the firstborn son holds a special place, does he not?" He Minjing, unfamiliar with the intricacies of noble households, could only conjecture. "Once my child is born, your position can be shaken. Young madam, why make things difficult for yourself? Why not leave on your own while you still can? Why must you come back?" By the last words her voice had turned vicious, and her gaze toward Shěn Lí seemed to wish she could devour her. Shěn Lí had initially intended to ignore her, but the woman's fervent performance compelled her to say a few words lest it go to waste. She spoke with a pity that seemed almost divine, her voice low and seductive like a demon's whisper. "Do you think that carrying a child will give you everything? You are mistaken." He Minjing's brow twitched, whether from Shěn Lí's expression or words. Shěn Lí continued, "You've just come from the countryside, so you probably don't know the tricks of the inner chambers, do you?" Then glancing at He Minjing's belly with understanding, she added, "Indeed you must not know. Otherwise you would never have conceived." He Minjing was frightened by her tone and expression. She instinctively covered her stomach as if to shield her unborn child from Shěn Lí's harm. This child was the key to her future wealth and status. She could not allow any mishap. Shěn Lí noticed her gesture but paid it no heed. After all, even at a distance, she could dispose of such a person if she wished. It was simply unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more amusing to let the family tear itself apart? Do you know how difficult it is for children in the inner chambers to survive? Do you think that being pregnant guarantees safety? With your status, how could the Jinxiang Marquis estate ever want your child? If it is born, it will be a lifelong stain on Gu Yunzi. Whether he wants it or not, his parents and his clan will never accept it." Shěn Lí shook her head. "A child born of your status is even less valuable to the Marquis estate than one born of a courtesan. Do you understand?" He Minjing's face turned pale. Not long ago she had been scolded by the Marquise of Jinxiang for being no better than a courtesan, and now Shěn Lí was saying the same thing. She couldn't help but read deeply into the words. What did it mean to be no better than a courtesan? Was this how the noble ladies of the capital viewed her? Resentment festered within her, hatred kindled by their contempt. Shěn Lí observed the red marks on her face that even a thick layer of powder failed to conceal, and her smile deepened with a look of almost pitying benevolence. A child born to a courtesan can at least be claimed by another man. But the one in your belly? That is a far trickier matter to resolve. You are the widow of the comrade who saved Gu Yun's life, the widow of his savior. That status alone places you on a moral high ground, earning you respect and deference. Yet you resorted to such a scheme. Tisk tisk tsk. Shěn Lí kindly reminded her. How could you use such a tactic? You are no mere maidservant who climbed into bed and could be quietly tucked away as a concubine. With your standing, had it been any other man, the home mansion could have simply provided a dowry and sent you off to a decent future. But with Gu Yunza, your fate is all but sealed. Whether they arrange a fall to make you lose the child, or slip you saffron to end both your lives. Within these high-walled estates, anything can happen without raising an eyebrow. Since you were cunning enough to scheme against Gu Yunza, surely you already knew this. Shěn Lí watched as Minjing's face grew ever paler, her smile widening with delight. She leaned in close, whispering like, Do you know why I disliked you from the start? Did you think you could truly provoke my anger? No. It was your position itself that was the— It is perfectly normal for a man to take multiple wives and concubines. I have never once stopped Gu Yunza from taking one. Had a mere maid climbed into his bed, I wouldn't have been this angry. A maid's child at least would have a clean and proper status. But with your— What could it possibly bring to your child? Shěn Lí's face was full of regret, tinged with a trace of pity. Do you think that once I'm gone you'll become Gu Yun's wife? Do you think you'll finally live the good life you've dreamed of? No. That's when your troubles will truly begin. You truly believe the Marquise has no way to deal with you right now? If it weren't for her son, someone like you wouldn't even warn a flick of her finger. She's merely unwilling to smash the jade vase for the sake of killing a rat. You do know which one is the rat, and which is the jade vase. Shěn Lí wore an innocent expression, looking like the kindest soul in the world. Minjing, seeing her like this, was so enraged that her nose twisted in fury. She clutched her handkerchief tightly, barely restraining herself from slapping Shěn Lí across the face. But the look she shot her was anything. Shěn Lí glanced meaningfully at her belly, her words laden with implication. You'd best be careful. Don't be celebrating today, only to be weeping tomorrow. Minjing caught the curse in her words, and knew well of the Marquis's disdain for her. Gnashing her teeth in hatred, she suddenly grabbed Shěn Lí's sleeve, and yanked it twice, her voice rising sharply. Oh, madam, what are you doing? Don't push me, madam. I was wrong. She then feigned a frail stumble, and fell to the ground. Taohua, the maidservant attending her, rushed forward in alarm. Eldest sister-in-law, what's wrong? Are you alright? Shěn Lí looked at her own sleeve in speechless exasperation. It wasn't that she couldn't have dodged, but she wanted to see what other tricks Minjing had up her sleeve. She hadn't expected that after all this time it was still the same old routine. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Gu Yunza's voice ring out thick with anger. Shěn Lí, what are you doing? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Yunza appeared before them. He helped Minjing up with concern, checking her over anxiously. His eyes kept darting to her belly. Minjing touched her stomach and said with a pitiful look, I'm fine, and the baby is fine too. The moment madam heard I was pregnant, she didn't say a word. She just shoved me. Thank heavens the general arrived in time. Mentioning the child in front of Shěn Lí made Gu Yunza uncomfortable. Seeing Minjing's aggrieved expression, he could only offer a soft mm. In response, his gaze towards Shěn Lí growing profoundly complicated. Gu Yunza had wanted to be a filial son, but his mother couldn't bear the sight of his foolishness, and sent him away. At a loss for how to interact with his mother, he had stepped out to clear his mind. Coincidentally, he ran into Shěn Lí returning. But before he could approach, he saw her pushing Minjing to the ground. Without a second thought, he rushed over. Now facing Shěn Lí, he felt he had lost some of his authority as a husband, and his voice lacked its usual confidence. You're back. His tone was awkward. Had this been before, he would have greeted her with arrogance. But now with the child in Minjing's womb, he had no ground to stand on. Shěn Lí crossed her arms and looked at him with a mocking smile. Of course. If I hadn't come back, how could I have witnessed such a fine performance? Gu Yunza frowned. Why did you push her? Because she's pregnant. Shěn Lí couldn't help but roll her eyes. Young Lord Gu, that brain of yours truly isn't suited for the capital. The fact that you haven't been outwitted and killed on the battlefield proves your martial arts are at least decent. Minjing's face changed at her words, and Gu Yunza's expression soured as well. He said coldly, Shěn Lí, what do you mean by— Shěn Lí replied in an equally cold tone. Nothing more than what I said. You can't even see such an obvious frame-up. Your eyes might as well be blind. She suddenly lifted her leg and kicked at Gu Yunza. Although he noticed the attack and dodged in time, he failed to avoid it completely. Yet Shěn Lí still managed to land a kick on his shoulder, putting enough force behind it to send Gu Yunza staggering back 2 steps. Gu Yunza finally steadied himself, enduring the pain in his arm as he snapped. Shěn Lí, what madness has gotten into you? Shěn Lí turned her gaze away in disgust. Think it through with that head of yours. I struck you and you, a man who has come off the battlefield, had to stumble back several steps just to keep your footing. If I had pushed her, how could a frail pregnant woman withstand it better than a man like you? Do you think she'd just fall gently to the ground? She'd have to bleed at least a little, wouldn't she? But look at her. Is there even a scraped patch of skin on her hands? Shěn Lí knew these men weren't foolish, they simply chose to see what they wanted to see. Since it wasn't them who suffered the pain, they were content to play the role of bystanders, watching women squabble over them, which made them feel like real men. But now Shěn Lí was weary of such hypocritical men. She despised Gu Yunzi even more than He Minjing. Gu Yunzi was taken aback. Instinctively he followed Shěn Lí's words and looked at He Minjing's hands. It seemed to be true. He Minjing's hands were fair and clean, without a single mark. But why had he never noticed this before? Gu Yunzi stood stunned, staring at He Minjing with disbelief. He Minjing's face turned exceptionally uneasy. She clutched her belly, and with the visible wound, she looked utterly pitiful, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. If the young madam has taken a dislike to me, so be it. But how could you wrong me like this? She bowed her head slightly. From Gu Yunzi's angle, he could see the graceful curve of her neck, pale and soft. Recalling the faint fragrance of that night, his throat bobbed, and a flicker of pity stirred within him. His face darkened as he looked at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí, I never imagined you could be so vicious. You actually wished for her to bleed. Do you have any idea she's pregnant? Do you know what bleeding would mean for her? Shěn Lí found his question utterly ridiculous. She laughed, and raised an eyebrow, though her smile was laced with derision. I know your precious sister-in-law is pregnant. Congratulations, young Marquis. You're about to become a father. I came back especially to offer my felicitations. For some reason this remark struck another nerve. Gu Yunzi's face hardened. Wasn't it you who chose to leave? How dare you show your face again? My Marquis Manor is not a place you can come and go as you please. Shěn Lí found his demeanor laughable. She let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. Does the young Marquis not understand what I'm saying? I came back to congratulate his soon-to-be father. Do you grasp the meaning of that? She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. It seems the young Marquis is still a child who hasn't grown up. Since you haven't figured it out, just go directly to the Marquis and his... After all, they are the ones who truly understand what the child in He Minjing's womb means to this household. It was a blatant threat. Gu Yunzi's expression drastically changed. He didn't want He Minjing, who had always held him in such high regard, to see him at a loss. He hardened his face and ordered Taohua, take the young madam back and attend to her well. Don't be careless again. He Minjing hadn't expected Gu Yunzi to do little more than scold Shěn Lí without truly defending her, and now he was sending her away. She looked at him utterly confused but didn't dare insist on staying. She allowed Taohua to help her leave. Just as she was departing, she heard Shěn Lí say, Gu Yunzi, dumplings taste best, but a brother's wife is the sweetest game. You've truly mastered that saying, haven't you? He Minjing felt a surge of shame and anger, but she couldn't very well turn back now. She swallowed her fury and left. Gu Yunzi's face cycled through shades of green and black upon hearing Shěn Lí's mockery. Shěn Lí, don't push your luck. The fact that you've returned today shows you know you were wrong. If you mend your ways and stop being so jealous and petty, I'll overlook today's offenses. I promise to treat you well in the future. They'll even consummate our marriage soon so you can bear the manor's rightful heir. Everything in this household will one day be his. As Gu Yunzi spoke, his expression softened as if lost in some pleasing thought. But Shěn Lí was no longer the type to be swayed by empty promises, especially not from the likes of him. She curled her lip in a cold sneer. Who wants to stay in this wolf's den? Bear a rightful heir. Dream on. Gu Yunzi, you've got some nerve. After everything, you still think we can reconcile? Gu Yunzi's expression shifted instantly, all tenderness replaced by a dark scowl. Shěn Lí laughed coldly. You nearly killed me for the sake of a wench like her, and you think you deserve a legitimate heir. Huh. And you say I've realized my mistakes. Yes, you're right. My biggest mistake was marrying you. If I hadn't, my life wouldn't be so miserable today. And after all that, you still talk about consummating the marriage. Have you no shame? A rotten cucumber like you, do you really think I do? What kind of filthy, worthless thing are you trying to pawn off on me? Shěn Lí's barrage of words finally broke through Gu Yunzi's composure. He glared at her, teeth grinding as if he wanted to devour her. Shěn Lí, emboldened by her own courage and skill, was utterly unafraid. She sneered. What's the matter, young Marquis? Don't tell me you're thinking of hitting me. Surely not, right? Where would you ever get such a foolish idea? Do you realize you have a huge weakness in my hands right now? Not just you, but your entire family, your whole clan. If I'm displeased, I can ruin all of you. Do you understand? Shěn Lí's words left Gu Yunzi momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, he realized that outcome wasn't entirely... Shěn Lí's words left Gu Yunzi momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, he realized that outcome wasn't entirely... Gu Yunzi's voice was icy. Oh, is that so? And how do you plan to do it? You are a woman of the Gu family. If my reputation is ruined, do you think your own life will be any better? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Shěn Lí's frail, slender figure, his eyes darkening. Besides, as long as I keep you confined here, you'll spend your whole life within these walls. How would your words ever reach the outside world? His eyes were filled with a ruthless ferocity that offered a glimpse of the man he might be on the battlefield. The old Shěn Lí might have been frightened, but the current Shěn Lí had fought her way through hordes of soulless zombies. Why would she ever fear Gu Yunza? Shěn Lí found it rather absurd. Even setting aside the fact that I live on my own now as the eldest daughter of the Shěn family, it's hardly within your power to confine me indoors. Surely you know that. Shěn Lí shook her head. She had already been deeply disappointed in Gu Yunza, but now he simply seemed foolish as well. Forget that. Have you even considered that if I could come here so openly today, I must have some preparation in place? For all you know, even as we speak, someone outside might be ready to spread the word about how you got your fallen comrade's widow pregnant. The scenario Shěn Lí painted was too grim. Just thinking about it made Gu Yunza feel suffocated. He dared not imagine how the world would judge him and the Gu family if such a thing were to come to light. And his position would certainly be lost. He wouldn't even be able to hold his own against the ensuing attacks. Gu Yunza took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze at Shěn Lí was filled with scrutiny and probing, but he had to suppress his anger as he spoke. Shěn Lí, after all this commotion today, what exactly is it that you want? Seeing him angry only made Shěn Lí smile more brightly. Oh, you noticed, did you? Gu Yunza remained silent with a cold face. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that Shěn Lí's return was for a purpose? She had been away for over a month, and now she suddenly returns and makes such a scene. He wouldn't believe for a second that she had no agenda. Shěn Lí didn't directly state her purpose. Instead, she outlined a future situation. So you figured it out. I'm just here to tell you that you now have a significant weakness in my hands. Even if you get rid of this child, I'm not afraid. Everything you've done leaves traces. You, the young Marquis, grew up in the capital. You must be familiar with certain methods. Now that this has happened, no matter how desperately you want to cover it up, it won't be easy to keep it hidden. Gu Yunza knew this well. If you don't want others to know, the only way is to never do it in the first place. Moreover, in this capital city, everyone is sharp as a fox. The slightest whisper of a family's affairs would spread far and wide within half a day, reaching those who should know and those who shouldn't alike. So as Shěn Lí spoke, his expression grew darker with each passing moment. Shěn Lí continued, smiling gently. Since I hold such a significant advantage, my word is law in this Marquis household. Although I live outside, if I ever feel displeased, I can just come back and stir up trouble like this, making life miserable for you and your whole family. Let you all taste what I endured for the past 6 months. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Gu Yunza stared at her with a grim face, saying nothing. Seeing him like this, Shěn Lí couldn't help but laugh. Hey, young Marquis, don't look at me like that. If you keep staring for too long, I might think you're having regrets. Since you've done the deed, it's best you don't regret it. After all, the woman is already carrying your child. If you regret it now, wouldn't that make the child's existence a mistake? Think of the poor child's heart. Shěn Lí's reminder was seemingly well-intentioned, but Gu Yunza's face turned even darker. He ground his teeth and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Shěn Lí, what exactly are you trying to do? What's the point of all this chaos? You are the young madam of this household. What good does bringing shame upon it do for you? Shěn Lí retorted, why wouldn't there be a benefit? Seeing you all unhappy and angry brings me joy, she said with an innocent look. Have you all forgotten how you treated me before? Whenever anything happened to He Minjing and her children, you assumed I was responsible. You never listened to my explanations. Even when evidence was placed right before you, you dismissed it as me making a mountain out of a molehill. Since you all considered those matters trivial, you certainly didn't treat them as trivial when it came to punishing me. Young Marquis, since you never truly regarded me as your wife, I naturally won't force it. Now I hold no expectations for you whatsoever. I simply want to watch you face ruin. Now that you've handed me such a weakness, do you think I should let this golden opportunity slip away? Provoked repeatedly, Gu Yunza finally lost his composure. He glared at Shěn Lí with the intensity of a warrior facing a foe on the battlefield, as if he wished he could strike her down with a single blow. Shěn Lí pretended not to notice his murderous look, maintaining her provocative expression. Gu Yunza clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with fury. Shěn Lí, don't push me too far. If you back me into a corner, don't be surprised if I divorce you. Shěn Lí's face suddenly turned cold. She stared at him icily. A mutual separation is fine anytime. But if you want to divorce me, I'd like to see if your family has the courage. In this era, men habitually threatened women with divorce, as if seeing women cower at the thought of ruining their reputation gave them a twisted sense of achievement. Shěn Lí was utterly disgusted by this. Though she wished to live peacefully in this time, she refused to condone such a prevailing act. When Gu Yunza heard her mention a mutual separation, his mind flashed back to the words of the lady of Jinxiang Marquis. She had said Shěn Lí agreed to a separation, but not to be divorced. Gu Yunza initially thought it was a tactic of playing hard to get, but now it didn't seem that way. His thoughts were in a whirl, many things unclear. But he latched onto the fact that Shěn Lí's face had darkened when he mentioned divorce. This indicated that despite her bravado, she was still afraid of being cast out. Gu Yunza felt that if he could exploit this fear, he could gain the upper hand over Shěn Lí. Imagining a future where Shěn Lí would be docile and obedient by his side for the rest of their lives, gentle and agreeable, a hint of a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Shěn Lí saw him smile, and thought he was quite mad, laughing in the middle of a heated argument. Gu Yunza said with a dark expression, a divorce is out of the question. You have been disrespectful to my parents and neglectful of your husband at home. You deserve to be cast out, not to be granted the dignity of a mutual separation. Shěn Lí's tolerance had already been shattered by his shamelessness. She couldn't help but look at Gu Yunza's face. Once handsome and refined, now utterly repulsive to her. She sighed inwardly, thinking that a man's charm truly had a short lifespan. Seizing the moment while Gu Yunza was still smug, she suddenly launched a flying kick at him. Caught completely off guard, he was struck squarely in the chest. Shěn Lí held nothing back, sending him tumbling backward into the flower bed. He crashed into the greenery, crushing a patch of flowers and plants. Gu Yunza lay on the ground, clutching his chest, struggling to rise. But as he tried to get up, a foot descended from above, pressing firmly onto his chest and forcing him back down. Ugh! A pained groan escaped Gu Yunza's throat. Shěn Lí stood over him, her foot planted on his chest, looking down with a cold smirk. You want to cast me out? You refuse me the dignity of a divorce. Fine. You think I actually want a divorce? With you and the entire Marquis household to drag down, why would I ever want that? So you can go live freely with that little tramp. Ugh. Gu Yunza, you must be dreaming. I'm telling you, as long as I live, you won't have a single good day. I want to divorce you. I want to watch your entire family fall apart. As she spoke, she ground her heel harshly into his chest, making him gasp in pain, feeling as though his ribs were being crushed to dust. He never imagined Shěn Lí would resort to violence without a word. Could it be that his push had changed her so drastically? He wasn't sure, but he knew one thing. He deeply regretted provoking her, regretted bringing this upon himself. At the same time, he felt relieved that he had sent He Minjing away earlier, or else both of his women would have witnessed his humiliation. He struggled desperately to get up, but Shěn Lí's foot felt as unyielding as steel, impossible to budge. Gu Yunza had never felt so defeated. He was a man after all. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Shěn Lí. I am. His voice was weak due to the pressure on his chest, punctuated by a labored breath. Shěn Lí kept her foot on his chest, smiling like a seductive enchantress. Her fair skin gleamed under the sunlight, making her look otherworldly beautiful. But at this moment, that beautiful face brought Gu Yunza no joy, only sheer terror. Shěn Lí smiled and said, That's right, you are my husband. So no matter how badly we beat each other bloody, it's still our family matter. She tilted her head with an innocent look. Young Master Gu, my dear husband, you wouldn't go crying to outsiders about being beaten by your own wife, would you? She continued, Surely not, surely not. A man as mighty and upright as you, even if beaten to death, wouldn't run to his parents like a child and say his wife hit him, right? Right? Right. Her taunting demeanor was both maddening and infuriating. Gu Yunza was seething, realizing that his future would indeed involve being beaten by her. Even if he didn't tell anyone, he'd still be ashamed. Other men beat their wives at home. How had it come to this, that he was the one? If word ever got out, he wouldn't even need to wait for his superiors to strip him of his post. He'd be too embarrassed to show his face at work. But Shěn Lí had already beaten him twice. Even if he could avoid her blows, having her cause chaos at home every day would still ruin his reputation once it spread. Gu Yunza thought about enduring such a life and felt utterly miserable. He gritted his teeth. Divorce. No, he couldn't live like this. Even if divorce carried a stigma, he didn't care anymore. As a man, it would barely tarnish his reputation. But for Shěn Lí, it would be almost as devastating as being cast out, just slightly less humiliating. Yet staying together meant enduring the shame of being beaten, not by a comrade or a superior, but by his own wife. That was utterly disgraceful to spread around. Gu Yunza assumed that since Shěn Lí had brought up divorce before, she would surely agree now. But Shěn Lí never played by the rules. She sneered, Divorce? Dream on. You think you can have a divorce just because you want one. Don't forget, right now, I hold the leverage over you, not the other way. You think the world revolves around your wishes. I don't want a divorce. Not now, not ever. I'll enjoy myself at your expense every day. Since you're too ashamed to admit I beat you, you'll just have to take it. Oh, and even if you did tell people, I wouldn't care. I'm already married into your family, so I'm not worried about finding a match. But you poor things, if you spread this around, you'll lose every shred of face you have. Shěn Lí's words almost seemed considerate, but Gu Yunza was far from pleased. He glared at her viciously, feeling as if his chest bones were being crushed. He had to use his hands to lift her foot slightly, just to breathe easier. Meanwhile, a doubt lingered in his mind. How could Shěn Lí, a seemingly frail woman with little flesh on her bones, pin him down so completely that he couldn't move at all? What he didn't know was that Shěn Lí had summoned the water from the ground, using it to hold him in place. This made it effortless for her to keep him pinned while ensuring he couldn't escape. After all, this negotiation needed to be conducted slowly. She wasn't in a hurry. What exactly do you want? Gu Yunza managed to ask, when suddenly a sharp female voice rang out, Air. Shěn Lí turned toward the source and saw the Marchioness of Jinxiang rushing over with a group of maids and servants. Gu Yunza looked at her, as if she were his savior. Seeing her approach, Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. After all, this matter was better discussed with the Marchioness present. Now that she had come on her own, there was no need for Shěn Lí to send for her. My son, what happened to you? The Marchioness rushed over and saw Gu Yunza pinned in the flower bed, looking utterly disheveled. She felt a surge of rage. She hadn't believed the maid's report while lying in bed, but now she saw it with her own eyes. Shěn Lí, that vicious wretch, truly couldn't bear to see their family prosper. Shěn Lí, how dare you? He's your husband. You'd strike your own husband at home. Have you lost all sense of decency? The Marchioness of Jinxiang whirled around glaring at Shěn Lí. Consumed by fury, she had forgotten Shěn Lí's formidable prowess, seeing only her son pinned beneath Shěn Lí's foot. Such a sight was unbearable for a mother to witness. The Marchioness simply could not endure it. She raised her hand and lashed out at Shěn Lí's face. Shěn Lí dodged with a slight, effortless movement. The Marchioness, who had put her full strength into the blow, lost her balance and stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. The Marchioness and her maidservants were stunned. "My lady." The maidservants reacted first, rushing forward to help the Marchioness to her feet. She was now in a state of disarray that rivaled Gu Yun's, though she was standing while he remained prone. The Marchioness was so angry her nose was practically twisted with rage. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí, you are insolent. How dare you, a daughter-in-law, dodge your mother-in-law's strike?" Shěn Lí looked at her with exasperation. "I'm not a fool. Would I just stand there and let someone hit me? You are quite an interesting mother-in-law. What right do you have to strike another family's daughter? And you won't even allow me to dodge." She nudged Gu Yun's with the tip of her foot. "This is your son. If you must hit someone, shouldn't it? He's the one you birthed. Beat him as much as you like. Don't be shy." Gu Yun's saw her foot leave his back and tried to seize the chance to scramble up, but he hadn't even managed to move before Shěn Lí's foot slammed down on him again, forcing a choked gasp of pain from his lips. The Marchioness pointed at her entire body, trembling with rage. You are going too far. Release my son at once. How did our family ever marry a jinx like you? You show no respect to your in-laws or your husband. A woman like you deserves to have her husband refuse to consummate the marriage." Shěn Lí stomped on Gu Yun's again, this time with more force. He couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly haggard and pathetic. The Marchioness was beside herself. She wanted to lunge at Shěn Lí, but feared what she might do. "My son, Zaire." Gu Yun's couldn't speak. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, certain he was on the verge of death. Shěn Lí answered for him with a cold laugh. "Madam, if you want your son to be well, you should watch your tongue. Don't assume that just because you think your son is wonderful, everyone else does too. In my eyes, he's no better than a bedbug, as repulsive as filth in a cesspit. I wouldn't even let something like that near me, let alone share a bed with it." The Marchioness trembled with fury, staring at Shěn Lí in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how her pride and joy could be described in such a vile manner. But seeing her son's condition, she fought the urge to faint, her eyes fixed intently on Shěn Lí, waiting to see what other havoc she would wreak. Shěn Lí continued, "You think him a jinx. I've been in your Marquis household for half a year. Don't you know who has been causing all the trouble? Or do you know, but because it's your son you've been shielding him all along? Now that I simply refuse to tolerate it any longer, how is it suddenly my fault?" Shěn Lí curled her lips into a smirk. "Since I've endured for 6 months, I'll ask you to be patient from now on. My temper is quite foul these days, and am prone to violence. If you don't bear with me, I can't be held responsible for my actions." The Marchioness was nearly driven to madness. She stared at Shěn Lí in utter disbelief, never in her life having heard a daughter-in-law tell her mother-in-law to be patient. What kind of creature had their family brought into this house? Didn't I? Cough. Didn't I already agree to the divorce? Earlier, Gu Yun's might have wanted to mend their relationship and make amends, but now, humiliated and trampled under Shěn Lí's foot, those thoughts were gone. All he wanted was to divorce her and get her out of the household to end this madness. Shěn Lí smiled, looking down at him from her superior position. "As I said, I don't agree." Their exchange reached the Marchioness' ears. Remembering what Shěn Lí had said before, she quickly steadied herself against her maidservants. Right. Didn't you say it? You said you wanted to divorce my son. I agree. I agree to the divorce. Now let go of my Zaire." Shěn Lí wore a helpless expression. "No can do, madam. I don't want a divorce anymore. I want to stay in the Marquis household forever. Since you all know what I'm really like now, I don't have to pretend anymore. And I won't have to worry about not being able to marry again. This is perfect. I'm not getting a divorce." The Marchioness felt a mouthful of blood lodge in her throat at Shěn Lí's words. She couldn't fathom why Shěn Lí would think this way, but she knew that if Shěn Lí stayed, there would be no peace in their household. Now she regretted not forcing her son to divorce Shěn Lí earlier. The thought filled her with burning anxiety, and she couldn't help but spew venomous words. "What right do you have to refuse? A woman like you deserves to be cast out. We're offering a divorce instead of a repudiation, which is more than you deserve." Shěn Lí smiled. "I don't want a divorce. I don't want that face-saving gesture." She was like a piece of tough, uncuttable meat, impossible to reason with. The Marchioness nearly collapsed from sheer frustration, her glare at Shěn Lí murderous. Shěn Lí found her amusing. "Have you forgotten, madam? It's your family's secrets that are in my hands, not mine and yours. So the terms of negotiation are mine to set, not yours." Shěn Lí didn't relish making trouble for the Marchioness, but she was Gu Yun's mother. Between them, her loyalty always lay with Gu Yun's. Even though he hadn't consummated their marriage for so long, she only blamed Shěn Lí. For Gu Yun's, she never had a harsh word. So Shěn Lí decided she need not show anyone any respect. The Marchioness clutched her chest, thinking of the child in Minjiang's womb, and was filled with regret. Now that Shěn Lí was back, she probably knew about it too. She could only try to appeal to Shěn Lí's emotions, hoping to soften her heart. "I have never wronged you. How can you treat me this way? Even if Zaire has wronged you, can't you forgive him for the sake of me and his father? Besides, what man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? As long as he gives you the respect of the principal wife, isn't that enough? The Marchioness spoke with earnest, heartfelt persuasion, looking like a pitiful old mother. But Shěn Lí knew her motherly kindness was reserved solely for Gu Yunzi and Gu Qinxue. Thinking of Gu Qinxue, she let out a chilly laugh. Since you've brought it up, I remember something. Once Gu Qinxue called me a fool to my face and said I was a motherless wretch. I was furious and aggrieved, thinking no proper young lady would say such things. I believed you my mother-in-law would seek justice for me. But what did you do, madam? Do you remember? As Shěn Lí asked this, the Marchioness' memory involuntarily flashed back. Recalling her own words from that time, her face turned pale. At that time, Shěn Lí had just entered the Marquis' mansion. Gu Qinxue was very displeased that someone was coming to share the family's affection for her. She would often throw tantrums at home, and naturally Lady Jinxiang doted on her. With Lady Jinxiang's indulgence, Gu Qinxue naturally grew bold, mocking Shěn Lí relentlessly. At that time, Shěn Lí was far from being as intolerant as she was now. She couldn't bring herself to strike her sister-in-law, and could only plead with her mother-in-law for justice. How could Lady Jinxiang not speak up for her own daughter? She frowned and said to Shěn Lí, "This is your younger sister." What she said wasn't wrong at all. Aren't you just a fool? If you had a mother to teach you, would you have failed to win your husband's favor even now? And you still have the nerve to blame your sister? In my opinion, you should take the time to reflect on your own mistakes instead of focusing on others. At that time, Shěn Lí felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. She was in a terrible state, and even contemplated suicide. Now Lady Jinxiang was saying she would let it go for Shěn Lí's sake. Ridiculous, what face did she have? If her face isn't enough, could you give me some face? A calm, steady voice came from behind. Shěn Lí didn't need to turn around to know it was Gu Yunzi's father, the Marquis of Jinxiang, arriving. With such a major incident happening in the household, it would have been wrong for the Marquis of Jinxiang not to appear. The Marquis of Jinxiang strode in wearing ordinary clothes. Seeing his son being trampled underfoot, he closed his eyes briefly, then opened them, casting a cold gaze at Shěn Lí. Release him first. Then we can slowly discuss your terms. I still have the final say over everything in this mansion. Shěn Lí thought for a moment. Keeping him pinned down like this really didn't seem right. Besides, she had come today to seek a divorce. She just wanted to make them bleed a little during the process, not actually beat him to death. She smiled. All right, I will certainly give face to the Marquis. As she spoke, she took the opportunity to release her foot, and simultaneously withdrew the control of her water-type ability, allowing Gu Yunzi to move. Unfortunately, even though she intended to let him move, having been restrained for so long, Gu Yunzi couldn't get up right away. Fortunately, he still had his mother there. The moment Lady Jinxiang saw her son freed, she cried out, "My Zaire!" She then called for the maids to hurriedly help Gu Yunzi up. Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lady Jinxiang panicked, and immediately ordered a maid quickly summon the imperial physician. The Marquis of Jinxiang, seeing this, clenched his fists and barked sternly, "That's enough. It's just a minor injury. Aren't you tired of making the family's affairs even more disgraceful? Do you need to call the imperial physician for this?" Lady Jinxiang wiped her tears with a handkerchief and fell silent for a moment. After all, the Marquis of Jinxiang had the final say in all household matters. Gu Yunzi was helped out by the maids. The Marquis of Jinxiang said to Shěn Lí, "Let's go. We'll find a quiet place to talk." Shěn Lí nodded with a smile, showing no trace of the aggressive demeanor she had just displayed toward others. Soon Gu Yunzi, Lady Jinxiang, the Marquis of Jinxiang, and Shěn Lí arrived at the reception hall. There were no maids inside, and the doors were tightly shut. At first, Bai Lian was quite worried, but after a few words of reassurance from Shěn Lí, she stopped being concerned. Nonsense. With Shěn Lí's current combat prowess, no matter how many people stood before her, they would be easy prey. She was not afraid of the three people from the Jinxiang. The Marquis of Jinxiang picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on it, took a sip, and then looked at Shěn Lí with a deep voice. "How come I never knew you were skilled in martial arts?" Shěn Lí knew this question would be brought up repeatedly, but she was the original person, so naturally, she had nothing to fear. She smiled. "Marquis, you probably never saw me when I was being oppressed. When one is oppressed for long enough, resistance naturally arises. I just resisted a bit fiercely, which should be understandable." The Marquis of Jinxiang indeed didn't know much about how the women in the inner quarters interacted. Hearing this, he glanced at Lady Jinxiang and Gu Yunzi. Lady Jinxiang's expression was none too pleasant, as she didn't want to see Shěn Lí at all, and only wished for her son to receive medical treatment. However, for the sake of face, her husband would certainly not allow it. The Marquis of Jinxiang recalled that Shěn Lí's gait just now didn't have the strength of a trained martial artist. She seemed like an ordinary young lady from a boudoir. He presumed she had picked up some unorthodox skills somewhere. Thinking that a woman's unorthodox methods had defeated his own son, the Marquis of Jinxiang felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Involuntarily, a hint of admiration crept into his gaze as he looked at Shěn Lí. If only this were a son, he would surely become a promising military talent. Shěn Lí ignored his gaze. Naturally, she had nothing to fear. Not only was she the original person, but her martial prowess mostly came from her ability, so she wasn't afraid of being found out. The Marquis of Jinxiang pondered for a moment and asked, What exactly are you trying to achieve by causing such a scene in the mansion? Could it be that you just want the Jinxiang Marquis household to be ridiculed? Don't forget you are the young mistress of the Marquis mansion. When others laugh at us, they won't spare you either. Shěn Lí spread her hands. It seems you don't know what's been happening in the mansion, Marquis. Why don't you first listen to the lady and the others explain the situation, and then we can continue our discussion. She kindly reminded him, otherwise she felt the matter couldn't be discussed. The Marquis of Jinxiang had just returned from outside and indeed didn't know what had happened in the mansion. Hearing Shěn Lí's words, he instinctively turned to look at Lady Jinxiang. Lady Jinxiang's face turned pale. She clutched the handkerchief in her hand, tightly, too nervous to utter a single word. Having the inner quarters descend into such chaos was her fault as the matriarch, so naturally, she was terrified at this moment. Marquis Jinxiang took one look at her demeanor and knew that this matter was no triviality, otherwise Shěn Lí wouldn't have come back to make a fuss over it. He had long felt that his son's behavior was unacceptable. He himself had concubines, but they were all maidservants or women from respectable families, not some disreputable people, so he naturally had no fear of gossip. However, his son had brought back the widow of a fallen comrade, driven away his own wife, and now who knew what else had happened? Marquis Jinxiang felt a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. His gaze shifted to Shěn Lí. She refuses to speak. Since you know, why don't you tell me yourself? What has happened to the Hofu? Shěn Lí glanced at the Marchioness of Jinxiang, then at Gu Yunzi, whose face was dark, and smiled. Alright, it seems neither of you wants to speak. Then ill-reluctantly informed the Marquis of this matter. She looked at Marquis Jinxiang sincerely, and said, Marquis, congratulations. You are going to be a grandfather. Marquis Jinxiang was stunned for a moment, then his gaze involuntarily fell to Shěn Lí's belly. But only for a moment, he restrained himself. He recalled that after Gu Yunzi had pushed Shěn Lí down, she had said they had not yet consummated the marriage. Where did the child come from? Why was he going to be a grandfather? Marquis Jinxiang was no fool. Just from Shěn Lí's words, without much thought, a layer of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Shěn Lí looked at him like this and smiled helplessly. Seeing the Marquis like this, you must already know who is pregnant. That's right, it's the one that the Prince Gu mentioned, the widow of the comrade who saved him and died, who is staying in the residence. She is carrying the Prince Gu's child. Such a huge matter, if it got out, I imagine it would become the talk of everyone over tea. No, it cannot be known. Marquis Jinxiang was struck by the picture painted by Shěn Lí. His vision went dark. He gripped the tea table tightly to keep himself from fainting. He turned and shot a glance at the Marchioness of Jinxiang, his eyes filled with deep disappointment and reproach. The Marchioness of Jinxiang met his gaze and quickly lowered her head. She had also forgotten. If she had remembered, how could she not have gotten rid of the bastard in that wretch's belly? How could she have kept it until now to disgust herself? Seeing that the Marchioness would not look at him, Marquis Jinxiang's anger flared even more. But considering the situation, he took a deep breath and looked at Shěn Lí. Tell me, what do you want? He had to resolve this matter and not let it spread. Shěn Lí put on a look of reluctance which made the Marchioness of Jinxiang clench her teeth in irritation. Shěn Lí said, I want to stay here peacefully. When I'm in a bad mood, I can take it out on my husband. Since my husband can accept another man's wife, I suppose he wouldn't mind me. So I don't want to leave. As she said this, it made Gu Yunzi extremely vexed. Especially when he heard another man's wife. His face turned but Shěn Lí didn't care and continued, however, the Prince Gu and the Marchioness don't want that. They begged me to agree to a divorce. Now I have a difficult choice. Shěn Lí said with a helpless and innocent expression, I haven't done anything wrong. I just married the wrong person. I just married someone whose heart belongs to another. Why should I suffer the pain brought upon me by others? If I get divorced now, I certainly won't be able to find a good husband. Then how am I going to live my life? Shěn Lí sighed. The Earl's residence has come to make trouble twice. I think you, Marquis, have already seen that my father has little affection for me, let alone my stepmother. If I divorce, they will never let me stay at home. So I need some guarantee for my future life, right? If I divorce without any guarantee, only the people in the Hofu will be happy. Neither I nor the people in the Earl's residence will be pleased. Let's not talk about the Earl's residence. Marquis, you should at least show some sincerity to make me happy. I still have to live my life. Marquis Jinxiang understood. The Marchioness of Jinxiang understood. Gu Yunzi also understood. So after all this fuss hitting people and reasoning with them, Shěn Lí just wanted some compensation after the divorce. The Marchioness of Jinxiang heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could negotiate, that was fine. Right now she was afraid that Shěn Lí would stubbornly cling to their household, and they couldn't accommodate such a lofty Buddha. With Shěn Lí's words, she finally gained some confidence. She slowly straightened her back and looked at Shěn Lí while thinking disdainful. Indeed, just a penniless young lady without any dowry. Even in divorce, she had no leverage. And she still wanted their household's possessions. In that case, she would just throw some alms her way. Shěn Lí didn't know what the Marchioness was thinking, but Marquis Jinxiang saw it. He was almost infuriated to death by the Marchioness' action. Now that all the affairs of their household were in Shěn Lí's hands, as long as Shěn Lí was displeased, this matter might be spoken out. At that time, would others blame Shěn Lí? No, they would only condemn Gu Yunzi's improper conduct and the Hofu's moral decay. And yet with nothing settled, yet the Marchioness of Jinxiang already put on such a contemptuous look. No wonder that woman got pregnant. Marquis Jinxiang closed his eyes, forced to clean up this mess. He opened his eyes and looked at Shěn Lí, speaking gently. Divorce is not something to be brought up casually. I know you have been wronged at home and are upset, so you said these words. I will discipline Yunza well in the future and will not allow him to do such things again. I will also have he and her 3 children move out of the Hofu. They will no longer be an eyesore before you, and I guarantee you will never be troubled by them again. Is that acceptable? Gu Yunza had been listening quietly all along. After all, this was about his divorce, so naturally he was allowed to be present. But when he heard this, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Father!" The Marquis of Jinxiang cast a glance at him, a look brimming with icy warning. After all, as his father, he held a natural bloodbound authority over Gu Yunza. No matter how much discontent churned within Gu Yunza, he dared not utter a word at this moment. Shěn Lí witnessed this scene, a cold laugh echoing in her heart. See, it wasn't that the Marquis couldn't control his son Gu Yunza, it was simply that he hadn't bothered to discipline him seriously before. Now that the fire was threatening to burn his own feet, how could there be a son that couldn't be disciplined? Although she had only lived with them for half a year, Shěn Lí felt a deep chill, disheartened by the nature of humanity. Yet upon reflection, if someone asked her to give her all to help them without offering any reward in return, she supposed she wouldn't agree to that either. After suppressing his son, the Marquis turned back to Shěn Lí and continued speaking in a gentle tone. However, if there's anything you desire, you may still bring it up with your father and mother. We will do our best to fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, he resembled a kind and benevolent father. In the past, Shěn Lí, who had been starved of affection her entire life, would have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, Shěn Lí could now see through their hypocritical performance and was not swayed. Nothing mattered more to her than her silver. Shěn Lí smiled and said, "All right, as long as the madam and young Master Gu agree and you, Marquis, have no objections either. I am willing to stay in the household. After all, I do not wish for a divorce. Moreover, since you all are still willing to provide for me, I would be quite happy to remain." As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Gu Yunza, the threat in her gesture unmistakable. Seeing her like this, Gu Yunza's face darkened even further. The Marquis of Jinxiang furrowed his brow. Since you intend to continue your life with Yunza, a husband and wife must support each other. How can you be thinking of other matters? I have no intention of living a proper life with him, Shěn Lí stated. You, Marquis, should know what kind of man your son is. I want nothing to do with such a man. His moral character is corrupt. He would even touch the widow of a fallen comrade. If I were to live harmoniously with him, I fear people outside would say I am as despicable as he is. Her words were exceedingly blunt. Not only did the Marquis' wife pale, but the Marquis himself changed expression. Sure, there's no need for such harsh words. In this era, women were not entitled to their own names. Even if they had one, it could not be used publicly, known only to those closest. For someone like the Marquis, being Shěn Lí's father-in-law, he was not permitted to call her by her given name, lest it bring a bad reputation. He could only address her by her maiden surname. Shěn Lí spread her hands helplessly. I don't wish to speak harshly either, Marquis, but you asked me. If I didn't make my stance clear, you'd probably think I could continue to endure this. But the truth was she would endure no longer. The Marquis was momentarily speechless, his gaze upon Shěn Lí growing increasingly complex. So you mean to say what you want now is to take your things, and then divorce Yunza? At this, the Marquis' wife interjected hatefully. You can have your things, but don't even think about a divorce. You will only be cast. She intended for the world to know that Shěn Lí was a woman this house had discarded, not that the divorce was due to faults on both Shěn Lí's and Gu Yunza's parts. Shěn Lí looked at her, as if she were an imbecile, utterly baffled by her logic. She felt the Marquis' wife had never been able to distinguish who truly held the power. The Marquis of Jinxiang was also exasperated by his wife's stupidity. He turned and snapped at her, "Silence. You couldn't even manage the affairs of the inner court properly. What are you capable of? If you utter another word, don't blame me for being rude." Usually the Marquis tried to preserve some face for Shěn Lí, but now he couldn't help himself scolding his wife in front of the children. The Marquis' wife, seeing his anger, pressed her lips together, feeling wronged, but saying nothing more. After reprimanding his wife, the Marquis turned to Shěn Lí. "All right, let's set aside the matter of divorce for now. First tell me, what is it you—" Shěn Lí had already decided, but at this moment, she feigned a troubled expression, pretending to deliberate for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea before speaking. "I want farmland and estates." This was something she had planned beforehand, drawing inspiration from the Yonghi-Bo mansion. It was simply because she could easily take away items from within the household, but estates and land were not so easily spirited away. Of course, she could steal the deed papers, but the risk of exposure was too high. She decided to fatten the fish before reeling it in. However, she hadn't yet collected from the Marquis household. Of course, she wanted estates and land. She couldn't let them just give her things from their storehouse, could she? That would be like paying herself with her own silver. Shěn Lí would never do something so foolish again. Hearing that she wanted farmland and estates instead of silver, the Marquis of Jinxiang was surprised, but then felt he could understand. If Gu Yunza and Shěn Lí divorced, there would be no other family to support her. The Yonghi-Bo mansion would certainly not take back a divorced daughter, nor would they provide her with money to live comfortably. In other words, it would be good for Shěn Lí to have a long-term source of income, better than just depleting her savings. With this thought, he could understand Shěn Lí's reasoning. After considering the Marquis household still had some properties, and it wasn't impossible to part with some for Shěn Lí. Using some assets to buy peace for the household was worth it. So how many estates and how much farmland were you thinking of? This time, Shěn Lí wisely remained silent on the specifics. She smiled and said, Marquis, I won't name a figure this time. I'll let you make the first offer to see how much the reputation of the Marquis household is worth in your eyes. As long as the price satisfies me, I swear, I will never breathe a word about young Master Gu sleeping with his fallen comrade's widow and fathering a child. Hearing her bring this up again, Gu Yun's expression soured. He looked at Shěn Lí, and beyond the anger from being stepped on earlier, his current feelings were complex. He genuinely wished to have a good life with Shěn Lí, but he didn't know how things had come to this. It seemed Shěn Lí was resolute in her decision not to reconcile with him. An uncomfortable feeling stirred in his heart, which he deliberately ignored. Watching her bargain, hearing He Minjing's name from her lips only fueled his agitation. Sitting there, he couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't immediately blamed Shěn Lí when he saw He Minjing fall. Would things have turned out Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Gu Yunzi sat there with a dark, gloomy face, and the Marquis' wife's expression was equally sour, fearing Shěn Lí would demand an exorbitant price. The Marquis of Jinxiang pondered for a moment, also sensing Shěn Lí's intention. Was she making him set the price first, only to haggle later? How could a young lady from an earl's mansion behave like a common market woman? Despite this thought, he had to admit that compared to those assets, the reputation of the household was far more important. As long as the household stood, any material possessions lost could eventually be regained. He thought for a moment, and had the steward bring the account books. As the head of the household, he wasn't very familiar with the details. However, he could still discern what he needed. After examining the books, he said to Shěn Lí, the 50 qing of perpetual farmland bestowed by the emperor cannot be given to you. Aside from that, the household has 450 qing of farmland. I will give you 220 qing. The rest is needed for our household's survival. Additionally, the household owns 6 estates. I will allocate 3 of them to you along with 3 of our 7 residences, big or small. You may choose which ones based on their size and location. How does that sound? Marquis Jinxiang believed his division of assets was already quite generous. In all honesty, no other household in the capital could match his magnanimity. Unfortunately, Shěn Lí was far from satisfied. She fixed him with a smile that did not reach her eyes, and said, Marquis, you have indeed offered quite a lot, but have you forgotten something? You've only included the assets of the Marquisate itself. You haven't accounted for the private property you and young Master Gu hold jointly, nor have you included the Marchioness dowry. So this offer is simply insufficient. At this, the Marquis' expression truly darkened, his gaze upon Shěn Lí turning exceedingly hostile. Gu Yunzi's face also blackened. Shěn Lí, don't push your luck. How dare you utter such unreasonable demands? Shěn Lí retorted sharply. You've committed the most unreasonable acts imaginable, so why can't I speak my mind? Turning back to the Marquis, she continued, Marquis, think clearly. Land and property are mere worldly possessions, but these matters are fatal. As of now, I haven't breathed a single word of this to the Earl's household. However, if you find my terms unacceptable, I could just as easily take this information and seek compensation from any number of other families in the city. This was an outright threat. No one is without enemies, least of all a family of Marquis Jinxiang's standing. You never truly know who your adversaries might be. Shěn Lí's words had indeed struck a nerve. The Marquis' face was a mask of fury and frustration. The Marchioness' expression was even more dreadful. She had been married into this household for so long, yet her own husband and son had never set their sights on her possessions. Instead, it was a daughter-in-law on the verge of divorce who coveted them. It was an unheard-of, ridiculous jest. However, she held her tongue for the moment, still relying on the Marquis to handle the situation. The Marquis desperately wished for Shěn Lí to simply leave, as the negotiation was going nowhere. Yet she held their secrets, forcing his hand. He took a deep, laborious breath and addressed her. Shěn, let's set aside the matter of Yunzi's and my private assets for now. Let's first discuss the dowry. You are a daughter of an earl's household. You must know that once a woman marries, her dowry is meant for her future children. The husband's family has no right to touch it. Shěn Lí, don't be too greedy. The Marchioness finally snapped, her voice ringing with anger. Since you married into our family, have we ever treated you poorly? Has there been any good thing we didn't give you? Now just because Zaire made a mistake, why must you cling to it so relentlessly? And now you're not only after the wealth our house has accumulated, but you dare to covet my dowry as well. The Marchioness trembled with rage, pointing a shaking finger at Shěn Lí. Go and ask around. Has there ever been a daughter-in-law so vicious who beats her husband and schemes for her mother-in-law's dowry? Seeing the Marchioness on the verge of fainting from fury, Shěn Lí felt not a shred of remorse. She simply looked at the Marquis livid. She smiled with an air of serene indifference. Madam, that's not quite right. The reason other daughters-in-law don't seek their mother-in-law's dowry is that their husbands haven't committed such grievous sins. So your statement is flawed. How am I taking your dowry? That's the portion meant for your son. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I am preparing to divorce Gu Yunzi, which means I no longer consider you my mother-in-law. Given that, why shouldn't I contemplate your dowry? The Marchioness was left speechless. The Marquis' expression soured further, and Gu Yunzi glared at Shěn Lí, his face black as thunder. Shěn Lí, you are utterly shameless. Shěn Lí looked at him with a strange, amused expression. Just as he was about to explode, she let out a derisive snort. Yes, I'm shameless. And what about you? Do you think you're any better? Gu Yunzi, have you ever reflected on yourself? Do you truly not understand how things escalated to this point? If it weren't for your frightful proclivities, you could have just quietly taken a household maid as a concubine, and none of this would have happened. But no, you had to set your sights on your comrade's wife. How can your shamelessness even compare to mine? And yet you have the audacity to sit there and blame me for everything. Gu Yunzi, your skin is truly thicker than the city walls. Shěn Lí finished her gaze dripping with utter contempt. Gu Yunzi clenched the armrest of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white lest he leap up and strike her. But he also knew deep down that he was likely no match for Shěn Lí now. So he could only suppress his boiling rage hoping to slay her. Shěn Lí, however, had no interest in such childish games. Her sole focus was securing those estates and shops. Everything else could wait until later. The Marquise, seeing Shěn Lí's unbending stance, suspected she would not easily back down, as a man dipping into his wife's dowry was a source of ridicule. But Shěn Lí had a point. This entire mess was Gu Yunzi's doing. If not for his son, why would he be suffering such losses? He had not forced Gu Yunzi to bear the entire burden alone, which was already a sign of paternal kindness. He turned a silent, meaningful look at his wife. The Marchioness understood his intent, and a wave of indignation washed over her. What did he mean? Was he truly asking her to give up her dowry to fill this hole? Even if Gu Yunzi was her son, she was still alive. Shěn Lí perceived the undercurrents and silent exchanges passing between the couple, but she had no desire to linger with this family. She stood up, making a move to leave. Very well, if you're unwilling, you'll be on my way. After all, there are plenty of others who would gladly pay for this information. She had no compelling reason to stay. Her departure was exceptionally carefree, but the thought of their family's troubles coupled with He Minjing's pregnancy sent a jolt of panic through the Marchioness. She sprang to her feet and barked, Shěn Lí, you stop right there. Hearing this, Shěn Lí mentally rolled her eyes at the Marchioness. How could someone who needed a favor be so loud? Did she even realize who was pleading with whom? She ignored the Marchioness' call and continued her unhurried exit. She knew that the only one who could make the final decision was the Marquis. The other's words held no weight compared to the head of the household. Since that was the case, there was no point in staying. Just as her foot was about to cross the threshold, the voices of both the Marquis and the Marchioness rang out simultaneously. We agree. Husband. I agree. Shěn Lí's footsteps ground to a halt. She turned to look at the couple, a smile playing. The Marquis exchanged a grim look with his wife. The Marchioness' anxiety was still etched on her face as she saw Shěn Lí stop, and fury ignited within her. But a glance at her son beside her quelled her anger. She had no other choice. She couldn't let her son's reputation be ruined. She slumped back into her chair defeated and summoned her trusted senior maid. Go and fetch my dowry list. The personal maid cast a puzzled glance at her. Though the mistress inventoried her dowry every year, she had never done so in the presence of the Marquis, let alone while the young mistress and heir were still in attendance. Despite her surprise, the maid knew the tense atmosphere left no room for her to speak. She wisely held her tongue, nodded respectfully, and withdrew. The dowry list was quickly brought forth. The Marchioness of Jinxiang could scarcely bear to look at it, yet she did not hand it to Shěn Lí. Instead, she passed it to Gu Yunzi. Gu Yunzi had never imagined his mother's private holdings to be so vast. Surprised, he surveyed the number of shops and manors, and a pang of resentment struck him. Had Shěn Lí not staged this scene, both his father's and his mother's assets would have been his. But with her intervention, his inheritance would be greatly diminished, let alone the private property she sought from his own hands. Gu Yunzi's expression darkened, but seeing Shěn Lí watching him with composed ease, he refused to reveal his reluctance, lest he lower himself further in her estimation. Steadying his emotions, he looked at the list and said, My mother holds 100 qing of farmland, 13 shops, 6 manors, and 6 residences. I am willing to split these with you, half for you. He suppressed his anguish, then turned to Shěn Lí and continued, All my personal expenses are provided by the household, so I possess no separate assets. I fear you will be disappointed. Shěn Lí mentally tallied the combined assets of the Marquis and the Marchioness, then shook her head with a smile. Disappointed? Not at all. The sum was already considerable. Adding everything else within the Marquis household, her gains were far from meager. Why would she be disappointed? She smiled and said, Very well, let us go to the authorities to transfer the deeds now. Once the properties are in my hands, I swear I will not breathe a single word of your household's affairs to anyone. The Marquis family had been waiting for precisely this assurance. Gu Yunzi, however, darkened further and asked, Since you are to receive so much, what of the divorce? It will be done immediately. Shěn Lí wasted no time. We can write the divorce agreement right now and inform the elders of both clans. From this day forth, we shall go our separate ways, free to marry anew. Gu Yunzi had intended to offer her a chance to reconsider, but her eagerness stung his pride, and the words died in his throat. With a cold sneer, he said, Fine. I will write it now. As if to prove who could let go more readily, Gu Yunzi dashed off the divorce agreement with remarkable speed. Shěn Lí scanned it, found no unfavorable clauses, and signed her name. Once all was settled, the Marquis of Jinxiang spoke. Since we have given you so much, your family's affairs are no longer our concern. You must inform them of the divorce yourself. In this era, marriage was never merely a union of two individuals, nor even two families, but an alliance between clans. A daughter's marital fortune could affect the prospects of every other maiden in the family. Thus, even though divorce and remarriage were not unheard of among commoners, such a thing was virtually non-existent among the great houses. This was hardly a matter for celebration, and the Marquis household had already surrendered a fortune. Why would they willingly publicize it? Shěn Lí replied, I will handle the matter with my own family. You need only cooperate. She then ordered her servants to take the land deeds and property titles to the authorities for transfer. Only what one held firmly in hand was truly one's own. All else could be dealt with later. The Marquis of Jinxiang, though reluctant, had already parted with the assets. He saw no point in further antagonizing Shěn Lí lest she turn her attention to his son once more. Another round of this, and the young man's pride would be utterly crushed by this woman. For great households, property transfers did not require the masters to appear in person. A trusted servant bearing the deeds, and the masters signed authorization. Thus Shěn Lí swiftly obtained the farmland and manor she desired. Holding the fruits of her negotiation, Shěn Lí felt thoroughly content. The task of informing the Earl's household of her divorce no longer weighed on her mind. Even if the Earl's family objected, it mattered little. She could simply reside at her natal home indefinitely without a divorce. She was curious to see how long they could hold out. Moreover, Shěn Lí reckoned that given the Earl of Yangyi's current disposition, he would hardly oppose her divorce. After all, only with her divorced would she be left without any support. Only then would she be easy to control, wouldn't she? So she harbored no worries that her divorce would be obstructed. Her sole concern now was how best to spend her newfound wealth. Carrying her resentment toward the Marquis household and a portion of its riches, she swaggered out of the estate. She did not head straight to the Earl of Yangyi's residence to announce her divorce. Instead, she returned home for a satisfying sleep and a celebratory feast before even considering how to broach the subject with her own family. But before she could even set foot in the Earl's residence, Su Yao came rushing over in a panic. Knowing Su Yao was Shěn Lí's friend, the household guards did not stop her, and she was quickly ushered in. Shěn Lí, in the middle of her meal, beamed at her arrival and called out, "Perfect timing. Come join me for breakfast. I tell you, my cook skills are truly something else." Shěn Lí had resolved to live a life of leisure from now on, savoring every delicacy the world had to offer. Naturally, she had set high standards for her cook. Even a simple breakfast now boasted crab roast soup, dumplings, jade white dumplings, and red date porridge with jasmine rice, enough to whet any appetite. Shěn Lí was thoroughly pleased. Su Yao, however, was in no mood for such indulgence. She hurried over and said gravely, "How can you sit here eating and drinking? Nanyue is being hounded to death in her husband's home." Shěn Lí looked at her in surprise. What? It was early morning, and she felt as though she had misheard. Seeing her reaction, Su Yao, who felt a sense of déjà vu, said with a hint of exasperation, "It's true. I only heard about it this morning myself, and I came straight to you. Come on, let's go see Nanyue now." She spoke while pulling Shěn Lí by the arm to leave. Shěn Lí understood her urgency, and not wanting to dampen her spirits, followed along. However, on the carriage ride over, she still needed to get some clarity. What exactly is going on? You rushed over early in the morning, but explained things so vaguely. I'm following you now, but I'm still in the dark. Su Yao then realized she hadn't explained anything yet. She slapped her forehead and said, "I was so furious that I forgot to fill you in." Speaking of it, her anger flared up again. "I always thought the Duke of Jin's heir was a decent man. He and Nanyue were childhood sweethearts, and he always treated her well. But now he's picked up some despicable habit from who knows where, keeping a mistress outside. Now the mistress child is several years old, and she showed up at the door with a swollen belly. It's made Nanyue so upset, she can't even get out of bed. I don't know how the Duke of Jin's mansion plans to handle this. Come with me to see what's what. We've grown up with her. If we don't show up now, I can't imagine how heartbroken she'll be." Shěn Lí thought to herself that Nanyue would be heartbroken regardless of what they did. No one's presence could change the fact that a man's heart had strayed. But she kept this thought to herself, and simply followed Su Yao to the Duke of Jin's mansion. Since the mistress had caused a scene the day before, and now friends of the young madam were visiting, the gatekeeper's expression was numb as he hurried inside to announce them. Neither Su Yao nor Shěn Lí were women from ordinary families, so the Duchess of Jin couldn't very well turn them away. She had them shown in, but didn't allow them to see Nanyue, instead forcing herself to receive them. "Nanyue hasn't been feeling well these past couple of days, and isn't fit to see guests. I apologize for the poor hospitality." The Duchess of Jin had a round, kind-looking face. Though she usually took good care of herself, the recent troubles made her appear several years older. Seeing her like this, Su Yao could hardly imagine what Nanyue must be going through. But despite her inner anxiety, she managed to force a smile, and said, "Please don't say that. We came specifically to see Nanyue. Now that we know she's unwell, we must see her to put our minds at ease. It wouldn't be right for us to just leave without seeing her, would it?" After she finished speaking, the smile on the Duchess of Jin's face became strained. She looked at Su Yao and Shěn Lí with a meaningful expression, but as a seasoned matriarch, she quickly composed herself. She picked up the teacup beside her, gently blew on the floating leaves, and took a sip. Then setting it down, she slowly dabbed her lips with a handkerchief before speaking. Madame Yi, how is the Dowager Duchess of Zhenghua lately? I've been so busy lately that I haven't had the chance to visit her. But I'll make time soon to go and play a game of cards with the old lady. Speaking of which, I attended your wedding. You were so busy that day, I only got to speak with your mother for a moment. I never imagined you would grow into such a beauty. After addressing Su Yao, she turned her gaze to Shěn Lí. You were originally meant to marry into the Duke Bao's mansion, but your days in the Marquis household seem to be going well. At the last flower viewing banquet, I told your mother-in-law how gentle and proper you were. I truly appreciate you both coming to see Nanya, but she really isn't doing well right now. Perhaps you could come back when she's feeling better or wait until she's recovered and she can visit you. What do you think? The Duchess of Jin, a true matriarch, immediately targeted the people the two women cared most about. Su Yao's standing in society wasn't due to her own merit, but that of her elders. Shěn Lí's situation was in a sense even more precarious than Su Yao's. Su Yao's influential elder was her grandmother, the Dowager Duchess of Zhenghua. But Shěn Lí was her mother-in-law, the Marchioness of Jinxiang. And no one knew that Shěn Lí was planning to divorce her husband. A mother-in-law who is naturally antagonistic towards her daughter-in-law holds significant power over her. The Duchess of Jin smiled, believing she had cornered them. Indeed, Su Yao felt trapped. No matter her status outside, she couldn't bear the thought of upsetting her grandmother because of her own actions. Shěn Lí, however, was fearless. She wasn't afraid of the Marchioness of Jinxiang or even the Earl of Yongyi himself. Su Yao clutched her handkerchief and pressed her lips together in silence. Shěn Lí hadn't initially thought the matter was too serious, but seeing the Duchess' demeanor now made her realize it was more severe than she'd imagined. She thought for a moment and said, "If you wish to speak with my mother-in-law, you are welcome to go now. I imagine she would appreciate the company. But I also want to see Nanya. It's been a long time since we last met. Even though we both live in the capital, we haven't seen each other in ages. I'm sure she must miss me. Not to mention that Yao just returned from afar and came straight here to see her. No matter how unwell she feels, there's no reason for her to refuse to see us. Don't you agree, Duchess?" The Duchess of Jin's expression darkened, and she looked at Shěn Lí with a murderous glare. "Oh, you truly want me to go have a chat with your mother-in-law?" Shěn Lí looked at her nonchalantly and said, "Of course. You are welcome to go speak with her anytime. So can we go see Nanya?" The Duchess of Jin hadn't expected Shěn Lí to be so immovable. She turned to Su Yao and asked, "Do you feel the same way?" Su Yao hesitated for a moment, but then she thought of Shěn Lí, whom she had summoned herself. If she were to back down now, where would that lead? She pressed her lips together, yet her gaze gradually grew resolute as she addressed the Duchess of Jinghua. "Yes, we wish to see Nanya. Even the consorts in the palace are permitted to meet their natal families. Surely the Jinghua estate is not more stringent than the imperial palace. Is it possible that the women of your household are forbidden from even seeing their own close friends?" Su Yao held the Duchess' gaze, refusing to yield an inch. The Duchess regarded them for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Very well, since you insist on meeting her, I shall have someone ask if she is presently willing to see you." With that, she summoned a maidservant and instructed, "Go to the young madam's quarters and inform her that guests have arrived. Ask if she wishes to receive them." The maidservant acknowledged the order respectfully and departed. Su Yao waited with immense anxiety, glancing at Shěn Lí, hoping she might say something. Shěn Lí, however, had little to say. She reflected that had it not been for her own fortune, she would already be a corpse by now. Naturally, she refrained from commenting, though she mused that if Nanya wished to leave this place, she could perhaps devise a way. The maidservant returned swiftly, bowed respectfully, and reported, "My lady, the young madam has said that she is in low spirits at the moment and does not wish to see anyone." Hearing this, a broader smile spread across the Duchess' face, and she let out a faint sigh of relief. She looked at Shěn Lí and Su Yao, saying, "You have heard her. Nanya is truly unwell right now and wishes to see no one. It is best that you return home." Su Yao felt a retort catch in her throat. She glanced at Shěn Lí, then turned to address the Duchess, but Shěn Lí pulled her back. Shěn Lí smiled at the Duchess and said, "Very well. Since Nanya does not wish to see us now, we shall not disturb her at this hour. We will take our leave." With that, she rose, pulling Su Yao to her feet, and offered a bow to the Duchess. The Duchess, pleased with their tact, nodded and said, "Very well." They were then escorted out by the estate's maidservants. Once outside, seated in the carriage, Su Yao looked at Shěn Lí with confusion and asked, "What was that about?" "We just learned about the concubine incident, and we have no idea how distressed Nanya must be. Right now, she probably needs us to talk to her. If we leave like this, who knows when we will get another chance to see her." "Did you see that just now?" The Duchess' smile was so insincere. She must know her son is in the wrong. "I wouldn't be surprised if Nanya is already being held prisoner in." Su Yao was impulsive by nature. That was the only reason she had rushed to find Shěn Lí the moment she heard the news, wanting to go see and Nanya together. But her good intentions had clearly been rebuffed. Shěn Lí said, "Don't worry. Go home and rest easy for now. By tomorrow I will make sure you know whether Nanya is well." Su Yao was taken aback. "The Duchess has refused us entry and Nanya doesn't want to see us. How will you find out if she's alright?" Shěn Lí thought to herself that with her 5 elemental abilities, there was nowhere she couldn't go. But after a moment's consideration, she knew she couldn't tell Su Yao the truth. She simply said, "Trust me, I have my ways. Just go home and wait for my news." Su Yao was deeply worried about Nanya, but she was equally concerned for Shěn Lí. You must be careful. News from that quarter won't be easy to come by now. Shěn Lí agreed. Take me home first. So Suyao dropped Shěn Lí off at her residence before heading to her own home. She was now married and lacking Shěn Lí's boldness. She couldn't very well stay out all night, it would invite gossip. After Suyao had gone, Shěn Lí also went in to rest for a while. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence, Shěn used his waiting time to handle some military affairs. Despite his erratic nature, he was well aware of the importance of a woman's reputation. If Shěn Lí hadn't yet finalized her divorce, it would be best for him not to appear lest the palace catch wind and stir up unnecessary trouble. Wang Du felt that his role as a deputy general had been reduced to that of a mere scout, yet he dared not complain. He could only reply with suppressed frustration. The divorce papers have been signed on their end, but the elders of both families haven't been informed yet. There will likely be more upheaval to come. Xiechun, seated in a large sandalwood chair, narrowed his eyes. Does the Yongyi Earl's household dare to obstruct her divorce? Hearing his tone, Wang Du felt that if anyone dared to block Shěn Lí's divorce, this madman might very well go on a killing spree. But he thought for a moment, and said, based on the reports from our spies in the Yongyi Earl's residence, I believe they wouldn't dare to block the first Miss Shěn's divorce. Xiechun perked up. Oh, and why is that? He always perked up at any news of Shěn Lí. Wang Du couldn't understand this peculiarity of his. Why the prince would take such an interest in another man's wife. He took a deep breath and explained, because when the first Miss Shěn returned home, she scared the Earl so badly that he jumped into the estate's pond. I suspect the Earl won't be forgetting that anytime soon. Xiechun was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Just as expected of her, she truly was the one he had set his sights on, formidable enough to even terrorize her own father. He wondered what it would be like to make his own father take a dip in a pond. At the thought, an inscrutable smile curled at the corners of his lips. The image was too delightful, just imagining it was immensely satisfying. Wang Du, seeing his prince like this, felt it was too embarrassing to watch. He silently turned his head away. That night, after resting during the day, Shěn Lí donned a set of black clothes and made her way to the Jinghua estate under the cover of. Although she had traveled to the estate by carriage earlier, she had carefully observed her surroundings on the way back, ensuring she could find her way there without hesitation at night. She wasn't entirely sure where Nanyu's quarters were, but it wasn't hard to guess. In this era, everything followed a strict order. Deviating from it was considered improper and would invite ridicule. It was unlike the apocalypse, where someone could do anything in public without raising an eyebrow. The head of the household resided in the central courtyard. The legitimate son traditionally lived in the eastern courtyard. Since Nanyue had married the heir of the Jinghua estate, their residence would be the largest one in the east. As it turned out, Shěn Lí's deduction was correct. As she slipped into the eastern courtyard under the cover of night, she heard a muffled sob and a voice sing. Young madam, how could the lady speak so cruelly? How can she expect you to simply endure such a thing? A moment later, she heard a despondent voice reply, what else can I do but endure? There are still so many unmarried sisters in the family. If I were to make a scene over my husband's infidelity, what would become of them? Young madam, you are simply too soft-hearted, which is why you allow yourself to be bullied like this. This voice was clearly that of Nanyu's personal maidservant. After these words were spoken, Nanyue remained silent for a long time. After a while, the maidservant seemed to regain some composure, her sobs subsiding as she asked in a gentle, choked voice. Young madam, today the wives of Marquis Jinxiang and others came to visit you. Why did you refuse to see them? Given the current state of affairs in this household, if you were to meet with them, I believe that out of respect for the Duke of Zhengguo's manor and the Marquis of Jingxiang's manor, they would not dare keep that mistress in the residence. And Nanyue let out a bitter laugh. My life has already come to this. Even my own natal family refuses to speak up for me, urging me to endure endlessly. What good would it do to tell them any of this? It has been so long since I last saw Ali and Ayao. If the first thing I do upon meeting them is burden them with my troubles, wouldn't it seem as though my life is utterly miserable? Enough. This is my fate. For the sake of my sisters and my natal family, I can only endure. Why must you endure for the— Shěn Lí could no longer hold back and blurted out this question. As Nanyue and her maidservant looked on in astonishment, she flipped down from the rooftop and landed before the mistress and servant. Nanyu's personal maidservant was about to cry out loudly, but Nanyue immediately clamped her hand over the girl's mouth to silence her. Then she stared in disbelief at Shěn Lí, who was clad entirely in black, hardly daring to recognize her. Ali. Shěn Lí's current appearance truly resembled that of a nocturnal wanderer. The maidservant, who often accompanied Nanyue to see Shěn Lí, widened her eyes and shook her mouth, still covered by Nanyu's hand, her face a picture of utter incredulity. Seeing Nanyu's eyes swollen almost to the size of peaches from crying, Shěn Lí let out a soft sigh. You refused to see us and instead hid yourself at home to weep. Look at your eyes. They're even puffier than walnuts. Hearing the familiar voice, Nanyue hastily released the maidservant's mouth and covered her own eyes. Why have you suddenly come? Where's Ayao? She's gone back to await news from me. Stop covering your eyes. It's not as if I haven't already seen them. Shěn Lí walked over. At first she hadn't retained much of an impression of this friend, but upon meeting her in person, she realized that true friends are like this. When apart there's no need for contact, but when reunited there's nothing they cannot share. And Nanua paused at these words, then with a hint of self-abandonment lowered her hands and lifted her face for Shěn Lí to see. Fine, then look all you want. My life has already come to this state. Even if you mock me, you'll accept it. As she spoke, she sniffled, adopting an air of resigned indifference. Shěn Lí was almost amused by the sight. She walked over, took the tear-soaked handkerchief from Nanu's hand, and gently wiped the tears from her face. What does this have to do with you? It's not you who kept the mistress. You were the one who was betrayed. Why on earth should everyone laugh at you? And Nanua had never heard such reasoning before. She stared blankly at Shěn Lí and asked, is that not the case? If my husband kept a mistress outside, it's because I as his wife failed to care for him properly, which drove him to seek warmth elsewhere. Shěn Lí frowned. Nonsense. How could you possibly know what a man does outside? They're out there indulging in wine and pleasure. How could you, a woman confined to the inner quarters, possibly control that? Don't take everything upon yourself. Over the past 2 days, Nanua had heard too many people blame her, saying that had she been able to keep her husband in check, the heir of the Duke of Jinghua would never have kept a mistress outside. And this current situation would never have arisen. Now that the other party has come knocking at the door, while they may be in the wrong, does that make those others right? And Nanua had begun to think there was some truth to it, and she was also wondering whether her crying was even justified, and she felt even more reluctant to face her old friends. Now hearing Shěn Lí say this, she sobbed, and threw herself into Shěn Lí's arms, saying, no one else says that. They all say it's my fault, that I should continue to endure, that I should accept the mistress into the household. Ali, I am not a jealous woman. I even prepared 2 concubines for him in the household, but he refused them himself. Who knew he would disdain what was at home, and insist on carrying on outside. Now that the matter has come to light, even my sisters in my natal family are left humiliated. My mother comes to tell me it's my fault, and I have nowhere to seek justice. And Nanua wept uncontrollably. After all, they had grown up together, and hearing the sobs at her ear, Shěn Lí's heart ached as well. She patted Nanu's back and said, Nanua, I know that telling you that you don't live for others sounds hollow. Your family raised you, so you feel you should sacrifice for them. But this matter truly is not your fault. You don't need to take this burden upon yourself. Stop crying now. Tell me, what do you plan to do? I promise I'll help you. Shěn Lí felt that she could now afford to support Nanua on her own. If not, she could always empty out someone else's household to. But the question now was whether Nanua would agree to such a plan, for not every woman could disregard her family's concerns. Nanua was stunned, pushing Shěn Lí back slightly, and looked at her earnestly, asking, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Is there some other way I can turn this situation around? Shěn Lí looked at her seriously and asked, do you want a divorce? As long as you agree, I guarantee you'll see it through. From then on, you won't have to be bound by them anymore. Although Shěn Lí knew her words were somewhat shocking, she believed they fell within acceptable bounds. But the moment she finished speaking, Nanua and her close mates saw, in shock, clamped their hands over each other's mouths, holding tight to stifle any sound, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixed on Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí hadn't expected her words to have such an effect, and felt helpless as she looked at the two of them. This is the only solution I have. I really don't have any other way to settle things once and for all. If you have any ideas, just say so, and I promise to cooperate. After all, she had no one else to worry about. One person fed, the whole family was fed. If she could help Nanua, why not? But Nanua's gaze dimmed instantly. She released Quiluo's mouth, moved closer to Shěn Lí, and took her hand, saying, thank you for coming, Ali. Shěn Lí hadn't been this close to anyone in a long time. Since returning to this world, she had been in constant contact with others, which felt both strange and familiar. She restrained herself from shaking the woman off, and looked at Nanua, waiting to hear what she had to say. And Nanua, with eyes swollen like walnuts, looked at her, and said, knowing you care about me makes me happy. Although he now favors his mistress, I am still the lawful wife. Behind me stands not only the propriety of the Duke of Jin's household, but also my own and family clan. If I suffer grievances here, and they tell me to endure, I will endure. But if my position is ever truly threatened, they will naturally step forward. She held Shěn Lí's hand. Ali, I've known since childhood that whether it's a childhood sweetheart, or anyone else, a man's heart can never be held onto. I only enjoyed his kindness for a few years, and now I can't help but feel a little heartbroken. Today he showed me his true self. I was momentarily overwhelmed, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to give up the position I have now. I, a daughter of the Yin family, have never lived by a man's love. Since he has betrayed me, I certainly won't betray myself. A sharp light flickered in Nanu's eyes. Clearly Shěn Lí's presence had given her renewed strength. She looked at Shěn Lí and said, I'll go back and tell Io that it'll be fine in a couple of days. Once I'm better, he'll come to see you both. Give me these 2 days to sort things out in my mind. Once I've cleared my thoughts, I'll send you an invitation. Shěn Lí was somewhat surprised to see her recover so quickly, but what she said made sense. Women in this era, or any other, rarely lived solely for a man's love. Women of this age lived for their families, their children, and the power they could hold in their hands. Although Shěn Lí felt that men were unreliable, she had to admit that Nanu's mindset was the right one. Only women who thought this way could thrive in this era. Shěn Lí was silent for a moment. As long as you've thought it through, that's fine. We support you. If you need anything, just let us know. She couldn't say too much. since Ananyua had already made her decision, saying more would only irritate her. Ananyua was deeply moved, and said to Shěn Lí, I didn't mean to avoid you today. I was just feeling so down that I didn't know what to say when I saw you. Shěn Lí nodded in understanding. We know that. That's why we came tonight. With you shutting yourself away, and the Duke's household acting the way they did, we were worried something had happened to you. Now that we see you're well, and have made your decision, we can rest easy. Ananyua thought of how much her two friends cared for her, and was overwhelmed with gratitude. She looked at her, and said, You've been so thoughtful. Then Ananyua looked at her, and asked, How did you get here? Should I send away the night guards? You can't stay here for long. They'll send you an invitation another day to come and— Shěn Lí knew that being caught in the mansion like this would be a different matter, but she felt confident she wouldn't be discovered. Still seeing how frightened Ananyua was, she couldn't say that. She merely shook her head. No need. I can leave on my own. Take good care of yourself. After a moment's thought she added, But a mistress is different from a concubine. If you let her into the household, you'll truly lose all. Ananyua felt a warmth in her heart, nodded with a smile, and said, I know. Don't worry. With that, Shěn Lí turned and left the room. By the time Ananyua chased after her, she was already gone. She didn't dare make a sound, afraid of being discovered. So came out carefully, helped Ananyua back into the room, and then whispered, Madam, when did the Viscount's wife learn martial arts? She came in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Ananyua raised her hand to stop her. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't ask how she learned it either. The point is she cares. I didn't see her during the day, yet she still came at night. That shows she values our friendship. As she spoke, a gentle expression softened her face. Ta knew that her mistress had been lectured endlessly about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues these past 2 days, and now finally had someone who stood by her side completely. It must be a relief. She asked, Since you've made your decision, madam, what should we do now? That wench is already living in the mansion, and judging by the young lord's attitude, his novelty won't wear off anytime soon. Ananyua touched her belly, her gaze dark and unreadable. If I can't handle her being in the mansion, then I've been a waste, as the young madam. She curled her lips into a cold smile. The young lord is helping us in a way. Very well, I'll accept his kindness. Sulawal, I'm tired. Help me get ready for bed. Ananyua hadn't been able to think clearly before, because she felt she had no one on her side. She had been disheartened, not even wanting to fight. But now that she knew someone cared for her, she couldn't let herself be trampled on. Not for her own sake, but for the sake of those who were good to her. She would live well, and show everyone that she, Ananyua, was not someone to be trifled with. On the rooftop, Shěn Lí, having heard Ananyua's renewed spirit, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Ananyua had truly come around, and no longer needed her help. She could go back in peace and wait for Ananyua's invitation. Ananyua's situation was different from hers. She didn't need a divorce to end things. After all, it was just a mistress. The entire family would rally against her, and she wouldn't fall into any real trouble. But Shěn Lí's own situation was one where the man would kill for a woman. She wouldn't keep a man like that. Now that everything was settled, she headed back. However, on her way back, she saw someone sitting on her rooftop. Seeing the figure in dark robes, she frowned. Sietchun, who had already sensed her presence, turned his head at that moment. His eyes lit up at the sight of her, and when he noticed her clothes, his smile widened, and his eyes sparkled. What a coincidence, we're wearing the same color. Shěn Lí merely thought he was insane. You keep squatting on my roof. Is there something wrong with you? Sietchun fixed his eyes on Shěn Lí, listening to her words, and replied with a smile, Exactly. If I don't see you, I feel as though I'm ill. But once I lay eyes on you, it's as if all my ailments have vanished. Shěn Lí curled her lip in disdain. Get lost right now. I don't have time to talk to you. With that, she turned to leave for her room. Before she could move, however, Sietchun leaped over in a flash, holding a sandalwood box before her. His gaze was intense as he declared, I heard you're getting a divorce. I happen to be in need of a wife. Why don't you marry me? His statement was not a question but a declaration, and the confidence in his voice was so palpable that even Wang Du, eavesdropping from a nearby tree, felt it was too much to bear. It was fortunate that he had followed, otherwise he would never have known that his prince had grown so utterly insane. The woman wasn't even divorced yet, and he was already rushing to propose. Clearly Shěn Lí also thought him mad. She gave him a look of exasperation and said, I'm not divorced yet. I haven't even discussed it with the elders of both families, she added. Sietchun, being the madman he was, naturally didn't care about that. He continued holding the box, and said, No matter. I know you will divorce him. He'll wait and marry you after that. I have many possessions, and he'll give them all to you. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Shěn Lí found it strange. If she wasn't mistaken, was there a tail wagging? When he mentioned having many possessions, Shěn Lí's heart did stir for a moment. But then she recalled that she lacked nothing now, and it was utterly unnecessary to entangle herself in another marriage where she would depend on a man all for a few trinkets. There was no need. So she refused bluntly, Forget it. Even if I do divorce, I won't marry again. Shěn Lí hadn't bothered to ask who Sietchun was, nor had she revealed her own identity. Since the man already knew she was about to divorce, his status must be considerable. Asking would have been pointless. Refusal was the only way. Sietchun hadn't expected to be rejected so thoroughly. Though he had always disliked his title, he had thought it might be useful now. After being turned down by Shěn Lí, Shěn decided it was time to reveal his identity. He hurriedly said, "I am Shěn, the war prince, son of the late empress. Marry me and I promise you'll live a life of luxury with no one daring to bully you again." Hearing this, Shěn Lí nearly slapped herself for having been tempted earlier. She backed away 3 steps, physically distancing herself from Shěn as a clear refusal. Seeing this, Shěn's heart sank. He looked at her with a somewhat mournful gaze. What was going on? Other women would throw themselves at him for this position, so why was she so different? It was precisely this uniqueness that he loved about her, but now she was being too different. Couldn't she act like the others, just this once? Shěn felt he could still make another attempt. "I promise after you marry me you'll do everything you say. You'll ensure no one can bully you, and you'll even beat up those who wronged you before." He thought his sincerity should be enough now. An ordinary woman would probably be teary-eyed upon hearing such words. But Shěn Lí was clearly no ordinary woman. Not only did she not like a royal prince, but she even looked at Shěn with extra disdain. Then realizing her expression was too unrestrained, she reined it in a little. After all, he was a royal prince, as she ought to show some respect. Having a friend was always better than having an enemy, wasn't it? So she thought for a moment and decided to explain her reasons for refusing the prince. "Your Highness, I greatly admire soldiers like you, those who bleed and sweat for the nation. I believe you are the most admirable people," she said. "Except for Guyunza. Your spirit deeply moves me. I myself would never have such courage," she continued. But she could not comprehend Guyunza. She spoke earnestly. "But that's as far as it goes, Your Highness. Your identity as a soldier is commendable, but your status as a prince, and the son of the late empress at that, makes me feel that getting too close to you is dangerous, let alone marrying you." Shěn Lí's words were so sincere that Shěn once again doubted whether his status was really as good as he had thought. Shěn was deeply perplexed. Why? Shouldn't all women think it's good to marry a royal prince? Shěn Lí wore a complicated expression, pursed her lips, and then honestly replied, "Maybe some women do think it's good to marry a prince. After all, they'd have to fight anywhere. But in the royal family, you have to kneel to everyone, greet everyone, and you can be framed at any moment. And when you're framed, you might not even be able to fight back. How suffocating is that? Right?" Shěn pondered her words. He felt somewhat convinced. Wasn't that exactly what had happened? Because of his status as the son of the late empress, the Empress Dowager had caused him so much trouble. On the battlefield, she had pressured the Ministry of Revenue to withhold his supplies. If he hadn't led his men to seize some provisions, to be honest, he had never thought of contending for the throne. He felt he only liked fighting and killing, not sitting on that seat. His imperial father must have known that, yet the Empress Dowager still refused to let him go. Shěn pondered for a moment, feeling that Shěn Lí's words were quite reasonable. He wasn't even married yet, and the Empress was already targeting him. If he were to marry and have children, wouldn't Shěn Lí and their child also be targeted? Yes, indeed. He was already planning children with Shěn Lí without a single doubt that she would ever slip away from his side. After thinking it over, he said, "If you don't want to kneel to anyone, then you won't have to. I promise." He looked at Shěn Lí seriously as he spoke, then added, "Even if you kneel now, one day, it'll make them all kneel to you in return." For her sake, even doing things he disliked was not out of the question. Not just Shěn Lí, even Wang Du, who was standing not far away, felt like covering his ears upon hearing this. Good heavens, the prince had completely lost his mind. He was practically declaring his intention to seize the throne. Shěn Lí looked at him with an expression of utter speechlessness, taking 2 more steps back. "Thanks, but I really don't need this. I'm perfectly fine as I am now. As for marrying the prince, I truly have no interest." "Well then, prince, it's getting late. You should head back and rest." Shěn Lí sincerely saw him off. Seeing her like this, Shěn knew he couldn't push too hard, lest he become no different from Guyunza. He felt he couldn't risk earning Shěn Lí's dislike, or she would only despise the title of princess even more. He offered the box in his hand towards Shěn Lí. "What about this then?" Shěn Lí took another step back. "No, please take it back, prince." She thought, are you kidding? How could she casually accept such a thing? Since Shěn intended it as a betrothal gift, it was certainly not a simple item. If not priceless, it was likely a family heirloom of great value. Since she had decided to reject Shěn, how could she possibly accept anything from him? Shěn wasn't angry at being rejected. He knew that Shěn Lí was currently just hurt by a scumbag like Guyunza, and that's why she hadn't taken him seriously yet. Once he appeared before her more often, things would naturally improve. Shěn lacked many things, but confidence was not one of them. He cast a reluctant glance at Shěn Lí, and seeing her still on guard, he flew away with a hint of dejection. Shěn Lí watched him leave, and also noticed the figure hiding in the trees depart as well. Only then did she turn and return to her room. She didn't call for Billion to attend her, but changed clothes, washed up, and went to bed herself. As for Shěn's matter, since she had never intended to have anything to do with him, she didn't give it another thought. Because Suyao didn't know how Shěn Lí had managed to inquire about Ananyu's news, she didn't come over immediately. This allowed Shěn Lí to enjoy a peaceful breakfast. While eating, Shěn Lí reviewed the tasks she needed to accomplish and realized she had quite a lot on her plate. Not to mention the matter of the divorce, she still hadn't gone to the Duke of Beoguo's residence. Since her sister was so good at pretending, she couldn't just let her off the hook, right? If she hadn't gone to find Ananyua last night, she probably would have gone to the Duke of Beoguo's residence. Whatever. Let them enjoy their peace for a couple more days. With this thought, Shěn Lí called for Billion. Go prepare the carriage. I'm going to CIO. Billion was delighted that her mistress friends had returned. These past couple of days the young lady had finally shown a bit of her former self, still quite intimidating, but no longer as cold and grim as before. She happily agreed, yes miss. After finishing her meal, Shěn Lí changed her clothes and went to find Su Yao. Su Yao's husband Cui Qiming was the eldest legitimate son of the Cui family. Though the family had fallen on hard times, he had managed to pass the imperial examination and become an official. They now resided in the Cui family's old estate, a place Shěn Lí had visited before her marriage and still knew her way around. The carriage soon arrived at the Cui residence. Seeing a carriage approach, the gatekeeper hurried inside to announce the arrival. In such circumstances, those who came, without sending a name card first, were likely close friends of the master or mistress. The gatekeeper had seen Shěn Lí before her marriage, and naturally knew she was a friend of the young mistress. Therefore he didn't stop her, and allowed the carriage to proceed to the second gate. While someone went inside to announce her arrival, Shěn Lí stepped down from the carriage. A servant led her towards Su Yao's courtyard. From a distance, she could hear a woman's displeased voice. Since you can't give birth to a son yourself, why won't you let others bear one for my son? Why are you being so restrictive? Which family doesn't have concubines? Didn't your father have concubines? Didn't your elder brothers have them? Why is it not allowed when it comes to my son? Shěn Lí couldn't identify the voice, but from the tone it sounded like it could be Su Yao's mother-in-law. Who else in this household would dare speak to Su Yao in such a manner? Shěn Lí didn't hear Su Yao's voice. She knew that no matter how capable a woman was in the outside world, she couldn't openly clash with her mother-in-law at home. The maidservant leading the way had clearly heard the commotion as well. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face. She glanced at Shěn Lí, her steps faltering. Seeing this, Shěn Lí knew it wasn't appropriate for her to go over right now. She stopped and pretended to admire the scenery. The maidservant who had brought her there visibly relaxed and began introducing the flowers and plants in the courtyard with a smile. After a while, someone from Su Yao's courtyard came out to invite her in. Shěn Lí nodded and leisurely followed the servant into Su Yao's residence. By then Su Yao had composed herself. She hadn't changed her clothes, simply wearing her casual attire as she came out with her maids. Seeing no one else in the courtyard, Shěn Lí assumed Su Yao's mother-in-law had left. She didn't bring up the matter and simply greeted Su Yao with a smile. Seeing her arrive, Su Yao forced a smile. You must have heard that voice just now, right? Though eavesdropping on others' private matters wasn't a good thing, since Shěn Lí had heard it, there was no point in pretending otherwise in front of Su Yao. Shěn Lí nodded and walked into the courtyard with her. Was that your mother-in-law's voice? Hearing their mistress discuss family matters, the maids wisely fell behind, following at a distance. Su Yao's personal maid had already gone to the side room to prepare tea. Su Yao sighed and said, even when I was with my husband at his post, she insisted on him taking a concubine. You don't know my husband, he's weak-willed. Whatever his mother says, he thinks it's a good idea. But when I bring up the topic of a concubine, he thinks it's a bad idea. So it's been dragging on. Now my mother-in-law thinks highly of her niece from her natal family, and wants to bring her in as a noble concubine for my husband. Such a concubine isn't bought or sold, and she has my mother-in-law as her backing. How could I possibly agree to that? Su Yao was right. In this era, many concubines could be bought and sold, but a noble concubine could not. Not because they themselves were forbidden, but because they had powerful backers. That was what made them noble. Such women were the most troublesome to deal with. Even Su Yao, who generally didn't mind concubines, would never agree to her husband having a noble concubine. Shěn Lí, however, felt differently. A concubine is a concubine, noble or not. It all depends on your husband's intentions. If he has no desire for it himself, he wouldn't bring someone in to upset you. Su Yao led her to the reception hall of the main building. Maids bustled about serving tea before retreating to the side to await orders. Su Yao smiled bitterly at Shěn Lí's words. You don't understand. In the past few years, I've only given birth to 2 daughters, not a single son. I'm worried about my reputation being tarnished and affecting the marriage prospects of my sisters at home. Not to mention my mother-in-law. Even I myself have thought about bringing in someone to give my husband a son. It's just that I definitely can't agree. As she spoke of taking a concubine for her husband, Su Yao's mouth was filled with bitterness. Truly no wife would willingly bring another woman into her home unless she had no other choice. In the past, Shěn Lí naturally believed this to be the correct path. But after surviving the apocalypse and absorbing the thoughts of those people, she no longer thought so. You are still young and perfectly capable of bearing children. The Cui family doesn't rely solely on your husband to produce an heir. Why must you have a son at all costs? Unless he desires it himself, why invite trouble into your life? Listen to me. If your husband is willing, let his mother arrange it. If he is not, let him tell her himself. Don't let her keep berating you. She paused, then added, though perhaps I shouldn't say this, since the Cui family treats you so poorly, you should go back and speak to your own family. When the Cui family was destitute, you married into it despite everything. Now that they are just beginning to prosper, they rush to bring in concubines to spite you. This is a sign of disrespect not only to you, but to the entire Su family, is it not? Go and speak with your mother. She will surely stand by your side. Su Yao knew her mother would support her, yet she still sighed. But even if they are willing to intervene, what can they truly do? If I involve my family, it will only strain the bond between my husband and me further. My mother-in-law speaks the truth. Which household doesn't have concubines? Even my father, who respects my mother deeply, has two. If our household had none, others would call me jealous. Would that not invite criticism upon my family? If the other daughters in our clan find it harder to marry because of this, they will surely resent me. How could I bear to be that villain? Su Yao was filled with helplessness, and Shěn Lí fell silent. This era placed immense pressure on women. Pressure from society, from their families, and even from within themselves. None of them dared to break free from these shackles for the first to do, so would always face overwhelming resistance from every direction. Not to mention Su Yao. Even Shěn Lí herself in this devouring society could only have had the audacity to divorce if she hadn't possessed her current abilities. After all, should anyone challenge a man's authority or seek a divorce, they would be crushed by an overwhelming and terrifying force. Shěn Lí couldn't urge Su Yao to rebel outright, but she said, "Still, you should go and speak to your mother about all this. When you were away, she didn't know what was happening in your household and couldn't help you. Now that you are back, you should seek her counsel. Look, the Chui family still depends on yours, and yet they act this way. If their fortunes truly change in the future, what will become of you and your children? Don't simply endure everything. While you worry about your clan's daughters, you must also think of yourself. If you collapse, what will happen to you?" As for urging Su Yao to defy the constraints imposed on her, she couldn't do that. It would only bring her more pain. However, using her family's influence to pressure the Chui family was certainly within reach. As the saying goes, a mother's love makes her strong. Su Yao had only been thinking of herself, but when Shěn Lí mentioned her two daughters, it was as if she had been doused with enlightenment. Her vision suddenly became clear. "You're right. They'll go back and speak with my mother first. If she thinks it's not the right course, she won't bring it up to my father. If she does, then he'll know I'm not in the wrong." Su Yao's brow relaxed, the worry from earlier temporarily gone. "It's truly fortunate to have you by my side. When I'm alone, I tend to get trapped in a dead end." Having settled her own matters, she asked, "By the way, what brings you here today? Is there news about Nanyue?" Seeing that Su Yao's earlier worries had dissipated, Shěn Lí smiled. Sometimes when one overthinks, a simple word of guidance from another is all it takes to see things clearly. She said, "Yes, I've already asked Nanyue. She says she has a way to handle this matter herself and told us not to worry. She'll send us invitations in a couple of days to come and enjoy the flowers." Su Yao was astonished. After such an incident, she won't even see us, and she insists on handling it alone. And she wants to invite us to admire flowers. Su Yao found it hard to believe, but after a moment's thought she said, "Well, I suppose that makes sense. Even if she asked for our help, we wouldn't know where to begin. Such matters are probably something she doesn't want others to know too much about. It's best that she handles it herself. I just worry that she might be heartbroken doing it alone." Shěn Lí recalled how Nanyue had reacted after she left the previous night, and she shook her head with a smile. "I don't think that will be the case. Nanyue knows what she's doing. Don't worry too much, just wait for her invitation." Su Yao nodded and smiled. "All right, I'll wait for her invitation. When I see her, I'll ask why she didn't let us in today." This was said in jest, of course, and Shěn Lí knew she wouldn't truly blame Nanyue. Su Yao had a host of problems at home, and Shěn Lí had her own affairs to attend to, so she took her leave. As she exited the Chui residence, Shěn Lí was contemplating what other business she could venture into and how to persuade Duke Yongyi to agree to her divorce quickly. Just then the carriage curtain fluttered, and a familiar figure appeared in her sight, striding with an air of fury. It seemed the direction he was heading was precisely the Yongyi Marquis residence. She raised an eyebrow, and a faint smirk of amusement curled at her lips. She instructed the coachman, "Follow that person ahead." Li Shurxiu had been nursing his injuries at home for the past 2 days, unable to show his face in public. Yet his anger festered. Even though he had ordered his men to make trouble for Shěn Lí's husband Gu Yunza at the military camp, it wasn't enough to quell the fury in his heart. After 2 days of brooding, he decided he must also bring disgrace to Shěn Lí's natal family, to finally soothe his wounded pride. He was storming off to pick a fight at the Yongyi Marquis residence, even if it meant causing trouble for his own family in the process. But before he reached the Yongyi Marquis residence, he caught sight of a familiar figure bustling along with 2 young servants, seemingly heading somewhere with great eagerness. Li Shurxiu let out a cold sneer and waved his hand, commanding his men behind him, "Go and stop him for me." Since he had come out looking for trouble today, he naturally brought more than a few men. At his command, a group of them swarmed forward, encircling Shen Xingyuan so tightly there was no room to escape. Shen Xingyuan was no stranger to carousing outside, so he naturally had a basic familiarity with these hired thugs. Spotting one of them, he recognized him as the servant who ran errands for Li Shurxiu. His anger flared instantly. He shouted from outside the crowd of onlookers, "Li Shurxiu, what is the meaning of this? I have no grudge against you, past or present. What right do you have to have your men block my way?" Li Shurxiu was still flanked by a few of his retainers who hadn't left. Hearing Shen Xingyuan's outburst, he let out a cold laugh. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path, so Li Shurxiu could see Shen Xingyuan directly, the two locking eyes across the gap. Shen Xingyuan's eyes burned with fury, while Li Shixius were filled with cold derision. "Who says we have no past grudges? Even if there were none, do you think this young master needs an excuse to teach you a lesson?" Shun Xinyuan yearned to hurl insults at Li Shurxiu, but his remaining senses held him back. Li Shurxiu was a relative of the Empress. Offending the Empress would spell disaster for his entire family. Even as a wastrel, he had some wits about him. He considered fleeing, thinking that if he could just get home his father would surely protect him. But a glance at the overwhelming crowd extinguished that thought. He swallowed his pride and asked, "You say we have a past grudge. I don't recall ever offending you. Why are you blocking my way today?" Li Shurxiu was not the least bit concerned about his grudges becoming known. After all, with his aunt as the Empress, who did he have to fear? He sneered, pointing his club at Shun Xinyuan. "You should thank your good sister. If it weren't for her, this young master wouldn't even bother with you. Since she dared to offend me today, I'll make sure you learn a lesson, lest she thinks she can walk all over me." With that, he gave the order, "Beat him. If he dies, or is maimed, I'll take responsibility." Shun Xinyuan was stunned. He had never considered Shun Li his sister, so the thought never crossed his mind that she could be the cause. He was just wondering if it was Shun Yinran or Shun Yinyu when he heard the servants shout in unison, "Yes." The retainers, brandishing their clubs, surged forward. Shun Xinyuan's two personal servants could only manage to shield his head and face, utterly unable to defend against the onslaught. After all, wastrels were also graded. Shun Xinyuan was a minor one, the lowest tier. Li Shurxiu always traveled with a large entourage, while the Earl of Yongyi wouldn't allow his son to stir up so much trouble outside. Confronted by such a mob, Shun Xinyuan couldn't even think of fighting back. Just managing to protect himself from being beaten to death was a victory. A torrent of blows rained down, and he even felt kicks landing on his rear. He gritted his teeth and endured silently, vowing to find a way to get even once he escaped this predicament. Li Shurxiu watched Shun Xinyuan, who was being pummeled without any chance to resist, with a cold sneer. He was beginning to find the spectacle dull, and was just about to release him, so he could go hassle Shun Li another day. That's when Shun Li appeared. She was riding in a modest carriage, seemingly heading back to the Yongyi Earl's mansion. Noticing a brawl nearby, she lifted the carriage curtain as if she saw Shun Xin, and made as if to descend. She glared at Li Shurxiu, who was standing to the side, and shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Release my brother at once." The moment Li Shurxiu saw Shun Li, any thought of letting them go vanished, replaced by a surge of blazing anger. Most of Li Shixia's attendants had been present that day when Shun Li had confronted them. Seeing her now brought back all the old grievances, and they beat Shun Xinyuan with even greater ferocity. Shun Li got down from the carriage, but didn't immediately approach. She seemed to hold back, merely glaring at Li Shurxiu. "Why are you hitting?" Li Shurxiu felt a throbbing pain in his head at her words. He sneered at her. "You have the audacity to ask me why. When you attacked me, I told you I wouldn't let this go. Don't think that just because you ran away that day it's over. Now not only your brother, but even your husband I won't spare either. A mere marquis or earl's household, nothing I can't handle. Did you really think you could use their backing to oppose me at? Do you think my aunt would allow that?" Hearing his words, Shun Li guessed that Gu Yunzi had likely already been bullied. What a pity she missed seeing it. Then she looked at Shun Sheng getting beaten, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. This stepbrother of hers was no good. He had never acknowledged her as his sister since childhood, and would even occasionally hit and kick her. His favorite phrase was, "She's not my sister. How could I possibly have a sister like her?" He even forbade the household from referring to her as his sister. Any servant who slipped up would face his wrath. As the only male heir, he was the little tyrant of the house, listening to no one. He probably never imagined that this sister he refused to acknowledge would be the one to deliver such a gift to him. While Shun Li inwardly wished Shun Xinyuan would be beaten to death, she put on a facade of fear and anger, looking every bit the concerned sister. "If you have a problem, take it up with me. Why are you hitting my brother? My brother hasn't offended you. He's the only male heir of the Shun family. If you harm him, I won't let this go." Li Shurxiu was already furious just seeing her, and her words fanned the flames even higher. He laughed in sheer incredulity. "Look around you. Your brother is in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me." He barked viciously at the crowd. "Beat him. Beat him within an inch of his life." As if that wasn't enough to vent his anger, he shoved aside one of the servants who was beating Shun Xinyuan with gusto, stepped forward himself, and delivered 2 vicious kicks to Shun Xinyuan's exposed shoulder. Shun Xinyuan was already in agony. Hearing what sounded like Shun Li's voice, he was wondering why she would stand up for him, when a searing pain exploded in his shoulder, forcing a piercing scream from his lips. "Aw." The sound tore through the air. The servants had been holding back, mindful of Shun Xinyuan's status. But Li Shurxiu had no such qualms, confident that his family would cover for him. This kick nearly shattered the bones in Shun Xinyuan's shoulder. After kicking Shun Xinyuan, Li Shurxiu shot Shun Li a provocative smirk. Seeing the ugly expression on her face, his eyes gleamed with pure malice. Shun Li had to pinch her thigh hard to keep from laughing out loud. Wincing in pain, she said to Li Shurxiu, "Stop beating my brother. He is the heir of the Yongyi Earl's mansion. You cannot treat him like this. If you offend the Yongyi Earl's mansion, you will not have any good consequence." Though she spoke thus, her feet did not move an inch. Of course, she had come out precisely to let Shun Xinyuan endure a few more blows, allowing her to exact revenge without lifting a finger. She was not foolish enough to actually step in and help. If Li Shurxiu had the audacity to beat the man to death without fear, then she would truly admire him as a genuine product. People are most easily provoked when enraged. Hearing her words, Li Shurxiu turned back and viciously kicked Shen Xin, twice more snarling. What if he is the heir of the Yongyi Earl's mansion? My aunt is the empress. If Shen Xinyuan had not understood Shěn Lí's intention earlier, he certainly did now. She was setting him up. Enduring the pain, Shen Xinyuan shouted, I barely know her. Stop hitting me. Stop. He thought his voice was loud, but after being beaten for so long, he had little strength left. His voice was faint, barely audible. Li Shurxiu, tired from the beating, stopped and signaled his servants to cease. He looked at the three figures sprawled on the ground like mud, nudged Shen Xinyuan with his toe, and asked, What did you just say? Shen Xinyuan regretted coming out today. He had not expected such ill fortune, to encounter this scourge, and Shěn Lí he was almost breathless, gasping with every word. Hiss. It hurts. I said Shěn Lí has nothing to do with me. She is driving a wedge between us. I have never acknowledged her as my sister. Li Shurxiu raised an eyebrow and looked at Shěn Lí. With her sharp ears, she quickly chimed in. Yes, I have nothing to do with him. He has never accepted me as his sister. We are not related. Please let him go. She appeared extremely nervous, not at all like someone unrelated to Shen Xinyuan. Li Shurxiu was so amused he laughed scornfully. In his anger, he gave Shen Xinyuan 2 more kicks. Do I look like a fool? Do you think you can fool me like this? Shěn Lí's face was full of concern, but she said, It's true. We are not close. He even bullies me at home. Why would I care about him? Please stop hitting him. Her words were indeed truthful, but in Li Shixia's eyes at that moment she was clearly deceiving him. Shen Xinyuan lay on the ground badly beaten, trying to think of a way to save himself. Hearing Shěn Lí's words, he felt as if his internal organs were being pounded out. He groaned in pain. Don't say another word. Shěn Lí had always been his bane. When they were children, she was the legitimate daughter, and even as the legitimate son, he was overshadowed by her. Now, in this situation, she was trying to get him killed. Hearing this, Shěn Lí quickly covered her mouth with her hand, a look of belated panic on her face. Alright, I won't say anything. Then she cast a fearful glance at Li Shurxiu, which only made him laugh in anger. Pointing at Shěn Lí, he said, Are you siblings still putting on an act for me? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Li Shurxiu didn't need Shěn Lí to explain. Knowing the current members of the Shun family was enough to understand the relationship between the two siblings. Shěn Lí had no full-blooded siblings in the Yongyi Earl's mansion. The other sisters were either concubine-born or the children of the current second wife. The second wife might have treated Shěn Lí poorly, and this brother might have done the same. But in an era where a woman obeyed her father at home and her husband after marriage, Li Shurxiu believed that Shěn Lí would still need her natal family's support after marriage. Since she needed their support, even if this brother was unkind to her, she must still care about him. So how Shen Xinyuan treated Shěn Lí was irrelevant. He didn't care at all. As long as Shěn Lí considered this brother important, then beating him brought satisfaction. Shěn Lí's face showed anger, which only confirmed Li Shixia's suspicion. Just as he was about to strike again, people came out of the Yongyi Earl's mansion. A large group of servants rushed out with clubs, shouting. Although Li Shurxiu didn't want to run, his servants feared he might get hurt outside, and they would have no way to answer for it, so they dragged him away. They urged, Young master, let's go first. We've already beaten him. We can take revenge another day. They did not believe a mere earl's mansion would dare trouble them, so they were not afraid. After Li Shurxiu was hauled away, the steward of the Yongyi Earl's mansion led the servants rushing over. Seeing their heir lying on the ground, the steward was horrified. He quickly ordered the servants to carry Shen Xinyuan inside, muttering with concern, Oh my young master, what has happened to you? How could you be beaten like this? The earl must avenge you. He kept talking as he entered the mansion, completely ignoring Shěn Lí beside him. She didn't mind. She straightened her dress and followed them into the Yongyi Earl's mansion. The steward had been sent by the Earl of Yongyi himself because the gatekeeper reported that the heir had been ambushed as soon as he stepped out. Worried, the Earl ordered the steward to take men out to check. So when the steward and his men entered, the Earl of Yongyi was already waiting. Seeing his son being carried back in such a state, the Earl's heart ached. He rushed forward to examine him, and upon seeing that his son's body was almost entirely bruised, the Earl was furious. Your Honor, what happened? How did you get beaten like this? Tell me, and your father will seek justice for you. By the time he said this, Shen Xinyuan was nearly unconscious and could not respond. Seeing his son like this, the Earl of Yongyi didn't know what else to ask. He shouted repeatedly, Quick, fetch a doctor for the heir. Don't let him be hurt badly. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that he hadn't informed the Countess about this yet, otherwise she would be weeping uncontrollably. The steward had Shen Xinyuan carried inside, and a servant boy dashed off to fetch a physician. As Earl Yongyi was about to follow, a languid voice drifted over. It was the young master of the Duke Qingguo's mansion who struck him. Earl Yongyi halted mid-step, turning around to finally notice his daughter. The sight of her instantly brought back the agony of his fall into the lotus pond. Had it not been for his son, he would still be bedridden. Thus, when his gaze fell upon Shěn Lí, it was not that of a father looking at his child, but of a man staring at his enemy. His voice dropped, his frame trembling with rage. What are you doing here? Do you think my drowning wasn't enough that you must come to commit patricide? By now few servants remained, and those who did were Earl Yongyi's trusted confidants, the very men who had pulled him from the water. Shěn Lí, however, remained unruffled. Seeing his agitation, she even offered a word of advice. Father, why get so worried? I haven't done anything, have I? You were just asking who did it, and I'm telling you. So why aren't you grateful? Earl Yongi found his head throbbing at the very sight of her. He dismissed her words as a test of his patience, and snapped impatiently. What do you know of the Duke Chingwo's mansion? We have no dealings with them. Why on earth would their young master harm Xinyuan? Shěn Lí saw no reason to hide the truth, and replied with a smile. Because Xinyuan is my brother. She said it so casually that Earl Yongi didn't grasp it at first. He blinked, then his expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, his face turning ashen. What did you just— Shěn Lí stood there beaming brightly. It's just that I happened to offend the young master of the Duke Chingwo's mansion some time ago. He said he wouldn't let my family off easy. I thought he was joking, but seeing today's events it seems he's quite serious. Earl Yongi's face contorted with fury at her words, his glare murderous. You, a woman of the inner chambers, have you no shame? Why would you offend a young master like that? Shěn Lí countered with a smile. Then why did you agree to let your second wife change my marriage? To marry me off to a man who brought back his fallen comrade's widow. Earl Yongi frowned at her for dragging up other matters. I'm talking about your brother. Why bring that up? Helping a comrade's widow is a righteous act. Shěn Lí sneered. In that case, me disciplining my own brother is the duty of an elder sister. Earl Yongi said coldly, what duty of an elder sister? Your mother is still alive. Your brother's affairs are none of your concern. Shěn Lí replied calmly, though I'd rather not be involved to the outside world. Xinyuan is my blood brother. Whatever I do, they'll naturally attribute it to him. Earl Yongi sensed her deep dissatisfaction with the entire household. Clutching his chest, he pointed a trembling finger at her. What sin have I committed to have birthed a scourge like you? Shěn Lí looked at him, her eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, which sent a chill down Earl Yongi's spine. Father, you forget, I wasn't born of you. I was brought into this world by my mother at the cost of her own life. You never gave birth to me, so it's only natural you have no love for me. I understand. Earl Yongi felt as if his skin had been stripped away, exposing raw bleeding flesh. He gritted his teeth. Shěn Lí, everything you have I gave you. The Yongi household gave you. Do you dare defy me? Aren't you afraid I'll strike your name from the family registry? Shěn Lí looked at his panicked state and laughed a carefree laugh. You want to expel me from the clan? Fine, why not? Since you've never treated me as your daughter, it's entirely up to you. Seeing her utterly fearless, Earl Yongi realized he didn't truly know his daughter anymore. The thought of expelling her had crossed his mind, but it wasn't an absolute necessity. It was merely a threat. However, it was clear Shěn Lí was not intimidated. She even looked at him and said, if you intend to expel me, father, do it quickly. I have quite a knack for causing trouble. The young master of the Duke Chingwo's mansion has come today. Next time it might be your precious son-in-law, and after that who knows who else. She wore a helpless expression as if genuinely concerned for the household's welfare. Earl Yongi's face stiffened, and then Shěn Lí, as if a thought struck her, spoke up. Oh dear, this young master is the Empress' nephew. Surely the Empress won't hold a grudge against our household for this, will she? She looked at him with a troubled expression. Father, it seems I can't come back to the mansion for a while, or I might get dragged into trouble. What would I do then? Her words nearly sent Earl Yongi to an early grave. He pointed a shaking finger at her. How did I sire such a monstrous daughter? What karma is this? Shěn Lí watched his anguish without a shred of guilt. She had learned that to secure her own comfort, she couldn't let others be at ease, or they'd constantly have their eyes on her, which would be detrimental to her well-being. Father, you can expel me from the clan, and then my affairs will be none of your concern. Oh, and one more thing. She smiled. I've divorced Gu Yunzi. The papers have been filed with the authorities. From now on I have no ties to the Gu family. Father, please make sure the clan elders approve of my divorce, or I can't guarantee what kind of disaster I might bring upon the clan. Well, father, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be off. I won't stay for dinner. You're busy, no need to see me out. With that, Shěn Lí turned and headed for the door, leaving Earl Yongi stunned in her wake as she disappeared through the entrance. It wasn't until she was gone that he processed her words. Was she telling him that if he wanted the Shěn family to prosper, he shouldn't have struck her? But what good reputation could a divorced woman bring back to her family? Wretched girl, a truly wretched girl. Earl Yongi was nearly apoplectic, clutching his chest and gasping for air. The thought of the troubles Shěn Lí would bring upon the household made it hard to breathe, and he wished he could smother her on the spot. Yet he was painfully aware that Shěn Lí was no longer easy to handle. She didn't even respect her own father anymore. Who on earth could possibly control her? Though expelling her from the clan had initially been a mere threat, Earl Yongi was now seriously considering it. Shěn Lí's constant troublemaking outside would inevitably bring disaster upon her family. Who knows? This time it was the Empress, but next time it might be the Emperor himself. The Earl of Yongi believed the Marquis of Jingxiang's household had also realized this, which was why they wanted to divorce Shěn Lí. They feared her reckless behavior would implicate them. Convinced he had figured out the truth, the Earl of Yongi informed his wife to keep a close watch on court news lest the Empress seek revenge for her nephew. Then turning the conversation to Shěn Lí's impending divorce from Gu Yunzi, the Countess of Yongi, thought of her own 2 daughters, and quickly interjected, No, my lord. If she divorces, what will become of our daughters? What will happen to their reputations? The Earl of Yongi retorted with exasperation, The entire clan is about to be ruined because of her, and all you can think about is your 2 daughters. Rest assured, she may not even be a daughter of the Shun family from now on. She won't drag down the Shun daughters' names. From this day forth, she is her, and we are us. The Countess of Yongyi was stunned for a moment, then overwhelmed with joy. Did this mean Shěn Lí would be struck from the family registry? Would her own daughters then become the only legitimate daughters of the household? Although secretly delighted, she put on a show of reluctant persuasion. The Earl, too impatient to watch her performance, and too preoccupied to worry about his son, immediately summoned the clan elders to discuss the matter of Shěn Lí. Regarding Shěn Lí, the clan elders were unanimous in their opinion. They could not allow one troublesome daughter to bring calamity upon the entire family. They agreed to the divorce and announced to all that Shěn Lí was no longer connected to the Shěn family. A daughter so unfilial as to drive her stepmother to bed with rage and nearly cause her own father's death was not a daughter they could keep. Henceforth, any trouble Shěn Lí caused would have nothing to do with them. The Shun family quickly disseminated this declaration, and the Gu family simultaneously announced that Shěn Lí had divorced Gu Yunza, informing everyone she was no longer the daughter-in-law of the Jinxiang Marquis household. From that point on, her affairs were unrelated to them as well. A woman abandoned by both her natal and marital families naturally became the subject of rampant gossip. What on earth did the eldest Miss Shěn do? Why would her own family disown her? And her husband's family too? What grave sin did she commit? Someone asked, how do you know it was the young lad's fault? Maybe it was these two families who did something to wrong the young lady. The man replied, isn't it obvious? For both the marital and natal families to reject her simultaneously without any apparent reason. I'd say life for the eldest Miss Shun is going to be tough from now on. Another bystander offered a different view. Haven't you heard? The heir of the Jinxiang Marquis, the eldest Miss' former husband, returned this time with a woman and 2 children. They claim she's a fallen comrade's widow, but who knows the real story? These days, keeping mistresses and concubines is hardly uncommon among the high and mighty, isn't it? Someone in the crowd chimed in, what you say makes some sense. And now that you mention it, I recall hearing that this eldest Miss was originally betrothed to the Baoguo Duke's household. But somehow when the wedding came around, it was the second Miss who married him instead, and the eldest Miss ended up marrying into the Jinxiang Marquis family. Why else? Of course it's because with a stepmother comes a stepfather. How many stepmothers are ever kind? Aren't they all scheming for their own daughter's benefit? I think the eldest Miss was set up by her own family. She probably only realized it after suffering in her marital home. Now she's been played by both families working together. Remarkably, this person's speculation was close to the truth. Hearing such a logical deduction, most of the crowd believed him. Someone sighed. This eldest Miss Shun is truly unlucky, being cast out by both her natal and marital families. As a woman, where in this world is there a place for her to stand? Worrying about the young lad's plight, are we? I think you're just meddling out of an idle belly. She's a noble young lady after all. Even with a divorce, she has her dowry. The Earl of Yongyi hasn't demanded it back, so it's hers. With all those possessions, isn't her life still better off than ours? You're right, I was being foolish. She's not some commoner woman. Speaking of which, have you heard about the recent thefts at the homes of 2 officials? How could I not have heard? The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. I heard that not only were those 2 corrupt officials robbed, but even the Baoguo Duke's mansion was hit. Oh, you know the Baoguo Duke's mansion, right? That's the family the eldest Miss Shun was switched away from. They were quite prominent before, but after the theft, they haven't recovered a single item. I heard their steward had to go to the estate wearing only an inner garment to fetch supplies. Who knows if the ladies of the house have even been left with clothes on their backs. As the talk turned to the affairs of the noble households, it became increasingly sensational, especially with the hint of scandal. The conversation soon devolved into more vulgar speculation. The theft at the Baoguo Duke's mansion was of course the work of Shěn Lí. Deciding to go all the way, she left the entire family with just 1 set of inner garments. The very ones the steward wore when he came out to report the incident. As for which young lady had been seen by the servants, or which young mistress had been glimpsed by the master, she paid no mind. She had far too many of her own affairs to deal with. With Su Yao's assistance, she had managed to sell some of her soap within the circle of noble ladies. However, due to the actions of the Yongyi earls and Jinxiang Marquis households, her reputation among the gentry women was tarnished, and her sales remained quite limited. One day the war prince once again appeared on Shěn Lí's rooftop. He looked at her with utmost sincerity and said, just marry me. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll tear out their tongues. He said this without the slightest fear of intimidating Shěn Lí, for he could plainly see that she was not one to be easily frightened. He could of course have silenced those gossiping tongues, but lacking any legitimate standing, he dared not reveal for whose sake he was acting, for such a declaration would only serve to tarnish Shěn Lí's reputation further. Shěn Lí had once harbored hopes of living a peaceful life, but she had not anticipated that Yongyi Earl would employ such methods to sever ties with her, effectively declaring to the world that they were no longer connected, while simultaneously destroying every path of retreat she might have had. Her reputation plummeted, and even those who knew her true character dared not associate with her lest they too be sullied by the taint. Her soap sales had dwindled to a mere trickle. When Xie Chun broached the subject, she did give it some consideration. Indeed, with the royal family's endorsement, her business ventures would undoubtedly encounter smoother paths. Yet upon contemplating the potential consequences that might befall her, she hastily cast the notion aside. She resolved that if she were to marry for the sake of commerce, even greater tribulations would inevitably come knocking at her door. With a decisive shake of her head, she once again declined Xie Chen's proposal, leaving him to depart in a state of utter consumed by fury at the thought that Gu Yunzi had brought Shěn Lí to such a sorry state, subjecting her to endless public scorn. Xie Chen ambushed him on his way home, trapping him in an alley with a sack over his head, and beating him until his face was a swollen, bruised mess. Gu Yunzi never even saw his attacker's face. Having vented his rage, Xie Chen departed, leaving Gu Yunzi to return home in disgrace. These past few days He Minjing had been vying with Bai Lian for attention, constantly demanding that Gu Yunzi visit her chambers. Even though she was in no condition to do anything, she was determined not to let Biha have him. After all, with Gu Yunzi now divorced from Shěn Lí, the wealth and prestige of the Marquis household were up for grabs, and she was unwilling to let such a prize slip through her fingers without a fight. But by the time she hurried over to summon him, Gu Yunzi had already returned to Bai's side. The reason was simple: Gu Yunzi's masculine pride was wounded. Having returned with He Minjing after his brave exploits, he had been plagued by one failure after another. He could not bear for her to witness his diminished glory. Biha, however, was different. As a maidservant, tending to him was simply part of her duties. "Oh, young master, how did you come to be so badly injured?" Biha clucked sympathetically as she fetched the finest healing salve. Fortunately, given Gu Yunzi's recent propensity for injury, she had stocked up ample supplies. Yet never had he been wounded so severely. His handsome face now resembled a fruit stall, a riot of vivid colors. Bai's heart ached for him. As she gently applied the medicine, she muttered curses under her breath. "Whoever did this must have lost their conscience, striking you so viciously in the face. How will you ever show your face in public tomorrow?" Feeling the throbbing pain on his face, Gu Yunzi's irritation mounted. He could not fathom why his luck had turned so sour lately. Every outing seemed to court disaster. At this rate, he would soon have no face left to show anyone. He had entertained the suspicion that Shěn Lí might be behind this, but most of his injuries had been sustained within the military camp. No matter how capable she was, she could not possibly have intervened there. Though he knew not whom he had offended, he realized he needed to find a powerful patron. His eyes flickered with a dark, calculating light as plans for the future began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, He Minjing, having failed to secure Gu Yunzi's presence, was consumed by jealousy. Yet she knew she must remain docile lest she incur his displeasure. She refrained from pestering him, but after some deliberation a bold scheme dawned upon her. Summoning Tao Hua, she issued a series of instructions that left the maidservant pale with terror. "Madam, we cannot do this. If the Marquis or the lady were to find out, I would be finished." He Minjing could no longer bear being addressed as eldest sister-in-law, insisting on being called Madam He. Frowning at Tao Hua's protest, she retorted, "How would the lady ever find out? We are not the only ones who know of these matters. There's still Shěn Lí out there. She knows everything about this household. Now that she's divorced the general, how could she possibly keep these things to herself? Just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, the blame falls on me. What concern is it of yours?" Despite her assurances, Tao Hua still hesitated. He Minjing gave her a vicious pinch, glaring at her fiercely. "Go on, get to it. If you can't even handle this, what use are you to me?" Tao Hua, her eyes welling with tears, clutched her bruised arm and shuffled away reluctantly. Still convinced that the task was far too risky to undertake alone, she thought of He Minjing's two children. Zhang Wenmei was too young to be of any use, so she confided in Zhang Wenbiao, pleading in a hushed tone, "Young master, you must not breathe a word of this to Madam He. If you do, I am as good as dead." Zhang Wenbiao was stunned to learn of his mother's scheme, a chill running down his spine. He assured Tao Hua, "I will not say a word, sister. You have my word." He then accompanied Tao Hua on her errand, though he did not personally spread the rumors. Although he was unfamiliar with how the noble houses conducted such affairs, upon encountering two beggars on the road, a plan formed in his mind. He gave them a few dozen copper coins each and instructed them to spread the tale, after which he returned home with Tao Hua. After all, it was only a matter of a few dozen coppers. He could always come out again later if need be. Shěn Lí had been quite busy these past few days. With her sullied reputation hampering soap sales, she had purchased some laborers and was preparing to experiment with oil pressing. While rapeseed oil was already available in this era, peanut and soybean oils had yet to be discovered. She figured she might as well be the first to claim that prize. Fortunately, she had some knowledge on the subject and was able to guide the craftsmen even if she didn't perform the labor herself. Just as they were conducting their experiments, Annanue finally found the time to send her and Su Yao an invitation. Since Annanue had recovered, Shěn Lí naturally went to visit. Riding her carriage to the Duke of Jin's mansion, the reception was vastly different from her last visit. This time, they were not barred from seeing Annanue. In fact, she was waiting for them at the second gate. Su Yao had not yet arrived. Annanue spotted Shěn Lí and came forward with a smile, her entourage of maids and matrons trailing closely behind, as if shielding her protectively. "You're here, and still the swiftest of foot. I sent out both invitations together, yet it's A Yao who arrives last." Before Shěn Lí could respond, Su Yao's laughter echoed from behind. "See, I'm barely late, and you're already speaking of me. Lucky for me, I heard it this time. Who knows what you'd say behind my back if I hadn't. Though her words were complaints, her face was full of smiles, clearly overjoyed for Ananua. Ananua was delighted to see her arrive, and chuckled. Oh dear, what unfortunate timing. You just happened to overhear us. If you hadn't, how would you ever know we were speaking ill of you behind your back? Shěn Lí interjected. Say whatever you wish yourselves, but I never speak ill of anyone behind their backs. Ananua feigned anger upon hearing this. Ailey, what about our vow to share hardships? Before anything even happens, you're ready to abandon me. Shěn Lí stifled a laugh, and said, for other matters I can share hardships with you, but not with her. You know her fingernails well. If it came to a scuffle, the two of us together wouldn't be enough to withstand her scratching. Having said this, Shěn Lí couldn't hold back her laughter, and Ananua also covered her mouth, laughing heartily until tears welled in her eyes. Indeed, indeed, you speak the truth. Seeing the two teasing her, Su Yao pretended to be annoyed. Fine, fine. You two troublemakers are making fun of me, are you? Do you believe I'll scratch you with my nails? She made a move as if to attack, and Ananua quickly begged for mercy. Oh, dear sister, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once. We won't dare do it again. The three of them frolicked, surrounded by maids and matrons, making their way to the waterside pavilion in the garden. The maids bustled about, some serving tea, others fanning them, all extremely attentive. While tea was being served, Su Yao noticed that the tea offered to her, and Shěn Lí was different from Ananua's, and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what's this fine thing? How come ours isn't the same as your lattice? The maid was one of Ananua's chief personal attendants, and held some standing before her mistress. Hearing Su Yao's question, she spoke up before Ananua could answer. To answer the lady, our mistress drinks flower dew. The two of you have been served fine Tiguanyan tea, but our lady cannot drink tea, hence the difference. Su Yao was startled, and looked at Ananua in surprise. What's the matter? Why can't you drink tea? Though she had a guess, she still wanted to hear it from Ananua herself. Seeing both friends staring at her, Ananua couldn't help but smile, raising her hand to gently touch her belly. I'm pregnant. Though she hadn't yet reached 3 months, she trusted Shěn Lí and Su Yao completely, so it was better to tell them sooner. Both Shěn Lí and Su Yao were taken aback. Although Su Yao had guessed, thinking back to the turmoil between Ananua and her husband, the sudden pregnancy made her mind race with questions. She was immensely surprised, but with so many maids present she couldn't ask too many questions. Sensing their confusion, Ananua dismissed the maids before speaking. As long as I hold this position, I am the hereditary prince's consort, and my child is the rightful heir. So the man doesn't matter. I only need a child of my own. No matter how he carries on outside, it no longer bothers me. My father-in-law and mother-in-law now feel guilty towards me, so they naturally side with me on everything. They'll take this opportunity to secure more assets for myself, ensuring my future livelihood. Shěn Lí was momentarily speechless, for before her rebirth, she had held the same thoughts. Only now had her perspective changed. Su Yao, however, felt a pang of sorrow. Ananua used to be so bright and vibrant, and now she had to live off the guilt of others. She wondered if her own future would be the same. After a moment of thought, she said, that's one way to look at it. It's better not to set your heart on a man, that way you won't be heartbroken. Take good care of yourself, oh, better days are ahead. Ananua stroked her belly, and said, that's exactly what I thought. That's why I sent you both invitations today, so you could share in my joy. Ananua was indeed quite happy. Though she had lost the man, she still had her status and wealth. Weren't those far better than any man? A thought struck Su Yao, and she asked, by the way, have your in-laws said anything about how they're handling that mistress? At the mention of the mistress, Ananua's expression cooled slightly. The hereditary prince had been fiercely protective of her, but she brought him shame this time. The matter has blown up so large that countless people are laughing at him behind his back. Coupled with my magnanimity, he probably feels even more guilty towards me. So when my mother-in-law dealt with the mistress, he didn't object. The mistress is still being kept at the country estate. My mother-in-law said she'll stay there from now on. However, her child can be raised under the name of a concubine. The hereditary prince had nothing to say about that. After all, there's no precedent for bringing a mistress into the household. He knows he's in the wrong, so he hasn't made much of a fuss. Su Yao frowned slightly. This punishment seems light, but it's actually the best solution. In the future, if the hereditary prince thinks of that woman, he can only go for a visit. He can't accuse you of being intolerant without ruining his own reputation. Ananua pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, my mother-in-law detests the mistress just as much as I do. She has plenty of... She didn't elaborate on the specific methods. She had secretly sent someone to the estate to observe. Her mother-in-law's way of handling the mistress wasn't simply leaving her there to live comfortably. She didn't make her work either, lest her son visit later and accuse her of mistreatment. Instead, she had the woman starved for 2 days, then fed her rice mixed with lard every day. In less than 2 days, the woman had already grown a full size larger. Seeing her mother-in-law take such action, Ananua let go of her own grievances against the mistress who had caused her shame. She even idly wondered when her husband would go see his beloved, and what expression he would wear upon seeing the once beautiful woman reduced to such a state. With her own affairs settled, she had the leisure to concern herself with other matters. Remembering a recent rumor, she turned to Shěn Lí. The rumors are spreading fiercely outside. They say that Gu fellow once slept with his comrade's widow and got her pregnant. Is that the reason you divorced him? Shěn Lí was surprised. I haven't been out these past 2 days and haven't heard anything. When did this rumor start? She hadn't even spread it herself, yet only planning when to deliver a fatal blow to Gu Yunza, and now it was already out. Were the Gu family members so foolish? And Nanua thought for a moment, and said I don't know exactly when it started, but I caught wind of it. Since it involved the Gu family, and had something to do with you, I paid more attention. She frowned. I never imagined Gu Yunza could be such a person. When you divorced him, everyone speculated that you were at fault. But now that this rumor has come out, far fewer people blame you. It was obvious. What kind of good man would sleep with his comrade's widow? Su Yao was astonished. Is this all true? Could it? She turned her gaze to Shěn Lí. Though she said this, she already knew Shěn Lí was not the type to stir up trouble. Gu Yunza must have done something wrong, though she wasn't sure exactly. Shěn Lí saw no need to hide anything from them, and since the rumor was already spreading, there was even less reason to conceal it. It's true. I was pushed by Gu Yunza because of this matter, and I nearly lost my life. That's why I couldn't take it anymore, and asked for a divorce. Well, to be precise, it had already cost her life, but she couldn't say that. The Gu family initially refused the divorce, but he was pregnant, and they feared I would expose the truth, so they agreed. I never expected that before I could spread it, someone else had already leaked the story. Su Yao and Nanua both said this is karma. Su Yao said indignantly, I had no idea you married such a man. How could anyone lay a hand on a comrade's widow? What a morally bankrupt family. Truly disgusting. Exactly, and Nanua agreed. Thank goodness you escaped early, or you'd be blamed now. Shěn Lí was more concerned about another matter. Only a few people know about this. I haven't even told the Earl's mansion yet. I wonder, she pondered carefully. She didn't think the Marquis of Jinxiang and his wife would be foolish enough to harm their own son. Gu Qinxue didn't know the details, so the only other person who knew was He Minjing herself. Could she be that stupid? Did she think that by letting people know she was pregnant, she could force the Marquis of Jinxiang to take her as a strange expression crossed her face. And Nanua, who was also speculating, noticed her look and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Have you thought of something? Shěn Lí said with difficulty, I think the Marquis of Jinxiang wouldn't be that foolish. It might be He Minjing herself who wants the rumor to spread so she can seize the opportunity to rise in status. A strange expression crossed her face. And Nanua, who was also, they found it incredible. Everyone in the capital knew that if a family had any scandal, they would keep it under wraps. In the case of the Duke of Jin's mansion, if Nanua hadn't endured it, the Duke's family would have suffered a great blow. And Nanua had tolerated it, so the Duke of Jin's family felt both guilty and grateful, elevating her status above even the heir. If He Minjing was truly that foolish, then Gu Yunza would be utterly ruined by her. Thinking of this, Su Yao clapped her hands and laughed. Serves him right. This is true retribution. He brought her home, slept with her, and now she's the one destroying him. I say they should be locked together forever, so they don't harm anyone else. And Nanua touched her belly, and said indeed. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Since he likes that woman so much, let him taste her power. As they were chatting, Su Yao suddenly asked, Ali, are you still selling that soap? Shěn Lí replied, yes, it's selling quite well in the shops. Since she didn't need to promote it herself, the fragrant items naturally attracted noble ladies who sent people to buy them. Hearing this, Su Yao said a little sheepishly, Ali, please don't be angry with me for what I'm about to say. Su Yao said, I think your soap is excellent. Even though people don't fully appreciate it yet, I believe they'll come to use it eventually. You know my shops, they don't have— Su Yao said, I think your soap is excellent. Even though people don't fully appreciate it yet, I believe they'll come to use it eventually. You know my shops, they don't have anything good, just ordinary cosmetics. So I want to ask if you could give me some soap to sell in my stores. Give me a wholesale price, and we can split the profits after selling, okay? Su Yao wanted to earn some income. Living at home with nothing to do felt utterly meaningless. But she also knew that Shěn Lí's products were high quality, so she felt awkward asking for them without compensation. Shěn Lí, however, didn't mind. Soap was a highly profitable item. With a little effort, one could easily make money. Although she would earn less by sharing the business, she understood that building connections was important. Partnering with others would attract more customers. She smiled and said, of course. You can take some to sell first. I won't ask for any upfront payment, just split the profits with me. Either way she would still profit, so it didn't bother her. Su Yao was overjoyed, her eyes curving into crescents as she looked at Shěn Lí. Thank you so much. I'm taking advantage of your generosity. And Nanua didn't know what they were talking about, but when she heard soap, she was surprised. Are you saying that the soap everyone's been talking about recently is yours? The one that cleans hands so well? Su Yao was overjoyed to have work now, and upon hearing this she said, yes, that thing was concocted by Ali. I only found out about it after our last meeting. She was already thinking of selling it back then. It sold quite well afterward, but recently hasn't it been hard to sell, because of the Jinxiang Marquis mansion and the Yongyi Earl mansion? What's wrong? You know about this. And Nanyu and the other both looked at her, and she smiled, saying, this soap was bought by an outside steward. I found it quite useful, and kept it in my room. It's good for both washing the face and hands. I just never imagined this was something Ali created. Shěn Lí said, last time I came to see you I intended to give you 2 bars, but you refused to see us. I had no choice, but she said, how about it? Do you want me to sell them for you too? After selling we can split the profits together. And Nan Yu thought for a moment, and said, that works. Since I'm pregnant now, there's a lot I can't do anyway. It's better to earn some income for myself lest I encounter those troublesome matters later. But if both Yao and I go sell things, will it cause any problems for you? I mean, if we're both selling together, won't your profit margin be lower? Although she was eager to earn money, and Nan Yu also knew that Shěn Lí's life should be difficult right now. After all, both her natal family and her husband's family had abandoned her, and she had to rely on this to support herself. If Shěn Lí knew what she was thinking, she would surely say she was overthinking it. Not to mention the considerable profit from this soap, even just the gold, silver, and jewels she had acquired from other places would be enough for her to live comfortably for several lifetimes. The main reason for this soap was that it was easy to make and also to establish an industry for herself. It would also make it convenient to use money in the future without people watching her thinking she was spending money stolen from somewhere. No, don't worry. The profit isn't low. If you just give me a small share, that's already enough for me to live on. Although Nan Yu and the others still had their suspicions, they also wanted to mix in some other businesses for themselves. They all said, alright then, we'll give you a bigger share later. After all, they still had the family's industries while Shěn Lí only had herself. Shěn Lí didn't argue with them about this. After all, once she sold this thing, they would also be able to get a large share of the profits. These past 2 days, rumors have been spreading everywhere all about the Gu family. Roughly speaking, they went like this. While previously they said that the eldest Miss Shěn was abandoned by both her natal and husband's families, but in the end it turns out we were the fools. She wasn't abandoned at all. She clearly saw through what kind of people those two families were. Someone chimed in, isn't that so? This eldest Miss husband's family was originally the Baoduke mansion, but then her stepmother switched it. After marrying into the Gu family, she encountered such a thing again. Forget the eldest Miss, even I couldn't tolerate that. I wonder what that widow looks like. Even the Jinxiang Marquis heir, who is used to seeing beauties, couldn't resist. With so many young maids at home, he had to go after a woman who was married and had a child. I wonder what the Jinxiang Marquis heir was thinking. How could he think? It's just that you don't understand the fun in it. He probably thinks young virgins aren't as good, and that married women have more flavor. Tisk, but he shouldn't have set his sights on his comrade's widow. I heard that this widow is no ordinary person. Her husband died, saving the life of the Viscount's heir, and in a turn of events the heir went and slept with her. If I were his comrade, I'd be so angry I'd rise from the grave. Who says so? Who could have thought that this Viscount's heir would be so despicable? I used to think he was a decent man, but now it seems he's just an ordinary man after all. Hey, you can't say that about men. Even ordinary men like us know to repay kindness. We don't just sleep with any woman we see. Sleeping with your benefactor's woman, aren't you afraid of retribution? That woman isn't blameless either. Who told her to enter his mansion in the first place? Someone spat disdainfully, and another person nearby said, you can't say that. It's a Marquis mansion. If the Viscount's heir went mad, how could a weak woman resist? The rumors outside were chaotic, but Xiechun, upon hearing them, was very pleased. While sorting through the treasures he had found on his desk preparing to give them to Shěn Lí in the evening, he asked Wang Du with a cheerful mood, what you said is true. It's already spread everywhere outside. Wang Du thought to himself, isn't this what you asked to be spread widely? How could it not be true? But he didn't dare say that because he felt that this prince had truly gone mad now. As soon as he heard there were such rumors outside, he had people spread them quickly to other places. Within half a day these rumors had already spread throughout the capital. He didn't know what benefit this would bring him, but he didn't dare ask. He could only say, yes, it's already spread everywhere outside. Xiechun closed the sandalwood box, looked at the beautifully carved glazed dragon on top, touched it with his fingertips, and then looked at Wang Du as he asked, do you think the princess has heard about this? Would she be happy? Wang Du had become numb to this title. Upon hearing this, he said directly, the eldest Miss Shěn has probably already heard about it. Even if she hadn't heard the rumors outside, she went to the Duke of Jean's mansion today. She probably heard about it from the Duchess of Jean. As for whether she's happy or not, this subordinate truly doesn't know. Wang Du was already numb. On the battlefield, he was a commanding general, but now back in the capital, he had become a spy gathering in. Xiechun touched the sandalwood box and smiled, his brows and eyes relaxing, which scared Wang Du quite a bit. You're right. I should go ask her myself, not just you. What would a man like you know? Saying this, he waved his hand in disdain, signaling him to leave quickly. Wang Du was so mortified by this rejection that he nearly burst into tears. Good heavens. When he was needed, he was hailed as the most capable subordinate, but now that he was no longer required, he was dismissed as a mere man who understood nothing. Indeed, a man's heart was as fickle as the changing winds. Though he was brimming with silent complaints, Wang Du dared not voice a single word in the presence of Xiechun, who could lose his temper at any moment. In stark contrast to Xiechun's delight, the news struck the Jinxiang Marquis manor like a collapsing sky. The Marchioness could not restrain her curses. Who in this household leaked this matter to the outside? Such a disgraceful affair is now known to everyone out there. Shěn Lí, it must be Shěn Lí's doing. We have already given her everything she wanted, so why can she not just let us be? The Marchioness gnashed her teeth in fury, her eyes blazing with profound hatred. There was no doubt that if Shěn Lí stood before her at this moment, she would lunge forward and devour her alive. The Marquis also felt a throbbing headache. He slapped the table and said, "Enough. What use is there in all this clamor? The matter has already spread. Even if you were to devour her whole right now, it would be of little use. We must think of a way to handle." The Marchioness felt a sharp pain in her chest and pressed her hand against it, saying, "And what can we possibly do? Who knows where these rumors originated? The gossip outside has grown so rampant that finding the source would be pointless now." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "I only fear that this will affect Zayr's official career." The Marquis found her naivety almost laughable and sneered coldly. "You think this merely affects Gu Yunzi's career? I tell you, if this continues, our entire household will be ruined. Divorcing one's lawful wife for the widow of a fallen comrade. Ask around, where has such a thing ever been heard of? Mark my words, if this matter is not properly resolved, the Marquis Manor will indeed face hard times." At that moment, Gu Yunzi entered. Seeing the state of his parents, he knew his affairs had caused them great distress. He felt anxious himself, but panic was useless now, so he could only clasp his fists and bow. "Father, mother, your son has caused you work." The Marchioness, who usually doted on him the most, remained silent this time, merely weeping quietly. The Marquis frowned at his arrival and asked, "What are you here for?" "Merely to apologize." "Then spare yourself the trouble. What's done is done. Had you listened to me in the first place, kept the woman outside, and lived peacefully with Shun, would any of this have happened?" Gu Yunzi was filled with regret, but to admit it now would be to show weakness. He suppressed his remorse and said to them, "Father, mother, your son has not come merely to apologize. I have a plan to weather this storm." At his words, both the Marquis and the Marchioness turned their gaze toward him. The Marquis pressed eagerly, "What plan? Speak your mind." Gu Yunzi met the Marchioness' gaze briefly, then averted his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "There are 5 princes in the court. The war prince born of the late empress has fallen out of favor with his majesty. The second prince is the son of the noble consort who, while not at the peak of her favor, still rivals the newly entered concubines. The third prince born of the empress is the most likely to ascend the throne. Therefore, whether for our current predicament or the future of our household, we must now choose a side to pledge our allegiance to. If we wait until one of the princes has already claimed the throne, they will hardly look upon us favorably when we come knocking." Gu Yunzi believed that with the military merits he had earned on the battlefield, this slight blemish on his reputation would mean nothing in the eyes of certain people. As long as someone was willing to accept him, this matter could be brushed aside with ease. The Marquis mulled over his words thoughtfully and nodded. "What you say makes sense. But to pledge our allegiance, surely they won't accept us without some gesture of sincerity, will they?" Gu Yunzi fixed his gaze ahead and said, "Precisely. That is why we must offer our greatest sincerity." The Marquis looked at him hesitantly and asked, "Greatest sincerity? What sincerity could they possibly offer?" The moment his eyes met Gu Yunzi's, he understood exactly what that sincerity was. He had to admit Gu Yunzi's idea was quite good. The Marchioness had not yet grasped their meaning when the Marquis rose and said, "Come outside with me. Some matters need not be discussed in front of too many people." The Marchioness only needed to manage the inner quarters. The affairs of the outside world were his to handle. The Marchioness had no idea what cryptic game the father and son were playing, but she knew she had no say in external matters, so she did not press the issue. The Marquis led Gu Yunzi to the outer study. After having a servant guard the door, he led Gu Yunzi inside and asked, "Zayr, tell me your thoughts. Let's see if they can be put into action." Gu Yunzi knew that since his father had followed him out, a decision had already been made. Without further hesitation, he laid out the plan he had devised. "Father, I believe the greatest sincerity our household can offer is swear." Though he had been mentally prepared, the Marquis' heart still skipped a beat when he heard the words spoken aloud. He did not let it show, however, and simply looked at Gu Yunzi, saying, "Go on." Gu Yunzi continued, "The noble figures in the palace lack for nothing. Even if we emptied our entire treasury and hauled it over, they would hardly spare it a second glance. But a beauty is a different matter. Schwer is at the perfect age. She is not only our greatest gesture of sincerity, but in the long run she will prove beneficial to our household as well." His words rang true. If they backed the right horse, Gu Qinxue might one day become not just an empress, but at the very least an imperial consort, and their days of prosperity would surely follow. The Marquis hesitated for only a moment. He knew that pledging allegiance was at any time a gamble. He had contemplated such matters before, but had never put them into motion before Gu Yunzi's troubles arose. He asked, "So according to you, where would be the best place to send Schwer?" Gu Yunzi pondered for a moment before replying. "The Empress and the noble consort are currently at a standoff, and His Majesty has yet to name a crown prince, which shows his own hesitation. Though the second prince is the elder, the third prince, being the Emperor's son, has a greater chance of ascending the throne. Therefore I believe the best course is to send Schwer to the third prince's residence." The Marquis saw that Gu Yunzi had named which prince's household to send Gu Qinxue to without a moment's hesitation, clearly having thought it all out long before. A complicated feeling stirred within him that he could not quite name, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Your words hold merit. Let us proceed as you suggest, and send Schwer to the third prince's residence. Henceforth the fate of our household is bound to his." Gu Yunzi's expression was grave as he regarded the Marquis of Jinxiang. "Rest assured, father. Your son will strive diligently to become our sister's pillar of support and carve out a promising future for the Gu family. Though of course this was contingent upon him not meeting his ruin in the present affair. If he stumbled here, there would be no future to speak of, and even their current standing would be lost. The Marquis of Jinxiang understood this logic well. Daughters were after all meant to be married off for the benefit of the family. Such was the way of things. Thus upon hearing his son's words, any lingering complexity in the Marquis' heart dissipated, leaving only the singular focus of delivering Gu Qinxue to the third prince's residence. However, when the matter was broached with the Marchioness of Jinxiang, she was less than enthusiastic. A prince's mansion promised wealth and honor, yet it also meant she would rarely see her daughter. Gu Qinxue, however, harbored her own ambitions. Her brother had already informed her of the plan, and she found it quite agreeable. Seeing her mother's reluctance, she sought to console her. "Mother, do not fret on my account. The third prince currently has but one principal consort. My entry into the household would surely be as a secondary consort. And even if not the third prince is the empress' own son, his future prospects are boundless. Consider the days to come, mother. If I were to ascend to that position, who would dare defy my will? When that day arrives, I will not spare a single member of the Shěn family." As Gu Qinxue spoke, her eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance, all of it directed at Shěn Lí. One of the reasons she craved greater status was to humble Shěn Lí. Hearing this, the Marchioness' spirits lifted considerably. She told Gu Qinxue, "As long as you do not feel slighted, my daughter, with your beauty, wit, and family standing, you are worthy of being a principal consort. It galls me that you must be placed beneath another." Gu Qinxue had no intention of being subservient to anyone. Her eyes gleaming with ambition, she took her mother's hand and said, "Mother, rest easy. My current position is only temporary. What the future holds remains to be seen." The Marchioness never once doubted her daughter's cunning. The very thought of Shěn Lí kneeling before her daughter filled her with immense satisfaction. She patted Gu Qinxue's hand and said, "Very well. It's good that you have such aspirations. I will prepare a generous dowry for you, so you will have ample funds to curry favor with the servants at the third prince's residence." Gu Qinxue's smile broadened at these words. She leaned into her mother and said, "Thank you, mother." Shěn Lí had found herself with little to do these past few days. The game she was playing with the Gu family had grown tiresome, and she had no desire to engage them further. With the matter of the theft at the Duke Protector's mansion nearly laid to rest, and unwilling to let the Marquis of Jinxiang's household enjoy too much peace, she decided to pay them a visit tonight and relieve them of their valuables, a small compensation for the suffering she endured in her past life. But before she could even change into her night attire, she sensed a presence on the rooftop. Shěn Lí was utterly exasperated. She had never been so vexed in this life. She flew out and landed directly on the roof. There, bathed in moonlight, stood Xiachen, clad in a pristine white brocade robe. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled brighter than the moon above, though he made a show of composure, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing thoughtfully at the celestial body, hoping to display his scholarly elegance. Shěn Lí watched him preen and pose with profound speechlessness. "My prince, what exactly are you doing on my rooftop in the dead of night, instead of sleeping?" A bucket of cold water seemed to douse Xiachen's spirits, chilling him to the bone. He turned to Shěn Lí, a hint of inexplicable hurt in his eyes, and asked stubbornly, "Don't you think I look exceptionally handsome tonight, the very epitome of a gentleman? Don't you think I resemble an immortal descended from the celestial palace?" Shěn Lí kept her face a mask of stone, but out of deference to his princely status, she deigned to reply no. Xiachen was doused with another bucket of ice water, his heart sinking completely. He seemed to deflate, his voice low and dejected as he mumbled, "Oh." Then in a whisper he muttered to himself, "What went wrong? This isn't how the storybooks tell it. They say young ladies are supposed to fancy scholars in white robes. Why don't you?" The last question came out with a note of genuine grievance. Seeing his pitiful state, Shěn Lí found him inexplicably endearing, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Realizing this, Shěn Lí jolted, her pupils dilating slightly, as a frantic voice screamed in her mind, "No way, no way." Was this the type of man she liked? No way, no way. Did she have some kind of twisted streak in her? How could she possibly like this? Her inner self roared like a tyrannosaurus, but her face remained impassive, her gaze at Xiachen utterly wooden. Because he was coming to see Shěn Lí today, Xiachen had consumed numerous romantic storybooks. He concluded that Shěn Lí's lack of interest might stem from the fact that he, like Gu Yunzi, was a military man. He thought that if he were a scholar, she might have fallen for him at first sight under the moonlight. His intentions were beautiful, but reality delivered a harsh blow. Shěn Lí liked neither military men nor scholars. In plain terms, she simply didn't like him. The madman felt a rare bout of melancholy. He hung his head and walked over, missing the flicker of concern that passed through Shěn Lí. He was unaware that while he had lost this particular gambit, he had won a different prize. Even though Shěn Lí didn't care for the scholar archetype, his current display had inadvertently charmed her. Shěn Lí, however, would never tell him this. Xiachen approached and produced a small sandalwood box from his robes, offering it to her. "I acquired this luminous pearl during my campaign in the East Sea. I didn't present it to the palace. Consider it a gift for you." Still nursing his bruised ego, the madman lacked his usual vigor. Yet as he looked at Shěn Lí, his handsome face was illuminated by bright expectant eyes resembling a large eager canine that one couldn't resist petting. Shěn Lí clenched her hands tightly to suppress the urge. She looked at Xie Chen's sharply defined handsome face, and found she couldn't bear to disappoint this loyal hound. In that fleeting moment of softness, her hand moved faster than her mind, accepting the sandalwood box from Xie Chen's grasp. Xie Chen, who had braced himself for another rejection, stared at his now empty hand. After a moment of stunned silence, the light in his eyes shone brighter than the moon above as he gazed at Shěn Lí, a radiant smile blooming across his handsome face. Had his soldiers witnessed his utterly besotted demeanor, they would have been shocked into doubting whether their notoriously ruthless prince had been swapped with someone else entirely. Realizing she had actually accepted the box, Shěn Lí nearly hurled it away. Inwardly, she wept with exasperation. Who could possibly refuse the pleading eyes of a big, devoted dog? But she truly couldn't. To prevent Xie Chen from lingering and pressing further questions, she said with a cool, detached expression, "Your Highness, since you insist on bringing gifts each visit, and my refusal only brings you back again, I have accepted your offering. If you have no other matters, please take your leave." Her cold and ruthless demeanor was akin to a heartless scoundrel discarding a lover utterly callous. Xie Chen, however, was not disheartened. After countless attempts, his gift had finally found its way into Shěn Lí's hands, filling him with pure, unadulterated joy. But hearing her question, he looked at the box in her hands and asked cheerfully, "I do have something. I wish to ask. Are you pleased that the Gu family has fallen into ruin?" Shěn Lí was still pondering how to handle the box when his words caught her off guard. She paused, recalling that Xie Chen had indeed played a part in the recent troubles of the Gu family. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I am no longer connected to the Gu family. Naturally, their misfortune brings me some satisfaction. But your Highness, there is one thing I do not understand. Would you be willing to clarify it for me?" Xie Chen was already overjoyed by her admission of happiness. His mood soared further at her extended conversation. He said, "Ask whatever you wish. I promise to answer with complete honesty and without reservation." Since he offered, Shěn Lí proceeded, "Your Highness, you grew up in the palace and later on the battlefield. Surely you have encountered all kinds of women. You know I am a divorced woman living back at home. The Yongyi Marquis household has cast me out, and I have no prestigious family back. The palace is full of beauties and my looks are hardly considered top tier. So why, Your Highness, do you show me such persistent favor?" Shěn Lí looked at him with a strange expression. Could it be because the unattainable seems most desirable? Other women are within easy reach for you, but I alone have refused you each time, and that is why you've set your sights on me. Xie Chen quickly defended his sincerity. "It's not because you rejected me. My feelings for you began long before. That is precisely why I kept coming back. I cannot explain why I am drawn to you, but from the moment I saw you punish that arrogant scion of the Lí family, I decided you were to be my only wife in this life." His words were earnest and solemn, but Shěn Lí's expression twisted with bewilderment. She looked at him as if he were a peculiar creature. "Your Highness, if I understand correctly, at that time you had no idea I was about to seek a divorce, did you?" Could it be that he harbored some unusual inclinations? Sensing his honor being questioned, Xie Chen quickly interjected, "I simply felt joy upon seeing you. There is no other reason." His voice turned plaintive. "I cannot control my own heart. It chose to adore you, and I have no say in the matter." He was doing it again, displaying that wounded puppy dog expression. Shěn Lí wished he would stop making that face. It struck a chord deep within her, a weakness she found increasingly difficult. She sighed in resignation. "But Your Highness, the royal court is a dangerous place. I have only just finalized my divorce and have no intention of remarrying anytime soon. Even if I did, it's unlikely the royal family would accept a woman with my marital history. So Your Highness, please stop lurking on my rooftop at odd hours. It does no good for your reputation." She did not mention her own reputation, for it had been irreparably tarnished the moment she divorced. She believed that as a prince, Xie Chen should be mindful of his own standing. Xie Chen, however, remained unconcerned. "What reputation do I have to lose? I have no aspirations for the throne, so my reputation matters little to me. Your status does not bother me. It's simply that you hadn't met me sooner. If you had, you would never have ended up divorced. This is not your fault. If anyone dares to look down on you for your past, I will petition the emperor for an imperial edict of marriage. And if anyone dares to mock you for it, I will personally teach them a lesson." Xie Chen said with profound sincerity, "All I want is to be with you. I have thought of nothing else. If these worries plague you, I will pave every road ahead to ease your path. You need only trust me and marry me." His eyes sparkled with hope, for Shěn Lí's attitude had softened, and she had spoken to him at length. He did not interpret her words as rejection, but rather as her consideration for their future together. Indeed, the mind of a madman works in mysterious ways. Shěn Lí was utterly baffled by his thoughts. While he made his grand declarations, she was already plotting her next refusal. After much deliberation, she realized that if Xie Chen truly sought an imperial edict, she would have no choice but to comply, a prospect she found deeply unappealing. After a moment, she asked, "Your Highness, are you aware that a bride is traditionally adorned in a phoenix coronet and embroidered gown on her wedding day?" Believing she was accepting his proposal, Xie Chen's face lit up with elation. He looked at her and said, "Of course I know. If you marry me, I promise you will have the finest attire imaginable." Shěn Lí shook her head. That part matters little. However, I have heard that a bride must embroider her own wedding veil to ensure a harmonious and peaceful union with her husband for 100 years. Unfortunately, I never mastered the needle and thread as a child. I cannot possibly embroider a veil. So if you truly wish to marry me, why not embroider one yourself? This request was highly audacious, even improper for the era. A man entering the kitchen would be ridiculed, let alone taking up. Given that Shěn was a prince, Shěn Lí had braced herself for him to storm off in anger, or perhaps even challenge her to a duel. The one thing she had not anticipated was his agreement. After all, as a prince, he had countless ways to coerce her into submission. There was no need for such a humble concession. Yet Shěn, upon hearing her words, perceived them as a test from Shěn Lí. He was a prince after all. What weapons of war from blades to halberds had he not laid eyes upon? How could he fear a mere embroidery needle? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, his eyes gleaming as he fixed them upon Shěn Lí. Then it settled. Once I embroider the bridal veil, you shall marry me. Overwhelmed with joy yet unwilling to display his elation too openly before her, he bade her a quick farewell and departed from her rooftop. Watching him leave with such unbridled happiness, Shěn Lí found it hard to believe he was truly heading home to embroider a veil. One might have thought he was off to claim his bride. Shěn Lí couldn't quite decipher her own emotions. After all, Gu Yunza had shoved her to the ground for the widow of a fallen comrade, leaving her to die without a second thought. Yet here was Shěn willing to undertake a task no man of his station would ever consider, all for the chance to marry her. How could two men be so profoundly different? Unable to unravel these thoughts, she cast them aside. Taking the luminous pearl, she returned to her room. She waited a while longer, wary of Shěn making a surprise return, before finally changing into her night attire and slipping out. Back at his residence, Shěn found sleep utterly elusive. He roused Wang Du and insisted on a sparring session to pass the time. Even after Wang Du was utterly exhausted, his excitement remained undiminished. Wang Du, drained and weary, watched the pacing prince and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, has an enemy invaded our borders?" He could think of no other reason for being dragged out of bed to practice martial arts at such an hour. Shěn looked at him and said, "An enemy invasion. No, your princess consort has agreed to marry me." Wang Du stared at him in astonishment, his foggy mind suddenly sharpening. "Your Highness, what did you say?" His eyes widened in shock. Shěn happily shared his joy. "It happened tonight. Your princess consort has consented to be my wife. But there's a matter I need you to attend to immediately." He then remembered the task of embroidering the veil, and instructed Wang Du, "Go and find me the finest embroidery mistress, one who can teach me within a single day. If she could manage it in just an hour, that would be ideal. I fear if it takes too long, your princess consort might change her mind." Wang Du was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. An embroidery mistress. A princess consort. Had he not woken up? He discreetly pinched his own thigh, then stared at Shěn with a bewildered expression. "Your Highness, this subordinate believes he may—" This was the first time he had ever doubted a command from Shěn. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have dared. His sheer shock, however, had emboldened him. Fortunately, Shěn was in high spirits and saw no issue with the query. Hearing Wang dust out, he kindly repeated himself, "You must hurry. Don't keep your princess consort waiting. After all, this is my first time embroidering a veil, and I expect it will take some time to learn." He harbored no doubt about his ability to master the skill. What was so difficult about it? He had learned swordsmanship with ease, surely embroidery posed no greater challenge. He was convinced that he would soon be wed to Shěn Lí, and he was completely immersed in the joy of the prospect. Wang Du, observing from the sidelines, felt utterly numb, his mind screaming in silent frenzy. "Oh, your Highness, wake up. You are a prince, not an embroiderer. You don't know how to sew. You have no idea how terrifying that—" "Your Highness, stop dreaming. The young lady asking you to embroider is a polite way of rejecting you. Don't be a lone flame warming a cold stove. There are countless noble ladies in this world. Can't we choose a better one? Why must you insist on running headfirst into a wall?" Wang Du didn't blame Shěn Lí for her divorce. He understood that women often faced great hardship. When both her natal family and her husband's family had abandoned her, she hadn't wallowed in self-pity, but had stood on her own 2 feet. That was commendable. But loyalty favored his master. Wang Du felt that his prince, even with his wild temperament, deserved a better match. Unfortunately, Shěn paid no heed to his internal dilemma, urging him on. "What are you still standing there for? Go now." Shěn was keeping Wang Du from his sleep, and Wang Du, though utterly exhausted, dared not advise him against his eager pursuit. He sighed inwardly. He resolved to let the prince run headfirst into that wall. Only then would he learn his lesson. For now he wouldn't challenge his master's move. Shěn Lí made a trip to the Marquis of Jingxiang's residence, and stripped it of all its gold, silver, and treasures. She didn't even spare the kitchen. Passing by Gu Qingshi's courtyard, she noticed several chests. Opening them, she found them filled with ornate jewelry and hairpieces dazzling in their splendor. She didn't know the Marquis' plans, but she knew Gu Qingxue was of age and likely to be married soon. These items were probably part of her dowry. It was common knowledge that a noble daughter's dowry was accumulated from childhood, with additions like fine fabrics only added closer. These items represented a significant fortune. Shěn Lí took them without a hint of guilt. Whether or not it was Gu Qingshu's dowry, given how she had constantly provoked her, Shěn Lí was determined to make her miserable. This was merely collecting interest. She didn't stop at the Marquis estate. She used her space to pilfer even the private savings he Minjing had stashed away, ensuring no one was left out. After finishing all this, she returned to her house to sleep, for she had emptied the household she wanted to empty, and there was nothing left to worry about. This sleep was especially sound. The people of the Jinxiang Marquis slept particularly soundly, due to Shěn Lí's use of the sleeping drug. However, by the next morning they were not as calm. The sharp tragic screams from the servants' room pierced through the clouds, waking the normally deep-sleeping madam of the Jinxiang Marquisate, who groggily rubbed her forehead, and complained, "Who is so unruly?" Since the Marquis usually slept in the small concubine's quarters, the maidens on duty were all night watch girls. Hearing her voice, the night watch girl Hongxia hurried over to lift the curtain. At this time the sky outside was no longer so dark, and with the light from outside, she saw Madame Jinxiang lying on the ground, her expression stunned. Madame you. Madame Jinxiang had not yet realized her situation. Rubbing her forehead, she complained, "Why is my head so heavy? And why is this bed so hard? Remember to add 2 more mattresses tonight, otherwise my back will be sore." While she was speaking, Hongxia kept searching for a candle. When she finally couldn't find one, she could only bring a fire stick over. Upon seeing that Madame Jinxiang was indeed sleeping on the ground, her voice trembled. Madame you. She cautiously approached to help her up, her eyes filled with fear. "Madam, please get up. How did you end up sleeping on the ground?" Hearing the maid's words, Madame Jinxiang was taken aback. She looked down and indeed saw herself lying on the ground in her undergarments. No wonder her back felt so sore. She was somewhat slow to react, and while helping herself up with the maid's hand, she said, "How did I end up on the ground? How could you let me sleep like this? I slept on the ground, and no one cared. Where's my bed? Where did my bed go?" As she spoke, she went to check on her bed, thinking that perhaps she had rolled off during the night, scolding the maid, while also looking at her bed, but the spot where the bed used to be was completely empty. Her heart sank, and she suddenly recalled the news she had heard about the robbery at the Baowu Duke's and Yongyi Earl's residences. She instinctively raised her eyes to look at the nearby items, only to find her rosewood-carved bed missing. The nearby Wangwali dressing table was also gone. She felt as if the world had gone dark before her eyes. No need for anyone to support her, she hurried over to where the dressing table had been and saw that indeed everything was gone. She suddenly felt a rush of blood to her head. She had stored many jewels in there. "Quickly call someone to check if anything is missing from the storeroom." Madame Jinxiang felt faint, but she also knew that if she fainted now, many things would become troublesome, like reporting to the authorities would have to be postponed. She couldn't let that happen. Hongxia trembled with the fire stick in her hand, glanced at her own undergarments, and then looked at the empty room. She stammered, "Madam, I have no clothes to wear." Madame Jinxiang couldn't help but say, "Go to the wardrobe and take my clothes to wear." After saying this, she saw the fear on Hongxia's face, and her heart sank again. She turned to look at the place where her wardrobe was supposed to be, but it was completely empty. She nearly passed out again. Holding her chest, she felt even more pessimistic about the situation in the storeroom. With a trembling voice, she said, "Go. Just go and quickly check if anything has happened in the storeroom." Hongxia, aware of the thefts in several other residences, naturally did not hesitate any longer. She gritted her teeth, and as soon as she left the room, fell into a brief darkness in which only the rapid heartbeat of Madame Jinxiang could be heard. Soon another voice came in, that of her trusted wet nurse, who urgently exclaimed, Madam, it's bad. We've been robbed at home." She ran in while speaking, holding a fire stick. Upon entering, she could see the empty room. There was nothing left, not even the tables and chairs, and all the paintings on the walls were gone. The trusted wet nurse's heart skipped a beat as she entered the inner room and walked toward the bed. When she saw that the spot where the bed was supposed to be was empty, she momentarily felt confused. Could it be that she remembered incorrectly? Was there never a bed here? As she was lost in thought, she heard Madame Jinxiang's voice from nearby. "What is happening outside?" Even though she had her suspicions by now, Madame Jinxiang was still unwilling to think too much. She only hoped that things were better than her fears, and that it wouldn't escalate into the worst situation. However, her fantasies would eventually be shattered. The trusted wet nurse using the fire stick saw that Madame Jinxiang seemed to have aged significantly in appearance. Her heart raced. However, she still had to respond. She was also wearing an undergarment, and when she lowered her head, she felt her back had already started to bend slightly. In response to Madame Jinxiang, she said, "Madam, I just came from the room. Everything in the house has been emptied out. There is nothing left, not even the flowers and plants in the courtyard." When she said this, the trusted wet nurse felt incredibly depressed and sad. Everything she had accumulated over half her life was. She hoped that Madame Jinxiang could stand up quickly and report to the authorities so that they could hopefully recover her belongings. Hearing her words, Madame Jinxiang felt a darkness before her eyes. If she hadn't been holding onto the wall tightly, she surely would have collapsed on the ground. Seeing her like this, the trusted wet nurse hurriedly came over to support her, anxiously asking, "Madam, are you all right?" "How could I be all right?" Madame Jinxiang's heart ached. If it weren't for the need for her to manage the situation, she would have fainted by. "Quickly call the master over." Such a big incident has happened at home, and he is still able to sleep. Thinking of the Jinxiang Marquis lying in the small concubine's quarters, Madame Jinxiang felt an intense frustration. An incident had occurred at home, yet he still had the nerve to sleep. The trusted wet nurse also knew that Madame Jinxiang was angry, so she hurried out to have a maid go to the concubine's room to call for someone. Before the maid could get there, the Marquis had already been awakened by the morning chill. Waking up and seeing the small concubine's room empty, his heart sank. He felt as though struck by lightning. Ignoring the small concubine's cries, he hurried over to Madame Jinxiang's side. Although he usually favored the small concubine, he knew that in times of trouble, he should discuss matters with Madame Jinxiang. Moreover, since the small concubine's room had been robbed, he was hoping that nothing had happened in Madame Jinxiang's room. However, his hopes were dashed when he saw the uneven ground in Madame Jinxiang's courtyard. He looked at the scene before him, grateful that he hadn't lost consciousness. My lord, everything in our home is gone, we have nothing left. Upon seeing the Marquis enter, Madame Jinxiang rushed over, tearfully lamenting. The person who just went to check the storeroom said that everything there is also gone. Can you believe these heartless thieves have targeted our home? My lord, we cannot let this matter rest. We must send someone to the authorities at once, and have them apprehend the thieves, and return our belongings. Marquis Jinxiang's mind was already in turmoil. Hearing his wife's weeping only vexed him further, and he said crossly, enough, stop crying. What good will weeping do? The Marchioness of Jinxiang did not wish to cry either, but her heart ached unbearably. Wiping her tears with her hand, she felt she had never been so humiliated in her life. Her grievance spilled forth. My lord, I do not wish to cry, but what else can I do? Our household's possessions were already divided up by Shěn Lí, and now thieves have stolen what remained. How are we to go on living? Marquis Jinxiang felt a weight pressing on his chest as well. Even if you weep, it will avail nothing. Have you forgotten what happened to the Yongyi Earl's household and the Baowu Duke's household? Did they not report the thefts to the authorities? Of course they did. But what good did it do? To this very day the culprits remain undiscovered. As I see it, the hope of recovering our possessions is slim. I only wonder whether Zayre's belongings in his chambers have also been stolen. The Marquis still harbored a faint naive hope regarding the thieves. His words jolted the Marchioness, and a start of alarm shot through her heart. She looked at him urgently and said, My lord, yesterday I had Schwer's dowry moved to her courtyard. I wonder if those things are still there. The Marquis was taken aback and was about to rebuke her, but then he thought of their current circumstances. No matter where the items were stored, they would likely be gone. Thus there was no point in scolding his wife. He let out a sigh and said, We can only send someone to check. But before they could even go and look, a maid dressed only in her undergarments came running from Gu Qingsh's quarters. She knelt down at the entrance and wept. My lord, my lady, thieves have ransacked the young Miss chambers. Nothing is left. Not only had the maid's own belongings vanished, but the items she had been tasked to watch over were also gone. She feared she would be beaten to death by the young miss. Thus her weeping was especially heart-wrenching. Her words extinguished the last glimmer of hope in the Marquis and Marchioness of Jinxiang. If even Gu Qingsh's dowry was gone, how could anything of Gu Yunzi's possibly remain? Indeed, nothing remained in Gu Yunzi's chambers. Moreover, while others had at least an undergarment to preserve their modesty, Shěn Lí deemed that a man shameless enough to do what he did needed no such covering. His undergarments had been taken away entirely, and his trousers were tossed at the front gate piled together with Minjing's shorts, ensuring that anyone passing by would immediately glimpse the affair within. So when he rose, though fury burned within him, he could not very well go directly to the Marquis. Finally worried about the state of the household, he hastily summoned his page and demanded the boy's outer garment. But although Gu Yunzi was shameless, he was indeed taller and broader than an ordinary page. Wearing the boy's clothes, he risked bursting the seams at any moment. Thus every step he took was a struggle. When he finally reached the main hall and witnessed the scene in the Marchioness courtyard, he closed his eyes. He already knew exactly what had befallen the household. After all, the capital had already seen 2 such incidents before. This time, it was merely their family's misfortune to have drawn the thieves' attention. Seeing him enter, the Marchioness hurried over and asked, Zayre, what of your chambers? Have your belongings been stolen? Even as she asked, the Marchioness had already guessed the answer upon seeing the clothes Gu Yunzi wore. Sure enough, Gu Yunzi replied with a grim face, Not a single thing remains in my chambers. Even the clothes on my back are gone. What I'm wearing now belongs to my page. The Marchioness had been too frantic to notice earlier, but now she saw how tightly the garments strained against his frame and was utterly horrified. How could your clothes be taken? Who could possibly strip you while you slept? You are a military man. Did you not sense a thing? Gu Yunzi's face darkened even further. He himself did not know why he had failed to notice. Normally, even the slightest approach would rouse him, yet last night, he had slept like the dead, a fact he found utterly baffling. Mother, let us set that aside for now. What is the current state of the household? Are my sister's things gone as well? Has anyone been sent to check the storeroom? The Marchioness' face was ashen. Even in her undergarments, she felt the chill of the summer morning. We've checked everything. Your sister's quarters are in the same state as yours. The storeroom has been swept bare. Not even a single grain of rice was left in the kitchen. She gnashed her teeth in fury. Who could be behind this? Robbing so many households in succession. Does the culprit not fear being caught and beheaded? The Marchioness was beside herself with rage. Earlier when she had heard that the Yoni Earl's household had been robbed, she had felt a certain satisfaction. Now that it had happened to her own family, all she felt was anguish and fury. Thinking of the Yoni Earl's household brought to mind the scene of the Yoni Marchioness coming to make a scene at Shěn Lí's door. Connecting this to her own family's misfortune, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. She looked at the Marquis and said, "My lord, do you think Shěn Lí could be behind this?" Her speculation left Gu Yunza momentarily stunned. The Marquis furrowed his brow and said after a moment's thought, "Impossible. How would Shěn have such capability? Our household holds no small amount of possessions. It's not as if only some silver notes were taken. You yourself said the storeroom has been emptied. Not even a single person, let alone her alone, could have moved all our furniture and belongings out in a single night without waking a soul." The Marchioness' heart ached. Though she knew the Marquis spoke the truth, she still refused to give up. But this is too much of a coincidence. Of all the households that were robbed, 3 are connected to Shěn Lí. And why did the thieves not strike earlier? Why wait until after Shěn Lí's divorce to do so? I refuse to believe there is no connection. Madame Jinxiang was feeling extremely aggrieved, unable to contain it any longer. She desperately needed an outlet for her anger. Even if it wasn't Shěn Lí's fault, she wanted to pin everything on her now. Marquis Jinxiang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's discuss these matters later. Quickly send someone to the estate and have them deliver some supplies in advance. Otherwise we can't get through this day." He added, "Also send the steward to the yamen to inform them. Regardless, these people must take charge of these matters." Gu Yunza was also suspicious of Shěn Lí now, but he also knew that no matter how capable Shěn Lí was, she couldn't have moved all the household items away at once. Besides, they had already given her so many things. Why would she risk stealing from their home? Gu Yunza's thoughts churned, but for now he could only follow the Marquis of Jinxiang's arrangements. The news that the Gu family's belongings had been stolen spread quickly, and along with it the scandalous affairs of the Gu family. Previously, the rumor that Gu Yunza had slept with the widow of his comrade-in-arms was mere speculation, but now it was almost confirmed. The reason was that someone had seen 2 intertwined underpants in front of the Gu family's main gate today. Normally that person would not have dared to come and check, but due to the day's events the Gu family's gatekeeper was too embarrassed to come out, allowing the passers-by to see everything. One person discovering the underpants was not a big deal, but soon another person came over and the 2 started talking. "Hey, look at that, aren't those 2 pairs of pants?" One said, "They are pants." "Hey, why would a wealthy family throw pants out in front of their gate? Looking at the color they don't seem like outer." The other replied, "I wonder who was so wicked to throw underpants here." The first speaker looked around and saw that no one from the Marquis residence had come out to check, so he moved closer. After carefully examining the 2 underpants, he beckoned the other person over and said, "Hey, come and see. Aren't these a man's and a woman's underpants?" The person was initially a bit scared, but seeing that the usually heavily guarded mansion gate was now deserted, she approached with confidence. After a look, she exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, it really is. But I wonder whose pants these are." People with full bellies have boundless imagination. The first speaker revealed a lewd smile, glanced at the plaque of the Marquis of Jinxiang's residence, and said, "Who else do you think? Haven't you heard the rumors spreading outside? They say the heir of the Marquis of Jinxiang brought back a widow of his comrade-in-arms. Now that widow is already pregnant, and the child is the heir's." The other replied, "I see these 2 underpants, though they are underwear, the fabric is not something we commoners can afford. Naturally, they belong to a wealthy household." The first speaker said, "Indeed, the young masters of rich families know how to have fun. They can't even keep their bedroom affairs in their own rooms, and instead let us see them." He continued, "Who would throw underpants outside while doing such things, and even right in front of their own gate? It's as if they are afraid we won't know how wild they are." The person who had followed initially thought it couldn't be true, but after hearing this analysis, he actually felt it was very likely. He was at a loss for words. Soon more people gathered, and the 2 spread the story. Thus, while the Marquis of Jinxiang's residence was still dealing with internal matters, the scandalous news about the household had already spread far and wide again. He Minjing felt something was wrong as soon as she woke up. When she saw the scene before her, she was stunned. She quickly called for someone. Tao Hua, help me dress." Although she had lived in a village before, after coming to the Marquis residence, she had initially been able to show her simplicity. But as Gu Yunza became increasingly good to her, she grew more and more dependent on being served. She believed that only in this way could she quickly adapt to the lifestyle of a noble lady, so that when she eventually became the mistress of the Marquis of Jinxiang's residence, she would not be ridiculed. Due to the sleeping drug, Tao Hua was still a bit dazed. When she heard He Minjing calling her, she responded, "Your servant is coming." Then she ran in wearing only her undergarments. At that moment she hadn't yet realized what had happened, but when she saw He Minjing lying on the floor, she was terrified and covered her mouth, screaming, "Ah! You wretched girl, what are you doing?" He Minjing scolded. He Minjing was still dazed, and Tao Hua's scream startled her into a jolt. She couldn't help but turn and scold her. Tao Hua's dazed mind finally cleared a bit. She looked around the room's furnishings. The Wangwali carved bed that Gu Yunza had given to He Minjing was gone, and naturally the plain white inkwash painting bed curtain that He Minjing had tearfully demanded from Gu Yunza's storeroom when she was competing with Shěn Lí was also missing. Additionally, the beauty-shouldered vase and the root kiln cups and saucers in the room were all gone. Tao Hua's head buzzed. She quickly knelt and crawled to He Minjing's side, saying with a terrified expression, "Madam He, please look. The things in the room. They're all gone. Everything is missing." He Minjing hadn't yet noticed anything wrong. She scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Quickly bring me clothes to wear. Do you expect me to go out like this today?" Upon hearing this, Tao Hua quickly got up to find some clothes for He Minjing to wear while she heard He Minjing mutter, "I didn't take off my clothes to sleep last night." As Tao Hua listened, she saw that the place where the wardrobe had been was now empty. She was extremely shocked. Turning to look at He Minjing sitting on the floor, she said with a pallid face, "Madam He, the clothes. The clothes are gone." He Minjing was still a bit unclear about what she meant, but then she noticed that the spot where she was sitting felt a bit cold. Only then did she sense something was wrong. She looked up toward the wardrobe area and saw only bare walls. Her vision went dark. She quickly stood up from the ground, without even wearing a single piece of clothing, and ran over barefoot. "What's going on? What's happening? What is this? Where are the things? Where is my wardrobe? Where are my clothes? Where is my 8 treasure vase? And where is my bundle?" He Minjing frantically searched for her bundle. It must be noted that her bundle contained the silver that Gu Yunza had given her earlier. Since she lived in the residence, and everything was provided by the Marquis household, she had no need to spend money. Those were her means of survival. Even if she entered the Marquis household in the future, she would need to bribe the servants. Therefore their loss pained her deeply. Looking around at the empty room, she realized she didn't even have a single piece of clothing on her. She couldn't help but weep. Quick, summon the general. We've been robbed. Everything in the house has been stolen." Hearing this, Tao Hua couldn't help but glance at her naked form. Even as He Minjing's maidservant, she found her mistress' behavior utterly disgraceful. Usually she would scheme with Bai He over the young lord, but at least she maintained some pretense of decency. What was this now? Not even wearing a single piece of clothing, yet she wanted to summon the young lord. Was she truly unafraid of the rumors that would spread? While the household was already rife with scandal, one more couldn't hurt. Just as Tao Hua hesitated over whether to fetch Gu Yunza, Zhang Wanmei and Zhang Wenbiao rushed in crying, Mother, our things are gone." The siblings had never bothered to announce themselves, and in their panic they didn't think to do so now. They burst straight in. Hearing their voices, He Minjing looked down at herself and shrieked in terror, "Don't come in." She desperately looked for something to cover herself, but the room had been stripped bare. Finding nothing, she could only watch as her children rushed in. Her eyes met hers, and the air grew thick with silence. Tao Hua quickly lowered her gaze, wishing she could disappear into the background. A piercing scream tore from He Minjing as she clutched her chest and fled back into the inner chamber. The two siblings stood frozen, momentarily forgetting why they had come. While the household of the Marquis of Jinxiang became the talk of the town, Shěn Lí received an invitation from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. It was sent by the old Madame Duke, Su Yao's grandmother. The old madam had always been kind to Shěn Lí, and Shěn Lí felt she should pay her a visit, especially since she had extended a formal invitation. The old madam had even sent her granddaughter Su Yao to escort her, so Shěn Lí saw no reason to decline. Inside the carriage, Su Yao chatted cheerfully with Shěn Lí. "That idea you shared with me before was quite effective." Shěn Lí looked puzzled. She had recently acquired a great deal of information and hadn't yet recalled everything. Su Yao smiled, pressing her lips together. "It's about what you told me regarding my mother-in-law. I found your advice sound, so I told my mother. She subsequently invited my mother-in-law over for a talk. Though my mother-in-law didn't look pleased afterward, she has since dropped the idea of bringing her niece in as a concubine for my husband." Shěn Lí then remembered. Seeing the joy on Su Yao's face, she knew her friend's days had been good. She felt genuinely happy for her. "I was worried you'd keep brooding over this without taking action. See, with your mother stepping in, things are much better. As a daughter-in-law, you are in a vulnerable position. You can't confront your mother-in-law directly. If you care about the rumors, you'd only end up suffering more." Su Yao's heart warmed at Shěn Lí's words. She took Shěn Lí's hand earnestly. "Don't worry, I've seen the light now. I won't be so foolish anymore. Before I had no choice. I was with my husband at his post so far from home. Even if something happened, I couldn't tell my family. Over time, I got used to bearing everything silently. Now that you've spoken to me and my mother has stood up to my mother-in-law for my sake, I know I have a family to rely on. I won't carry all the burdens alone anymore." Seeing that she had come to terms with it, Shěn Lí gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "I'm glad you understand. You're not like me. Your family has always treated you well. If you share your troubles with them, they'll naturally help you." Su Yao added, "Ali, you know my grandmother. She has only ever been good to you. Even if your own family treats you poorly, you can always come to me. If I can't handle something, my grandmother is there. We won't let anyone bully us out in the world." Although Shěn Lí knew the old Madame Duke was kind to her, she also knew that some matters were beyond the old lattice reach, since Shěn Lí wasn't her biological granddaughter. She merely smiled in response. The Su family of the Duke of Zhengguo was a large clan, but the old madam was pragmatic. Whether they divided the inheritance or not, they were all her children and grandchildren. So she had them split the family early on, allowing her descendants to visit her often while minimizing internal strife. The entire clan flourished, presenting a picture of harmony and prosperity. Upon their arrival, Su Yao and Shěn Lí first paid their respects to the Duchess of Jinghua, Su Yao's mother. She was a plump, amiable woman. Unlike many outsiders, her gaze held no disdain for a woman who had returned home after a divorce. Instead, her eyes were full of gratitude. She held Shěn Lí's hand and said, "My dear child, you've suffered. Don't take the harsh words of others to heart. It's that young lord of the Jinxiang Marquis who was unworthy of you. Your good days are ahead. Let those blind fools wallow in their regret." Shěn Lí had met the Duchess a couple of times before. While she had always been cordial, she had never been this affectionate. Before she could wonder at the change, the Duchess continued, "My dear child, thanks to your advice to Yao. Otherwise I wouldn't have known her mother-in-law was plotting such things. She was suffering alone, and I thought she was living comfortably there. That Shui family is truly ungrateful. They rose to prominence thanks to our Su family, and before they've even secured their position, they're scheming to make my daughter miserable." The Duchess still seemed quite angry, a lingering fury in her voice even now. It made one wonder if she had been this livid when she confronted Su Yao's mother-in-law. Shěn Lí smiled. "It was nothing. A Yao is my dear friend. I may not be able to do much for her, but I can at least offer some words of caution." The Duchess held her hand gratefully. "My dear child, don't say that." Offering her that advice, preventing her from suffering in silence. That is a great help to her, and to me. Seeing they were about to continue, Su Yao, though knowing her mother meant well, felt a bit embarrassed. She stepped forward and said, "Mother, I've admitted my mistake. They'll tell you everything from now on, so please stop. Ali is grandmother's guest today, and you're keeping her here. Grandmother is still waiting." Reminded by his words, the Duchess of Jinghua checked the time and exclaimed in mock reproach, casting a glance at Su Yao. "You child, why didn't you remind me earlier?" Then turning to Shěn Lí with a warm tone, she added, "Since the old lady is waiting, you should go along with Yao. If you wish for anything to eat at noon, just tell Yao. Treat this place as your own home and don't stand on ceremony." Regardless of whether the Duchess' words were sincere, Shěn Lí smiled and agreed. After taking her leave from the Duchess, Su Yao led Shěn Lí to the Qian Hall, where the old madam of the Jinghua household resided. As the senior maids outside Qian Hall spotted Su Yao and Shěn Lí approaching, they beamed and said, "The young mistress and Miss Shun have finally arrived. The old madam has been talking about you for ages. If you had delayed any longer, she might have come to fetch you herself." With that, two maids stepped forward to greet them, while two others hurried inside to announce, "Report to the old madam, the young mistress and Miss Shun have arrived." The old madam of Jinghua, a kindly-faced elderly lady, beamed with joy upon hearing the news. "Quick, let them in. I wonder where they've been playing about. They've kept this old woman waiting so long." Just as she spoke, Su Yao and Shěn Lí entered. Hearing this, Su Yao laughed. "Oh my, has the old madam been missing us so much? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have come back sooner. But no, you insisted I go fetch Ollie. Now we're both late, and we've put you to the trouble of waiting for us." Teasing as she entered, Su Yao's playful manner brought a smile to the old madam's face. "You sly girl, always so sharp-tongued. If not for bringing Liar here, I wouldn't have wanted you to come back at all, sparing myself from your biting wit, which even spares me not." Gesturing for Shěn Lí to approach, she said, "Liar, come here, let me see if you've lost weight." Shěn Lí smiled, stepped forward to pay her respects, then took the old madam's hand and asked, "How is the old madam's health?" The old madam of Jinghua held her hand and smiled, "Fine, just fine. Come sit beside me. Let Yao sit below. She dares to mock even me." She cast a playful sideways glance at Su Yao, who laughed and took a seat below. "Well, I see it now. No wonder the old madam sent me to fetch Ollie. She wanted Ollie here so she could cast aside her own granddaughter." After some cheerful banter between grandmother and granddaughter, the old madam of Jinghua suddenly took Shěn Lí's hand and said, "Child, you've suffered." Shěn Lí knew she was referring to her divorce and smiled in response. "Old madam, I don't consider it suffering. To have left a family devoid of human decency, I only feel fortunate." Seeing that the look in Shěn Lí's eyes held no pretense and her joy seemed genuine, the old madam asked, "So the rumors spreading outside are true then? Has the heir of the Marquis of Jinxiang truly gotten the widow he brought back with child? Were they truly improper in their relation?" Shěn Lí smiled and said, "Old madam, this matter has spread throughout the city. If there were no truth to it, how could such rumors? If you don't believe it, should the Marquis household allow the child to be born, you'll hear the babe's cries within a few months." The old madam of Jinghua frowned deeply. "I used to think that family was decent. That goof fellow, having returned from the army, seemed better than the one from the Baohua household. But as it turns out, both are worthless. The poor child has been dragged down by them." Her face was full of pity. Compared to the Duchess, the old madam's concern for Shěn Lí was far more genuine. Seeing how the elderly lady worried for her despite her age, Shěn Lí felt grateful. "Old madam, none of this is my fault. I won't punish myself for the sins of others. Though this affair has tarnished my reputation, I've come to accept it. To cut my losses in time is already my fortune. As for the rest, I ask for nothing more." Though she spoke of not asking for more, she had already stripped everything of value from those who had wronged her. After all, she couldn't let them have it, but there was no need to say all this to the old madam, lest it frighten her. Hearing Shěn Lí's words, the old madam of Jinghua broke into a kind smile, patting her hand. Good child, that's the right way to think. Don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. That's how one lives with an open heart and an easier mind. You're a good child. Just wait. The Gu family may look down on you now, but the day of their regret is coming. Even an old woman like me staying home has heard the talk outside. They're still living in a dream. Child, your blessings are yet to come. Come visit me often from now on. And bring Yaoer back with you to play cards with me. Since she married, she seems to have forgotten she has an old grandmother at home. The old madam glanced sideways at Su Yao, who was busy eating fruit at the table. Startled at being called out, Su Yao laughed. Oh, my dear old madam, what are you saying? As if I never came back. You can't just make up stories about me now that Ollie is here. It's not that I didn't come back before. You know very well, old madam, that I was away at my husband's post. I couldn't return even if I'd known you'd miss me, so you should have stopped me from going. Then we could have seen each other every day. Su Yao, always one to amuse the old madam, kept up her cheerful banter until the old lady was laughing heartily, pointing at her. You little monkey. So in the end it's all my fault. Even so, Su Yao's cheeks couldn't help but flush with warmth. She stepped forward, clinging to the old madam of the Duke of Zhengguo's arm in a playful pout. Grandmother, you're teasing me now. I won't stand for it. The old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua chuckled. You mischievous little monkey, if you didn't tease this old woman so much, would I dare say a word about you? You refuse to believe you're just like that Sun Wukong, but I see you two as one and the same. You start the teasing, and the moment I say one thing back you can't handle it. Are you about to wreak havoc in heaven? Su Yao huffed, glaring at the old madam before turning to reach for Shěn Lí. Illy, let's go. Grandmother doesn't welcome us, so we should take our leave. We can't stay here and be an eyesore to her. Shěn Lí deftly dodged Su Yao's outstretched hand, smiling. I fail to see why you think the old madam doesn't like me. I actually think she's quite fond of me. If you want to leave, go ahead. He'll stay here and have lunch with her. Hearing this, the old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua immediately pulled Shěn Lí into a warm embrace, laughing as she looked at Su Yao. All right, you little monkey, off you go. Today Liar will dine with me. Su Yao looked from one to the other, then plopped herself down, turning away with a roguish air. And why on earth should I be the one to leave? I'm not going anywhere. Since you're having a meal, you'll have to set a place for me too. Otherwise, just you wait, you'll see a real wreaking havoc in heaven today. Her words sent the old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua into another fit of laughter. The Qian hall was filled with joy and merriment. With the matriarch in high spirits, even the serving maids felt lighter, knowing that a happy mistress meant more rewards and fewer scoldings. Su Xen returned from outside and, hearing the laughter from within, asked a maid in surprise, "Who's inside? Why is the old madam laughing so joyfully?" The maid replied cheerfully, "To answer the sixth young master, it's the married young lady who has returned, and the eldest Miss Shun has come with her. They're chatting with the old madam right now." Hearing this, Su Xen was momentarily stunned, then remembered who the eldest Miss Shun was. After a pause, he said, "I see. No need to announce that I was here." With that, he turned and left, heading instead towards the courtyard of the Duchess of Zhenghua. Shěn Lí and Su Yao dined with the old madam, and afterwards they gathered a maid to form a card game, entertaining the matriarch all afternoon. Only after supper did Shěn Lí and Su Yao finally take their leave. The old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua had enjoyed the day immensely and was reluctant to see them go. She held Shěn Lí's hand with a lingering fondness, saying, "You must come by more often when you have nothing else to do. I'd be worried about you returning alone. Why not just stay here for the night?" Seeing this, Su Yao quickly interjected, "Grandmother, don't you worry. I came with her, so of course you'll see her home. I promise to deliver her safely to her door, you can rest assured." The old madam glanced at her. "A woman like you escorting her home, and then making your way back. It'll be near curfew by. How could that be proper? I fear your mother-in-law would be displeased if she knew you were returning so late." She thought for a moment, and said, "Tell you what, you go on back yourself, and I'll have one of the estate's carriages take her home." Of course the person sent to escort her couldn't be of low status, lest it seem like the Duke of Zhengguo's household was looking down on their guests. Just then a tall, elegant figure entered. The old madam of the Duke of Zhengguo's eyes lit up, her face beaming with smiles as she waved him over. "Shiner, you're back. Perfect timing, come here." Su Xen, dressed in a sky-blue robe, exuded an air of refined nobility and gentlemanly grace. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the old madam. "Grandmother." The old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua held Shěn Lí's hand and said, "Since you're here, this is Ollie. She used to visit our home often. Do you remember her?" Su Xen naturally remembered. He turned and gave Shěn Lí a polite, equal bow, smiling warmly. "Of course I remember. Greetings, Sister Ollie." Shěn Lí quickly returned the gesture, also smiling. "Greetings, sixth brother." She knew Su Xen as well. He was only a bit older than her, and was Su Yao's brother, so she addressed him as Su Yao did. The old madam of the Duke of Zhenghua said, "It's getting late now. Yaoer has her own carriage to return in, but Liar lives alone, and I'm not comfortable having your sister escort her. Since you're here, you can take your Liar sister home on my behalf." Su Yao grumbled on the side, "Grandmother, you underestimate me. I'm perfectly capable of taking Ollie home." Su Xian, as if he hadn't heard her protest, respectfully inclined his head in agreement. Yes, grandmother. The old madam of the Duke of Jinghua was very pleased with her grandson's response. She patted Shěn Lí's hand and said, have your sixth brother take you home so I can rest easy. Well, it's getting late. Off you go. Shěn Lí felt she could have returned alone, but she hadn't come in her own carriage, and she couldn't very well let Su Yao escort her. She also knew that if she insisted on going by herself, the old madam wouldn't be at ease. So she had no choice but to accept the arrangement. After bidding farewell to the old madam, she said to Su Xian, then he'll trouble you, sixth brother. Su Xian made a gesture of invitation, and Shěn Lí walked out alongside Su Yao. Su Yao's carriage was already waiting at the second gate, while the Duke of Jinghua's carriage was still being prepared. Su Yao waited with them. Noticing the darkening sky, Shěn Lí said, all right, you should go on ahead. Your mother-in-law is probably just looking for an excuse to find fault with you these days. If you're not home soon, who knows what she'll say. Su Yao knew her mother-in-law was troublesome, but she was worried about Shěn Lí. But you're still here. How can I just leave? Shěn Lí couldn't help but burst into laughter. She looked at her and said, why can't you leave? Have you forgotten that your sixth brother is still here? Don't you trust him? Su Yao glanced at Su Xian standing behind Shěn Lí. The night was hazy with maids carrying lanterns here and there. In the dim yellowish glow, Shěn Lí wore a white jacket with red floral patterns over a plain white silk skirt. The intricate bun atop her head added an ethereal charm to her appearance. With her naturally beautiful features, she now looked even more like a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Behind her, Su Xian stood tall in a sky-blue robe, elegant and refined like a jade tree in the wind. As the night breeze swept by, the hems of their robes fluttered and intertwined. For some reason, Su Yao sensed a subtle hint of intimacy between them. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. As she hesitated, Su Xin's gentle voice broke the silence. Sister, you should head back first. He'll see her home. Don't worry. After I've escorted her, he'll come by and let you know. Although Su Xian spoke with warmth, Su Yao couldn't shake the feeling that there was a subtle hint of threat in his gaze. Su Yao was stunned. Who exactly was the sibling here? Was she truly the one being cast aside? Knowing that her mother-in-law was indeed difficult to deal with, Su Yao took Shěn Lí's hand and smiled sweetly at Su Xian. With sixth brother here, I'm at ease. Since that's the case, I'll entrust Ollie to you. Be sure to see her safely back to her residence. But I trust you completely, so no need to come and report to me. Just make sure she gets home safely. Su Xian gave a slight nod without speaking. Su Yao then turned to Shěn Lí and said, I'll head back now. You know how things are at my place. When we have time, we'll get together again. Seeing the conflicted look on Su Yao's face, wanting to leave yet hesitating, Shěn Lí couldn't help but laugh. What are we to each other? Why all these repeated reminders? Don't worry about me. Your brother is like my own brother. Stop fussing, or sixth brother might think we don't trust him. All right, hurry back now. With that, she nudged Su Yao toward the carriage. Su Yao climbed aboard, exchanged a few more words with Shěn Lí, and then departed. Once Su Yao's carriage had gone, Shěn Lí glanced at Su Xian with a hint of helplessness. Sixth brother, don't be upset. I didn't mean anything by what I said earlier. I just wanted Yao to get home sooner. Su Xian looked at her warmly and replied, it's fine. I understand your intentions. Standing taller than Shěn Lí, he naturally had to tilt his head slightly downward to look at her. Since the carriage hadn't arrived yet, Shěn Lí felt awkward standing in silence, so she smiled and asked, sixth brother, what have you been up to these days? Su Xin's heart softened at the brightness of her smile, and his voice grew even gentler. I've been studying these days, planning to try for this year's autumn examination. Shěn Lí couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Su Xian at such a young age was already preparing for the autumn examinations, while Shun Xinyuan back home was still idling away his time with mischief. Truly, what good could the Yongyi Marquis household produce? She smiled and said, then let me wish you success in the examination in advance, sixth brother. The autumn examination was merely the provincial test of preliminary selection. It was followed by the spring examination and the palace examination. Only those who passed the palace examination were qualified to hold official positions, making it a grueling path. After all, the saying, 10 years of hard study, unnoticed fame, overnight known worldwide, was no empty phrase. Hearing her words, Su Xin's smile broadened, and he looked at her with tender eyes. Thank you for your blessing. As they were speaking, the carriage arrived. Su Xian reached out to help Shěn Lí board, but she smiled at him and said, no need, thank you, sixth brother. She then stepped onto the mounting stool and climbed into the carriage herself. According to propriety, men and women over 7 should not sit together, and with no elders present, Su Xian naturally couldn't share a carriage with Shěn Lí. So after escorting the carriage past the inner gate, he mounted his own horse, which had been prepared in advance. As a gentleman of noble birth skilled in the 6 arts, Su Xian was naturally proficient in horsemanship. Shěn Lí couldn't help but admire his graceful posture. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she felt she had learned a little of everything. Yet now she realized she truly hadn't mastered much. At the very least, she certainly didn't know how to ride a horse. Noticing that she hadn't lowered the carriage curtain, Su Xian caught a glimpse of the envy in her eyes. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Want to learn how to ride? Shěn Lí glanced at him, then nodded and shook her head. Yes, I do want to ride, but I don't know how. Su Xian replied cheerfully, That's no problem. I can teach you. Riding is easy and simple to learn. Shěn Lí felt a stirring of excitement. In an era where transportation was limited to carriages or ox carts, knowing how to ride a horse was quite essential. Seeing the interest in her eyes, Su Xian instructed the driver to proceed while he rode alongside. There's a stable on the outskirts of the capital. You could give it a try. I know of some gentle horses. If you need, I can teach you how to ride. Shěn Lí thought it sounded good, but knew she couldn't go alone with him. She smiled and said, sure, I'll ask Yao to accompany me another day. I remember she hasn't learned to ride either, so we can learn together. Su Xian had no objections. That sounds good. They chatted as they rode along until the carriage arrived at the Shun residence. Seeing how different it was from the Marquis and Earl mansions, Su Xian frowned. This is where you live now, eh? Shěn Lí stepped down from the carriage with a relaxed expression. Yes, this is where I live. I think it's much better here than the Earl's or Marquis mansions. At least I'm free, completely free. And very wealthy at that. Shěn Lí felt she could easily live several lifetimes without doing anything. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback as if wanting to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Go on inside then. When you have time, come visit the Duke's mansion. The old lady is very fond of you. Shěn Lí agreed. All right. She waved at Su Xian and said, I'm home now. You should head back and rest, sixth brother. Su Xian nodded, watched her turn, and enter the residence, and only then did he lead the carriage away. After Shěn Lí returned, Bai Lian brought the maids to help her freshen up. Seeing the smile on Shěn Lí's face, she was delighted. Miss, did you have a good time today? And how is the old lady? She's doing great. Shěn Lí spread her arms to let them remove her clothes, and replied with a smile, the old lady has more energy than all of us. She beat us several times. Su Yao almost cried from losing. Bai Lian, who had often seen the old lady of the Duke's mansion before, chimed in happily, Mrs. Cui is just trying to please her. She's always been skilled at playing cards. She was probably just letting the old lady win to make her happy. Shěn Lí thought of Su Yao's desperate attempts to lose, and couldn't help but laugh. Exactly that. When it comes to pleasing the elders, none of us can match her. Bai Lian wanted to say that the people at home never gave them such a chance to show filial devotion after all the old lady doted on, but she kept such thoughts to herself, not daring to voice them. Once she was cleaned up, Shěn Lí dismissed everyone. She no longer needed anyone to keep vigil at night, as it would only make her wary of assassins. So Bai Lian and the others stayed in adjacent rooms. Not long after Bai Lian and the others had left, Shěn Lí suddenly sensed a faint presence on the rooftop. Shěn Lí was utterly exasperated. How long had it even been? He was back again. She had no idea what he wanted this time. But she knew that if she didn't go out, the man on the rooftop would likely stay there until morning. If that drew unwanted attention, she would be the one to suffer. There was no point in that, so she slipped into her clothes and climbed onto the roof. Your Highness, is there something else? Have you finished embroidering the bridal veil? Shěn Lí had assumed that someone like Xie Chen, once he agreed to something, would only return after completing it. That way she could take her time figuring out her next steps. But who could have guessed that in such a short time he would come back again? Xie Chen hadn't been idle these past 2 days. He had indeed summoned an embroiderer to teach him needlework, for this was a matter of a lifetime, and he felt he couldn't delegate it to anyone else. He learned with great patience. But even while learning, he hadn't forgotten to keep an eye on Shěn Lí. If he wasn't protecting her, he was at least ensuring no one else got too close. So even though he wasn't there himself, he never relaxed his surveillance. His men soon reported that Shěn Lí had visited the residence of Duke Xinghua that day, and upon her return, she was escorted by the Duke's young master. This was not good news for Xie Chen. He knew Shěn Lí had no feelings for him. Now that she had finally relented, and before he had even produced any results, the Duke's family was already making their move. How could that be allowed? Even if there was nothing concrete, he absolutely wouldn't permit it to happen. So as soon as his shadow guard reported back, he rushed over. Now hearing Shěn Lí's question, Xie Chen knew he couldn't reveal everything. If he did, even though nothing had happened yet, it might end up putting the very idea into her head. That wouldn't be good. So after a moment of thought, Xie Chen said to Shěn Lí, although I haven't finished embroidering the bridal veil, yet I will eventually. And until I do, you must not let your mind wander to anyone else. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on her, trying to discern something from her expression. Shěn Lí was taken aback by his words. Realizing she did indeed harbor some thoughts about him, she felt a pang of guilt. She couldn't help but cough lightly and say, don't worry. Before you finish the veil, I certainly won't have any other ideas. Imprisonment, coercion, or anything like that. She truly hadn't considered it. Really, at this moment, she simply appreciated the way Xie Chen stood out from other men. To say she valued him so deeply that she'd break the law for him was simply impossible. However, Xie Chen, having come from the battlefield, possessed sharp judgment. Naturally, he hadn't missed the flicker of guilt that passed over Shěn Lí's face just now. Alarms blared in his mind. His gaze fixed on her turned deep and dangerous. What were you thinking just now when you said that? Where did you go today? As he voiced these questions, a wave of jealousy surged within him. He looked at her as if she were a heartless wife abandoning. His look made Shěn Lí feel even more guilty. She didn't know why, but she felt a strange sensation welling up inside her. But she quickly snapped out of it and retorted, looking at him. No, your highness, aren't you overstepping? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? We're not even married yet. Your reach is far too long. Shun ignored everything else, but the word married caught his attention. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at her. You said it yourself, we are to be married. So it's only natural for me to ask where you've been. He felt aggrieved. While he was at home pondering how to embroider the veil, Shěn Lí was out having fun, and even worse thinking about how to abandon him. He was a prince after all. How could he be treated this way? The madman felt even more sorrowful. Shěn Lí watched him seemingly consumed by grievance, and fell silent for a moment. She didn't know why he interpreted things this way, but it all felt rather bizarre. Thinking that he was after all a prince, and that she was indeed the one who had suggested the veil embroidery, Shěn Lí had a change of heart. Although I haven't agreed to the marriage, yet you are right, your highness. The idea for the veil was mine. So I suppose I can answer where I went. I just went to the Duke of Xingguo's residence today. The old Madame Xingguo has always been kind to me. The madman felt a murderous urge upon hearing this. He couldn't fathom why the old Madame Xingguo would be kind to Shěn Lí. Perhaps she had already set her sights on her as a granddaughter-in-law. Jealousy bubbled within him, but seeing Shěn Lí's expression, which didn't seem to indicate any romantic interest, he dared not expose their intentions outright. He reluctantly accepted her answer and asked tactfully, "Then when you were at their residence today, did they say anything to you?" Shěn Lí wondered why he was asking this. But seeing the bright, eager look in Xiechen's eyes, she felt she couldn't refuse his question. Silently chastising her own strange inclinations, she patiently replied, "Nothing much really. They just said the Gu family was bad, blind to my worth, and that my days would be better from now on. The rest of the time I just played cards with the old madam." Having played all day, Shěn Lí was quite tired. She couldn't help but yawn. "Your Highness, are you done with your questions?" "I've answered pretty thoroughly, haven't I? There's nothing else. After that I just came home. If you're done, why don't you head back and get some rest?" Hearing this, Xiechun felt as if his head was covered in green. The old Madame Xingguo, saying such a thing definitely meant she had other intentions. Why else would she? Xiechun's heart ached, and he felt Shěn Lí was treating him too coldly. His gaze towards her unconsciously turned plaintive. "I'm not tired at all." Seeing his mournful expression, Shěn Lí felt her heart soften again. "Aren't you going back to embroider the veil, your highness?" She simply couldn't picture a man of Xiechun's imposing stature embroidering. Curiosity piqued, she couldn't help but glance at his hands. His hands hanging at his sides had distinct knuckles. Unlike the pale, delicate hands of the noble sons in the capital, his were tanned. Unmistakably the hands of a general. How could such hands possibly hold an embroidery needle? Hearing her question, Xiechun thought of the veil that had yet to see any progress. A lump formed in his throat. His gaze towards Shěn Lí revealed a hint of vulnerability tinged with a pitiful plea. "I will go back and embroider the veil. But you must promise me until I have finished it you will not smile at any other man nor agree to any proposition from any man." He said stubbornly, "You can only marry me. If you ever wish to wed another, I will have their entire family trampled beneath my..." As a madman and the prince with the most military power, he could utter such words with sheer dominance. As he spoke, his eyes burned with obsession and a hint of madness. There was no doubt that if anyone dared to compete for Shěn Lí, he would truly lead his troops to their doorstep, leaving them dead, without a burial, and their families buried alive as sacrifices. Shěn Lí could see his stubbornness. To others his behavior might seem deranged, but to her it appeared endearing, and even a little pitiful. Shěn Lí felt she must be ill, for why else would she harbor such strange thoughts? Her voice softened involuntarily as she said, "Fine, well, let her be ill then. After all, this life was a second chance." She didn't believe that with her skills, she couldn't handle the current situation. Xiechun had only intended to make threats to make Shěn Lí take him seriously, so when he heard her words, he was momentarily stunned. Then overjoyed, he grinned like a fool, his eyes shining with happiness as he looked at her, and said, "Good, great. Remember what you said today. From now on you'll only marry me. He'll have the bridal veil embroidered early, and come to wed you." His joyful demeanor had lost all the authority of a commander-in-chief, but Shěn Lí could sense the genuine delight radiating from him, a happiness born from the depths of his heart. Though everyone said the war prince was temperamental, even daring to defy the emperor, and that was why he hadn't become the crown prince, Shěn Lí felt this personality wasn't so bad. At least it made her happy. Shěn Lí glanced at the delighted Xiechun, then thoughtfully looked towards several distant spots. The hidden guards lurking there thought this must be an illusion. How could they possibly be discovered by their future princess? Shěn Lí said to Xiechun, "I don't like being watched. If you want to know something, come and ask me yourself. If you have people spying on me again, I'll be angry." Shěn Lí was all about speaking her mind. It wasn't that she minded being watched entirely. It was simply inconvenient. If too many people were around, and she wanted to say empty someone's house, she'd be under their surveillance. And then her biggest secret would be exposed. After all, although she had some inexplicable feelings for Xiechun, now, she had no intention of sharing her greatest secret with anyone. Whether it was a lover or a friend, she would never share this secret because it was her means of survival. If their affections ever faded, she wouldn't have to worry about losing her greatest asset. Nor would she have to worry about anyone finding a way to counter her abilities. So it was best to have no one around, or she'd have to expend more energy being cautious. Xiechun was taken aback by her words. He knew Shěn Lí was formidable, so when selecting guards he had chosen the most skilled ones. If they weren't capable, he wouldn't have felt at ease. But Shěn Lí had seen through them so easily, which made him feel a bit uneasy. She wouldn't think he was spying on her, would she? She wouldn't be angry, would she? Xiaochen cautiously glanced at Shěn Lí, and in that single look her heart softened again. Oh dear, how could a powerful prince with command over armies be so adorable in private? This contrast was too charming. Shěn Lí felt that if this continued, she wouldn't be able to resist reaching out with her mischievous hand. Seeing that Shěn Lí showed no signs of anger, Xiaochen quickly waved his hand toward the hidden guards, signaling them to retreat immediately. He attempted to hide his tracks by pretending it never happened. If the guards left quickly enough, it would be as if they had never been there. Shěn Lí noticed his little trick, but didn't bother to expose it. Fine, let him think he was fooling her. Xiaochen said with feigned confidence. I came to ask you myself. I never had anyone watch you. In the future, if I have questions, I'll come to you directly, and you can do the same. Out of the corner of her eye, Shěn Lí saw several figures swiftly disappear into the darkness. Pretending not to notice, she nodded and said, all right, I understand. Now, Your Highness, could you please leave? You may not be tired, but I need to sleep. Xiaochen studied her for a moment, recalling her earlier words, and felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. Naturally, he agreed to everything. All right, I'll head back now. You should rest too. He felt that tonight they had finally exchanged their true feelings, regardless of whether it was through coercion or persuasion. At least he had gotten Shěn Lí to say those words, hadn't he? In high spirits, he returned to continue embroidering the bridal veil. Shěn Lí watched his retreating figure, and then went back to her room. Shěn Lí rested, but the old madam of the Duke of Xingguo's mansion slept poorly, tossing and turning all night. By the next morning, she decided to summon the Duchess of Xinguo to ask some questions. So early in the morning, she sent someone to fetch the Duchess. Because she usually preferred peace and quiet, and the Duchess was constantly busy with the household's affairs, having her come to pay respects every day would have been a torment. The old madam didn't consider herself particularly kind. After all, none of the late Duke's concubines had ever borne him illegitimate children to annoy her. However, she had never thought of tormenting her daughter-in-law. As the matriarch of the household at the pinnacle of the family hierarchy, there was no need to establish her authority by making her daughter-in-law suffer. Thus, she only required the Duchess to come pay respects twice a month. This not only demonstrated the Duchess' filial piety, but also spared her from the exhausting daily trips. On days like today, when she had matters to discuss, she would send someone to summon the Duchess. The Duchess of Xinguo arrived quickly. Although she didn't usually come to pay her respects, she still rose early to manage the household affairs. By this time, she had already taken care of most of the tasks. Upon hearing that the old madam had called for her, she finished delegating the remaining responsibilities, and then made her way to the old madam's Sinuan, accompanied by her maids and servants. The old lady had already combed her hair and ordered the meal to be served. Seeing the Duchess of Xinguo arrive, she smiled and beckoned. You've come at the right time. The dishes have just been brought out. Sit with me and have a bite. It was customary for mothers-in-law to impose rules upon their daughters-in-law, and in this era it was rare for a daughter-in-law to dine at the same table as her mother-in-law. Although the old lady had invited her, the Duchess of Xinguo still smiled and said, Allow me to wait upon you during the meal, mother. The old lady, who had just picked up the serving chopsticks, waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. The household is not lacking in maids to serve. You have been managing this household for years. If I still made you serve me, wouldn't that be a slight to your dignity? Enough, just eat with me. Who says a mother-in-law must impose rules? For the younger ones perhaps, but you are a grandmother now. Take a rest. Come sit. By saying this, she was also granting the Duchess face, signaling to all that the Duchess' position in the household was unassailable. The Duchess was not one to spurn such a gesture. Although she no longer needed it, who would not be pleased to have a good relationship with their mother-in-law? A maid quickly came forward to take the chopsticks from the Duchess' hand. The Duchess smiled and took her seat beside the old lady. Then I shall take advantage of your kindness, mother. The old lady smiled, but said nothing. The household adhered to the rule of silence during meals. The two women ate in quietude. Only after the meal was finished in silence did the maids come to clear the table and bring water for washing hands. After they had washed, a light tea was served for rinsing the mouth, and finally the proper tea was brought out. The old lady took a gentle sip of her tea, then looked at the Duchess from the Arhut couch with kind eyes. You saw Ali yesterday, did? Though the Duchess had her suspicions, the old lady's question still caught her by surprise. She hadn't been summoned before. The timing of this call right after Shěn Lí's arrival suggested there was indeed something important at hand. Thinking of Su Xin's seemingly casual mention of Shěn Lí's name yesterday, the Duchess' heart began to beat faster. Still looking at the old lady, she said, Yes, Ali is truly a wonderful girl, very open-minded. If it weren't for her persuading Yaoer to come and tell me about her mother-in-law wanting to take her niece as a concubine for her husband, Yaoer would have suffered that injustice in silence. The old lady frowned upon hearing this, looking at the Duchess. Such a thing happened in Yaoer's household. Why didn't you tell me about this? The Duchess quickly stood up. When this matter first arose, I was worried Yaoer would be bullied, so I invited the in-laws over for a talk. And I didn't want to worry you, mother. But the matter is resolved now, so please don't fret. The old lady sighed. How can I not worry? It's only been a few years since Yaoer married. The Chui family was in a dire state before, and were it not for our Su family, who knows where they would be now. Yet now that they've risen, they're already thinking of taking concubines. Yawer is a wife now as she can hardly talk back to her mother-in-law. Even if her husband wants a concubine she cannot refuse, or she would be accused of lacking virtue, and become the subject of gossip. Seeing that she had stirred up the old lattice worries again, the Duchess quickly added, "Don't worry, mother. Yawer isn't refusing to let her husband take a concubine at all. She just doesn't want it to be her mother-in-law's niece. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is already difficult to manage. Adding a cousin to the household would only make life harder for her in the future. Yawer has told me that she will let this pass for now, but if the Chui family asks for another concubine in the future, she will make the decision herself, and choose a maid so no one can say a word against her." The old lady nodded, though concern still lingered in her eyes. Yawer has only 2 daughters now, so her words carry little weight with her mother-in-law. Tell her to take good care of her health, and bear a son soon. Then we'll have more leverage when dealing with the Chui family. In this era a male heir was a source of standing, especially in prominent households. The Duchess understood this well, and the old lady gestured for her to sit down, and her expression relaxed a little. "I've always thought well of Lyre. Apart from her unfortunate fate, she is good in every other way. She gets along well with Yawer too, and she has been a great help to our family." Unsure of where this was leading, the Duchess smiled and agreed. "Yes, I like Lyre as well. It's just a pity she was betrothed so early and married such a man. Such a good girl wasted." As she spoke, the Duchess felt a pang of regret, and a look of sympathy crossed her face. The old lady glanced at her. "The Gu family has treated her terribly, and Lyre has suffered for it. But she's a good girl. I feel the same as you do. If she hadn't been betrothed so early, I would have wanted her as my own granddaughter-in-law." The Duchess' heart gave a sudden lurch, and her smile became strained. She did like Shěn Lí, but it was the affection one has for a niece, not the fondness for a future daughter-in-law. After all, Shěn Lí was now divorced. Her son was the legitimate heir of the Duke's household. In the past she might have considered it, but now the Duchess could not accept it. The Duchess remained silent for a moment. Seeing this, the old lady felt she was being too demanding. After all, he was her own grandson, and everyone has their favorites. Naturally, she doted on her grandson more. And although she had not allowed any concubine-born sons to survive, her son did have several. She sighed. "I know what you're thinking. Lyre is divorced now, so she's not what she once was. But I've watched her grow up, and seeing her so alone and pitiful now pains my heart. Ear is not very skilled in martial arts, but he is a good scholar, and he's about the same age as Lyre. Aren't you currently looking for him? If you find it suitable, I can have Yawer speak to Lyre. They are like sisters, and if they were to become one family, I'm sure they would both be very happy." Su Yi was the 5th son of the Duke of Jinghua, born of a concubine. Though the Duchess had seldom met these sons of concubines, she treated them well, never stinting on their education in letters or martial arts. Recently she had been considering marriage prospects for Su Yi. As he was a concubine son, the matches she considered were naturally daughters of concubines from families of similar standing, or legitimate daughters from slightly lesser households. Shěn Lí was formerly the legitimate daughter of the Earl of Yongyi. Had she married Su Yi before, it would have been a suitable match. Now, however, it would be considered marrying above her station, for she was a woman who had been divorced. Yet compared to her own concubine-born son, the matriarch's wishes were of greater importance. Moreover, although Shěn Lí was divorced, she shared a good relationship with Su Yao. Still, one concern weighed on the Duchess' mind as she addressed the old lady. This Lyre was once the daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Jinxian. If she were to marry into our family, we would incur the enmity of the Marquis household. The Dowager Duchess of Jinghua frowned and said, "Their family has lost all sense of propriety and decency. A household that could bring shame upon a fallen comrade's widow by such means cannot be a virtuous one. Just wait. The censors have yet to make their move. Once they submit their memorials, it remains to be seen whether the Marquis of Jinxiang's household will even survive. Why fear making an enemy of them?" The Dowager Duchess spoke to her with heartfelt sincerity. "I know Ear is not your own flesh and blood, but you must understand Lyre has come to our manor since she was a child. You have watched her grow up. Her bond with Yawer is strong, and she will never grow distant from you. Lyre has a clear and discerning nature. She will not covet what is not rightfully hers. You need not worry about a scheming daughter-in-law causing trouble for the eldest son's wife." These words struck a chord deep within the Duchess' heart. In every household, the selection of the eldest son's wife, the future matriarch, required the most meticulous consideration, for she must bear the weight of the entire family. However, the wife of a second son or a concubine son must not be overly ambitious or cunning, for that would disrupt harmony within the family and invite discord. It was no wonder the Duchess fretted so over these marriage arrangements, for the capital was teeming with eligible young ladies. The Dowager Duchess' reasoning was sound. Though Shěn Lí was divorced, she was close to Su Yao and had been raised under the Duchess' own watchful eye, so she would naturally remain loyal and affectionate. Although the Earl of Yongyi's household had cast Shěn Lí aside, this was not without its advantages. The wife of a concubine's son need only be obedient. What need was there for strong family backing? That would only set the stage for a rivalry with the eldest son's wife. The Duchess would never allow such a situation to arise, and now all these concerns were resolved thanks to Shěn Lí. Apart from the unsavory reputation of her divorce, the Duchess found the arrangement quite acceptable. Yet if she were to arrange a marriage between her concubine-born son and a divorced woman, the gossip and criticism directed at her would be far from pleasant. The Duchess remained hesitant. Seeing this, the Dowager Duchess understood all too well and could not help but sigh once more. Enough. Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it personally. As long as you do not oppose the union of these two young people, I will take care of the rest. This meant she would bear all responsibility herself, shielding the Duchess from any public criticism that might arise from mishandling the marriage of a concubine's son. Filled with gratitude, the Duchess bowed to the Dowager and said, "Then I shall leave this matter in your hands, mother. Once the young couple is wed, they must surely honor you with their filial piety." The Duchess was uncertain whether Sue would be grateful to the Dowager, but she felt that Shěn Lí, a divorced woman who had known hardship, would surely be thankful. The Dowager Duchess shook her head. "As long as they live well, I need no thanks. Living a good life is worth more than anything else." While the Dowager Duchess fretted over Shěn Lí's marriage prospects over at the Shěn household, there were those who wished nothing less than Shěn Lí's immediate death. "That wretched woman! How dare she harm me like this? I will never forgive her." Shěn Lí had been beaten severely and still lay bedridden. The Countess of Yongyi visited her son daily, but his condition showed little improvement, and his resentment towards Shěn Lí festered with each passing day. Seeing her son in such a state, the Countess felt a deep ache in her heart. Wiping her tears, she said through gritted teeth, "That little wretch. I knew she was trouble from the start, and now she's turned her malice upon our own family. I told your father she was the one who stole our belongings, but he wouldn't believe me. Now she stirs up trouble outside, and you are the one who gets beaten for it. Your father doesn't even seek justice for you. He simply severs ties and calls it done. I believe his heart still belongs to that other woman." Her words, spoken with venom, reminded Shěn of his beating, and he felt a surge of indignation. Lying in bed, he pounded the mattress fiercely, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. "Since she can stir up trouble outside and shift the blame onto me, then she leaves me no choice but to retaliate. I had spared her because we shared the same father, and she had already married out of the family. But now that she's brought disaster upon this household, even though the ties have been severed, I cannot let this rest." He looked at the Countess and said, "Mother, I have an idea." The Countess saw the glint in his eyes and felt her heart beat faster, sensing that his idea was far from virtuous. Yet seeing her son in his current state, she thought it might do him good to vent his anger, so she asked, "What is your idea?" Shěn dismissed the servants and lowered his voice as he spoke to the Countess. "Mother, since Shěn Lí now lives alone outside and is no longer a daughter of this house, whatever happens to her will have nothing to do with us. Mother, find 2 men to go to her residence and ruin her virtue. Then no matter what she says afterward, no one will take her side." Shěn smiled with a sinister edge. "What can a woman do once her virtue is lost? Nothing but death." Upon hearing this plan, the Countess stared at her son in shock, never having imagined he could devise such a scheme against Shěn Lí. But then she reconsidered. A true man must be ruthless. Shěn had suffered such a great loss this time, so it was only natural he would seek to reclaim his honor. Moreover, Shěn Lí had brought nothing but misfortune to their family, and since she was no longer a daughter of the Shěn household, any harm that befell her would not implicate the Countess as her stepmother. After weighing the matter, she concluded that Shěn's plan was sound. It would satisfy his desire for revenge while keeping the family free from blame. It was truly a solution that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore she nodded to Shěn and said, "Very well, I will have someone handle this matter. You just focus on recuperating properly. The physician said that if you don't take good care of this injury, there could be complications." Li Shihao had shown no restraint when he struck, so Shěn's injuries were naturally severe. As Shěn thought of the harm that Shěn Lí would suffer, a rare smile finally appeared on his face. "Rest assured, mother. I will certainly recover well," and then watched Shěn Lí plunge into an abyss of ruin. Several days had passed since the theft at the Jinxiangho mansion, and the items from the estate had been sent up. When everything was in order, Gu Yunzi, dressed in a newly purchased brocade robe, accompanied Lady Jinxianghu and Gu Qinxue in a carriage to the Shěn residence. As a military officer, he rarely took a carriage when going out, he usually rode a horse. However, with so much turmoil in the mansion, he felt he had lost face and could not bear to be seen. So when Lady Jinxianghu proposed visiting the Shěn residence, he joined her in the carriage. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he was somewhat eager to see Shěn Lí. After the divorce, he had begun to regret it, but Shěn Lí had been so resolute that he had to suppress his own feelings lest he appear unable to live without her. He had always believed Shěn Lí would regret her decision and come back weeping and begging for his forgiveness. But before he could make a move, trouble had struck his own household. This left him feeling both disgraced and yet aware that it presented a perfect opportunity. Since everyone in the family said this matter was connected to Shěn Lí, they would come to demand the return of the stolen goods. He also wanted to see how Shěn Lí's life had been since leaving the Gu family. Inside the carriage, Gu Qinxue was still speaking to Lady Jinxianghu. "Mother, no matter how Shěn Lí's life is now, we must retrieve our belongings. Please don't be soft-hearted. You know our household currently relies on the meager income from the estate to survive." Though Lady Jinxianghu was also dressed in brocade, it was from a ready-made clothing shop, an emergency purchase. Naturally, it lacked the refinement of garments tailored by the household seamstresses, and she looked almost a decade older. The hairpins and ornaments on her head were also far less splendid than before. The jewelry was not as fine and was mostly silver pieces. She looked less like a marquis lady and more like a woman from a humble family. Who could have imagined that in such a short time Lady Jingxianghu would be reduced to such a state? Hearing Gu Qingshu's words, she took a deep breath and said, I know. I'm not that kind-hearted. Even if she didn't steal the household items, she still took so many of our things. Now that our belongings are missing, I will naturally make her return what she took. Without her lavish jewelry to support her appearance, Gu Qingshu's beauty, which had been 9 parts, was now only 5. She looked drab and plain. Hearing Lady Jingxianghu's words, she finally felt some relief. Since she was about to marry into the prince's mansion, she naturally needed a larger dowry. But the household had lost everything. Even if she took all the estate's produce, it would not be enough, and the family still needed to live. She could not take everything, or she would be ridiculed when she entered the prince's residence. Thus the only way was to make Shěn Lí cough up the family's belongings. When the party arrived at the gate of the Shěn residence, it was vastly different from the grand high gates of the Jinxianghu mansion. There was no guard at the entrance, and it looked like a very ordinary house. Of course, it was indeed an ordinary dwelling, for its owner had no parents, no in-laws to support her, and appeared to be an easy target. A servant accompanying the carriage stepped forward to knock on the door. Soon a young gatekeeper opened it, but instead of opening it fully, he looked at the visitors with great vigilance and asked, Who are you? What do you want? The one who had knocked was an elderly maid from Lady Jingxianghu's side. With the household's valuables stolen, she was naturally in a foul mood. Unable to vent her anger in the mansion, she now faced a divorced woman, and she said irritably, Are you blind? Look carefully. We are from the Jinxianghu mansion. Tell your mistress to come out and greet us immediately. She still thought it was the same as when Shěn Lí was a daughter-in-law in the mansion, always courteous to Lady Jingxianghu's attendants. She believed that no matter how proud Shěn Lí had been after being divorced, she would have been worn down to nothing. But she never expected that after announcing her identity, the young gatekeeper merely rolled his eyes at her. Who are you? Don't know you. With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang and sent someone inside to report. The servants Shěn Lí had bought were somewhat perceptive. Though they knew the Jinxianghu mansion people could not be allowed in easily, they also understood that the visitors were from a marquis household and had some connection to Shěn Lí, so they could not simply refuse outright. Thus they closed the door while simultaneously sending word inside. Neither task was neglected. The elderly maid left standing outside the closed door was stunned. She could not believe her eyes. After announcing her origins, even a duke's mansion would have to consider whether to receive them. How could these people be so disrespectful? To simply shut the door on them. She knocked again, incredulous. Open the door. Did you hear me? I am from the Jinxianghu mansion. Tell your mistress to come out and greet us. As she knocked, there was no response from inside. Gu Yunza, who had been watching the scene, frowned and asked in a deep voice, What is going on? The maid, still fuming, hurried over, bowed to Gu Yunza, and said indignantly, Reporting to the young master, I just went to knock on the door. The gatekeeper had opened it, but when he heard me announce our household, he shut the door again and said he had never heard of the Jinxianghu mansion. He simply has no regard for our household. The elderly maid was dripping poison into Gu Yunza's ears. Though Gu Yunza might not be swayed by her words, she knew that the Marchioness of Jinxiang was also inside. She understood the Marchioness well. She would never tolerate being so openly slighted, especially with the proud Gu Qinxue also present within. Indeed, the moment she finished speaking, Gu Qinxue inside the carriage threw back the curtain, her brows furrowed in fury as she exclaimed, What did you say? A mere gatekeeper dares to be so insolent. She had assumed the gates would be thrown open for them. The maid glanced at Gu Qingshu's livid face and added fuel to the fire. Exactly so. Before I announced our household, the lad's demeanor was passable. But the moment I stated our name, his expression soured instantly. It seems Miss Shěn has been speaking ill of our marquis to her servants for them to treat us with such disdain. Hearing this, Gu Qinxue was about to explode, her delicate face flushed crimson with rage. I knew she was no good. As a woman unable to tolerate her husband having other women and then slandering our family's name after the divorce, she's gone too far. She turned to Gu Yunza and said, Brother, thank heavens you divorced her. If you hadn't, who knows what state our family would be in now, torn apart by her machinations. Then she addressed the Marchioness of Jinxiang. Mother, we cannot let this slide. If we are shut out today, I fear we will never get our things back. Thinking of her jewelry and treasures, Gu Qingshu's heart ached. Although it wasn't certain that Shěn Lí had stolen them, she simply couldn't bear to see Shěn Lí prosper. That divorced woman had the audacity to demand things from them, and so much at that, taking half of her mother's dowry. How was that any different from a thieving scoundrel? She wondered when the Court of Judicial Review would solve the case. The more she thought, the more furious and pained she became, feeling as if she could barely breathe. The Marchioness of Jinxiang's expression was equally grim. As the matriarch of her household, she had never been so insulted as to be barred entry, especially by the woman who was once her docile daughter-in-law. The stark difference in treatment galled her deeply. Staring at the closed gates, she ordered coldly, Continue knocking. She refused to believe Shěn Lí could stay hidden forever. If she did, the Marchioness would thoroughly ruin her reputation, making it impossible for her to remain in this place. The Jinxiang Marquis carriage. Shěn Lí, having nothing pressing to do today, sat by the pond in her courtyard, a fishing rod resting beside her as she fished. The pond had come with the property when she bought it. She had never checked if it held any fish, but today seemed like a good day to find out. Billion, standing by and observing the still water, replied yes. The gatekeeper reported that the maid who knocked was ill-tempered, shouting at him. Since you came from that household, the gatekeeper didn't let them in and just shut the door. They're still yelling outside now. I wonder what they want. Miss, should you see them? Though Billion was unaware of their purpose, Shěn Lí knew perfectly well. She chuckled softly, her eyes on the fishing rod, and said languidly, what do you think they want? The Jinxiang Marquis household lost some items before. They probably want to follow the Yongyi Earl's example and come here seeking compensation from me. Billion suddenly recalled the scene not long ago when the wife of the Yongyi Earl brought Shěn Yanran to the Jinxiang Marquis residence to demand things from Shěn Lí. Now the roles were reversed, but the ones demanding restitution hadn't changed at all. Billion's face flushed with anger. Seeing Shěn Lí's serene and indifferent demeanor only made her worry more. She said indignantly, these people are utterly shameless. Miss, let me go drive them away. If they keep shouting outside, it will tarnish your reputation. Hearing this, Shěn Lí laughed. Silly girl, I'm already divorced. What reputation do I have left to tarnish? Billion was unsatisfied with this response and defended her mistress. Even if the reputation of a divorcee isn't great, everyone outside knows it was because the Gu family treated you terribly that you left. The divorce was hardly your fault. Who gets married without hoping for a happy life? You've suffered so much injustice, and I can hardly bear to watch. Her fervent defense warmed Shěn Lí's heart. However, thinking of the people outside, she frowned, clutched her chest, and feigned a faint, reaching out to Billion. Since they've come all this way, it wouldn't be right not to see them. Billion, quickly help me out to meet the Jinxiang Marquis people. Billion hastily reached out to support her, her expression still dazed. Why had her mistress suddenly changed like this? Hadn't she become more assertive lately? Why was she suddenly acting weak again? Despite her confusion, Billion blindly trusted that Shěn Lí had a plan, so she helped her towards the main gate. They walked unhurriedly, and by the time they reached the gate, a crowd of curious onlookers had already gathered. Though they dared not approach due to the guards from the Jinxiang Marquis residence, gossip was ingrained in human nature. Even from a distance, they were eager to see why such an obviously noble carriage was being denied entry. Someone recognized whose carriage it was and whispered to those nearby, "Look, that should be the Jinxiang Marquis carriage." A nearby man, illiterate and unfamiliar with noble ranks, was just there for the spectacle. Eager for an explanation, he asked, "I can't read, so I don't understand these things. The carriage is large and pretty, and they have many attendants, clearly a wealthy family. I just don't know if it's this Jinxiang Marquis you speak of. Sir, how did you recognize it?" With an audience, the man puffed up with pride. "I learned a few characters at home, and my third great-aunt's second cousin's daughter's daughter works for a noble family. She told us about it. See the lanterns on the carriage. One says Jinxiang, and the other says Marquis. In these wealthy households, they always display their identity credentials, worried that others might not recognize them and cause often. Moreover, in the capital, no one dares to impersonate these noble families, so this must indeed be the household of Marquis Jinxiang. But I wonder what business do these people have here now?" the man said, glancing up at the plaque above the Shěn residence with a puzzled expression. "I haven't heard that this place belongs to any prominent family, and the Marquis carriage is being kept outside. I wonder why the people inside won't see them." Just as he was speaking, the main gate of the Shěn residence swung open. First 7 or 8 attendants dressed as servants emerged, followed by 5 or 6 elderly maids, then 2 or 3 young maidservants. Finally, a young maid supported a delicate willow-like young lady as she stepped out. The fragile expression on the latter's face was enough to evoke pity from anyone who saw her. When the guards surrounding the carriage noticed the sudden commotion, they quickly reported it to those inside. Gu Qinxue, who had been growing increasingly impatient, threw open the carriage curtain before Gu Yunze could even do so. Seeing Shěn Lí supported by her maid standing at the entrance, she sneered, "Oh, it's only been a short while, and you're already putting on airs for us. Not letting us through the door? I thought you'd stay hidden inside forever. Why have you come out after all?" Gu Qinxue felt a sense of satisfaction after venting her frustration. Although Shěn Lí's refusal to let them in had angered her, the fact that Shěn Lí had now personally come out to receive them showed that she still wanted to return to the Gu family. She knew that a woman without her natal family's support had no leverage. Through the parted carriage curtain, Gu Yunze caught a glimpse of Shěn Lí. She wore a plain white silk dress with inkwash patterns, making her appear even paler and more delicate, resembling her former self, quite unlike the aggressive demeanor she had displayed recently. Seeing her like this, Gu Yunze felt an inexplicable stir in his heart, which suddenly softened. Gazing at Shěn Lí's refined features, he thought that if she would just speak a gentle word to him today, he would take her back regardless of his parents' objections or his sister's complaints and restore her position as his rightful wife. As for He Minjing, any child she bore would be recorded under Shěn Lí's name, and He Minjing would remain merely the widow of a fallen comrade. Nothing would change. Before Shěn Lí could speak, the Marquis of Jinxiang, looking at her with contempt, issued a command, Move aside at once, and let our— Although she couldn't see how many onlookers there were, the Marquise disliked being kept waiting outside the gate, especially by her former daughter-in-law, which made her feel diminished. The feeling was unpleasant, and she certainly had no desire to remain outside. Her voice carried an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. As if startled, Shěn Lí's body involuntarily flinched, appearing deeply afraid of the Marquise. The gathered onlookers witnessed her reaction, and some sharp-eyed spectators recognized her. I was wondering why the Jinxiang Marquis household would come here. So this is where the one who divorced the Marquis resides. Judging by her appearance, she must have had a hard time in that household. A single harsh word frightens her like that. Who knows what the Marquise did to her to make her so terrified? Another person nearby couldn't help but snort derisively. Could it have been good? Her husband brought back a comrade's widow who stole him away, and they already have a child, while she has none. Now she's divorced, and even her own natal family has cut ties with her. How could life be good under such circumstances? The onlookers couldn't help but feel sympathy for Shěn Lí. Even though their own lives were far worse than hers, they believed she was pitiable simply because she had no husband or family. Shěn Lí was unaware of their thoughts, but their sentiments were exactly what she needed. With these onlookers spreading word, it might not change anything immediately, but over time. In an era where reputation mattered greatly, the downfall of the Gu family was inevitable. With a frightened demeanor, she spoke timidly. The residence is modest and cannot accommodate the carriage. If there is something to discuss, we can speak here. Although she spoke of the residence being small, the crowd could see from her fearful expression that it wasn't about the carriage not fitting through the gate. It was clearly about her fear that these people would gang up on her again once inside. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. If a legitimate eldest daughter of an earl's household could be bullied to such a state, what right did common folk like them have to complain about their own mistreatment? The Marquise of Jinxiang looked at her frail demeanor and found it laughable. You weren't like this before. Who are you putting on this act for? What? The residence is too small. But I see you're living here quite happily. Weren't you already living here before the divorce, and now you find it too cramped? Having waited so long, the Marquise was growing impatient. Move out of the way at once, and let us inside to talk. Shěn Lí sneered inwardly. These people really thought highly of themselves, but on the surface she appeared hesitant and terrified. I lived outside before because the young Marquis was dissatisfied with me, and also because of that woman in the household. She paused, casting a timid glance around, as if afraid of revealing something dangerous, leaving ample room for speculation before continuing. If it were possible, who would choose to live alone outside? Her hesitant manner infuriated Gu Qinxue, who glared at Shěn Lí and snapped. Shěn Lí, what's the point of putting on this act? That woman in the household. Who exactly are you referring to? Are you talking about He Minjing? You can't even tolerate one woman of your husband's. Where is your family's up? Gu Qingshu's voice was exceptionally clear, and the onlookers heard every word. Seeing the crowd already whispering among themselves, Shěn Lí was deeply satisfied. She flinched again, leaning closer against Bai Lian, making it evident that she had been bullied by her sister-in-law at home. Shěn Lí's voice was tinged with sorrow. My upbringing taught me to respect my husband and never to object to concubines, but it never taught me that a man could stoop so low as to lay his hands on his fallen comrade's widow. If everyone were to cast aside the shackles of morality and ethics, who knows what this world would descend into? Is it truly my fault that I cannot accept such beastly behavior? Miss Gu. As she spoke, Shěn Lí, unseen by all, cast a scornful smile towards the carriage's occupant, as if mocking their utter lack of honor and decency. Gu Qinxue was provoked by that smile, and Gu Yun's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, Shěn Lí, do you still not? As he questioned her, it was as though he still regarded her as his wife, thinking that if she would just soften her stance he would speak up for her. But Shěn Lí shot him a contemptuous glance before continuing in a hesitant, pitiful tone, if refusing to wallow in the muck with beasts is my crime, then I am content to be a sinner forever. Her voice, though not loud, was clear enough for the gathered crowd to hear. Someone couldn't help but cheer. Well said. That was wonderfully spoken. The guards of the Jinxiang Marquis mansion immediately tried to locate the source of the voice, but when they turned, the speaker was lost in the sea of people, nowhere to be found. The Marchioness of Jinxiang trembled with rage, pointing at Shěn Lí. Shěn, what is the meaning of this? Do you even know who you are speaking? Shěn Lí cowered as she replied, Please, Marchioness, don't pressure me. I know I shouldn't speak of these things that bring shame upon your house in public, but these are matters known to all outside your gates. If you hadn't come to harass me, would I have ever brought this up? Her appearance was that of a pitiful, fragile woman being bullied, which infuriated the Marchioness to the brink of madness. Knowing she couldn't let Shěn Lí continue to manipulate the situation, lest the Gu family become the laughingstock of the capital, the Marchioness took a deep breath. Shěn, regardless of your silver tongue, you must return what you've taken from our house. Don't think this pitiful act will save you. Stealing from us upon your divorce is not the act of a well-bred lady. I urge you to return the items, or we shall settle this. Shěn Lí sneered inwardly. Truly the Gu family was as shameless as the Shěn family, using the same old tricks. But observing the onlookers, she put on a shocked expression and said to the Marchioness, Madam, what are you talking about? I don't understand. When I left, I only took what was rightfully mine as listed in my dowry agreement, which you all have seen. How has it now become a matter of me stealing from you? Her frail frame seemed even more vulnerable against the imposing building, and her voice grew softer. I don't know why you would falsely accuse me of something I haven't done, but I would like to ask you, madam, what exactly is it that you claim is missing? How could it possibly be in my dowry? If you can tell me, I would even let you search through my belongings without a word of protest. Hearing this, the Marchioness felt a sense of foreboding. Having faced Shěn Lí alongside the Yongi Earl's wife, she found this situation eerily familiar. But Gu Qinxue, unaware of the past, saw Shěn Lí's pitiful act and seemingly weak words as a sign of fear. And why shouldn't she be afraid? Shěn Lí had no one to rely on now. The Earl's mansion had cast her out, and she couldn't return to the Gu family. As a divorced woman, she was even lower than a commoner. How could she possibly stand against a noble household like theirs? So Gu Qinxue looked down on Shěn Lí and let her guard down. Hearing her words, and before the Marchioness could speak, she thought of the detailed list of dowry items, all priceless treasures. Although she knew Shěn Lí couldn't possibly return all the items, if she could just return the family's properties, Gu Qingxue's own dowry would still be respectable. She quickly said, it wasn't just one thing you stole. You took from the entire mansion, even the maidservant's belongings. Shěn Lí, your heart is truly venomous. Her face was a mask of righteous indignation, as if Shěn Lí had indeed committed the act. Of course Shěn Lí had done it, but she would never admit it. And if she hadn't taken the maidservant's things, wouldn't that have exposed her? That would never do. It's better to let others suffer than to incriminate oneself. After all, she was no saint. Once Gu Qinxue had spoken, Gu Yunze felt she had misspoken. The Marchioness' brow twitched as she recalled how Shěn Lí had turned the tables with just a few words when the Yongi Earl's wife came. She sensed trouble, but it was too late. Shěn Lí's face displayed a look of shock, as if she were frightened by Gu Qingxue's accusation. After a moment, she gave a bitter smile. Even though you always resented me as your sister-in-law, and provoked me time and again within the mansion, I forgave you, thinking you were just a naive girl. Even with all your arrogance and willfulness, I never imagined you would say such a thing to me one day. She looked utterly heartbroken and fragile, as if she might collapse at any moment. But she held on, continuing to steadily undermine Gu Qinxue and the Jinxiang Marquis reputation. Your mansion is a Marquis estate, with no telling how much wealth within. I am but a weak woman. Surely you don't think I could have carried everything away myself. Now you claim even the maidservants' belongings are gone. But have you considered how many maidservants you have and how much they own? How could I have moved everything in a single night without anyone noticing? You may be a noble house, and I just a commoner, but I will not stand for such false accusations. A resolute look settled upon her face as she addressed Gu Qinxue, who sat in the carriage shocked and furious. If Miss Gu insists on slandering me in this manner, then let us take this matter before the authorities. I wish to hear beneath the banner of justice how Miss Gu intends to frame me. I wish to see if the Gu family intends to leave me no path to survival. Even though I am now divorced, they still seek to destroy me with these fabricated accusations. Her words struck deep, and Madame Jinxiang House eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the venom in them. By airing Gu Qingxue's provocations so publicly, Shěn Lí was already tarnishing the young latter's reputation. Though a sister-in-law and a maiden aunt were natural rivals, a reputation for tormenting one's sister-in-law at home would ruin any chance of a good marriage proposal, and their ambitions ran far deeper than that. And if Shěn Lí dragged Gu Qinxue to court, even common girls would lose all standing after appearing in a courtroom, let alone an unmarried lady of noble birth. This would cost them not only their possessions, but their honor. Madame Jinxiang Ho could bear it no longer. Shěn Lí, do not twist words so slickly. When did my son ever show you disrespect? It is you who have been disrespectful to me, your mother-in-law. I merely scolded you a little, and because your sister was nearby, you turned your anger upon her. Your heart is truly vicious. Her face cold, she declared, why should we go to court over this? My daughter will not accompany you to such a place. But if you insist on going, so be it. I have already reported our stolen goods to the authorities, and they will soon come for you. Madame Jinxiang House's words were a warning, a reminder to Shěn Lí that she stood alone and utterly vulnerable. Seeing Shěn Lí's eyes widen in shock, she felt satisfied, believing she had cowed her, and softened her tone. However, in consideration of our past relations, if you return what you took from my household, I will naturally speak well of you, and you shall be spared the suffering of imprisonment. She believed her meaning was clear. If Shěn Lí returned the properties, this matter would be buried. But Shěn Lí clearly did not take her meaning. She merely replied, I never took anything from your household. What am I supposed to She lowered her head as if aggrieved, and some in the watching crowd could not bear it. A voice called out, the Jinxiang Ho mansion bullies the weak. Forcing someone to confess to a crime they never committed is no act of honor. Yet you refuse to own up to your own deeds. Is the belly of that widow in your household not already swelling? These words struck Gu Yunze like a dagger to the heart. He abandoned all pretense of watching Shěn Lí, and threw aside the carriage curtain, stepping down. His icy gaze swept over the crowd, his murderous aura driving them back in fear. Gu Yunze could not single out the speaker. The law could not punish the masses, and even he, the heir of the Jinxiang Ho mansion, could not seize so many people at once. If he did, the censors would soon be petitioning against him. And that would be a true disaster. He could not find the culprit, yet he did not re-enter the carriage either. Standing there, he turned to look at Shěn Lí with a complicated expression. Why was she still so stubborn? Unwilling to waste more time, Gu Yunza lowered his voice to warn Shěn Lí. When you took those things from our house, both my father and mother were present. You return them and spare yourself the suffering. He believed he was offering her a kindness. After all, Shěn Lí had no one to rely on now. She was a fish on the chopping block, and with a single word, she could be utterly destroyed. He did not wish for such an outcome. Shěn Lí had been his wife, lawfully wedded to him, even if they were now divorced. He still hoped she would retract her thorns and come back. Shěn Lí sneered inwardly. There it was, the fox's tail finally exposed. The so-called theft was merely a pretext. The home mansion was facing hard times, and wanted her to return what she had taken. Were these people dreaming? How could she possibly return what she had fought so hard to obtain? Did they take her for a fool? Though she scorned the Gu family schemes, her face displayed shock as she looked from Gu Yunza to Madame Jinxiangho. You want me to return the things? Gu Yunza had assumed she would remain silent, but he had underestimated Shěn Lí's resolve to bring them to ruin. At her words, he sensed something terrible was coming. His eyelids twitched as he heard her exclaim in feigned surprise. But weren't those things payment for my silence about the widow carrying the late young master's child? I kept my word. I never breathed a single word of it. Though I cannot fathom how rumors are spreading everywhere, it truly has nothing to do. Since you gave those things to me willingly, they are mine now. On what grounds do you demand them back? You may be a Marquis household, and I, but a common girl now, but you cannot bully me like this. This is outright robbery. Shěn Lí put on a show of righteous fury, then paused, as if a sudden thought struck her. I see now. She looked at Gu Yunza, then at the mother and daughter in the carriage, her expression one of utter betrayal. Leaning weakly against Billion, she said with sorrow, no wonder you did not go hunting for the thieves who might have stolen your belongings, but instead came after a frail woman like me. So this is your scheme. You intend to give me some of your possessions first to placate me into silence about your affairs. Yet you are the powerful and influential Marquis of Jinxiang's household. Even if I were to take these, thus, even as Madame Jinxiangho fumed until her lips cracked with anxiety, she could not utter a single word in response. You intend to give me some of your possessions first to placate me into silence about your affairs. Yet you are the powerful and influential Marquis of Jinxiang's household. Even if I were to take these things and leave you possess 100 ways to reclaim them. And now here we are. I don't truly know if you've lost something, but I do know that you are using this pretext to try and take my belongings. Shěn Lí presented a picture of delicate frailty, appearing utterly heartbroken. The gathered crowd had come to understand the scene as a classic case of the thief crying stop thief. Though Gu Yunza's stern presence kept them from voicing their opinions, their gazes directed towards the Jinxiang Marquis carriage were filled with silent condemnation. Gu Qinxue hadn't expected Shěn Lí's eloquence to be so sharp. Listening to her words, she was almost convinced herself. Unable to contain her fury, she burst out, Shěn Lí, you vile woman. What nonsense are you spewing? How could our family possibly do such a thing? Do not slander us unjustly. Her chest heaved with rage, and her glare at Shěn Lí was venomous, wishing for her immediate demise. However, things did not unfold as she expected. As her words faded, a cold, sharp voice cut through the air from a distance. What a fine example of an unrefined young lady. What sharp, venomous tongue. I have truly witnessed something today. What exceptional upbringing the Jinxiang Marquis household must have to teach its daughters such language. In all my years since marriage, I have never heard such words, not even from married women, let alone a young, unmarried girl. I had heard rumors that the young ladies of the Gu family disrespected their sister-in-law at home. I didn't believe it before, but seeing this today, I am now fully convinced. If she can speak such venom in public, I can only imagine how she treated her sister-in-law within the household before the divorce. These words severely damaged Gu Qingshu's reputation. As the voice spoke, the madam of the Jinxiang Marquis household angrily turned to locate the source. Upon seeing a magnificent carriage approaching, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't expected that at this moment someone of such stature would be associating with Shěn Lí. Furthermore, the carriage was flanked by numerous guards and elder maidservants, indicating its occupants' considerable status. Noticing the lanterns hanging on either side of the carriage, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was the carriage of the Duke of Jin's mansion. However, the voice from within sounded young, and it was unlikely to be the Duchess of Jin. With this thought, she refrained from immediately stepping forward to pay her respects. Gu Qinxue was already furious from Shěn Lí's provocations, and now the newcomer's words made her face burn crimson. As an unmarried young woman, being publicly condemned as useless and malicious was a severe blow. She dared not retort, for doing so in such a public setting would only confirm the accusations leveled against her. She buried her face in her mother's shoulder and sobbed. The madam of Jinxiang Marquis, pained by her daughter's tears, patted her back gently and spoke in a deep voice. Which member of the Duke of Jin's household might this be? My daughter may have spoken out of turn, but she is young and inexperienced. Why must you be so harsh and nitpick a mere child? Are you not being overly severe, madam, and intent on ruining my daughter's reputation? Though my Jinxiang Marquis household may not hold the same rank as the Duke of Jin's, we are not to be bullied. Her words were a veiled plea for the carriage's occupant to retract her criticism of Gu Qinxue, as the madam feared it would complicate her daughter's future marriage into the imperial prince's household. Yet Ananyue was not intimidated by the Jinxiang Marquis household. Having stumbled upon this scene, she was determined to defend Shěn Lí. She sneered, "Youth is no excuse for a lack of propriety. Does the Jinxiang Marquis household not teach its daughters etiquette from a young age? Or is Miss Gu a person detached from the mundane world, unaware of our secular customs? I believe the Gu family's reputation is already in tatters. What kind of upstanding family allows a widow residing under their roof to become pregnant and then divorces their wife over it? And for Miss Gu to publicly curse her former sister-in-law on the street suggests this was common behavior behind closed doors. There is little reputation left to salvage." Though Ananyue remained hidden within the carriage, the disdain in her voice was unmistakable. "Such a girl, I wonder how she will contend with her future sisters-in-law or defy her mother-in-law once married." These words were devastating, utterly condemning Gu Qingshu's character and the entire upbringing of the Jinxiang Marquis house. The madam of Jinxiang Marquis' face darkened completely. Gu Yunzi's expression soured as well. He addressed the carriage. "Who might you be within that carriage? How has my sister offended you? Why do you seek to destroy her reputation so cruelly?" Ananyue did not emerge, but replied from within, "What reputation does your sister have left? Any reputation she might have had has been squandered by your family. Are you, young master Gu, capable of divorcing your wife for a comrade's widow, and also capable of assaulting a titled noble woman?" Her question was a direct slap in the face. Gu Yunzi's face turned black. "When have I ever assaulted a titled noble woman? Do not spout nonsense. Do not fabricate lies." Ananyue replied matter-of-factly, "I am but a woman speaking with your mother and sister. Yet you, a grown man, interject rudely into our conversation. Is that not a threat of violence?" Gu Yunzi felt she was being completely unreasonable. He glared at the carriage, fighting the urge to overturn it. "That was not my intention." Ananyue sneered at his response. "I care not for your intentions, young Master Gu. I am here to enter the Shun residence. Shěn Lí is my dear friend. If you intend to use your power to bully her and falsely accuse her of theft, know that the Duke of Jin's household will not cower before you. This is the first time I have seen someone first offer gifts to buy someone's silence, and then later scheme to take them back. Truly, I have learned something new today. If the Jinxiang Marquis household has no regard for its own dignity, I am more than willing to spread word of this affair among the other noble families." Ananyue spoke with absolute certainty, showing no sign of retreat. As a member of the Jinwagong's mansion, her words naturally carried weight. Although Gu Yunzi's expression was grim, he knew deep down that if things continued this way, the Gu family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Gu Qingshu still needed to enter the prince's residence. Without a good name, her prospects would be uncertain. Moreover, the items at home truly couldn't have been taken by Shěn Lí. Now that he had seen her staying any longer would only tarnish their reputation and offend the Jinwagong's mansion. A decidedly unwise move. He could only walk to the carriage and say to Lady Jinxiang Ho, "Mother, since the items are not here, let us return." Lady Jinxiang Ho was unwilling to endure this, but she knew her family was no match for the Jinwagong's mansion. Thinking of the dowry that would all go to waste, her heart ached so much that she clutched Gu Qingshu's hand with force. But she also knew that the family had plans. They couldn't really destroy their reputation entirely. She gritted her teeth, yet wore a smile on her face. "You make a good point. Let us go back then." Gu Qingshu, having been humiliated, wanted to say more, but Lady Jinxiang Ho held her back, gripping her hand, and speaking in a low, stern voice. "Do you still want your reputation? If you ruin it, you won't be able to enter even the prince's residence, let alone any decent household. A moment of impatience can spoil a grand scheme. Let her have her moment of triumph today. As long as you enter the prince's residence smoothly, will there be any lack of opportunities to punish her properly in the future?" Gu Qingshu's eyes were red, her face full of grievance. She knew that Lady Jinxiang Ho spoke the truth, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. Gu Yunzi cast a deep glance at Shěn Lí, who stood at the door, and said, "I hope you can remain this tough forever." He refused to believe that Shěn Lí, a woman with no one to rely on, could stay outside forever. Eventually, she would come begging to be taken back into the Gu family. He waited for that day to come. Shěn Lí, in a direction no one else could see, shot him a contemptuous smile, which made Gu Yunzi fume. With a cold laugh, he boarded the carriage and ordered the driver to depart. Watching the Jinxiang house carriage depart, shamefacedly, the commoners who had been suppressed and dared not speak finally found their voices. Someone displeased with the Gu family's bullying began to curse and complain. Some marquee manner. Even ordinary families wouldn't do something like sleeping with the wife of a life-saving benefactor. And they still have the nerve to show off in front of us. Now they've slunk away in disgrace. Exactly. Can they take back what they've given away? I don't know how these people can call themselves noble gentlemen. Paying money to keep their divorced wife from revealing their shameful deeds, and now after the divorce they think of ways to take back those things. How shameless. That young lady of their family is no good either. I can see she has not a shred of respect for her former sister-in-law. Otherwise she wouldn't be so fluent in cursing her. And they call her a lady from a noble family. Even an ordinary sister-in-law wouldn't treat her brother's wife like this. Yes, what kind of sister-in-law is that? What kind of in-laws? It's a den of wolves and tigers. Now we've seen how mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along in those grand mansions. Outside rumors were swirling, and Emmanuel was quite satisfied. As long as the Gu family's disgrace was spread, it would be good for Shěn Lí. After listening for a while, she ordered the carriage to enter Shěn's residence. The gates of the Shěn residence closed with a bang, cutting off the prying eyes of those outside. How did you come at such an opportune moment? When Shěn Lí saw a non-US, she stopped pretending to be weak. She reached out to help her down from the carriage. Emmanuel carefully descended, and then said with a smile, I was getting bored staying at home, and I can't go anywhere else right now. Since I've never been to your place, I thought I'd come and see it. I've never been to your place before, so I didn't know the way. But when I came over, I saw your place was the liveliest. I listened outside for a while. TSK tisk, that former-in-law family of yours. I'm terrified just looking at them. It's a wonder you lived there for half a year without incident. If it were me, I'd probably have died several times over. Hearing this, Shěn Lí couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself that she had indeed died once. Emmanuel wasn't wrong at all. At least you've seen for yourselves now. The Gu family really isn't easy to get along with. Emmanuel walked inside with her, taking in the scenery along the way. Now that you're out, there are plenty of good days ahead. But the Gu family's reputation isn't doing well at all. Just now I heard quite a few commoners gossiping about their affairs. Just wait. In the future they'll have their share of good times. As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Shěn Lí, sizing her up from head to toe, and then let out a snort of laughter. Shěn Lí felt uneasy under her gaze. What are you laughing at? Is there something funny? Emmanuel covered her mouth with a handkerchief, laughing so hard that her whole body shook. Taking Shěn Lí's hand, she said with a smile, Hey, tell me, were you really scared just now, or were you faking it? The Shěn Lí I knew before wasn't like this. But you acted really convincingly. If I didn't know you weren't like that, I would have thought you were. Shěn Lí smiled. With so many people outside, what could I do? If I hadn't put on a weak act, how would those people talk about the Gu family? But the Gu family had come to provoke her for no reason. It seemed their days were too smooth. She would have to give them something to deal with. Emmanuel laughed until tears came. You're right. Those Gu people are going too far. They've already divorced you, yet they still come to cause trouble. If I hadn't come today, I don't know what would have happened here. Then she couldn't help but worry. But even though today's incident is over, you have to understand. You're living alone outside now. The Gu family might think you're an easy target and come to harass you every day. What will you do then? After a moment's thought, she said, I have a rather nice hot spring estate. Why don't you stay there? Or when I have free time, I could even come. Shěn Lí quickly declined upon hearing this. No need, no need. Keep your estate for yourself. I have no intention of staying there. Although I do enjoy peace and quiet, I still prefer living in the city. I'm perfectly fine right here, so don't bother yourself over it. As for the Gu family, you needn't worry about them any further. They aren't entirely shameless people, so I doubt they'll come again. But if they do have the audacity to show up once more, I naturally have my ways to deal with them. A tiger may be dormant, but these people truly mistook her for a sick cat. And Emmanuel, hearing her speak this way, decided not to press the matter further. Between friends, some things shouldn't be overly managed, or else maintaining the relationship becomes difficult. Being pregnant, Emmanuel didn't stay out for long. After keeping Shěn Lí company for a while, she took her leave. After seeing her off, Shěn Lí continued fishing as if nothing. Billion watched in astonishment and asked, Miss, after being treated like that by the Gu family today, aren't you angry at all? Shěn Lí stared at the motionless fishing rod and said calmly, Not angry, not angry. Getting angry only makes you sick, and no one will suffer for you but yourself. The Gu family acted without decency, so why should I be angry? Rest assured, I'm truly not upset. Don't worry, just go and have the kitchen prepare the meal. Seeing that she genuinely showed no sign of anger, Billion felt even more indignant. Look at what those people had driven her young mistress to. She couldn't even voice her grievances to anyone. If only the madam were still alive, she certainly wouldn't have let her daughter be bullied like this. She stormed off to order the meal preparations. Shěn Lí fished for the entire day, and although she didn't catch anything, she showed no hint of irritation whatsoever. News of what happened to Shěn Lí quickly reached Sietchun. Though the madman didn't wish to spy on her, he believed he ought to know what was, so he had arranged for watchers outside to keep an eye on things. Upon hearing the commotion, he tossed a tangled mess of thread onto the ground, his handsome face twisting with cold sarcasm. That Gu family really are persistent as ghosts, aren't they? They've already divorced, yet they still find every excuse to crowd around her. What do they want? I see they've truly abandoned all sense of shame. Fine then, since that's the case, they'll certainly grant their wish. Wang, do have the men I sent to investigate that widow's household returned yet? How much longer must I wait? Wang's heart leaped with panic every time Shěn Lí was mentioned, for he could never predict what the mad prince might think of next. Take this moment for instance. Bitterness filled his heart, and he felt his entire career was on the verge of collapse. But as the saying goes, ring the bell as long as you're a monk. Since he still served as deputy general, he couldn't dare speak harshly to the prince. He took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within him, then cupped his hands respectfully toward the mad prince, and spoke, Your Highness, the scouts dispatched have not yet returned with useful intelligence. However, they are still continuing their inquiries over there, and I believe good news will soon arrive. Sietchun didn't believe a single word Wang Du said. He growled irritably, Wait. Day after day you keep telling me to wait. How much longer is this going to take? Your princess has been bullied right at her own doorstep. I refuse to believe the Gu family has no other weaknesses. They dare to bully my wife, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing the words my wife, Wang Du felt his eyelids twitch and his heart wailed in agony. Save me, save me. The prince has truly lost his mind. At a time like this, how can he still be hung up on her? How can he simply not let go of a woman he's already divorced? Should he listen to him, or not? And if his majesty finds out, will he? His heart was full of misery, but as a deputy general, he had to offer advice. He said to Xiechun, Your Highness, since the news hasn't arrived, yet there's no use in rushing. If your Highness is truly furious, why not let your subordinate go and give that young Marquis of Jinxiang a beating to vent your anger? Hearing this, Xiechun shot him a cold glare, making Wang Du feel a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Xiechun sneered at him. If I wanted to hit someone, would I need you to do it? He had already beaten him once, so what was a second time? Wang Du, bitter inside, cupped his hands once more and said, Your Highness, word from the outside will arrive soon. Please be patient for just a while longer. Xiechun stood there in silence, as tall and straight as a sturdy pine. Watching his handsome face remain utterly expressionless, Wang Du felt his heart tremble in fear. Heaven help me. With the prince looking like that, he's definitely plotting something terrible. That man is still a young marquis after all. What exactly does the prince intend to do? As the two remained locked in a tense standoff, a guard's voice came from outside. Your Highness, someone has arrived from the palace. His Majesty summons you to the court for a discussion. The voice was exceptionally clear and carried directly into the study. Wang Du cautiously glanced at Xiechun's face and saw it had turned completely dark. He couldn't help but close his eyes, his heart sinking like ash. It's over. Has the prince picked a fight with the emperor now? He goes against the emperor's wishes and everything. Xiechun was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Fine. Tell my dear father that he'll be at the palace immediately. As for how much filial affection Xiechun held for the emperor, well, unfortunately, there was none. Just as the emperor held little paternal love for him either. It's often said that in the royal family there is no such thing as father and son. While this saying might not hold much weight for other princes, Xiechun had been exceptionally rebellious since childhood. Coupled with the estrangement between the late Empress Chu and the emperor's dislike for this son grew even deeper. It was only after the empress' death, when Xiechun became a child without his mother's protection, that he later followed his maternal uncle to the battlefield and finally carved out a place for himself. Now, though he had returned to the capital to report his duties, father and son avoided meeting each other unless absolutely necessary. Today, with the emperor summoning him for a reason, Xiechun sneered inwardly while maintaining a look of indifference on his face. As he entered the imperial study dressed in his dark python robe, he saw the emperor bent over the dragon desk reviewing memorials. Gazing at that figure that was no longer so upright, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. He then offered a less than respectful bow to the throne, saying, Your son pays respects to your majesty. Even though he harbored resentment toward his father, Xiechun wouldn't show it, at least not now. The emperor looked up at his eldest son, his feelings complicated. Though he had seen him twice since his return, each time he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is this son growing up too quickly? Look at his stature. He's already taller than his own father. This robust eldest son is a real headache. The emperor stared at his eldest son, a dim, obscure light flickering in his eyes. How were all these sons maturing so fast? He hadn't even decided he was old yet, but these grown sons were already scheming beneath the surface to seize the power from his hand. The emperor fell silent for a moment, then set down his vermilion brush and said amiably, Rise. Xiechun straightened up and asked directly, Father, what matter has prompted you to summon your son to the palace? The emperor looked at this son's face, which bore a 5-part resemblance to the late empress, and his mind drifted for an instant. He and the late empress had been a young couple, and he didn't know how things had deteriorated to that point. Now, seeing Xiechun's face, he found himself at a loss for words. Xiechun was impatient with wasting time here with an old man. He still had much to do. So he spoke up to remind him, Father, if there's nothing else, your son will take his leave. Hearing this, the emperor finally snapped back to attention. Looking at Xiechun with a hint of paternal concern, he said, Why the hurry to leave? I summoned you to the palace today for a serious matter. He continued, You're already in your late 20s. If not for your years on the battlefield, you should have married long ago. Now all your younger brothers are wed, yet your own household lacks even a single consort. This is highly improper. If word of this gets out, people might think I, as your father, have been mistreating you. When you were on the battlefield, I indulged your wish not to take a princess. But now that you've returned, this matter must be attended to. I've already delegated this task to your empress mother. Your 4th brother is also in the process of selecting a princess, so she can handle the search for both of you. Once your weddings are done, only the 5th brother will be left. The emperor seemed to envision a delightful picture of children and grandchildren, and he smiled very benevolently. He's still young, and will need to wait a few more years. For now, your marriages are the priority. Xiechun was not pleased at all. If asked whether his displeasure was due to getting married or to the empress handling the arrangements, his unhappiness was definitely because the empress was managing it. After all, he already had a desired princess in mind, and wouldn't refuse marriage. But if the empress was orchestrating it, he was not amenable. He hadn't forgotten how the current empress, when she was merely noble consort Shu, had vied against his own mother. Now she wanted him to acknowledge her as his empress mother. Xianchen thought the emperor was insane. He said, "Father, I'd rather not trouble the empress with my marriage. Perhaps you could have another consort handle the arrangements." Hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed as he looked at Xianchen. "What is your problem with the empress? She is your empress mother, do you understand? It's customary for her to manage the marriages of princes and princesses. How could another consort possibly take on that role? You've been away for so long you don't know how much the empress has you in her heart. Just yesterday she told me that since you are still unmarried she has a niece, beautiful, virtuous, and refined, who would be a perfect match for you. I think this is quite good. You're always away, so having a suitable person at home to manage things would be for the best." Hearing that the empress had already been scheming over his marriage, a flash of disgust crossed Xiechen's eyes. He said to the emperor, "Father, your son does not wish to rush into marriage. Let the empress niece marry someone else. I am not worthy of her." With that, he flatly rejected the marriage. The emperor, seeing his stubborn and defiant attitude, was livid. He pointed at him and said, "Do you think you're still a teenager? You've already been enfeoffed as a prince. Without a princess to manage your household, do you intend to let your subordinates run things forever? What's wrong with the empress niece? I think she's perfect. If you don't like her, then let the empress continue to search for candidates. Whoever you deem suitable, whichever girl you fancy, as long as you approve, I will consent to her being your princess." The emperor was not without his own considerations. Xiechun was his eldest son, and naturally he didn't want his eldest son's power to become too formidable. His eldest son already held military power. If on top of that he gained the support of his wife's family, could the emperor even sleep soundly at night? So when the empress suggested that Xiechun marry her niece, the emperor had tacitly approved. But since Xiechun disliked the idea, he would wait and see. Xiechun could also guess the emperor's current mindset. He refused to accept his own aging, and so day after day he drank deer blood in the palace, pretending he was still a young man. He wouldn't admit his own decline, and consequently, he wouldn't acknowledge his son's strength, especially not allowing them to expand their own influence. Because of this, Xiechun was confident that if he wanted to marry Shěn Lí, the emperor would certainly agree. The current difficulty was that Shěn Lí was the one who disagreed. Thinking of his chaotic, tangled affairs, Xiechun felt his head was about to split. He had never imagined that a small embroidering needle could feel heavier than his own sword. The thought of it was utterly frustrating. Recalling the tangled mess at home, Xiechun grew irritable. "Father, your son has his own plans for this matter. You needn't trouble the empress on my behalf. I don't care for those women, they are too fragile and delicate. I have no time to cater to their sentimental moods. The woman I desire must be skilled in martial arts, one who can vanquish evil and uphold justice, and ideally one who can spar with me. Oh, and most importantly, she must be someone I truly love." He did not directly utter Shěn Lí's name, for in this era the reputation of women was a fragile thing. If he revealed that he had known Shěn Lí before her divorce was finalized to him, it would be merely a romantic dalliance. But for Shěn Lí, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The emperor would likely abandon any thought of him marrying her. Therefore he set a precondition. First, he would only approach the emperor to request her hand in marriage once his own bridal veil was embroidered. This lengthy list of demands nearly choked the emperor. He pointed at Xiechun and thundered, "A woman's virtue lies in gentleness and refinement. Where would I find a woman like you describe? A woman who brawls and fights, who wants to spar with you. How could such a woman become your princess consort?" Xiechun thought to himself that his princess consort was far more than that, but he would not tell the emperor so. He merely said, "Such a woman is precisely what I like. Father, you once said that I could decide my own marriage. Though you urge me daily, now an emperor's word must stand. I hope you will keep your promise." "You?" The emperor choked on his words. He had indeed said that to Xiechun back when Xiechun had just returned victorious from the battlefield. In his elation, he had promised anything, so he agreed that Xiechun could decide his own marriage. But which parent does not worry about their child's marriage? So the emperor felt no guilt in his actions. He said, "I was merely offering my advice. If I hadn't reminded you, you'd probably never marry, even in 100 years. With the emperor reminded of that promise, Xiechun's attitude grew perfunctory. He nodded to the emperor and said, "Father, you are right. Advice is fine, but you need a candidate to advise on. Father, rest assured, I will not take 100 years to marry. Once I find the one I love, I will wish to marry at once." The only problem was that the bridal veil was dreadfully difficult to embroider. He had considered hiring a seamstress to do it for him, but then recalled Shěn Lí's words, only by embroidering it himself could the marriage be happy and complete. He thought Shěn Lí might not have known the details clearly, so he asked the seamstresses and the elderly matrons in the mansion. The answer he received was unanimous. "Your Highness is correct. It is indeed so. On a woman's wedding day, it is acceptable if she does not embroider the wedding gown herself, but the bridal veil must be made by her own hands. Only then can she be united with her husband in harmony and happiness." Since it had to be done by hand, Xiechun abandoned the idea of having someone else do it. Thinking of his bridal veil, Xiechun grew restless. He cupped his hands toward the emperor and said, "Father, I have matters to attend to at my mansion. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The emperor found him especially irritating now. Hearing this, he said, "You are no longer on the battlefield. How can you have so many things to do every day?" Nevertheless, he waved his hand to dismiss him. Xianchen received the order and turned away without a moment's hesitation. As he emerged, he saw the empress' ceremonial procession approaching from afar. Now that he was about to marry, Xianchen did not wish for any mishap to befall his marriage, so he refrained from provoking the empress. Before her phoenix carriage arrived, he left the palace ahead of time. The empress had come today knowing that the emperor had summoned Xianchen, but she hadn't expected the father and son to have already finished their conversation when she arrived. Although the imperial study was a restricted area, the empress had entered it even when she was still the imperial consort Shu. Now she was perfectly at ease. She was dressed in a grand crimson robe embroidered with phoenixes carrying a food box. Seeing the emperor looking as if he had been angered, her eyes flickered, and she said with a solicitous expression, "Your Majesty, I have just simmered some bird's nest in my palace. It looked good, so I specially brought some for you to taste." The empress was no longer young. The bright red garment made her look somewhat aged, so the emperor had rarely visited her palace in recent years. But that did not matter. The empress had never sought such intangible things. Whether the emperor came to her palace or not, she remained the empress of the central palace. Thus the emperor was pleased to see her. After all, when tired, one wishes for someone to talk to. "You have come at the right time. I am feeling a bit hungry. Let me taste that." The empress placed the rosewood box on the desk, lifted the lid, and took out the bowl containing the bird's nest, presenting it to the emperor. The emperor took the bowl and slowly sipped the still warm bird's nest. The empress did not glance around at the objects in the study. In this regard, she was very prudent. Such behavior allowed the emperor to trust her enough to let her enter the imperial study. With a smile on her face, she spoke in a gentle voice like a mother concerned for her child. She said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, when I came just now I saw a figure from afar, but I couldn't make it out clearly. Which prince might that be?" The emperor set down the bird's nest bowl on the table and snorted coldly. "Who else could make me so angry except Xianchen, that brat?" The empress showed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. "So the war king was here. I thought the figure was as straight as a pine, unlike the other princes." Her words were cleverly spoken. She praised Xianchen before the emperor, while also hitting a sore spot. If his son stood as straight as a pine, what did that make his old father? The emperor's expression darkened. The empress pretended not to notice and continued with a smile, pressing him. "Your Majesty, did you mention to the war king yesterday what I said about my niece?" The empress knew that when it came to sowing discord, one must not overdo it at once, or it would backfire. Hearing this, the emperor recalled Xianchen's words and his conditions. The emperor said with a headache, "Forget it. He doesn't want to marry now. Your niece is a fine girl, but he doesn't like her." The empress had already prepared to have her niece win over the war king, but he had rejected the offer. She felt deeply frustrated, yet she could not show it. Instead, she asked with understanding, "The war king is no longer young. Why is he unwilling to marry? If my niece is not suitable, I can recommend other young ladies of noble families for him." Speaking of this, and recalling Xianchen's refusal, the emperor's headache worsened. He waved his hand and said, "Speaking of this, let me tell you. He told me he likes women who know martial arts, preferably someone who can spar with him. Where can I find such a woman? Empress, don't bother with this anymore. Since he doesn't want to marry, let him have his fun for a while." After all, Xianchen was the eldest son, and the eldest son's threat to his throne was greater than that of the other princes. The empress could only smile and say nothing more. She could only say with a smile, "Very well, I shall consider other noble daughters. When the war prince is ready for marriage, I can recommend suitable candidates." The emperor was well pleased, gazing at the empress with tender affection. "Could I entrust this matter to you?" Xianchen returned and wrestled with that tangled mess of thoughts for half the day. Unable to let it go, he made a trip to the Gu residence in the dead of night, dragged Gu Yunza from his bed, and gave him a thorough beating outside. To think such a man had once been married to Shěn Lí. He felt it was an injustice to her. Gu Yunza, bewildered by the sudden attack, was knocked unconscious the moment he tried to fight back. He was left lying in the courtyard in his undergarments. Upon waking, he dared not seek revenge, nor even let anyone know what had happened. A military general dragged out of his own home and beaten by a mysterious assailant without any chance to resist. If word got out, he would be a laughingstock. He had been alone that night, so no one knew except his personal attendant. Having vented his frustration, Xianchen returned home and slept soundly. Meanwhile, Shěn Lí had just risen from her bed, donned her night attire, and begun her own operation. She felt that she had grown too soft after returning to a life of comfort, which was why the Gu family dared to flaunt their arrogance before her. She should have cut off every escape route for the Gu family, so they would never think her easy to bully. Shěn Lí naturally had no idea where the Gu family's estates were, but she knew where their shops in the city were. The ones farther away were out of reach, but how could she not get her hands on the ones in the capital? She visited every one of the Gu family's shops, the grain and oil stores, the gold and silver jewelry shops, the cosmetics and powder shops, and cleared them all out, taking everything, even the counters and cabinets. On second thought, it seemed unfair to leave only the Gu family bereft of these goods. So she also made rounds at the shops of the Baowood Duke's residence and the Yongyi Earl's residence. She targeted 2 other shops as a cover, stripping them completely bare, ensuring these households could not procure a single item from their stores without relying on their rural estates. Only then was she satisfied. Finally, she made one more trip to the Gu residence and took away everything they had. Passing by Gu Yun's courtyard, she spotted him lying on the ground. Remembering the vile words he had spoken earlier that day, she delivered 2 vicious kicks to him, which brought her some measure of relief. Then she left with all the Gu family's possessions. After her flurry of activity, dawn was already breaking when she returned home. She paid it no mind. She was the head of the household now. If she didn't rise, no one would dare disturb her without urgent cause. So she shed her night attire, changed into her sleeping garments, and calmly went back to bed. Just as Shěn Lí was sleeping soundly, wails of lamentation erupted once more from the Gu residence. What happened? Where are my jewels? Where are my clothes? Where did everything go? Who took all my things? Gu Qingshu's voice was filled with fury and terror. Having this happen twice was more than she could bear. Forget her belongings. She now wondered if her own safety could even be guaranteed in this household. Dressed in a white undergarment, barefoot in her empty room, she felt nothing but desolation in her heart. It's over. All over. The few things she had painstakingly prepared were gone again. How could she marry into the prince's household? How could she possibly compete with those noble ladies? Her maidservant had also lost everything, but she knew the masters still had options. She hurriedly urged Gu Qingshu, "Miss, please don't be upset. What matters most now is finding a way to recover these things." Gu Qingshu, already furious, glared at the maid and snapped, "The things are gone. How am I supposed to get them back? Those idiots at the yamen haven't caught the culprit after all this time. By the time they do, my things will probably already be used up." At the thought, she felt a pang of anguish throughout her entire body. The maidservant quickly said, "Miss, the yamen may be useless, but don't forget, the household still has its estates and shops. Last time it was supplies from the estates that saved the household. They may not have much left now, but they can still spare a little." She glanced at her own undergarments, thinking of her lost savings, and felt a profound bitterness. She steadied Gu Qingshu and said, "At least we still have clothes. The madam can get more from the shops, and things will improve." Gu Qingshu choked with frustration and sneered, "Improve? Look at this household. Even if we manage to get something back, who's to say it won't be stolen again? How could things possibly improve?" Even as she said this, she knew she couldn't remain in such a state. How could a proper young lady go out in just her undergarments? She took a deep breath and instructed the maid, "Go to my mother and tell her my things are gone. Also check on her situation. See if her belongings are still there." The maid obeyed and hurried off. Having been through this once before, she felt less shame than last time. After all, she had once thought she was the only victim. Now she knew everyone had suffered the same fate. With that, what was there to fear? The Marquise of Jinxiang looked around her home, now stripped bare once more. Though she was less panicked than the last time, her heart still ached at the loss. The Marquis of Jinxiang, however, could barely endure it. Clad only in his undergarments, he rushed to his wife's chambers. Seeing the room utterly empty, his vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. What is the meaning of this? How can such a thing happen again in our household? I have not heard of this befalling any other family. The Marquise felt her head spin. Losing such a vast amount of possessions twice in a row would unsettle anyone, especially one who toiled so tirelessly for the family's welfare. The pain of this fresh loss was inevitable. Whether it has happened to others, I cannot say. But this is the reality we now face. Her voice was numb. There is no use dwelling on it now. We must send someone to the estate to fetch supplies, or we will have nothing to wear outside. The Marquis replied with vexation, "We have already taken from the estate once. Even if we go now, there is likely little left for. Then we must look to our shops. We did not check them after the last incident. They should still hold a considerable stock. Let us use that to tide us over." The Marquise closed her eyes, knowing this was the only course of action, and nodded in agreement. "Then send someone to the shops at once to retrieve what we need, lest this affair become the talk of the town again." The Marquis also nodded. "We have already given the world enough to gossip about. If this gets out, they will never stop laughing at us." The couple dispatched a servant to the shops. But before he had even reached the main gate, he collided with a middle-aged man in fine robes who came dashing in, pale with alarm. The servant, already in a foul mood after waking to find the household goods vanished again and being sent on another errand, was on the verge of exploding with frustration. The collision ignited his temper. "Who goes there? Are you running a funeral at this hour?" The man scrambled to his feet, pulling the servant up with him, his face ashen. "Terrible news. You must inform the master and mistress at once. The goods in the shops are all gone." The servant, still reeling from the impact, started to retort, "What shops are you?" He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief. He grabbed the man by the collar, demanding urgently, "What did you just say? You say the shop goods are gone. Which shop do you mean? Where have they gone?" The man, frantic, pulled the servant's hands from his collar. "All of them. The goods in every shop have vanished. Go and report this at once. The other shopkeepers will be arriving soon." The servant felt as if struck by lightning. The world seemed to spin unrealistically around him. He turned and fled back into the mansion, screaming, "Disaster! Disaster! Something terrible has happened." The Marquis and Marquise were still waiting for supplies when they heard the frantic cries. Fury surged within them. as the servant burst in. The Marquis stepped forward and kicked him squarely in the shoulder, sending him tumbling across the floor. The servant dared not utter a sound. He scrambled back to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly before the Marquis, trembling in fear. The Marquis said impatiently, "What is this talk of disaster? With what has happened to this house, could things possibly be good? Who allowed you to make such a racket at this hour?" The Marquise, however, sensed something amiss. She looked at the servant and asked, "Weren't you the one sent to the shops to bring back supplies? Why have you returned? What were you about to say?" Finally given leave to speak, the servant kowtowed and wailed, "Master, mistress, it's terrible. When I went out, I met the steward from the shops. He said that. He said." The servant trailed off, his shoulders still throbbing painfully. The Marquis, who could not bear hesitation at a time like this, frowned darkly. "Spit it out. Why are you stammering like this?" The servant felt he had drawn the short straw today, being given nothing but ill-fated tasks. Yet since his master demanded an answer, he dared not withhold it. "Are returning to you, Marquis," the steward outside says. "The goods in the shops have been stolen. He is waiting outside for your summons." The Marquis felt his mind go blank, as if he hadn't quite heard the words. "What did you say?" Behind him, the Marquise felt the world go dark. She had to brace herself against the wall to keep from falling. Her voice trembled as she asked, "You say the shops have been robbed. Which one?" The servant's mouth was filled with bitterness. It seemed the household was cursed. With such disasters befalling them repeatedly, the future for servants like him seemed bleak indeed. "Are returning to you, mistress. The steward told me that goods from all the shops have been stolen. The other stewards will be arriving soon. I don't know where else we can find supplies." The Marquis felt his head spin, but he forced himself to remain upright. He raised a trembling hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Quickly bring those stewards in. I must question them about what is happening outside." The servant, as if granted a pardon, kowtowed hastily. "Yes, I will fetch them at once." He then scurried out like a startled rabbit. As he rushed out, he nearly collided with Guyunza, who was coming in. Guyunza was unsure why he had been summoned, but compared to that, the disappearance of the household's belongings was far more concerning. He stepped inside and saw his mother's chamber stripped bare. Pain throbbed through his body, and his mood grew even more irritable. "Father, mother, what is going on? Why is there nothing left in the house?" The Marquis took a deep breath, his mind unable to process everything. "It is not just the house. Your mother and I just sent someone to the shops for supplies, and now the goods there are gone as well. We do not yet know how we will weather this crisis." Guyunza's eyes shot wide open in shock. "What? The goods in the shops are gone too?" Speaking of this, he still harbored a flicker of hope. "Which shop's goods have gone missing?" Jin Xiangho closed his eyes, his face full of despair, and said, "What do you mean by which? All the goods in every shop are gone. The stewards will be here shortly. If you have any doubts, let them explain." "I don't know the specifics." Guyunza was utterly bewildered. How could they all be gone? I haven't heard of such a thing happening in other families. In those households, they were only robbed once, and not all the goods vanished. How is this possible? Jin Xiangho himself had no idea how such a calamity had befallen his house. It seemed that ever since Guyunza pushed Shěn Lí down, everything at home had taken a turn for the worse. No, perhaps it began even earlier. When was it? It was when Guyunza brought back He Minjing and her 2 children, when he repeatedly abandoned his newlywed wife to shower kindness upon that mother and her children. The household had long since changed, only he had failed to notice. Now that these disasters had struck, how could he not suspect that a harbinger of misfortune had crossed the threshold? With this thought, Jin Xiangho's resentment toward Guyunza deepened. Once he had regarded this son with favor, but now he seemed nothing but a troublemaker. Jin Xiangho sank into his own thoughts, leaving Guyunza's question unanswered. Meanwhile, Lady Jin Xiangho, feeling dizzy, had no energy to respond to her son either. Soon the stewards burst in wailing as if they were mourning their own parents. Though of course the goods in their shops were no small matter, and no one knew how they had disappeared. What if the master suspected them of embezzlement? How would they ever compensate for the losses? The only thing they could do was cry, and cry loudly, so that the master would believe the goods were truly gone. Their howling grated on Jin Xiangho's nerves. He could not help but bark, "Enough. Stop your crying. Tell me what happened. Where are the goods from the shops?" The stewards, whether genuinely or feigning distress, only wailed louder when Jin Xiangho demanded an answer. They had noticed that the master was dressed only in his undergarments, which meant the mansion too had been robbed once more, and that he hoped to restock from their shops. If that were the case, their losses could not have come at a worse time. Beyond crying, they truly had no idea how to gloss over this disaster. Annoyed by their cries, Jin Xiangho singled out one man. "Gushu, you speak. You are an old servant of the household. My father granted you the favor of managing the shop, and you have done well over the years. What has happened now?" The man called out was already in his 50s or 60s. The fine clothes he wore now felt like a burning burden, for who could have anticipated another calamity in the mansion? Looking at it this way, these servants seemed more like masters than the actual ones. Gushu's heart trembled. He kowtowed twice to Jin Xiangho before speaking. "Master, this servant has no idea what happened. I rose as usual and went to check on the shop, but before I even entered, the clerk rushed out shouting that everything inside was gone. Master knows I manage the jade shop. I submit accounts to the lady every half year. I would never dare to be dishonest. I truly don't understand how everything vanished overnight." The others, afraid of being singled out, quickly chimed in. Yes, it was the same for us. We went to the shops as usual, and never expected such a thing to happen. There wasn't a single trace left behind. We dared not report to the authorities without first seeking your instructions, master. For a family of such standing, reporting to the authorities was a disgrace. Normally they would always consult the master before deciding how to proceed. Jin Xianghao's vision darkened. You mean to say there was not a single trace, and yet everything was stolen? Gu Shu's face was full of bitterness. He looked up at Jin Xiangho with profound sorrow. Master, this servant served the old master for many years, and was then graciously allowed to manage the shop. I have been diligent and never slacked. I truly do not know what happened. Jin Xiangho knew that these men could not all have failed at once. Even if they were to steal from the shops, they would only take small amounts secretly. How could they have emptied everything in one go? That would be akin to slapping their own faces. Yet this realization brought him no comfort. Though his subordinates had not betrayed him, the family's goods were irretrievably gone. Gu Yunzi scrutinized these old servants trembling on the ground. His brows knitted into a tight knot, and he felt a suffocating pressure in his chest. The more genuinely they wept, the more desolate he felt, for it only confirmed that the family's possessions had indeed vanished. He, the heir of Jin Xiangho, was now nothing but a title with no substance. Remembering the words he had spoken to Shěn Lí, his face burned with shame. If Shěn Lí had truly returned with him, her belongings would likely have been stolen too. As Gu Yunzi was lost in thought, he failed to notice Lady Jin Xiangho, who had been unwell, collapsing to the side. No one saw her fall, so no one caught her. It was only the sound of her hitting the ground that drew the attention of the men in the room. When they looked, they saw Lady Jin Xiangho lying on the floor, her face pale and bluish, as if she had barely a breath left. Gu Yunzi froze for a moment, then rushed over, panic-stricken, lifting her into his arms. Mother, what's wrong? Mother! Jin Xiangho turned, and was equally alarmed. He quickly ordered, hurry, summon the imperial physician. Call the physician. The stewards, still kneeling, scrambled to their feet, and scattered like startled birds, shouting, quick, fetch the physician.